The narrative opens with a stark declaration: he had been reborn into a fantasy world. The scene shifts to a young child, his large eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. He is swaddled in a simple cloth, his delicate features hinting at a life of comfort. His gaze drifts upwards, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. He notes the quiet ceiling and the soft glow of candlelight, a stark contrast to the modern world he once knew. A fantasy world technologically behind Earth. He observes the room, noting the opulence of the furnishings, a clear indication of wealth. He reflects on his previous life, an orphan who died from overwork. This reincarnation, he muses, is a significant upgrade. A woman's hand gently touches the child's, her touch tender and loving. The child's birth mother, strikingly beautiful, gazes upon him with uncontainable affection. She thinks of her baby, relieved that his future seems promising. He will not want for love. A small child, barely more than a toddler, stood on a makeshift wooden rocking horse, his small hands gripping the sides. With a determined grunt of hup, he pushed off, his feet kicking rhythmically against the ground. He peered out the window, his eyes wide with wonder as he saw the world outside his cradle for the very first time. A soft "oh" escaped his lips as a wide, innocent smile spread across his face. The world outside was far more vast and captivating than he could have ever imagined. From his vantage point, the sprawling cityscape stretched out before him, a breathtaking panorama of buildings and streets. It was truly otherworldly, he mused, even more so considering his tender age. His brief adventure, however, came to an abrupt end. A frantic voice called out, "Master." A worried nanny rushed into the room, scooping the child into her arms. "Young master, dangerous," she whispered, her voice laced with concern. She explained that he was the son of the Grand Duke Dragonia, a figure of significant power and influence within the kingdom. A revelation that surprised the young boy. He mumbled an apology to his nanny, Aish Goman. "Sorry, nanny." He was, in fact, a duke, the son of the Grand Duke Dragonia in the kingdom of Lionheart. 8 years passed. The boy, now a young child, stood before a magnificent sword, its hilt gleaming with an ethereal light. His parents, the Grand Duke and Duchess, watched proudly as he grasped the weapon, a wide grin spreading across his face. He was ready to begin his training as a knight of the kingdom. A young man, recently returned from a 300-year demon-hunting expedition in another world, found himself questioning his new reality. He wondered if he would be wielding sword chi and aura, skills associated with fantasy knights. And reflected on his master's identity, Sir Gothic, a holy knight dispatched from the palace. Sir Gothic, a man with short, light brown hair and a warm smile, believed this was the goddess's will, and that teaching the young man would be highly rewarding. The young man, eager to learn, politely asked Sir Gothic to take good care of him. However, a sudden shift in tone indicated a change in the narrative. The young man's initial awe quickly turned to resentment as he realized the harsh reality of his training under Sir Gothic. He inwardly raged against the man, calling him a macho and labeling the training as child abuse. It was revealed that he was only 14 years old, and the arduous training was a necessary step to becoming a holy knight. The text explained that becoming a holy knight was exceptionally difficult, requiring the completion of rigorous training quests. Sir Gothic ordered the boy to complete one more lap, highlighting the grueling nature of the training. The final panel depicts a fierce duel between Sir Gothic and the young man, showcasing the intensity of the training and the skills being honed. A young man with blonde hair, clad in dark attire, fiercely swung his sword, a golden energy coursing from the blade as he engaged his opponent. Dust and debris erupted around him. Meanwhile, a man with short brown hair, partially obscured by shadow, watched the scene unfold. His expression was one of quiet confidence. Furthermore, as the son of Dragonia, he thought, a hint of pride in his voice. The blonde youth, panting heavily, was clearly struggling. His internal monologue revealed his determination. "I needed to learn everything there was to know about becoming a Grand Duke on top of that." The brown-haired man continued to observe, offering a piece of advice: "Look at your opponent until the end." The blonde youth, however, cried out in pain as he was struck. The scene shifted to a close-up of a broken sword lying on the ground. The narration box above explained, "Lessons to become the successor of the Grand Duke." The narration continued, "On top of training to become a holy knight." The weight of his responsibilities pressed heavily upon him. Defeated and exhausted, the blonde youth lay on the ground, his broken sword beside him. He muttered a desperate prayer: "If there really is a God, I want to ask them to save me." He quickly added, with a cynical undertone, "Though I don't believe in any religion." 16 years later, the young man, now older, walked through the rain, his boots splashing in the puddles. The scene ends with a sense of quiet determination. A young man with blonde hair, his face streaked with blood, stumbled through the rain. He muttered to himself, searching for something lost in the downpour. A narration box appeared, stating, "I roamed the world in order to be acknowledged by the goddess and become a holy knight after accepting my quest." The scene shifted to a fiery battlefield, where desperate cries for help echoed amidst the chaos of a brutal Orcish assault. A narration box explained, "If you keep racking up your fame and good deeds, she will eventually come to you." The blonde young man, witnessing the carnage, scoffed, "That's ridiculous." Amidst the chaos of battle, a soldier cried out, "Sir Gildas! There are too many orcs." Sir Gildas, surrounded by fallen comrades, coughed up blood, despairingly questioning, "Is this the end?" Another soldier cried out to the heavens, "Ah, goddess! Please look over us." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the blond young man as he unleashed a devastating attack. The kingdom faced insurmountable odds, beset by countless enemies. 20 years passed, during which a young man, Leon, encountered a divine being. Leon, son of Wulfric Dragonia, was certain of what he saw, a goddess. Ariana, the goddess, offered Leon a quest to prove his honor and faith. Without hesitation, Leon accepted the goddess's orders. The goddess truly existed. Leon became a holy knight. His life became a relentless cycle of battles, slaying countless foes. The scene opens with a young man, clad in shining knightly armor, his blonde hair windswept. He stands amidst a chaotic battlefield, blood staining the ground around him. His expression is grim, his eyes reflecting the horrors he has witnessed. He recounts his past deeds. "I slayed orcs," he states, the words echoing the weight of countless battles. The panel shifts, showing him in a fierce stance, his sword glowing with ethereal energy as he continues, tore apart goblins and slashed away the evil cult. The narrative shifts to a broader perspective, showing the knight standing atop a battlefield strewn with the corpses of his enemies. He reflects on his rise to power. "Eventually, I became a war knight of the kingdom, giving me authority to gather other knights." The panel then reveals the sheer scale of his slaughter. "I massacred 700,000 orcs, including the women and children." The knight's face is shown close up, a grim satisfaction plays on his lips. He utters a chillingly casual confession, "Goddamn green sons of bitches. I felt so refreshed." 35 years pass. The scene changes dramatically. Arjun Majesty Lionheart, a revered figure known as the living saint and demigod, lies dead amidst a profusion of white flowers. The narration explains, the living saint and demigod, Arjun Majesty Lionheart, passed away. It happened while he was battling the archdemon summoned by the Empire. The knight, now older but still bearing the same steely gaze, sits on his throne, contemplating the dire situation. He reflects, orcs were enough of a headache, but now the fucking demons were running amok. This is why mankind needs to believe in gods and live faithfully. He stands tall and imposing, a figure of authority, amidst a group of cloaked figures. The scene is somber, yet he exudes an air of quiet determination. His thoughts turn to the political machinations of the Empire, fucking magicians of the Empire. All of that aside, they needed to elect a holy knight to become the successor of King Lionheart, who died with honor. Amidst the chaos, a narrative unfolds. A radiant goddess appeared before Holy Knight Leon Dragonia, her words echoing through the hallowed hall, "My faithful knight, succeed as the symbol of honor and faith." The goddess's decree continued, "The goddess descended upon us and selected me." Leon, his blonde hair catching the light, responded softly, "Yes, Ariana." It was a position of great honor, yet also one of immense fatigue. He reflected on the weight of his duty. He could not let down the citizens of the kingdom and the knights who followed him. And so, he vowed to protect the Holy Grail, a celestial blue energy emanating from his very being. And that is how. And the king of the Lionheart Kingdom. 80 years passed. The narration box declared that much had transpired during the Night King's 300-year absence. The scene shifted to a battlefield, depicting 3 major wars against Orcish hordes. A monstrous, demonic-looking creature lurked in the foreground. A hunchbacked goblin, through some unnatural evolution, had become an archdemon. The Night King, clad in regal attire, stood beside a knight in battered armor. The Night King's expression was grim. He was informed that the Empire's school of dark magic had resumed its dangerous experiments. Because the Empire had foolishly allied with a heretical northern cult. His gaze hardened. He silently resolved to gather his knights. The narration boxes revealed his cynical view of the situation, granting rights to those undeserving of even slavery only led to chaos. He concluded that conquest was the only solution. A scene of chaos unfolds. A monstrous figure, bound and seemingly lifeless, lies amidst the rubble. Above it, a chilling voice echoes, a desperate plea in an unknown tongue, followed by a demand for 3 million live offerings. A desperate plea for mercy from a withered crone, her mouth filled with needles, her voice cracking with anguish. The narration box reveals a grim truth: the Emperor crossed a line. The narration box describes the Emperor's fatal mistake. He once claimed he did not want to die, a statement that now rings hollow. Below, a vast, horrifying scene is depicted, a sea of corpses, a testament to a horrific act. A Emperor's suicide, taking 3 million citizens with him into the abyss. A guttural scream erupts from the page, a visual representation of the unimaginable horror. The act of mass suicide summoned a terrifying entity. The Lord of Chaos descended upon the capital, his arrival marked by a cataclysmic display of power. The narration shifts to a knight, recounting the events that followed. He gathered his fellow knights and retrieved the holy sword, a weapon not yet fully consecrated, using orc grease from the previous year. The knight, clad in armor, stands before a glowing portal, flanked by his fellow knights. He declares their intention to march on the Empire. The narration box reveals a significant time jump. 121 years have passed. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous landscape, a ship sailing towards a distant, foreboding structure. A desolate landscape stretches before the reader, the remnants of a war-torn world. Buildings lie in ruins, and the sky is heavy with a sense of loss. A lone narration box appears, stating, "I tried my best, but the world was being destroyed, unlike my wishes." The scene shifts to a man cradling a tattered doll, his face obscured by his hands. The narration box reads, I tried to defeat all evil with all of the holiness that was on this continent. But I couldn't stop them. The panel shows a battlefield strewn with the bodies of fallen soldiers. Lord Leon, kneeling amidst the carnage, is approached by another figure, Sir Aaron. Aaron's words identify Leon, Lord Leon. Sir Aaron addresses Lord Leon, his voice laced with a somber respect. Sir Aaron, you can be proud. Died with honor and joined the feast of the gods. Sir Aaron's face is etched with sorrow, yet a hint of peace underlies his grief. The scene shifts again. Lord Leon, now standing tall, addresses his remaining troops. Ah, goddess, all troops, look in front of you. A powerful, almost divine energy emanates from Leon as he surveys his army. The narration box states, your lambs are trembling with fear. Do you hear the sound of the villains across the land? Do you hear the sound of the villains who have taken away our loved ones? A vast, desolate landscape stretches before a formidable castle, its walls scarred by conflict. Below, a legion of knights stands arrayed in perfect formation, a silent testament to their unwavering resolve. Their mission, to plant seeds of hope in a wasteland soaked with blood. A young knight, mounted on a white steed, surveys the scene. He is the owner of the Holy Sword, the Holy Spear, and the Holy Grail. He hears the encroaching threat. The sound of villains attempting to corrupt everything. His face contorts in righteous fury, a burning rage consumes him. He vows to unleash his wrath. An eternal rage against those who are deceived by false victories. Below him lies a broken doll, a symbol of the innocence lost in the conflict. His first knight will not be able to stop the evil that is spread far beyond the horizon. But he will remember, as long as they have honor, they will not lose. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of the knight's army, their faces grim but determined. The knight, his goddess's voice echoing in his mind, questions his next course of action. He grips his holy weapon, a celestial energy swirling around it. He prepares to ride into battle, his resolve unwavering. He will fight for his goddess. Calling him her beloved, honored knight. The scene shifts to a close-up of the knight's face, his eyes filled with unwavering devotion. His goddess reassures him, promising to stand by him until the very end. The image shows a single spear, planted firmly in the ground, a symbol of enduring hope. A crimson banner, emblazoned with a majestic lion, billowed in the wind. The words for Lionheart were clearly visible, a testament to the unwavering loyalty of the troops. A commanding voice boomed across the battlefield, all troops. A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in a fierce grimace, roared, charge. That winter, a cataclysmic battle unfolded. The final confrontation against billions of devils who had overrun the earth began. Massive, monstrous creatures, akin to dragons, descended upon the battlefield, their wings blotting out the sun. Their terrifying presence casting a pall over the desperate struggle below. The barbarian slaves were used as living shields, their bodies thrown into the path of the demonic onslaught. While the civilian knights, armed with spears and shields, fought valiantly alongside the glorious knights, dying with honor. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, the chosen agent of all gods and all holy temples, facing a monstrous beast. The Night King, alone, stood amidst a crimson battlefield, his blonde hair windswept. A celestial blue energy surged from his blade, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He had single-handedly defeated the demons, tearing apart countless demon lords and archdemons with the might of his holy power. The scene was one of apocalyptic devastation, a testament to his relentless crusade. And showed those vile creatures the true power of a holy knight. His face, contorted in a fierce grimace, reflected the intensity of his battle. 217 years passed. The Night King's journey was far from over. A faint, ethereal glow marked the passage of time. As winter's grip continued its icy reign. 231 years. The Night King, still fighting, cleaved through another demon with his holy blade. 234 years. 256 years. The final battle approached. A surge of energy crackled in the air. As the Night King destroyed the last remaining demon gate, ensuring the demons had nowhere left to escape. The Night King stood defiantly amidst a swirling vortex of energy, his sword held aloft. Before him, grotesque demons, the lowly servants of evil, cowered. His eyes blazed with righteous fury as he addressed his foes. He declared that they were now trapped with him in this world. The demons, snarling and defiant, threatened to kill him. But the Night King remained unfazed. He had not been trapped, he had returned. With a ferocious grin, he lunged forward. His blade a blur of motion as he unleashed a furious assault upon the demons, cursing them as fucking bastards. A powerful, demonic entity emerged from the shadows, its skull-like face a terrifying sight. The Night King met its gaze, his own eyes burning with an unearthly light. And with a blinding flash of energy, he cleaved the demon in two. A voice called out, asking if he was all right. The Night King, exhausted but victorious, looked around in confusion, wondering what had just happened. A colossal archdemon, its form scarred and broken, lay defeated before a group of onlookers. A swirling, ethereal blue portal pulsed behind it, a gateway to another world. Its monstrous skull, now severed from its body, pulsed with fading blue energy. The sheer scale of the creature's defeat was evident. Amidst the aftermath, a woman with vibrant red hair lay on the ground, her expression one of exhaustion and disbelief. A man knelt beside her, his face etched with concern. A voice, strong and resonant, boomed out, "Rise, courageous one." A young man with short, blonde hair stood amidst the chaos, his eyes closed. He seemed to be gathering his strength. Internally, he resolved, now is not the time to fall, rise and fight. The red-haired woman, her eyes wide with shock, gasped, "Who are you?" A blinding light erupted from the blonde young man, engulfing him in a fiery aura. The remains of the archdemon crumbled around him, as flames subsided, revealing a figure radiating power. He declared, "I am King Lionheart, the Knight of the Glorious Knights, and the agent who carries out the will of the holy temples." The name, Lionheart, hung in the air, heavy with significance. Lionheart, now fully revealed, stood before the stunned onlookers. His body glowed faintly, a testament to his immense power. He had returned. A young woman with reddish-brown hair tied in a ponytail stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape in a silent gasp of shock. Her expression was one of disbelief and perhaps a touch of fear. It was during his 300th year of battling demons that he encountered Earthlings. A significant event that marked a turning point in his long and arduous journey. A digital display announced the completion of a monumental task. All demons had been vanquished. The number of remaining demons registered as 0. A gate, impossibly black, ripped open in the heart of Seoul. The event was immediately noticed by the Korean Hunter Association and the World Hunter Association, prompting them to request that the nation's largest guilds participate in a raid on the newly opened gate. However, those requests were denied due to the unknown difficulty of the gate. A group of hunters from the Korean Hunter Association stood before the gate, their faces grim. Among them was a young woman with vibrant pink hair. And they braced themselves for the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Ultimately, the government ordered the Korean Hunter Association to proceed alone, a decision that felt more like a death sentence than a mission. And a young man with blonde hair, his body scarred and weary, emerged from the darkness. Was something beyond comprehension? Hanhari, a young woman with fiery red hair, stood amidst a desolate landscape. Her clothes were torn and stained with grime and blood, a testament to a recent brutal battle. A look of disbelief and exhaustion clouded her features as she gazed upwards, her breath catching in her throat. In the distance, a colossal figure stood silhouetted against a crimson sky. A swirling vortex of dark energy pulsed behind him, radiating an aura of immense power. The name Hari echoed in the silence, a stark contrast to the carnage strewn across the barren ground. The ground was littered with the corpses of grotesque, demonic creatures, their forms twisted and broken. The sheer scale of the slaughter spoke volumes about the battle's ferocity. A voice cut through the silence, calling out to Hari. It was Associate Manager Han, his tone laced with concern. Hari, startled by the sudden sound, let out a gasp. Her eyes widened, reflecting a mixture of surprise and relief. The scene shifted to the interior of the Korean Hunter Association. Hari, Associate Manager, was identified by a title card. Kim Jin-soo, the head manager, approached her, offering a cup of coffee. He expressed concern for her well-being, noting her exhaustion. Jin-soo and Hari sat with another associate, discussing the aftermath of the battle. The disbelief surrounding Hari's account of the events was palpable. The final panel revealed the true scale of the threat, a black-ranked demon gate, presided over by a powerful great devil and surrounded by a host of lesser demons. The sheer power emanating from the gate was terrifying. The narration box opened with a stark observation: returning alive from the demon-infested otherworld without the aid of other guilds was a miracle in itself. However, the following statement cast doubt on the completeness of this achievement. Because it was all due to a single individual. The panel shows the back of a powerfully built man, his shoulders broad and scarred, silhouetted against a fiery, golden glow. The scene shifts to a man with short, blonde hair, his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. He appears to be in a dimly lit room. Two individuals, a man and a woman, are engaged in a conversation. The man, with dark hair and a weary look, asks for confirmation. The woman, with vibrant pink hair, confirms that the individual in question is a survivor from the otherworld. A young man with brown hair is shown, his gaze intense. The narration box below him explains that the focus is on those who survived the gate realm. An image of a swirling blue vortex, reminiscent of a cosmic gate, fills the panel. The narration box explains that gates appearing worldwide over the last 30 years share similarities. The panel depicts a city in ruins, engulfed in flames. The narration box states that the overarching theme is one of destruction, either a world on the brink of collapse or one already destroyed. The final panel shows a dark background with the word "and" in large, bold white letters. Below it, a smaller text box reveals that sometimes, survivors manage to return to Earth. Three figures emerged from a swirling blue portal in the heart of a bustling city, a knight clad in imposing dark armor, a man in a sharp suit, and another in sleek, dark attire. They stood tall, their presence commanding attention amidst the startled onlookers, their power palpable even from a distance. The knight, his face obscured by a helmet, exuded an aura of immense power. His long, flowing blonde hair framed a face partially visible, one eye glowing with an ethereal light. The sheer might he possessed was undeniable. The government, aware of the immense power these individuals wielded, having returned from the demon realm, sought to manage the situation. A smiling government official, flanked by a stern-faced bodyguard, approached the trio, intending to establish contact and formulate plans to monitor their activities. Inside a government office, a serious discussion unfolded. One official stated their determination to monitor the returned warriors, regardless of the challenges involved, emphasizing the extraordinary strength of the knight. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the minds of the government agents. One, a man with dark hair and a weary expression, reiterated their commitment to the mission, no matter the cost, highlighting the knight's incredible feat of slaying a high-ranking demon with a single blow, a feat that even the most skilled S-rank hunters would fear. The sheer power of the knight was further emphasized by a flashback to the demon he had vanquished, a terrifying creature that even the most elite hunters feared. The knight's swift, decisive strike ended the beast's reign of terror. A demonic figure, wings tattered and dark, plummeted from the sky. Its clawed feet scraped against the earth, leaving deep gouges in the ravaged landscape. As three figures braced themselves for impact, a man and a woman stood ready with swords, while another man held a shield, their faces grim with determination. The narration box stated a simple fact: he completely overpowered it. The demon was vanquished, its body dissolving into dust. A lone figure stood amidst the wreckage, his back to the viewer. He held a sword, his body glistening with sweat, a testament to the battle's intensity. His face, streaked with grime and sweat, was a mask of grim determination. His eyes, however, held a hint of weariness. He was concerned about the cultural differences he would encounter upon his return. His companion, a man in a suit, observed him, noting his regal bearing. The man in the suit reassured him, stating that everything would be all right. His confidence, however, seemed forced. A woman, observing from the back of the vehicle, noted the underlying tension in his voice. Her internal monologue revealed her impression of him: a very good person. A young man with blonde hair, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, bared his fangs in a ferocious snarl. His face contorted with barely contained rage. The blonde man's outburst sent a shockwave through the room, shattering nearby objects and sending papers flying. He and another, darker-haired man were seated at a desk, the epicenter of the destruction. The shockwave continued to ripple outwards, engulfing a nearby office in chaos. A woman with vibrant red hair shielded her face from the debris, her expression one of utter disbelief. The red-haired woman, still reeling from the sudden outburst, gasped, her voice laced with a mixture of fear and awe. "That stops even monsters?" The blonde man, his eyes blazing, stood defiantly. "How dare you sully the glorious Lionheart name?" With a surge of power, the blonde man unleashed a devastating attack, causing a significant portion of the building to collapse around him. Dust and debris filled the air as the force of the attack subsided. The red-haired woman and the dark-haired man watched in stunned silence. Amidst the wreckage, the dark-haired man looked at the blonde man, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "A very good person?" 15 minutes earlier. A security camera, its lens focused on an unseen area. A young man with blonde hair sat in a dimly lit room, a troubled expression on his face. He thought to himself that something felt foreign. He recalled his past life, an orphan who toiled relentlessly until his death from exhaustion in his 20s. After which he was reborn into another world, becoming a knight and king for over a century. He then conquered the demon world and spent 200 years hunting demons. In total, his time in the other world spanned 300 years. He now stood on Earth, a sense of relief washing over him as he realized he still retained some memories of this place. Leon Draconia, also known as Lionheart Nim, sat across from a bald man in a suit and sunglasses. He seemed hesitant, uttering only a quiet as the man greeted him, "Hello, Leon Draconia." "Lionheart Nim?" Leon considered his response carefully. Even then, he mused, revealing his past as an earthling wouldn't be beneficial. He pondered further, a subtle escaping his lips. Isn't a Night King who lived 300 years in the other world much better than a guy in his 20s who died from overworking himself? Leon declared, "Refer to me as Your Majesty." Leon crossed his arms, a displeased expression on his face. He stammered, "Huh? Ah, yes. Your Majesty." Leon internally questioned whether the man was simply being polite or if the government was being cautious about how they approached survivors like him. A young man with blonde hair, sharp features, and a thoughtful expression sat across from a balding man in a suit and sunglasses. He steepled his fingers beneath his chin, lost in thought. The man in the suit spoke, his voice measured and formal. He mentioned the Black Gate in the Night King's world, explaining that they had made contact with their hunters. He then asked the blonde young man if he had killed all the demons, a question met with a simple, affirmative yes. The suited man's expression shifted, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He asked the young man if he had forgotten something, prompting a confused response. The man in the suit clarified, stating that the young man had killed all those evil species and protected the honor of the knights. The blonde young man, now with a confident smirk, declared that he was ordering the suited man to be his temporary secretary. He further elaborated, bestowing upon the man the privilege of recording this glorious incident. The suited man's face was a mask of bewildered sweat. His expression was one of utter confusion. He muttered something about cultural differences as he began to write. The scene opens with a man in a suit, his hand resting on a pen, seemingly deep in thought. He muses to himself, "Anyway." A young man with blonde hair speaks, his tone laced with casual disregard. He asks, "Are there no etiquette rules for how you treat royalty here?"
His true meaning, however, is far simpler. Translation: I'm hungry.
The man in the suit reacts with a start, his eyes widening behind his sunglasses.
Ah. You must be starving, hungry, he exclaims, already taking action. He promises, I will have a meal prepared right away.
The young blonde man continues, his request simple and direct, and tell me about this world. His gaze hardens, a serious expression settling on his face.
He thinks to himself, I need to figure out what happened to Earth while I was gone. The man in the suit, observing the young man's pensive expression, nods slowly. He agrees, right. I'll explain.
He begins his explanation, stating, the nightmare suddenly began 30 years ago. The man in the suit continues, his voice low and serious.
Gates began opening all over the world. And monsters and demons appeared from them.
The panel shows a swirling vortex of dark energy, monstrous creatures emerging from it. A monstrous, skeletal creature with glowing red eyes loomed over the scene, its presence filling the panel with a palpable sense of dread. The creature's sharp teeth and clawed appendages were clearly visible, hinting at its predatory nature. A chilling narration box stated that after a certain event, the world had been plunged into a constant state of emergency. The scene shifted to a man in a sharp suit and sunglasses, his expression serious and contemplative. He explained that after suffering significant losses, they discovered that each gate to the other world had a specific theme and quest. He further revealed that if a gate remained unattended, a dungeon would open, unleashing hordes of monsters upon Earth. The suited man, seemingly in charge, informed a younger, blonde-haired man that the meal was ready. The younger man sat at a table, his expression neutral. The suited man stood up and left the room, leaving the younger man alone at the table. He simply responded with a non-committal HM. The younger man, alone, thoughtfully stroked his chin, lost in thought. His expression was one of deep contemplation. He muttered that the situation was quite different from what he was used to. The panel then showed a flashback to his previous world, where demons had invaded in overwhelming numbers. The flashback continued, depicting a chaotic scene of demonic invasion. The young man contrasted this with the current situation, noting that this world had gates with specific themes and quests, unlike the unorganized invasion he had experienced before. The young man's face filled the panel, his intense blue eyes conveying a sense of determination and perhaps, a dawning suspicion. Suddenly, a powerful figure wielding a massive hammer appeared, seemingly ready to strike. The image suggested an imminent and powerful intervention. A colossal figure, cloaked in white, worked at a massive anvil. Before him, a swirling vortex of blue energy coalesced into the shape of the Earth. A voice, echoing with power, declared, train the humans through trials. The Earth, bathed in the ethereal glow of the vortex, hung in the inky blackness of space. A stark contrast to the mundane interior of a building. A young man with blonde hair stood before an emergency exit, his eyes wide with surprise. Someone whispered, Your Majesty. A bald man in a suit, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, approached with a tray. He announced cheerfully, the meal's ready. He presented the tray to the young man, who merely grunted, HM. The young man hesitantly lifted the lid of a steaming bowl. His eyes widening as he peered into its depths. A thought struck him, this is. A narration box described the contents of the bowl, a bone broth boiled for hours that's topped with salt, pepper, and some crunchy kimchi. The final panel showed a close-up of the dish, identified as sealyeontang, a rich and savory Korean soup. The scene opens with a man, his face partially obscured by shadow, hungrily consuming a bowl of sealyeontang. For him, this hearty beef soup was a source of comfort and familiarity, a taste of home. Meanwhile, Leon, a man with short, light brown hair, stood over a steaming pot, his expression one of intense displeasure. The aroma emanating from the pot was clearly not to his liking. Despite his aversion, Leon forced himself to swallow the saliva accumulating in his mouth. His internal monologue revealed his disgust, no. No. A look of utter confusion washed over him as he stared at the unfamiliar dish before him. What is this? A voice, calm and respectful, identified the dish as sealyeontang, adding that it was considered the soul food of peasants. Leon's eyes widened, his pupils dilating as a surge of anger coursed through him. He roared, You inferior. His rage intensified as he unleashed a furious outburst. You dare sully the glorious Lionheart name? Another man, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and outrage, entered the scene. How dare you serve a royal a peasant's dish? Is this how your kingdom treats another kingdom's royal? Leon Dragonia Lionheart, a Night King, stood before a grand throne in a dimly lit hall. He had returned from the other world after a 300-year absence. A proxy for the gods, guardian of the Holy Grail, the Holy Blade, and the Holy Spear. He muttered to himself, unconvinced by his own titles. Back on Earth, a spilled bowl of something lay on the floor, steaming slightly. A voice, sharp and filled with disdain, cut through the air, Get out of here, you inferior peasant. The narration box described Leon as the incarnation of the 300-year war, a returnee from Earth. Leon, now back in his earthly form, clenched his fists, his face contorted in anger. It's a mess, he roared. He continued, his voice laced with frustration, This is all because there's no proper religious faith. A surge of golden energy emanated from him as he declared, enlightening the foolish peasants is the duty of the royal family. Despite having returned to Earth after 300 years of battling demons in another world, he remained a Night King. A large, dark pot sat on a kitchen counter, still steaming slightly. Several pieces of what looked like solidified, amber-colored liquid lay scattered nearby. A seasoned T-bone steak sizzled on a plate, glistening under the warm light. A fork and knife hovered above it, poised to dissect the succulent meat. A piece was expertly speared and brought to a waiting mouth. The man savored the rich flavor, a subtle smile playing on his lips. A curious question arose from a nearby observer: "How did you recognize our food of chicken and black bean noodles?" The observer, a young woman with vibrant red hair, continued, "Thankfully he's eating at-bone steak and red wine that was made in 1993. The woman addressed a man with dark hair: "Hari, you go first." Hari, visibly flustered, responded that he couldn't use historical language. But she reassured him, "But still, I think he's a little more interested in you." She added that he had been complimented for his bravery, ensuring he wouldn't be kicked out. The woman sighed, a look of slight disappointment on her face. "He has only said that I was brave." A young woman with short, reddish-brown hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, nervously approached a figure, her voice trembling slightly as she addressed him with a formal title. She apologized profusely for interrupting him during his meal. The figure, a young man with blonde hair, calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin. He recognized her, his eyes narrowing slightly as he identified her. Her face lit up, a wide, almost comical grin spreading across her features as she exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, in another room, two men observed the young woman on a monitor, one of them giving a thumbs up in approval. The blonde-haired man inquired about the meal, his tone polite but still somewhat reserved. The woman responded, commenting on the chef's skill and sincerity. He continued, explaining that his previous harshness wasn't due to the quality of the food itself, but rather her disrespectful attitude towards him, the king. He emphasized the importance of proper etiquette when interacting with foreign royalty, prompting a thoughtful response from the woman. The woman, now visibly contrite, apologized again, admitting her lack of knowledge and the resulting disrespect. Across a dark, polished table sat two individuals. One, a young man with short, blonde hair, remained impassive. The other, a young woman with vibrant red hair styled in a ponytail, fidgeted slightly. "Then that's fine. Anyways, was your name Han something?" the woman asked. The blonde man replied, "Why yes. My name is Han Hari." Han Hari's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, "Those wicked things have appeared on this earth, right?" A close-up on Han Hari's face revealed a steely gaze, his blue eyes intense. His expression was one of grim determination. The focus shifted back to the red-haired woman. She sat quietly, her expression thoughtful. A narration box appeared. Hari only had one mission. The narration continued, it was to get him to join a group whose emblem was a stylized black circle with a flame-like symbol at its center, surrounded by stylized leaves. The red-haired woman's voice filled the panel. "I need to at least get him to join our country." She continued, her voice softer now, "Perhaps, if your majesty would give us your royal permission, the South Korean government could look after you from now on." The scene opens with a sweeping vista of Earth, a celestial body marred by the scars of a recent conflict. Two figures stand amidst a swirling vortex of energy, their forms partially obscured by the ethereal glow. A narration box reveals the purpose of the 21st century intelligence war: to locate survivors. Meanwhile, a young man with short, platinum blonde hair is shown, his expression serious and resolute. He is framed against a backdrop of a powerful, shadowy figure, suggesting a looming threat. A narration box emphasizes that despite promises of support, certain actions must be prevented. The young man's gaze is intense, focused on something unseen. He thinks about the necessity of stopping others from joining another country's forces. His internal monologue reveals a sense of duty. A duty that compels him to return to the battlefield, despite his current situation. He is settled in this world, but his sense of honor demands action. The young man sits, arms crossed, contemplating his role. He reflects on the responsibilities of an honorable knight and the inherent need to fight. This internal deliberation is interrupted by a woman with vibrant red hair, who proposes an affiliation with a hunters' association. The young man firmly rejects the offer. He declares that a king cannot serve in another nation's military. His eyes blaze with determination as he vows to establish a new knight's order in this world. The red-haired woman stares, her expression a mixture of surprise and perhaps a hint of admiration, as the young man's declaration hangs in the air. A security camera's lens, cold and unblinking, observed the scene. Hari could only nod, his expression grim. A question hung heavy in the air: what did the higher-up say? A young woman with short, reddish-brown hair and wide, worried eyes stared blankly ahead. A small bandage covered a cut on her cheek. They were discussing the situation. The man stated that they needed to give as much support as possible. It was fortunate that he hadn't joined another country or a large guild. The woman groaned, expressing her frustration at the thought of the government association bowing down to him. Her anger flared. This was all because of those bastards from the large guilds who flaunted their money and power, she thought. He hesitantly brought up the Phoenix Guild. The woman reacted with shock and alarm as the man looked on in surprise. An urgent message appeared on a smartphone: a dungeon break at the Honan Plains. The man's face was etched with worry. If a dungeon break happened near a granary, the demonic element would halt food production.
A young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mixture of concern and urgency, questioned, "Isn't the Phoenix Guild where the S-rank hunter Lee Yongwan SSI is?"
A muscular man with fiery red hair, his back to the viewer, confidently stated that Lee Yongwan would be unable to stop an orange-colored gate. The woman, her face etched with worry, countered that the situation was more complex, asserting that these bastards have a different plan.
"We need to go and stop it quickly."
A blond man, unseen until now, reacted angrily to the conversation, muttering, "Phoenix Guild, those sons of bitches."
He stood near a door, his back to the viewer, lost in thought.
A single word escaped his lips, Leon, the blond man, overheard the entire conversation from beyond the door, piecing together the situation. He concluded, "It seems like they're in trouble." A mysterious, shadowy figure, their hand glowing faintly, pondered aloud, "If a dungeon break happens, the ground becomes infected and crops don't grow?" The figure examined their surroundings, concluding, as expected, this place doesn't have it. A young man with short brown hair, surrounded by a golden aura, stood silently, his hand resting on his chest.
A voice, seemingly from off-panel, asked, "Are you well?"
A blinding flash of light erupted from a swirling vortex of energy, its intense brilliance momentarily obscuring all else. The radiant energy subsided, revealing a majestic castle in the distance, its name, Damera, echoing in the silent aftermath. A young woman, her face partially hidden beneath a green hood, smiled serenely, a hint of mischief in her eyes.
The scene shifted to a desolate field, scorched earth under a brooding sky.
A fiery vortex opened in the sky above, its ominous glow casting long shadows across the barren landscape.
Hunter Lee Yongwan, witnessing the spectacle, exclaimed in alarm, questioning the unfolding events. A calm voice responded, inquiring about his affiliation with the association. Lee Yongwan, S-rank guildmaster of the Phoenix Guild, recognized Section Chief Kim and Rookie Han Hari among the arriving group. A man's furious thoughts filled the air.
He seethed, convinced that a powerful individual had deliberately allowed a dungeon breach to occur. A consequence, he believed, of a rejected request. His face contorted in anger, a silent scream of frustration etched onto his features.
The narration box revealed the source of the conflict, the Phoenix Guild's persistent demands for tax exemption on gate profits.
The Phoenix Guild, it turned out, had amassed considerable wealth from these gates, byproducts, magic crystals, and materials harvested from slain monsters. A figure, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a pile of treasure, a smug expression hinted at by his posture. The man's thoughts continued, his judgment clear, the Phoenix Guild, being a large organization, already enjoyed significant advantages. But their reckless actions in response to a denied request were beyond comprehension. A woman with reddish-brown hair and a man with dark hair spoke to the red-haired man from the previous panel. They discussed the impending transfer of authority over the auction gate, a consequence of the current situation. The woman seemed unconcerned, while the man appeared more anxious. Despite the gravity of the situation, his guild members were severely injured. The red-haired man seemed almost amused by the turn of events. The challenges ahead loomed large, raiding the gate would be incredibly difficult given the circumstances. A tense meeting unfolded before a vast, desolate landscape. A group of soldiers stood before a stern-faced officer, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and defiance. The officer stated that they would attempt a solution the following day, but the outcome remained uncertain. One of the soldiers, Hari, challenged the officer, questioning their apparent lack of patriotism. Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged, his face contorted in a cruel grin. He warned of the catastrophic consequences if the Honan Plains were infected. The officer, taken aback, responded with a simple, dismissive "I don't know." The monstrous figure scoffed, calling the officer childish. Miss Hari, visibly distressed, was reminded that this information had been presented in last year's draft. A stark declaration appeared, in this world, justice is defined by money and power. The monstrous figure, seemingly unimpressed, dismissed the officer's concerns as shallow and old-fashioned. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, Leon, the returned Night King. Hari gasped, addressing him with reverence. Leon, however, corrected Hari's informal address, reminding her that she was only permitted to use his title. He then coldly addressed her as woman. Lee Yongwan, a man with fiery red hair, stood over another, a blond man with an eye patch, his voice a sharp rebuke, "Be quiet." The blond man's eyes flashed with an unnatural blue light as he snarled, "How dare someone as lowly as you speak?" Yongwan tilted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Muttering to himself, "What's with this bastard?" The blond man's outburst continued, his voice laced with anger. He had called Yongwan, one of the 20 S-rank hunters and guildmaster of a top 10 guild, lowly? Yongwan's eyes narrowed, his anger flaring. "Do you want to die?" he threatened, flames beginning to flicker around his hands. A young woman with red hair, appearing distressed, intervened, pleading, "Please stop, Hunter Lee Yongwan." The woman's words caused Yongwan to pause, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He lowered his hands, the flames dying down. "I was rude," he admitted, "I'm Lee Yongwan from the Phoenix Guild." A young man with blonde hair listened intently as someone addressed him, questioning if he hailed from the gray-colored guild. The blonde-haired man, along with a young woman with vibrant red hair, stood before a stern-looking individual. He declared that a king does not repeat himself, and demanded to know the nature of the problem. The blonde-haired man admitted his unfamiliarity with the gate's specifics, prompting a request for a concise summary.
The red-haired woman eagerly questioned whether he would offer assistance.
He confirmed his willingness to help, eliciting a joyous response from the red-haired woman,
rendering it infertile.
She stressed the critical nature of the situation, highlighting the Honan Plains' importance as a major granary.
The demonic energy was rapidly spreading, contaminating the ground. A young man with blonde hair and worried eyes looked on, a question hanging in the air. Was there a solution?
Meanwhile, a red-haired woman spoke urgently, her words filled with determination. The infection needed to be purified, and the dungeon cleared as quickly as possible.
It had to be eradicated completely.
A dark figure's foot landed on the infected ground, the narration box revealing his thoughts. The infected land and the growth of the gate were the problem. The blonde young man and the red-haired woman stood together, their expressions serious. The dark figure issued a command, "Call your forces." He continued, explaining that tomorrow, the time limit for the raid would be over. As the three figures stood before it, ready to face whatever emerged,
the dark figure declared that he, as king, would personally intervene.
The blonde young man reacted with surprise, questioning the king's decision.
The red-haired woman then interjected, pointing out the legal limitations on a foreign king's actions within another country's territory.
The man with blonde hair, a weary expression etched onto his face, declared, "First, I need to receive permission from this nation's king."
A woman with vibrant red hair, looking exasperated, retorted, "Pardon? No, I think it's okay.
There is a legitimate process and rules for everything.
How can you call yourself an honorable knight when you don't abide by the laws of your nation?"
A man with reddish-brown hair, his face contorted in disbelief, shouted, "Hurry and send word to your king.
This bastard is worse than me?"
In the end, they contacted the president.
The red-haired woman approached the blonde man, hesitantly saying, Your Majesty. You told me to make preparations, so I did. However, he questioned, how are you planning on using these?
The blonde man, his expression grim, stated, "Your precious land is infected.
We need to purify the land."
A young woman with vibrant pink hair, dressed in a dark, stylized uniform, held a crude, straw doll.
Her expression was one of disbelief as she questioned, "With this straw doll?"
A man with short, gray hair, arms crossed, stood beside her, his gaze sharp and suspicious.
He questioned, "Are those the wives who made the dolls?" She responded with a hesitant, "Yes."
The narration box explained, "The other thing is that the people who made the doll were to be women who had given birth." The scene shifted to a bustling crowd, many women holding similar straw dolls. A young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes observed them from the periphery, a thoughtful expression on his face. The gray-haired man addressed the crowd, his voice firm and commanding, "Everyone, show me the dolls that you have made." A narration box explained the situation. That's how a doll-making competition opened up in the middle of the plains. The blonde-haired young man examined his own doll, his brow furrowed in concern. He muttered, A young woman with long black hair, holding a similar doll, looked shocked and exclaimed, "Impossible."
"Pardon?"
The gray-haired man, his eyes wide with disbelief, shouted, "To think you call this metaphysical eccentric body a doll." A man clutched at his chest, a radiant, pulsating orb of light erupting from within him. His face contorted in pain as he gasped, a single, pained sound escaping his lips. The light subsided, leaving behind only a faint glow. A small, ragged doll tumbled to the ground, its limbs askew. A woman's voice cut through the silence. She accused him of failing, her words sharp and accusatory. The doll, seemingly sentient, retorted with childish defiance. The narration box explained that the man's attempts had failed after touching numerous dolls. The image showed several more dolls scattered around a single, larger doll. The 89th woman, an elderly married woman, was revealed to be the one who caught the man's attention. A small, cheerful doll floated before her, radiating a soft light. A young man approached the elderly woman, his expression curious. He asked her how many children she had given birth to. She responded that she had 12 children.
The narration box declared this to be the origin of a living patriot.
Another young man, seemingly apologetic, explained that he usually presented knights with medals and gifts, but the circumstances prevented him from doing so this time.
A small, worn doll lay discarded in a field, its painted eyes staring blankly ahead.
A lone figure, a young man with light brown hair, approached cautiously, his gaze fixed on the doll resting on a weathered table. A single candle flickered nearby, casting long shadows in the twilight. The young man, his expression serious, activated a glowing blue interface on his palm. The conditions for a ritual had been met.
He stood amidst a small group of onlookers, one of whom was a young woman with vibrant red hair.
A surge of energy erupted from the center of the interface, forming a swirling vortex of light around a golden chalice that materialized in his hand. The chalice pulsed with an ethereal glow as a voice echoed, identifying the object as a vessel connected to the land's life force. The young man, now bathed in the chalice's radiant light, stared intently at the sacred artifact, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. A group of men, led by a powerfully built individual with fiery red hair, approached the young man. They explained that the doll was an offering from the people of the land. They implored him to accept the offering, their plea accompanied by a burst of fiery energy. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple dark clothing, knelt before a small, ornate table in a field of tall grass. Before him sat a chalice, from which a beam of golden light erupted, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. The light intensified, and a golden liquid began to fill the chalice, overflowing its rim. A young woman with vibrant red hair, wearing a military-style jacket, watched in astonishment as the chalice filled itself. "The cup is filling up with water on its own," she exclaimed. As the sun rose, the golden liquid in the chalice overflowed, cascading down the sides. The golden droplets shimmered in the air, as a red light began to tint the clouds.
A new day was dawning. However, the sun that is rising today seemed to carry an unusual energy, its light shimmering with an ethereal glow as golden droplets cascaded down, seemingly imbued with divine power. The droplets continued their descent, their golden trails leaving shimmering streaks across the scene, finally settling upon a small, seemingly ordinary doll lying on a wooden floor. The droplets seemed to be absorbed into the doll, imbuing it with a strange energy. The water droplets are going inside the doll? This will be a special start to this world. Just now, the doll stood. And then, with a sudden burst of light, the doll transformed. A young girl emerged, her eyes shining with an otherworldly light. "Lionheart, my child. I greet Mother Earth." A young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes stood amidst a field of tall grass, his gaze fixed on the ground, a look of quiet contemplation on his face. He had returned from the other world, but not alone. The image depicts a serene, pastel sky, the clouds painted in soft hues of pink and orange. A narration box introduces Demera, the god of life and abundance.
A small, doll-like figure with brown hair and a green dress stands before a large chalice. Behind her, a blurred image suggests a vast army.
The figure comments, "It's been a while."
Returning to Earth after 300 years of battling demons in another world, a man offered a greeting to the planet. He stood with a group of people, his blonde hair contrasting with the others' darker hues.
He addressed a young girl, Demera, a divine being presiding over life and fertility, explaining his return.
Noting that even this world was under siege by evil,
Demera, in a childlike form, echoed his sentiment, emphasizing the land's contamination.
The blonde man acknowledged the presence of evil entities, but countered that there was no divinity present on Earth. A man with reddish hair, part of the group, looked on with a mixture of concern and disbelief.
The blonde man expressed concern that the common people might offend Demera's sensibilities.
Demera, however, offered a contrasting perspective, suggesting that ignorance and greed are not always sins, but rather inherent traits of mortals. A young girl, no bigger than a doll, stood on a table before a man with blonde hair. He sat pensively, his gaze cast downward. "What do you plan on doing now?" she asked, her voice carrying a weight beyond her size. The blonde man, his expression unreadable, responded. It wasn't difficult to blend in amongst the swordsmen, he mused, but the authority of a conqueror was divine.
He would ensure that duty and authority were on equal footing. He would teach the ignorant and lead them to the right path. Until a new pantheon arose on this earth.
The girl watched him, a hopeful smile on her face.
The girl's small hands glowed with an ethereal light.
A fiery energy crackled around her. The blonde man looked at her, concern etched on his features.
"Child," he began, his voice soft yet firm, "do you not have a favor to ask of me?"
"We are always ready," a voice boomed, echoing with power.
A figure emerged, wings of pure light unfurling behind her. It was Demera.
"The citizens of this earth were suffering because of an evil energy," she explained, her voice filled with righteous fury. A lone figure, clad in dark attire, stood before an altar, his back to the viewer. A voice, seemingly emanating from the altar itself, pleaded with him, "I am certain it is not something you desire to do, but please heal and purify this land." A young girl, her features almost cartoonishly cute, appeared before him, her voice brimming with childlike confidence.
"You are my temple's head, our champion," she declared.
The man remained silent for a moment, his internal monologue revealing his thoughts. "This world's earth is not my body." He then spoke, his voice carrying a divine resonance. "I will spread my divinity here and substitute this thirsty earth with my flesh." A radiant, golden orb descended from the heavens, falling gently amidst a field of rice stalks. The girl's voice echoed once more, a promise whispered on the wind, "Then everything that walks on this earth will be your ally." A blinding flash of light erupted from the man's hand, a wave of golden energy surging outwards.
The energy washed over the parched land, revitalizing the withered crops,
leaving behind a vibrant, flourishing landscape. A group of soldiers stood in a field of golden wheat, their faces etched with apprehension as they gazed at something beyond the frame. Among them, a young woman with vibrant red hair displayed a look of intense worry. Suddenly, a blond young man with a determined expression appeared, a fiery aura surrounding him.
He declared, "Watch and learn." His fiery aura intensified as he addressed the soldiers with disdain, "You, who are ignorant and cannot learn and cannot know." The scene shifted to a panoramic view of a tranquil landscape. A narration box appeared, stating, "This is a world that is blessed with divinity." The camera focused on a vast, sun-drenched field of wheat, shimmering with an ethereal glow. The golden wheat swayed gently in the breeze. As words "give birth and prosper" appeared in a narration box, underscoring the scene's miraculous nature. Three figures stood amidst a radiant glow, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. A young woman, her red hair a striking contrast to her dark attire, covered her mouth in shock, her wide, yellow eyes reflecting the intense light. Beside her, two men, their faces etched with worry, stared at the source of the illumination.
A man with blonde hair stood with his back to the viewer, silhouetted against a vibrant, golden sky. The words "this fertile earth" appeared in a speech bubble above him, hinting at the significance of the setting. The blonde man turned, revealing a determined expression. A small, childlike figure stood before him in a field of golden grain. The words "is the proof of an eternal promise" floated above the scene, adding a layer of mystery. The golden field stretched out before them, bathed in a warm, ethereal light. A man with reddish-brown hair and a stern expression stood in a field of wheat, a single word escaping his lips, "ha," suggesting exhaustion or disbelief. He warned others, shouting, "Everyone! Do not be fooled." The man explained that crops grown using magic were poisonous. The blond man, observing from a distance, thought, "What an ignorant fool," revealing his contempt for the other's warning. A voice, filled with authority, declared that these were crops blessed with divinity, rebuking the notion that they were poisonous. A man with fiery red hair, his face contorted in anger, seated. He could only forgive ignorance once, he thought, his words laced with barely contained fury. Another man, his face partially obscured, warned against sullying the goddess with disrespectful words. The red-haired man's anger intensified, his face was a mask of frustrated fury. He cursed under his breath, realizing his plans were about to be ruined because of this unexpected interference. The word "guildmaster" escaped his lips, a question hanging in the air. He resolved to prevent this catastrophe from unfolding. A grim determination settled on his features as he vowed to expose the blatant lies. But another voice interjected, reminding him that they still needed to prove it, hoping for cooperation for the sake of those who would consume the crops. The red-haired man's eyes narrowed. He would frame the other man as a fraud, and he already had a plan to provide the necessary appraiser. A group of men, dressed in lab coats and bearing a stern countenance, stood amidst a field of golden wheat. One, with fiery red hair and a commanding presence, addressed the others with an air of authority. He declared, "Then, I'll begin." The red-haired man clapped his hands together, a gesture that seemed to signal the commencement of some grand event. As a surge of brilliant blue energy erupted from him and his companions, radiating outwards in a breathtaking display of power. A monstrous figure, partially visible from behind a wave of the blue energy, stared in awe and fear, muttering, "This is." The red-haired man, his face etched with grim determination, held a glowing orb of blue energy in his hand. He announced, "All this rice is rare rank. And it cures tier 3 diseases and even cancer." A woman with vibrant red hair gasped, "Really?" He confirmed, "Yes, really." A young girl, seemingly awestruck, stared at the rice with wide eyes. A wave of golden light emanated from her. A man with dark hair and a serious expression, dressed in a simple, dark-collared shirt, stood before a group of people. He issued a curt command: someone should retrieve a pot from the chief's house. The scene shifted to a wide shot of a clear sky, fluffy white clouds drifting lazily against the azure expanse. Then to a vast field of golden rice stalks swaying gently in the warm sunlight. The scene was peaceful and idyllic. A simple, yet sturdy, cooking pot sat on a portable stove, a pile of firewood neatly stacked beside it. The man from the first panel reappeared, his eyes wide with disbelief. A barely audible whisper escaped his lips, "No way." A bright blue energy pulsed around him as he stared, incredulous, at a bowl of rice. A digital display next to the bowl detailed its properties: rice from a blessed plant, significantly increasing stamina and mana regeneration for 8 hours. He ate the rice, his expression one of stunned amazement. Nearby, others watched with a mixture of curiosity and awe. One of them, a young woman with bright red hair, excitedly called out to someone she referred to as manager. The man, mid-chew, told the excited woman to finish chewing before speaking. She blushed, a cute expression on her face as she continued to excitedly anticipate the news. A man with dark hair and a concerned expression confessed to a red-haired woman, "I got curious, and ate a bug." He continued, his voice laced with surprise, "and I got a buff." "What?" The man's thoughts turned to the implications of his unexpected power boost. If this blessing was widespread, it meant a free reinforcement. Then it wouldn't be strange if all living beings were also blessed. A man with short dark hair, eyes gleaming with newfound strength, urged others in a field, "As many as you can. We're going into the gate with full buffs." The narration box stated, "The Hunter Association's raiding team's motivation has increased." A young blonde man, his back turned, was addressed as child. He responded, "Yes, dear Goddess Demera. It seems like I have done what I needed to do here. I should go back." The blonde man, now facing the viewer, stated, "I have, and never will." A lone figure knelt before a small altar, his posture heavy with grief. Beside him, a tiny doll-like figure stood, clutching a chalice. A voice, cold and devoid of warmth, echoed in the desolate field, "Forget the divine love you have given us." The kneeling figure, his face obscured by shadow, seemed to be lost in thought. A gentle breeze rustled the tall grass around him. Then, a voice, softer this time, spoke, "Child, allow me to give you one last lecture." The lecture, delivered in a paternal tone, offered a single piece of advice: make sure to feed yourself. A woman, cloaked and mysterious, appeared, her eyes filled with a strange mixture of sorrow and determination. Before her, the tiny doll-like figure seemed to glow with an inner light. The doll-like figure suddenly crumpled, its light fading as it fell to the ground. It lay still, lifeless, on the wooden table. A man with blonde hair, his back to the viewer, stood in a field of golden wheat. A woman with short, reddish-brown hair approached him, her voice laced with concern.
Your Majesty?
What is? He turned, his expression unreadable, and replied simply, divine power. The woman's face registered a mixture of awe and apprehension. The man continued, his voice low and serious, a proper life and world is made with divine power. You earthlings better keep that in mind. A swirling vortex of fiery energy pulsed open in the middle of a field, its ominous glow illuminating the anxious faces of a group of soldiers. Now that the soldiers were assembled, they would proceed into the gate.
2 men stood amidst the tall grass, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and determination. One, younger and more slender, voiced his concern to the other, a taller figure with a more commanding presence.
Guildmaster, he began, his voice laced with worry, will it be all right? At this rate, there will be problems with our plan. The Guildmaster's face contorted in frustration. His eyes narrowed, a vein throbbing in his temple. Damn it, he muttered, his voice low and dangerous, where did he come from? His thoughts turned to the unexpected variable that had complicated their plans. If it weren't for him, the government wouldn't have had a choice but to listen to their request. The soldiers marched towards the gate, their silhouettes stark against the setting sun. Among them, a woman with fiery red hair stood out. She harbored a dark wish that he would simply die within the gate. The Guildmaster, meanwhile, felt a surge of unease. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. His younger companion spoke, his voice barely a whisper.
That's not a bad idea.
The Guildmaster smirked, a glint of malice in his eyes. You don't need to worry, he said, his tone dismissive. This gate was already somewhat raided. He affirmed, right. The middle part of his journey had been difficult, but he continued. A sharp intake of breath escaping him as he let out a pained ah.
His eyes widened as he realized there was only one A-rank hunter, Han Hari. Another figure sneered, that survivor is probably a blessing-type buffer. I bet he's useless in actual combat. His eyes glowed red with malice as the meaning of this realization dawned on him. They would definitely fail. Inside the gate lurked a monster.
A knight, clad in dark armor, rode a shadowy steed. A terrifying force that could not be defeated by ordinary means. A crimson warning blared across the screen, its stark message cutting through the darkness, dungeon break is beginning, announcing death. The chilling announcement continued, all the lives of the living beings in the gate are now on countdown.
The scene opens on a desolate, icy landscape. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from a crevice in the distance.
As a pair of boots, clad in dark leather, tread carefully through the snow. The boots belong to a lone figure, their identity obscured.
Until the figure emerges fully into view.
He is surrounded by a small army of soldiers, their faces grim and determined. The leader, a young man with blonde hair, stands with his arms crossed, a look of quiet confidence on his face. The blonde-haired man's gaze is intense, his thoughts focused on the task ahead. He reflects on the situation, a silent calculation playing out in his mind. He muses to himself that most of the gates will close if they clear the quest or defeat the boss. The blonde-haired man, whose name is Hari, expresses his preference for a duel with the boss. A young woman with reddish-pink hair stands beside him, her expression a mixture of amusement and concern. She is unable to tell him that they usually gang up on the boss. A group of adventurers stood amidst a grim scene, a cavern littered with the skeletal remains of countless creatures. The Night King, a man with blonde hair, stood tall and stoic, his gaze fixed on the macabre display. One of them, a woman with dark hair, commented on the sheer number of corpses, noting that it was far more than they had anticipated during previous dungeon clearings. Another adventurer, a young man with red hair, explained that this was a characteristic of this particular dungeon. A woman with vibrant pink hair and a technological device explained that while in most dungeons the number of monsters decreases as they are defeated, this was not the case here. She elaborated, stating that in cases involving skeletons, zombies, or demons, the monsters would respawn infinitely as long as the boss monster remained alive. A wave of dark, spectral energy pulsed from the shadows, revealing a horde of ghastly skeletons. The skeletons, animated by dark magic, were a terrifying sight. The pink-haired woman's explanation continued, emphasizing that the endless respawn was tied to the boss monster's survival. The blonde-haired Night King, having heard the explanation, concluded that this was a boss dungeon, a type of dungeon where the only way to end the endless waves of monsters was to defeat the boss. He understood the challenge ahead. Another adventurer confirmed the Night King's assessment, stating that it was most likely a boss dungeon. The pink-haired woman added that the boss was probably a necromancer controlling the skeletons. The group of adventurers, now fully aware of the nature of the dungeon, prepared themselves for the difficult battle ahead. The pink-haired woman checked her device, her expression serious. A close-up on the pink-haired woman's face showed her concern as she reviewed information on her device. The challenge before them was clear: defeat the necromancer to end the endless waves of undead. A system warning blared across a crimson screen, a dungeon break had begun. Death had been sentenced to all living beings within the gate, and a time limit had been imposed. Dullahan, the Commander Knight, was advancing with his troops. The screen updated, defeat Commander Knight Dullahan. 3 hours remained. A group of soldiers clashed with an unseen force, a violent impact sent them sprawling, one soldier coughed, clearly injured. Li Yongwan, one of the soldiers, glared at another, his face contorted in anger.
He accused Yongwan of withholding information about the impending threat.
A looming figure emerged from the shadows, its features obscured by darkness and fire. The figure was clad in dark armor, crowned with horns, and its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. The figure, revealed to be a knight atop a spectral steed, stood upon a rocky outcrop. Below, a vast army of skeletal soldiers stirred. The skeletal army advanced, and the warning screen updated, defeat Commander Knight Dullahan. 2 hours and 58 minutes remained. A horde of skeletal warriors, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, advanced relentlessly. Their leader, a towering skeleton knight clad in dark, weathered armor, led the charge. A company of human soldiers braced themselves, fear etched on their faces. "There's so many," one of them exclaimed, his voice laced with terror.
Another soldier nervously asked their commander, "Sir, should I distribute the potions?"
Sweat beaded on the commander's brow as he surveyed the overwhelming force. He instructed his troops, focus on giving them to the upper ranks. Meanwhile, a young archer, Mashik, scanned the battlefield. "Mashik, how many archers and mages are there?" a voice called out.
Mashik responded, "Right now, I see 30 archers and 2 mages." A crystalline projectile arced through the air, a silent messenger of death. "Those with a sniping skill, take care of the long-ranged mobs first. Anyone with a shield, stop them from advancing." The battle commenced, a brutal clash between life and undeath. "Good luck, you fuckers," the commander yelled, a grim determination hardening his features as he prepared for the inevitable. The Night King, clad in dark, practical armor, swung his greatsword with practiced ease. A surge of blue energy erupted from the blade as it cleaved through the air. The impact sending a skeletal warrior sprawling. He grunted, "Ha!" He wiped sweat from his brow, a grim expression twisting his features. He thought, "They're stronger than I thought?" Another thought crossed his mind, "I guess the Orange Gates really are different." Undeterred, he hefted his massive weapon, a warhammer forged in the fires of another world, and brought it down with earth-shattering force upon another skeleton. He declared, however. But a sudden magical blast sent him reeling back. He gasped, his eyes wide with surprise. His internal monologue was a torrent of disbelief. Damn it, for mere skeletons to actually have advanced spells. The Night King found himself facing a challenge far greater than he had anticipated. 2 skeletal figures, cloaked and hooded, raised their hands towards a swirling, ethereal glyph pulsing with arcane energy. The glyph, a complex arrangement of geometric shapes and glowing runes, hung suspended amidst a maelstrom of dark blue flames. A thought bubble revealed the inner turmoil of an unseen character. He needed to grab their attention. He shouted, urging them towards him, a desperate plea echoing through the chaotic scene. A group of soldiers, clad in dark armor, advanced through a sea of skeletal remains, their movements purposeful and determined. One of the skeletal figures, seemingly the leader, raised a glowing orb, a surge of energy crackling around it, and unleashed a beam of pure energy, a brilliant blue streak cutting through the air. The blast impacting the advancing soldiers with devastating force, sending them sprawling. Despite the attack, one soldier, a man with short dark hair, remained standing, a defiant smirk playing on his lips. "It's fine," he muttered, "just a little sting. You should know, this gear is expensive." A powerful energy signature erupted from behind him. A colossal, demonic figure emerged from the shadows, its form shrouded in dark energy, dwarfing the soldier. A man with short, dark hair, his face etched with grim determination, stood defiantly before a towering, demonic figure clad in dark, spiky armor. A spectral blue flame flickered within the armor's helm. He recognized the creature instantly. Dullahan. He braced himself, raising a large, metallic shield as a wave of energy washed over him. The force of the impact sending him hurtling backward. A muffled cough escaping his lips as he crashed into the ground. Coughing violently, the man slumped to the ground, his shield lying broken beside him. A cloud of blue energy swirled around him. 2 figures appeared, their voices filled with alarm. One, a woman with vibrant red hair, exclaimed, "Ah, Section Chief Kim." The other, a man with short, blonde hair, looked on with concern. "We need to save him, Assistant Manager Han. Should we have the reserve forces help?" Assistant Manager Han, a woman with pink hair, responded firmly, "This is what the reserve forces are for, we need to help them now." The reserve forces arrived, engaging the Dullahan in a fierce battle. One soldier watched in astonishment as the Dullahan moved with unnatural speed. How is it using that greatsword so fast? "Stop him." A young woman with vibrant red hair addressed a blonde-haired man, her voice laced with urgency. Despite his reputation as the Lionheart King, a warrior who had vanquished a great demon, she pleaded for his help. A desperate plea for assistance echoed from a group of people huddled together in the shadows. The red-haired woman, her face etched with worry, continued her appeal, her eyes wide with fear. The blonde man, the Lionheart King, remained silent, his expression unreadable. He contemplated their request. A king's duty, he mused, was not to involve himself in such minor conflicts. His words, however, were met with confusion. He advised the red-haired woman to seek ways to build her own honor, rather than relying on his intervention. His words sparked disbelief and resentment in her. She couldn't believe he would refuse to help, especially given the circumstances.
His callous disregard extended even to the goddess, he claimed, further infuriating the red-haired woman and her companion. His actions left them speechless, leaving them to wonder what to do next, their time running out. An unseen narrator observes, noting that a certain man shows no interest in helping, only in the Dullahan. A young man with blonde hair ponders the unusual movements of the undead. A woman with vibrant red hair and a determined expression declares she will handle the main threat. She then orders the others to support Chief Kim and their allies. The red-haired woman, agile and swift, launches a spinning attack. A whirlwind of motion that leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. A horde of undead, led by a skeletal knight on horseback, charges forward. The red-haired woman effortlessly crushes a skull with a swift kick. The battle continues with intense speed and power. A woman with pink hair, clad in black, launched herself through the air, her slender blade arcing towards a towering, armored undead creature. The creature, a grotesque fusion of bone and metal, pulsed with an eerie blue light. The impact of her strike sent a shockwave of crimson energy rippling outwards. A blinding flash momentarily obscured the scene, before revealing a swarm of smaller skeletal figures surrounding the larger creature. The pink-haired woman continued her assault, her blade a blur of motion as she fought to maintain her position against the overwhelming numbers. But the armored creature blocked her attack with surprising agility. A woman with red hair watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and determination. "He blocked it," she muttered, her voice barely a whisper. She approached the armored creature cautiously, her expression a mixture of fear and resolve. The creature suddenly moved its head, obscuring the red-haired woman's view. "Ha!" It threw its head to block my view, she thought, her surprise quickly turning to anger. What kind of undead fights like this? The Night King, astride his spectral steed, unleashed a devastating blow, a brilliant blue energy beam erupting from his blade. The force of the strike shattered the surrounding earth, sending a skeletal warrior sprawling. But the impact left him reeling. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, clad in dark attire, coughed violently, clutching her twin swords as she struggled to regain her footing. A wave of relief washed over her, a silent prayer of gratitude escaped her lips. Thank God. She watched, breathless, as the Night King, seemingly unfazed, prepared for another attack. His power was overwhelming. The woman's internal monologue revealed her strategy. She had managed to separate one of the enemy's forces from the main group. She apologized, acknowledging the sheer scale of the Night King's power. His attacks were simply too widespread. A fiery explosion erupted as the Night King unleashed another devastating attack. The sheer force of it engulfing the battlefield in a maelstrom of fire and destruction. But the pink-haired woman, with a determined expression, managed to seize her opportunity. She had succeeded. A young woman with fiery red hair, clad in dark tactical gear, gripped a glowing weapon. Her eyes blazed with determination as she declared, with unwavering confidence, that this attack would be the end. She lunged forward, her weapon a blur of motion, unleashing a devastating blow against a colossal, armored beast. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. The beast, however, managed to deflect the attack with the blunt side of its massive blade, leaving the young woman momentarily stunned. The beast retaliated, its own weapon a terrifying display of power, forcing the young woman into a defensive posture. She realized the danger of her current position. She dodged another attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, and countered with a swift, precise strike. But the force of the beast's counterattack sent her flying, leaving her battered and bruised on the ground. A guttural sound escaped the Night King's lips, a low growl that spoke volumes of his power and barely contained rage. The sheer force of his attack leaving his opponent stunned into silence. Impressive, indeed. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the raw power unleashed. From amidst the dust and debris, a figure emerged, his eyes fixed on the Night King. "You," he began, his voice laced with awe, this exquisite sword skill despite only using one hand. He continued, his hands clasped together in admiration, "I'm sure you were a noble knight at one point." The Night King, his expression unreadable, responded curtly, "Allow me to apologize." A flicker of something akin to shame crossed his features as he continued, "To think that I would mistake a great knight like you for a mere undead." His voice resonated with newfound determination. "Unknown knight. I, the King of the Lionheart, will give you the right to challenge me." A young woman with vibrant red hair watched from a distance, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination as the Night King, mounted on his steed, prepared for battle. A question mark hung heavy in the air. Amidst a flurry of skeletal remains and the lingering scent of battle, a lone figure stood defiant. He was a knight, clad in dark attire, his blonde hair neatly styled, a hint of weariness in his eyes. He surveyed the scene, his expression resolute. There was no need for more bloodshed, he thought, his gaze fixed on the fallen foes. A noble suggestion forming in his mind. He would end this conflict honorably. His face, now fully visible, held a determined expression. "Let us settle this with a duel," he declared, a challenge to the looming threat. A bold proposition that stunned those around him. He had challenged the powerful boss to a duel. A young woman with vibrant red hair and a concerned expression watched, her eyes wide with disbelief. Beside her, a young man with short, dark hair clutched a shield, his face a mask of anxiety. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A sheer audacity of the knight's challenge echoing in the cavernous space. There was no way this could possibly work, they both thought, their fears palpable. But the imposing figure of their opponent filled the frame. A towering knight, clad in dark, skeletal armor, a malevolent blue flame burning within its helm. This was the boss, a formidable foe. And yet, despite their apprehension, a glimmer of hope flickered. The knight's audacious plan might just work. The scene opens on a desolate, dark landscape. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from scattered points in the distance, revealing two skeletal figures, one a simple skeleton and the other clad in decaying armor, their empty sockets glowing with an unnatural light. They seem to be searching something. The camera focuses on the skeletal remains of what appears to be a large creature, its bones scattered across the ground. As the skeletons continue their search, in the distance, a dark storm gathers. A lone figure, a young man with short, blonde hair, stands defiantly before a vast army of dark, armored figures and skeletal warriors. A narration box above him reads, "A Knight of Honor." He looks calm, almost bored, as he speaks, "You can let down your neck." A glowing blue circle forms beneath his feet, and he prepares for battle. The Night King, a towering figure in dark armor with a blazing skull-like headpiece, stands before his army, seemingly unimpressed. A young man with short, light brown hair stood, his expression serious, a glowing sword held at his side. He was addressed as Majesty. He held the sword aloft, its light illuminating the dark cavern. A woman with reddish-brown hair watched him, curious. She asked, "What is it?" Another woman, her expression a mixture of concern and explanation, responded that the Dullahan, a creature they were facing, could only be killed by decapitation. The young man, still holding the sword, questioned, "So?" His eyes widened slightly as he considered the implications of this information. A woman with short, gray hair, her face etched with worry, emphatically stated, "It is." Another thought bubble appeared, expressing concern about how the young man would defeat the Dullahan without beheading it. The young man stood before a terrifying Dullahan, a skeletal knight on horseback, surrounded by other skeletal warriors. The scene was ominous. The reddish-brown-haired woman stated that the method of victory didn't matter, what truly decided the winner was the knight's honor. A lone figure, blonde hair catching the dim light, stood defiantly before a terrifying sight, a towering, armored knight of darkness, its helm a skull ablaze with icy blue fire. Behind the dark knight, a legion of skeletal warriors stirred, their bony hands clutching rusted weapons. The blonde man held a long, slender sword, his gaze unwavering as he faced the overwhelming force arrayed against him. The panel shifts to focus on the blonde man, his expression serious. A narration box identifies him, the first knight of the goddess of light and justice. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight's features are highlighted, the narration box identifying him as Dragonia's Archduke and Lionheart's lion-hearted king. The camera focuses on the Archduke, his icy blue flames flickering. He seems to be speaking, though his words are not shown. A narration box appears, "I sanction this honorable knight for a challenge." The Archduke has granted the blonde knight a duel. The Archduke lunges forward, a dark, swirling energy emanating from him as he attacks. The ground cracks under the force of his assault. But the blonde knight remains calm, his sword held ready. He seems to be anticipating the attack. A blinding flash of light erupts as the knight deflects the attack. The force of the clash sends debris flying. The impact of the clash is shown in detail, the Archduke's armor visibly damaged. The blonde knight stands firm, ready for the next move. A powerful beam of light erupted from the Night King's sword, striking a demonic entity with devastating force. The impact sending tremors through the very ground. He watched the aftermath with a grim expression, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The demon, weakened but not defeated, retaliated with a surge of dark energy. A blast of dark energy that the Night King deflected with a casual flick of his wrist. He prepared for a counterattack, his grip tightening on his sword. A surge of power coursing through his veins as he prepared to unleash his full might. With a mighty swing, he cleaved through the demon's defenses. The force of the blow sending the creature sprawling. The Night King stood victorious, a smirk playing on his lips as he stated, "Once." A cloaked figure, wielding a glowing blue weapon, lunged forward with terrifying speed. The air crackled with energy as the weapon whistled through the air. A blur of motion that left a trail of shimmering light in its wake. The figure was clad in dark, imposing armor, its helmet obscuring its face. A golden energy surged from the ground, coiling and swirling around a young man with blonde hair, who stood defiantly before the armored figure. The golden energy coalesced into a blinding flash of light, and a powerful shockwave erupted outwards. A young woman with pink hair watched the scene unfold with wide, fearful eyes. If he blocks something like that. The blonde young man's eyes narrowed slightly. He spoke, his voice calm yet laced with a hint of warning, "Your steps are too light." A blinding flash of light erupted as a powerful energy surge tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A figure, cloaked in shadow but wielding a gleaming sword, stood defiant amidst the chaos. The aftermath of the attack left onlookers speechless, a wave of stunned disbelief washed over them. One of them, his face etched with shock and confusion, exclaimed, What? Did you just see that? Didn't he take the hit?" Another member of the group, a woman with vibrant red hair, echoed the sentiment, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Did you just see that?" she repeated, her voice filled with wonder. However, only Hari fully grasped the intricacies of the battle. He understood the subtle shift in weight, the precise timing of the sword guard, the way the attack was deflected with a touch of the blade, and the masterful execution of the crosscut. It was a technique so audacious, so beyond the realm of possibility, that no one would dare attempt it. A figure, cloaked in dark armor and wreathed in ethereal blue flames, knelt amidst a desolate landscape. The Night King, returned after 300 years of battling demons in another world, was not alone. A divine presence clung to him. A closer view revealed the source of the flames. A glowing blue energy pulsed within the king's armor, its intensity hinting at immense power. Suddenly, a young man with short, light brown hair stepped forward, his hand gripping the hilt of a long sword. He was ready for action. With a swift, decisive movement, he plunged his sword towards the Night King. A sharp command echoed, "Get back into position." The young man's expression shifted, a mixture of awe and apprehension clouding his features. He thought, "It's possible because he's so overpowered." A narration box appeared, stating, it had been a while since he came across such power. A knight, who had been properly treated, requested a duel. The scene depicts a dark, imposing figure in dark armor, wielding a glowing blue weapon, facing a blonde-haired man with a sword, backed by a group of soldiers. It was likely a trick to avoid a difficult situation. Anyone would have thought that when they heard the suggestion to get off the horse. The armored figure scoffed, a single word echoing in the desolate space, "Nonsense." The knight's weapon blazed with an intense blue light, a powerful aura emanating from the figure. As he prepared for battle, the blonde-haired man observed the knight, a thoughtful expression on his face. He noted the knight's straight posture and the look of a veteran who had experienced countless battles. The blonde-haired man's eyes, filled with determination, reflected a desire for honor and glory. He resolved to meet the knight's attack. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion as he aimed to intercept the knight's attack. The clash of steel echoed through the air as the two weapons collided, a whirlwind of energy surrounding them. Returning to Earth after 300 years of battling demons in another world, the protagonist, a knight, found himself facing a formidable foe. He moved with practiced grace, his sword a blur as he met the enemy's attack, parrying the blow with a resounding clang. The force of the impact sent tremors through the ground. He had deflected the attack thrice. The scene shifted to a dark cavern. A voice, echoing in the vast space, declared, "He is the pinnacle of an honorable knight." The knight stood, his sword held firmly in his grasp. A question hung in the air, "Will you continue?" He was the king of knights, revered and challenged. He faced his opponent once more, a powerful armored figure. A fierce determination burned in his eyes. He declared, "I want to fight this man countless times. As a knight." The armored figure lunged, but the knight was ready. The narration box emphasized the importance of fighting properly, the knightly way. The battle raged on, sparks flying as the knight's blade clashed against the armored figure's weapon. The knight's resolve was unwavering. He vowed to defeat his opponent without resorting to necromancy, solely with his blade. A young man with blonde hair, wielding a long sword, stood poised, his expression grim. He reminisced about his past, recalling the days when he dueled against famed knights. A powerful, dark-armored figure, its head engulfed in blue flames, charged towards him, its weapon a menacing axe. But this time, he was ready. He had forgotten to do so before. A flash of blue energy erupted as the young man moved with impossible speed. He deflected the axe blow with a precise counter, the force of the impact sending tremors through the cavernous space. The armored figure staggered back, striking a large, dark stone monument. The armored figure's voice boomed, its words laced with a strange mix of awe and concern. His swordsmanship was getting more precise, and he seemed to be recalling memories of his past. The armored figure let out a low growl, a sound that spoke volumes of its frustration and confusion. It then posed a question, asking if the knight would continue his service. A knight, clad in simple dark clothing, stood defiantly before a towering, demonic figure. The air crackled with an ominous energy as the knight faced his foe, a vast army of skeletal warriors at their backs. The skeletal warriors, eerily glowing with an inner blue light, held small, pulsating orbs. Their movements were stiff, yet strangely coordinated. One of the skeletons approached, carefully presenting a dark, imposing crown to the demonic figure. The crown pulsed with the same eerie blue light as the orbs. The crown, a symbol of power and darkness, seemed to rife with barely contained energy. Its sharp points and intricate details hinted at a terrifying power. With a surge of blue energy, the crown fused with the demonic figure's head, transforming it into a terrifying visage of power and darkness. The demonic figure's form shifted, becoming more imposing and menacing. The newly crowned figure let out a guttural sound, a low growl that echoed through the cavern. "Ah, for how long have I been causing massacres?" it rumbled, its voice filled with a chilling weariness. The scene shifted to a bloody battlefield, littered with the corpses of fallen soldiers. The crowned figure's reflection was visible in the eyes of the dead. "How long have I repeatedly fought without honor?" it mused, its voice heavy with regret. A glimmer of hope appeared in its eyes. "If I can end my cursed journey like this," it thought, a hint of longing in its tone. The crowned figure collapsed, its power fading. A group of people, likely soldiers, cautiously approached. "There can be no greater joy," a voice declared, filled with relief. Enveloped in a cloak of shadow and mystery, a figure of imposing stature emerged from the mist. His form was partially obscured, but the faint glow of ethereal blue energy hinted at something extraordinary beneath the dark fabric. Behind him, a group of onlookers watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension, their faces etched with a blend of wonder and fear. A young man with blonde hair, his face alight with genuine joy, expressed his relief. He was overjoyed at the return of the mysterious figure. The onlookers watched, captivated, as a magnificent, dark crown, adorned with sharp, menacing spikes, was presented to the returning figure. The crown pulsed with the same ethereal blue energy as the figure himself. The returning figure, now partially visible, spoke, his voice resonating with power and a hint of weariness. He offered a blessing, a wish for peace and rest to those who believed in a higher power. Should they lack faith, he extended a different wish, hoping a goddess would guide them to their destination. He expressed a desire to meet again, someday, in a place of divine celebration. The blond young man reached out to the kneeling figure, a gesture of respect and gratitude. The figure, now fully revealed, was a knight of immense power, his armor gleaming faintly in the light. He spoke a final word, a benediction. A surge of blinding light erupted as a shadowy, clawed hand, seemingly made of solidified darkness, shattered into countless fragments, leaving behind only glowing embers that faded into nothingness. From the dissipating energy, a hand emerged, pale and slender, its fingers gently outstretched. The hand belonged to Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the Night King, his face partially obscured by a dissolving, fiery crown. A serene smile played on his lips. The scene shifted to a desolate, sparsely vegetated landscape. A group of soldiers in uniform stood around several crates and a battered bus, their expressions grim. Two figures, a woman with vibrant red hair and a man with dark hair, walked towards them. One of the soldiers carried a large, sealed box, its contents unknown. The tension was palpable. A young woman with vibrant red hair and a determined expression stared at a man with dark hair and a bandage across his cheek. He looked weary, his gaze distant. She hesitantly voiced her thoughts, he really ended it, with a duel. The woman's eyes widened slightly as she considered the implications. Another person, a blonde woman, stood nearby, her expression unreadable. The woman with red hair continued her thoughts, maybe that was the divine power he was talking about? That must have been why the undead disappeared afterward. A young man with dark hair, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, he should have just used that skill earlier, then.
The young man's thoughts continued, a grim realization dawning on him.
If I did, then that honorable knight would have met his end as a necromancer. A scene shifted to reveal a group of soldiers standing in a field. A blonde man, seemingly a leader, stood prominently.
The red-haired woman addressed him, why your majesty?
A narration box appeared, stating a simple truth, a knight lives for honor. The blonde man, his back to the viewer, spoke, honor comes from actions, and actions come from will. A powerful, glowing energy emanated from behind him, revealing a suit of ornate armor. The narration box below explained, the Dullahan received what he deserved as a noble knight. The blonde man turned, a smirk playing on his lips.
He declared, anyway, I'm going to fetch my loot.
A woman with fiery red hair and a determined expression stood amidst a desolate battlefield. She declared, in a matter-of-fact tone, that where there's a battle, there's loot, and finders keepers. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the ground, illuminating a dark, orb-like object. The light revealed a large, ornate greatsword lying next to the mysterious orb, both objects emanating a faint purple glow. A man, awestruck, exclaimed that the orb seemed to contain tremendous mana. The red-haired woman and the awestruck man, along with a third individual with blonde hair, examined the loot.
The blonde man pointed out that the Dullahan's greatsword and cape were also present.
The purple orb pulsed with energy, its light intensifying. The blonde man's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man scoffed, dismissing the treasure as garbage despite its potential monetary value.
The greatsword lay on the ground, seemingly inert, next to the now dim orb.
A young man with short, dark hair let out a soft, pained ah. As he stood amidst a group of people, his gaze fixed on a figure with light brown hair standing before them. The others, a mix of men and women, appeared equally stunned, their expressions a mixture of shock and apprehension. The scene shifted to reveal a chaotic aftermath. Several individuals knelt around a spilled package, their faces etched with worry. The contents of the package, now scattered on the ground, seemed to be the source of the disturbance. The light brown-haired man's face was now clearly visible, his expression one of intense displeasure. A thought bubble above him revealed his internal assessment, this item was a source of chaos. A list appeared, detailing the items recovered, Dullahan's cape, Dullahan's greatsword, and several mana stones. The necromancer's spear was crossed out. A sigh echoed through the quiet, dimly lit hallway of a luxurious residence. The only sounds were the soft hum of the recessed lighting and the gentle sigh. As a young woman with vibrant red hair and a businesslike attire wheeled a drinks cart down the hallway. She appeared preoccupied, her gaze distant and troubled. Her expression was one of deep worry. It had been 4 days since Leon's return to Earth, and a lot had happened in that short time.
Another young woman, this one with pale pink hair, voiced her exhaustion. The weight of recent events pressed heavily upon her. The first major issue after Leon's return involved a rather unexpected tax problem. Leon, a returned king from another world, was being asked to pay taxes. He scoffed at the notion, pointing out that he was a king and not someone who concerned himself with such mundane matters.
He suggested paying with mana stones instead. A sentiment echoed by his attendant, who dismissed the tax discussion as beneath Leon's station.
The acquisition of new followers due to the introduction of divine power brought a new challenge, paying the tithe. The amount was staggering, 19 trillion, requiring 90% of their yield. Leon's expression showed his displeasure. Leon, a blonde-haired man in a dark suit, looked incredulous. His expression was one of disbelief, his eyes wide. How generous is that, he mused, the question hanging in the air. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, responded with a sigh. His thoughts echoed his concern, both taxes and the costs of living are already too much. 90% of the crop yield would be. Leon, arms crossed, addressed the elderly man and a young woman with red hair, who stood beside him. He spoke with an air of authority, as a follower of the goddess, why do you worry about going hungry? Welfare, costs of living, etc. will be taken care of by my guild. The young woman, holding a document, interjected, about this blessed rice. It has an insanely high appraisal value. The document detailed the rice's worth, every 80 kilograms of rice was valued at 150 million won. The elderly man and a woman in a red hat stared in shock. Eh? The elderly man gasped, that much for a bag of rice? However, a new problem arose, Leon's residence. He was furious. Are we in the midst of a battlefield? How could you bestow me a place that doesn't have a single piece of artwork? In a fit of rage, Leon demanded a luxurious bed, servants on standby, and artwork he could admire at any given time. A young woman with reddish-brown hair, dressed in a business suit, nervously spoke into her phone. She apologized for calling so late, explaining that she had been searching for a 5-star hotel suite until 2 a.m. The scene shifted to a luxurious hotel room. A man with blonde hair, seemingly exhausted, lay in bed. The woman from the phone call was now kneeling before him, pleading with him to sleep. To avoid any ostentatious displays, they compromised on having only a painting or ceramic piece in the room. The narrative then transitioned to the present moment. The reddish-brown-haired woman, Han Hari, excitedly announced the blonde man's presence to someone unseen. Han Hari inquired about the blonde man's well-being, receiving a simple yes in response. She then informed him that it was time for breakfast. The blonde man, sipping wine, responded with a non-committal and inquired if Han Hari had eaten. She replied that she hadn't yet. She urged him to eat, advising against skipping meals. A lavish spread of Korean cuisine filled the table, glistening under the warm light. The aroma of savory meats and fresh vegetables hung heavy in the air. A young woman with vibrant pink hair and bright eyes watched the scene with a subtle, knowing smile. Anticipation shimmered in her gaze. She gestured towards a chair, her voice soft yet commanding. A man with blonde hair, clad in a comfortable, fur-trimmed jacket, sat down, a glass of wine in hand. Her eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips. The weight of his presence seemed to fill the room. Your Majesty, she whispered, awe and reverence coloring her tone. A quiet giggle escaped her lips as she anticipated his response. She clasped her hands together, a picture of eager anticipation. His question cut through the air, sharp and unexpected. What are you doing? He asked, his tone laced with a hint of confusion. He seemed genuinely perplexed by her actions. The woman responded, her voice slightly defensive. A young woman with short, reddish-brown hair, dressed in a business suit, looked on with wide, curious eyes. Her expression was one of playful anticipation, her hands clasped together as if in mild applause. She seemed to be waiting for something, a question hanging in the air. A question she herself posed, I thought you were going to share. The scene shifted to a modern cityscape, the camera focusing on a tall, glass skyscraper with the word Riverside prominently displayed. The building stood tall against a bright, sunny sky. A clear indication of the location. A black limousine pulled up to the building. The Hunter Association had decided to provide funding and support. A gesture of support for the recently returned knight. Inside the limousine, a man with light brown hair and a serious expression sat beside the woman from earlier. It won't be as good as a palace, he said, but we'll make sure you're comfortable. She responded, how considerate. He continued, I can't ask for too much as a guest. I'll leave you to take care of that. She retorted, I told you to take care of that yourself. He sighed, clearly exasperated. She smiled mischievously, adding, but I like the cape, so leave that with me. Yes, Your Majesty. A report came in, we're here, Your Majesty. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, stood pensively before a sleek black car. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. A young woman with vibrant red hair, also in business attire, approached him, a playful smile on her face. This place is close to the Hunter Association. And has a helicopter pad at the top floor, so it'll be convenient. They walked together, the blonde man's expression unchanged. The woman continued to chatter, but he only offered a non-committal Inside a building, the blonde man stopped abruptly, his gaze falling upon a peculiar arrangement of stones. What the hell are those? The red-haired woman and the blonde man entered a modern building's lobby. Hunter Association's assistant manager Han Harinim? The blonde man's eyes widened in surprise. His internal thought, this should have been a secret.
A young woman with short, reddish-brown hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, stared intently at someone off-panel.
Her expression was one of suspicion and apprehension, a slight furrow in her brow.
"Who are you?" she demanded silently, her question hanging heavy in the air. A man with short, brown hair and a sly smile appeared, chuckling to himself. His amusement was palpable, he seemed to find the situation highly amusing.
"Ha, what a coincidence," he mused, the words dripping with sarcasm.
He introduced himself formally, his tone betraying no hint of his earlier amusement. "I'm from Dooyoung Group, the director of Dooyoung's Food of the Future, Park Jong-chan." The young woman's eyes widened slightly. Beside her stood a blonde man, his expression equally surprised.
Dooyoung Group is one of the top 3 chaebol groups within the nation.
The director of such a group was waiting for us, she thought, a mixture of disbelief and suspicion coloring her thoughts. Park Jong-chan simply smiled knowingly, a glint of something unreadable in his eyes. He continued, his voice smooth and confident.
"You must be the famous survivor.
The young woman's internal monologue revealed her surprise.
"I knew it. He already knew we were coming."
Park Jong-chan's smile widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he looked at the blonde man. The blonde man seemed tense, his shoulders stiff. The blonde man's face contorted in anger.
"Merchant."
A man with short brown hair, dressed in a suit, looked up with a questioning expression. His eyes were wide, conveying a mixture of surprise and apprehension.
A speech bubble above him contained the words, "Wants a handshake?"
The scene shifted to a modern, well-lit interior. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in business attire, explained the arrangements to a man who was not visible in the panel. The text in the speech bubble read, "This place is what the association will be providing your majesty with for a year." She continued, "The association will take care of the utility and rent, so you don't need to worry about that."
The man, still unseen, responded with a simple, further detailing the amenities.
"Ah, there's room service and cleaning maids, so you can utilize those services." The woman visibly relaxed, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. Phew, that was a relief, she thought. However, her relief was short-lived.
The woman's expression shifted as she stated, "Information regarding survivors is top secret."
The scene shifted again, showing a man with short blonde hair, looking concerned. He was speaking to the woman from earlier, his words conveying worry.
In a situation where Park Jong-chan's intentions were unknown,
Han Hari, however, was left pondering Leon's actions.
"But why would he have come to see you? There is only one thing a merchant would want."
A young man with blonde hair, his expression thoughtful, considered the situation. He mused that the individual in question was likely motivated by profit. A young woman with reddish-brown hair, her eyes wide with concern, exclaimed about the rice. She explained that the incident stemmed from the blessed rice of the Honan Plains. Meanwhile, another man, his face partially obscured, walked through a park. The narration box explained that the information management surrounding the event had been less than ideal.
A man with dark hair, a smirk playing on his lips, held up his phone.
A streamer had recorded the situation, and the association had requested the video's deletion.
The reddish-brown-haired woman's eyes widened in shock. He had re-uploaded the video.
Suspicion clouded her features.
Could it have been Farmer Mr. Park?
A phone displayed a video titled Blessed Rice, featuring Farmer Mr. Park, with 49,800 views. The video's continued presence online was a source of frustration. In his office, a man in a suit sat at his desk, a phone in his hand. His face was contorted in a grimace, his jaw clenched. He muttered to himself, his words laced with contempt, "That arrogant little savage."
Meanwhile, in a different location, 2 other men discussed a matter of some urgency.
One, with a concerned expression, questioned the other about the effects of a certain rice. The second man, though hesitant, insisted that the effects were reliable, despite the fact that it had only been tested on rats. The man who had expressed his doubts nervously wiped his brow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His apprehension was palpable. A woman, impeccably dressed in business attire, addressed a man, presumably her superior. She explained that in their pursuit of information about the rice, they had visited the rice field's owner. But what they found was astonishing.
A dying dog, seemingly at death's door, had made a miraculous recovery. The woman continued her report, detailing further unexpected results. People suffering from chronic inflammation and sinus infections experienced immediate relief after consuming the rice. Despite the lack of human testing data, the man seemed convinced. The effects were undeniable. The man steepled his fingers, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be weighing the implications of this discovery. His thoughts turned to a particular individual, a source of both frustration and resentment. He muttered under his breath, "Only if it weren't for that psycho bastard." An urgent request was made to the director. They must secure the rice, its power is limitless. The director, a man with a stern expression, simply replied, "I'm aware." The director knew he would have to meet the Night King again. A wave of frustration washed over him. A frustrated groan escaped his lips as he slammed his fist on the table. "He dares to look down on us?" The director's anger flared. He believed the Night King thought himself superior because of the rice. But the director's fury only intensified as he leaned forward, his face contorted in rage.
His subordinate dismissed the Night King as just another survivor. But the director scoffed at this assessment. Those who believe their world is the best are fools. A sinister smile spread across the director's face. He would use culture shock to overpower the Night King. A man in a sharp suit, his face partially obscured, held a smartphone. The screen glowed faintly, and a single word appeared in a speech bubble above the device: savage. Leon, a Night King, returned to Earth after a 300-year absence in the otherworld, his body radiating an ethereal golden light. He had set 3 goals for himself upon his return. The first being to spread faith in a new divinity. Leon's assessment of the current religious landscape was stark: many gods and followers existed, yet true divine power was absent. Statues of various deities, including Zeus and Buddha, stood as silent witnesses to this spiritual decay. He observed that instead of blessing the world, these gods allowed humanity to fall ill and the land to become contaminated. To utilize divine power, a new faith was required, therefore, more people needed to believe in this new god. Leon's second goal was to reform the Knights Templar. Because in this world, there was no organization of fighters who wielded divine power. He believed that if the guardian of the Holy Grail, the King of the Lionheart, was considered a demigod, then the Knights Templar could be elevated to the status of saints. They would be knights of the gods, wielding divine power. A fiery, chaotic energy explodes across the panel, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The text proclaims, "They bring terror to evil." And from the heart of this devastation, a blinding light erupts. Standing triumphantly amidst the wreckage of a demonic beast, bathed in golden light, is a knight. He is clad in shining armor, a red cape billowing behind him, his blonde hair catching the light. He holds a sword aloft, a symbol of his victory. His return to Earth after 300 years of hunting demons in the otherworld is not a solitary one. The text explains his mission: to massacre all evil, recover divine power, and raise the Knights Templar. The scene shifts to a modern, well-lit interior. A man in a suit, his face unseen, speaks of the need to spread faith and maintain balance within the pantheon to raise the Knights Templar. He muses that it may be too much to wish for the Knights Templar in a place like this. The blonde knight, now in civilian clothes, stands by a window, holding a glass of red wine. He declares that he simply has to fulfill his duties. He is addressed as Your Majesty. A woman with short, reddish-brown hair and sharp features informs him that someone has officially requested a meeting. A man sat at a desk, reviewing data on a tablet. He muttered to himself, unconcerned, that there was no reason to hear out anyone who had already undergone the necessary procedures. The scene shifted to a modern, brightly lit office. 3 men in suits stood rigidly, their backs to the viewer, facing a woman with vibrant red hair in a business suit. A fourth man, blonde and seated, observed them. One of the men in suits, his face now visible, spoke, thanking their superior for permitting the meeting. The red-haired woman smiled subtly, her expression confident and assured. The blonde man sat pensively, his gaze distant and thoughtful. A close-up revealed a glint of something otherworldly in his blue eyes. The man in the suit from panel 4 spoke again, stating that if it was for the sake of business, he could bow down to this stupid savage. He also mentioned bringing a small gift. His guards carried in a large, metallic container. A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, extended a proposition to another man. He urged him to accept something, the nature of which remained unclear, intriguing him with the promise of a surprising revelation. The man in the suit gestured towards a large, metallic case, its contents hidden from view. The man in the suit, now fully visible, revealed the contents of the case would be a luxury item beyond the wildest dreams of any ordinary person. He confidently predicted that once the other man experienced it, there would be no turning back, and boldly declared his intention to become the other man's manager. The recipient of this offer, a man with blonde hair, considered the proposition. He acknowledged the effort made by the other man, and with a hint of uncertainty, agreed to accept the offer. His acceptance was almost hesitant, a question hanging in the air. The man in the suit observed the blonde-haired man's nonchalant attitude, surprised by his casual acceptance of what he considered an extraordinary opportunity. He urged the blonde-haired man to examine the contents of the case, confident that he would be pleased. The blonde-haired man, seemingly unimpressed, dismissed the need for further explanation. He instructed a red-haired woman, addressing her formally, to open the case. A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, smiled subtly as she approached a metallic briefcase. She delicately pressed a button on the briefcase's latch, causing it to release a cloud of white vapor as it sprang open. Startled by the sudden release of steam, the woman stumbled back, her eyes wide with surprise as she stared at the contents within. A man, his face partially obscured, watched her with a calculating gaze. The man explained that the items inside were the organization's most elite weapons. A display case containing a collection of exquisitely crafted swords was revealed. The man offered her the freedom to choose any she desired. The woman gasped, realizing that these were unique rank items crafted by the master craftsman of the Du Young Group. The man confirmed her assessment, adding that they would be of great help in her new role as a hunter. A sharply dressed man, his expression one of controlled impatience, gestures towards a display case containing a gleaming, ornate weapon. Beside him stands a woman with vibrant pink hair, her eyes wide with disbelief, her shock evident as she exclaims that she's only ever seen such high-grade weapons in old YouTube videos from her student days. The scene shifts to a blonde man, his face a mask of thoughtful contemplation. He questions aloud where he's supposed to use these low-rank weapons. A look of dawning horror spreading across the pink-haired woman's face as she repeats the word low-rank in disbelief. The pink-haired woman, addressing the blonde man with the title Your Majesty, demands clarification on his assessment of the weapons as low-rank. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, explains that a truly superior weapon requires a starry aura or holy blessing, a concept completely foreign to the woman. He further questions if she only uses weapons to hunt beasts, a query that leaves the other man present utterly bewildered. His confusion evident in his expression as he wonders what the blonde man is talking about. The blonde man accuses the other man of being unfaithful, prompting a flustered denial of a misunderstanding. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a brown coat, mused, "Well, all right. Merchants are bound to show off their items wherever they go." He nonchalantly commented, "It's only good enough for killing chickens and cows, but I'll try it out." With a flourish, he summoned a gleaming sword from thin air, its hilt seeming to materialize from the very fabric of space. A voice, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "What? He's pulling out a sword in midair, an old sword?" The sword, imbued with ethereal blue energy, materialized fully, its presence causing a ripple of shockwaves through the room. A man in a light green suit, flanked by 2 bodyguards, watched with a mixture of surprise and disdain. He scoffed, "Is that all he has?" His inner thoughts revealed his anger. "Does he really underestimate my weapons that much? This savage bastard." He then addressed the blonde-haired man, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Well, I'd like to see what your sword can do, Your Majesty." A woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a business suit, whispered, "Assistant Manager Han Harinim?" A woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a business suit, offered a peculiar proposition. Her wide, expressive eyes gleamed with mischief as she gestured towards unseen weapons. "Would you like to give one of those weapons a try?" The woman, her red braid trailing behind her, turned to address a blonde-haired man in a similar suit. He appeared hesitant, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. His uncertainty was palpable as he considered her offer. The blonde man's gaze fell upon a gleaming sword, materializing before him. It was a magnificent weapon, radiating an otherworldly aura. A thought crossed his mind, "The sword I've admired for 4 years?" The red-haired woman, now holding the sword, identified it with a knowing smile. The sword of the master craftsman, Park Jinchul, Dawn. She tested the weapon, a look of awe washing over her face. "I can feel its power. It really does feel like it absorbed the special gate's dense sun energies for 10 days. Hesitantly, she questioned her ability to wield such power. The blonde man, however, scoffed from his seat. "Why do you need permission to swing a toy around?" His words sparked a surge of determination within her. Then. A young woman with fiery red hair, dressed in a business suit, stood poised, her hand gripping the hilt of a glowing crimson sword. The blade pulsed with an inner light, hinting at immense power. Meanwhile, a blonde man in a sharp suit observed the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face as he stroked his chin. Beside him, a massive sword rested, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. The red-haired woman raised her sword, swirling it in a fiery arc. Blazing trails of energy erupted from the blade as she prepared for an attack. A surge of intense heat radiating outwards. With a powerful thrust, she unleashed a devastating beam of energy from her sword. The beam of light struck its target with immense force. The impact shattered the target, sending fragments flying in all directions. The red-haired woman looked surprised, a question mark forming on her face as she stared at the remnants of her attack. Beside her, a man with purple hair looked equally astonished. He uttered a single, bewildered word, "Ah." A young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a business suit, stood poised, a sword held firmly in her grip. Her expression was one of apprehension, her eyes wide. Beside her, a blonde man in a dark suit reclined casually, seemingly unfazed by the tension in the room. He nonchalantly smoked a cigarette, his gaze distant. The blonde man, his eyes narrowed, made a dismissive gesture. He deemed the situation far worse than anticipated, muttering to himself about wasted time. His gaze sharpened, a glint of icy determination in his eyes. He declared that the meeting would be drastically shortened, granting them only 3 minutes. Across the room, another man, this one with short, dark hair, reacted with a mixture of shock and disbelief, his mouth agape in a silent gasp. The man's shock intensified as he realized the true identity of the blonde man, recognizing him as the Dojung Group's most formidable asset. He questioned whether the dawn had truly broken. His disbelief was palpable, he could scarcely believe what he was seeing. Time ticked by, the clock's hands relentlessly moving forward. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on the room. The blonde man, his eyes still cold and calculating, stated his intentions. He desired patent rights over the rice grains. The dark-haired man's jaw dropped in stunned silence. He could only utter a single word, barely audible, "What?" 2 men sat in a luxurious room, one, with blonde hair, reclined on a plush sofa, while the other, darker-haired, leaned forward, gesturing with his hand. The blonde man calmly stated that they would, of course, pay. The darker-haired man continued, mentioning their calculations. The rice grains, it was said, were worth 180 billion won. But he scoffed, asserting that it was worth far more than that. Cancer-curing rice grains couldn't possibly be worth so little. He argued that this savage would never understand the true value of 180 billion won, the blonde man would be astonished by the actual worth. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, questioned if they intended to purchase the rice with money. A triumphant grin spread across the darker-haired man's face.
He had him.
The darker-haired man confirmed that a contract would need to be signed, granting the Dojung Group a monopoly over the rice. He added that he could raise the price if the blonde man wished. The blonde man, his expression darkening, called him an imbecile merchant. A majestic lion's head, engulfed in flames, filled the panel.
Its eyes glowed with an intense blue light.
A man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, dressed in a sharp business suit, stood amidst a fiery, chaotic backdrop. His face contorted in a furious grimace, his jaw clenched tight.
A cold fury radiated from him as he spat out the words, "You dare insult divinity?"
The scene opens with a young man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, his expression hardening.
He rebuked an unseen individual, his voice laced with righteous fury. He dared to insult divinity?
Several men in suits, their faces etched with fear, surrounded him. Their eyes widened in terror as they witnessed something unseen. One of the men, his face contorted in a grimace, let out a strangled gasp of surprise. Another man, his face pale with terror, echoed the first man's sound, his eyes wide with fear. As a monstrous, fiery lion materialized before them, its eyes burning with an infernal light. The sheer power emanating from the beast filled the room, leaving the men paralyzed with dread.
One of them whispered, "I'm going to die."
The blonde man scoffed, a single word cutting through the air like a blade, "Fool." He continued, his voice cold and sharp, "You had just confessed your sins." One of the men, his body trembling, could only stammer incoherently. A man, his face contorted in pain and distress, crumpled to the floor. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he confessed, "I really don't know my mistake." From a nearby couch, a blonde man watched with disdain.
He scoffed, "Ha! How ignorant and uncivilized can you be?"
The scene shifted to a farmer, his weathered face etched with wisdom, explaining, "The crop you talk of was born from the land blessed by the dear goddess, Damara." The blonde man listened intently, his expression shifting subtly. He murmured, "That blessing was given as a reward for the farmers who sweat and go through labor in the fields." He continued, "It isn't something that can be bought with money." A woman with long, flowing blonde hair stood in a field of golden wheat, her arms outstretched. A radiant light seemed to emanate from her. The blonde man's gaze hardened. He addressed the man on the floor, "Child. You lowly creature, only chasing after profits and deceiving others in the process? I shall ask you." The blonde man's voice was sharp, filled with a righteous anger.
"Why do you wish to possess the divine products from a goddess you do not believe in?" A lingering question hung in the air. Was it all right to simply let him go?
The Night King, now a man in a sharp suit, stood before a panoramic city view, his back to the viewer, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. A young woman with vibrant red hair addressed him. She acknowledged his position but argued that the merchant, despite his low status, still held considerable influence. He dismissed her concerns dismissively. Such matters were beneath his notice.
He then inquired if the preparations were complete.
The woman, holding a bundled document, reported that the association had contacted them and asked if he intended to participate in the upcoming test as well.
She pointed out that his participation would simplify matters considerably.
He scoffed at the suggestion. "What absurdity do you speak of?" His expression hardened.
He was the king, they wanted to test him?
The woman's eyes widened in surprise and a question mark loomed large above her head. A conversation unfolds between two individuals. One inquires about the other's motives for their journey, prompting the response that the purpose is to seek out capable soldiers for an upcoming trial.
The response is met with a look of apprehension and slight disbelief from the second individual, who finds the task daunting.
A close-up on the second individual's face reveals a nervous smile, tears welling in their eyes, betraying their inner turmoil. The scene shifts to a modern cityscape, where two figures encounter each other.
One expresses surprise at the other's presence.
The second figure greets the first by name, revealing their identity as team manager Kim Do-han.
Gu Dae-sung, an unaffiliated D-rank hunter, is introduced, his expression one of playful anticipation.
Another individual appears, his demeanor suggesting a position of authority.
The scene opens on a modern, minimalist office lobby. Several employees sit at the reception desk, attending to their duties.
A lone figure stands near the entrance, observing the scene with a thoughtful expression.
A subtle HM escapes their lips, hinting at an internal contemplation. Two men converse in a nearby office. One, older with graying hair, looks surprised.
The other, younger and more casually dressed, chuckles, commenting, "You sure work hard." The younger man asks about the older man's work performance this year, wondering if his rank will improve. The older man replies that he will try his best. The younger man, now alone, is approached by another individual.
He makes a proposition, "Why don't you join my team?"
He hesitates, revealing his current D-rank status despite his dedication, a rank he's held for 10 years. The younger man counters that his dedication and skill will make him an ace quickly. The older man agrees, acknowledging the difficulty of the work but finding it tolerable.
He's been doing it for 10 years.
However, he expresses a desire to continue for a while longer.
He explains that even without the extra income from dungeon raids, it's difficult to quit due to his family responsibilities. A young man, his expression grim, reflected on his current standing. He needed to rise to at least a C rank to stop being a burden. When his attention was suddenly drawn to something else. A nearby older man, his eyes wide with alarm, whispered about a foreigner. The two men discussed the stranger's appearance. One wondered if he was European, the other suggesting he might be a foreign laborer. But he was white, one of them noted, speculating that there must be poor countries in the West. Their attention shifted to the foreigner himself. He appeared regal, despite his simple attire. The man's back was to the camera, obscuring his face, as he walked through a brightly lit area. One of the observers addressed the foreigner, calling out to him. The foreigner turned, his expression unreadable, as he responded curtly. His response was sharp and dismissive, revealing a haughty demeanor. He rebuked the man for his audacity. A wave of confusion washed over the older man as a ghostly image of a worried face appeared above his head. Beside him, a younger man stared, his mouth agape in shock. He learned Korean a bit weirdly, it seems. The younger man's expression shifted to one of surprised curiosity as he spoke to the older man, who chuckled in response. Several other figures could be seen in the background, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. A sudden shift in the atmosphere. The younger man's face contorted in a grimace, his eyes wide with alarm. He looked towards a blond man, whose expression was unreadable. A question mark hanging in the air as the blond man's presence seemed to cause a disturbance. The younger man, concerned, asked the older man if he was hurt. The older man, seemingly unfazed, simply looked on. A wave of intense heat enveloped the blond man. He struggled to breathe, feeling an immense pressure bearing down on him. Surrounded by flames, the blond man declared, "Something great." A young woman with short, dark hair, sharply dressed in a business suit, announced, "Number 57, Gude-sung SSA." She then directed him, "Please make your way to interview room 2. Gude-sung, a man with short, dark hair, nervously responded, "Why yep." Coming, as he followed the woman's instructions, accompanied by an older, gray-haired man in a suit. A blond man in a suit observed the scene from a distance, muttering, "Just one, huh?" The woman approached Dae-sung, asking, "Are you okay?" He replied, "Why yes. I'm just a bit nervous." She then revealed her thoughts, "I didn't come here looking for strong people, but there isn't even one worthy of being my soldier." The blond man, still observing from afar, coldly stated, "How abject." He continued his internal monologue, "In the first place, the only people who come to take these tests are low-rank hunters or people who have recently awakened." He then shrugged, "Well, I can't expect great things from the beginning." The blond man approached a door marked with the number 9. A tall, blond man in a suit entered a room, his presence commanding attention. Two men in dark suits, one older with gray hair, the other younger, watched him intently from either side of a large, ornate golden armillary sphere. The younger man's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, questioning the identity of the newcomer, number 77 Leon. "Bregonia Lionheart SSI?" The blond man, Leon, addressed the men with a regal air, his tone dripping with disdain. "Call me your majesty, peasant." The older man's eyes widened in shock and fear, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as he stammered, barely able to utter, "Why your majesty?" The older man, still visibly shaken, asked Leon to place his hand on a measuring device for a test. The two men carefully positioned the armillary sphere before Leon, preparing for the test. Leon, with a stoic expression, placed his hand on the device. His touch caused a faint glow to emanate from the armillary sphere. The glow intensifying as an unseen energy pulsed within. Leon, eyes fixed on the device, simply uttered a single word, A man in a suit, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat, was called a fool. A blond man in a suit scoffed, indignant at the suggestion that a mere device could test the honor of a knight. The man in the suit, nervously, explained that the device was not running the test, it was merely a measuring tool. However, the blond man remained unconvinced, asserting that only honorable knights could judge the strength of their peers. The man in the suit, looking distressed, questioned the blond man's presence there. The blond man explained that he was there to recruit useful soldiers, but found even the judges to be inadequate. The blond man stated that he hadn't found anyone suitable yet and asked about the next test. The man in the suit explained that the next test would take place at the gate, emphasizing that true skill is demonstrated through consistent training in realistic situations. The man in the suit, seemingly resigned, agreed to participate in the test at the gate. A group of people stood before a shimmering portal, the air thick with anticipation. A voice, calm yet concerned, inquired, "Does anyone feel dizzy or anything?" "There are some who suffer from motion sickness when they pass through the gate." The narrator explained, "Gates that have been already cleared are usually closed, but a few are left open for situations like this." The narrator continued, "This soul gate here is an example." A man with short, dark hair, dressed in casual attire, gestured towards a path. He addressed the group, "Everyone, this way please." This year's strength measurement was not much different from last year. The man mused to himself, "In order to get a better result, I need to do better here." He and a companion walked onward, their steps measured and purposeful. When the companion exclaimed, "Whoa, so this is what it looks like inside." The man's expression shifted, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features as he observed the newcomers. he thought, two newbies. Despite his internal reservations, the man offered a casual remark, "Ha! The air's really nice here." A group of individuals walked through a verdant landscape. Among them were a young boy, a young woman, and an older man who appeared to be over 60. Observing them from a distance, a man noted their apparent inexperience. The observer, a man with short, dark hair and a serious expression, watched the group from behind, his gaze following their progress. As a blond man in a suit materialized from a swirling vortex of energy. This was the foreign laborer the observer had seen earlier in the lobby. The blond man's arrival caused the observer to reconsider his initial assessment of the group's abilities. He surmised that, given the newcomer's age and the fact he was here for testing, he was likely also a novice. Except for the older man, the observer concluded, the rest were all newcomers. The blond man adjusted his sunglasses, a hint of uncertainty in his expression. He wondered if everything would be all right. Then, a vast, open field stretched before them under a bright sky. A group of 5 individuals stood together, their figures silhouetted against the horizon. They decided to introduce themselves before assessing their positions. Gu Dae-sung, a warrior and hunter for 10 years, identified himself as a dealer. Shin Tae-hoon, a warrior in his first year, wielding a shield and spear, introduced himself alongside his sister, Shin Naeon. Shin Naeon explained that she primarily uses daggers and is still learning to use a bow and arrow. Gu Dae-sung observed that the others were complete beginners, having not even chosen their main weapons yet. He questioned if they had ever attended a training center, expressing disbelief at their lack of experience. His incredulity growing as he learned they had only trained for 3 months. Turning to an older man, Gu Dae-sung inquired about his experience. An elderly man with a weathered face and kind eyes stood in a field, his weapon, a gauntlet, hanging loosely from his hand. He had once been a powerful warrior, but he had recently chosen to retire from his life of fighting. A younger man, his face etched with concern, pondered aloud. He was considering the practical implications of the old man's retirement, noting the difficulty of replacing such a powerful warrior. A group of individuals, including the elderly man and the younger man, stood together. One of them, a young woman with a bow and arrow, addressed a newcomer, a blond man in a suit, questioning his ability to speak Korean. The blond man, his expression thoughtful, stroked his chin. He was considering their question. The blond man responded simply, stating that he does not fight. The younger man looked surprised. He elaborated, explaining that one cannot use a weapon designed for slaying dragons to kill chickens, his skills are not suited for this situation. The younger man looked up, his face a mask of disbelief and wonder. He was clearly perplexed by the blond man's statement. His thoughts turned to the mystery of the blond man's Korean language skills. The scene shifted to a sun-dappled forest clearing. 4 figures stood poised, ready for action. A voice, calm yet authoritative, instructed them. For this test, they only needed to hunt 50 kobolds. An older man, his face etched with wisdom and concern, addressed the group. He explained that occasionally, a more dangerous creature might appear during the test. If it proved too dangerous, he would intervene. He reassured them to not worry and focus on showcasing their skills. One of the young men, his brow furrowed in concentration, questioned the nature of this test, wondering if he would be able to handle it. The group was now assembled in the field. One of them noticed that one of their companions hadn't brought a weapon. A young woman with a bow and arrow offered to lend her weapon to the unarmed man. The young woman's offer was met with a look of surprise and slight disdain. He questioned the appropriateness of using such a weapon, given his status as a king. Yem, a man with short, light hair, stood tensely, a grim expression etched on his face. He held a long, thin object, possibly a staff or a weapon of some kind, his knuckles white as he gripped it tightly. Yem's companion urged him to return the item once he was finished. With a sudden burst of speed, Yem discarded the long weapon, his movements sharp and precise. He declared that a true knight would not resort to such cowardly tactics. A nearby archer cried out in alarm, his bow knocked from his grasp by the force of Yem's sudden action. Another man, witnessing the scene, questioned Yem's actions, clearly bewildered by his display of power. A man, possibly a supervisor, observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. He questioned the success of the operation, his brow furrowed in concern. His worry deepened as he considered the potential failure of the mission. Sweat beaded on the supervisor's brow as he contemplated the situation. His expression was one of intense focus and worry. The supervisor then suggested a change of plans, proposing a new hunting location to his team. He pointed towards a specific area, his voice firm and determined. One of the team members, a younger man, responded that he was fine with whatever plan was chosen, deferring to the supervisor's greater experience. Another team member, a woman, informed the group about a settlement at the end of the terrain, suggesting a large number of targets were present there. Surrounded by a menacing circle of goblins, Shin Tae-hoon, a young man with a determined expression, assessed their precarious situation. He mused that with such a small group, escaping would be nearly impossible. He then proposed a plan: they would hunt the cave-dwelling kobolds. Their strategy involved setting fire to the nearby grass and leaves to drive smoke into the caves. One of his companions, impressed by his tactical prowess, remarked on his experience. Tae-hoon, however, downplayed his accomplishment, stating it was nothing to be proud of. His thoughts drifted to his aspirations. He had spent countless hours studying raiding techniques, dreaming of the day he'd enter a high-rank gate. But the only gate he had ever entered was this one.
A sudden shout interrupted his thoughts. Kobolds. A hulking, demonic beast, its form vaguely canine yet armored, emerged from the shadows of a snow-laden forest.
Its eyes glowed with malevolent intensity as it stalked towards two figures in the distance.
One of them, a man in a light-colored coat, stood ready, his posture suggesting a practiced readiness for combat.
His companion, partially obscured, seemed equally prepared for the impending confrontation. The beast lunged, its attack a blur of motion.
A guttural sound, a low krr, escaped its jaws as it closed the distance. The beast's attack was met with a flurry of motion. Multiple figures, similar in appearance to the initial beast, emerged from the forest, their snarls echoing through the trees as they charged towards the two men.
One of the men, his face etched with determination, braced himself for the onslaught. His companion shouted a warning, Tehon SSI. Block with your shield.
The shield met the onslaught, a deafening croak echoing as the impact sent tremors through the ground.
The beast, enraged, roared, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force.
A wave of energy erupted from its body, a powerful blast that sent the surrounding area into disarray.
A pained kuhuk escaped the beast's lips as it recoiled.
Amidst the chaos, one of the men stood defiant, his shield raised. He surveyed the scene, a cold assessment in his eyes.
They're stupid, he muttered. A young man with a smirk, dressed in simple clothes and armored shoulder guards, addressed an unseen opponent.
He stated that it would be easy to block any attack if they simply ran at him in a straight line. Suddenly, a young woman with dark hair, holding a bow and arrow, appeared, shouting a warning to someone called Appa to get out of the way. The young man from the previous panel, seemingly surprised, raised his shield as a monstrous, wolf-like creature lunged at him. Then, in a swift counterattack, he drove his sword into the creature, sending it sprawling to the ground.
The young woman from earlier cried out his name, Tehon SSI.
The creature, wounded but not defeated, snarled, its teeth bared in a terrifying display of aggression.
Tehon's face showed clear signs of strain and fear.
Tehun warned himself not to let his guard down, reminding himself that while the creatures were weak, they were also incredibly fast. Another creature lunged at him, its jaws snapping shut inches from his face.
He cried out in alarm.
With a burst of speed and power, Tehun used his weapon to send two of the creatures flying back with powerful blows.
The final panel shows one of the creatures, seemingly destroyed by a powerful energy blast. An elderly man, his face etched with determination, unleashed a powerful blow against a monstrous creature. The force of the strike sent the beast sprawling, its dark form momentarily obscured by a burst of light and energy. Meanwhile, two younger men watched the scene unfold. One of them, a grin spreading across his face, declared that with only a few enemies left, they should press on. The elderly man, addressing the group, offered a simple commendation, "Good work, everyone." The scene shifted to reveal the aftermath of the battle. Several figures stood amidst the fallen bodies of the defeated creatures, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. One of the younger men, his face contorted with shame, apologized for a mistake he had made during the fight. The other, showing understanding, reassured him that it was all right, as it was his first time. The younger man then pointed out that another member of their group, Neon, had also managed to kill two of the creatures. He expressed gratitude to the elderly man for his guidance and support. The elderly man once again praised the group's performance, stating, "Good job, everyone." One of the younger men, a look of quiet confidence on his face, declared, "I can do it." He reflected on his initial anxiety, admitting that despite his nerves, the experience had been positive. However, a final panel reveals a lingering sense of unease, as a voiceover states, except for one person. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, stood pensively, his hand resting on his chin. His expression was one of deep thought, a slight furrow in his brow hinting at the weight of his considerations. Three individuals, two men and a woman, confronted him. Their accusatory tone was evident. The woman, armed with a bow, demanded to know why he hadn't acted during their recent battle. The blonde man remained silent. Another man, older and wearing a business suit, chuckled, explaining that the blonde man had merely been observing from a distance. He reassured the group, stating that he would take the blonde man's inaction into account. The archer, still visibly annoyed, glared at the blonde man. The tension remained palpable. The blonde man then instructed the group to proceed further into the forest. Following his instructions, the group ventured deeper into the woods, their pace steady and determined. They were nearing their destination. Soon, they arrived at a clearing. One of the men spotted something in the distance and exclaimed in surprise. It was a cave, exactly as they had expected. The group stood before the entrance, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. The archer suggested they set a fire, as previously planned. The camera focuses on a dense patch of dry, brown grass and fallen leaves, scattered across the forest floor. Three figures stand near a cave entrance. One, a man with blonde hair, holds a sword. Another, a man with dark hair, carries a shield and spear, and a woman with short dark hair holds a bow and arrow. They appear to be searching the area. The dark-haired man examines a small, metallic object in his hand, his expression one of concern and uncertainty. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. The blonde-haired man questions the dark-haired man's efforts, implying his actions are insufficient. The dark-haired man responds with a simple, apologetic sorry. The blonde-haired man reiterates his dissatisfaction,
demanding better performance and refusing further explanation. The blonde-haired man stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. Behind him, the woman from earlier watches with a worried look. The dark-haired man defends his method, citing its past success. An older man, standing nearby, observes the exchange. The blonde-haired man questions the dark-haired man's reliance on past experience, given his relative lack of it. The dark-haired man retorts defensively, highlighting his age and implying the blonde-haired man's arrogance. A small fire crackled merrily in the center of a makeshift camp, casting flickering shadows against the rough-hewn rocks surrounding it. A man with short, dark hair and a serious expression stood beside the fire, addressing a group of unseen people. He instructed them to gather around, warning that the kobolds within the nearby cave would soon emerge. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, wielding a shield and accompanied by two other figures, prepared for battle. Tension hung heavy in the air. His jaw clenched, a fierce determination hardening his features as he braced himself for the impending conflict. With a roar, the kobolds burst from the cave, their crude weapons glinting menacingly in the dim light. A chaotic melee erupting as the battle commenced. From the shadows, a young woman with dark hair knocked an arrow, her eyes narrowed in concentration. She gave the command, "Now!" With a powerful draw, she loosed the arrow, the projectile arcing through the air, striking its target with deadly accuracy. A kobold howled in pain as the arrow found its mark. Two hulking figures, wielding crude weapons, charged towards a group of humans. With a blur of motion, the Night King effortlessly deflected their attacks, sending shockwaves that ripped through the air, leaving the attackers stunned and disoriented. One of the humans, a young woman, was caught in the blast, but she quickly recovered. A grim determination hardening his features. "I knew it. My method isn't wrong," he thought, a surge of confidence coursing through him. He declared, "Great. Let's get rid of all of them just like this." The Night King and his companions launched a coordinated assault, their blades flashing in a whirlwind of precise strikes. The remaining enemies were quickly overwhelmed, their bodies collapsing under the relentless onslaught. A guttural scream echoed through the battlefield. The Night King, however, remained vigilant. "If we get a bunch of kobolds here, and kill a few gnolls out in the plains," he mused, a calculating glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the darkness, causing the Night King's expression to shift to one of intense apprehension. This growl, he thought, a chill running down his spine. A sudden realization washed over him, the creature before him was no ordinary beast. A gnoll captain? The monstrous gnoll captain emerged from the shadows, its dark form silhouetted against the gloomy forest. Its eyes glowed with malevolent red light. Its terrifying presence filled the air. No, this was no mere patrol, this gnoll captain was the overlord of this particular Soul Station gate. The creature's power was immense, its rank was above sea. The gnoll captain lunged, its claws extended, a terrifying roar shaking the very ground. He watched in horror as the creature charged, a wave of despair washing over him. "Why now?" A monstrous gnoll, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, let out a guttural roar, its powerful jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. The scene was one of raw, untamed power. A young man, his face etched with worry, cried out, "Daesung." A woman with a bow and arrow, her expression grim, responded, "Tehon SSI and I will take on the gnoll captain." Another voice cut through the chaos, "Neon SSI and Grandpa can deal with the kobolds in the cave." The urgency of the situation was clear, we need someone experienced in each team. Readying herself for battle, two young men charged forward, their determination evident in their strides. A voice, laced with concern, warned, "An inexperienced Durank going up against a gnoll captain is an act of suicide." Shin Tae-hoon, a knight recently returned from 300 years of demon hunting in another world, found himself facing a monstrous, wolf-like creature. He stood alongside a younger man, his companion, whose apprehension was evident. The knight's internal monologue revealed his reliance on the younger man. Despite acknowledging his inexperience, he would have to trust him to hold out. The beast lunged, its attack forcing a pained gasp from Tae-hoon's companion. The creature's terrifying maw opened, revealing sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. It roared, a sound that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The beast's attack sent Tae-hoon's companion flying backward. He crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. Tae-hoon, witnessing his companion's distress, urged him to regain his composure. However, his internal monologue revealed a harsh truth: the younger man was too intimidated to fight effectively. He knew that in his current state, his companion wouldn't be able to block the creature's next attack. The knight braced himself, preparing to intervene. A young man, Tae-hoon, braced himself, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion as a bolt of purple energy struck his shield. The impact sent him sprawling. As a monstrous, armored beast lunged, its roar echoing the force of its attack. A desperate cry escaped the lips of a bystander. Tae-hoon, struggling to his feet, cursed under his breath. His body trembled, the strain evident in his pained expression. Meanwhile, a concerned man in a suit watched from a distance, questioning the lack of intervention from his organization. He worried about Tae-hoon's safety, knowing the beast's relentless advance. Tae-hoon, once again thrown to the ground, let out another cry of frustration. His face was a mask of despair as he struggled against the overwhelming power of his opponent. A powerful footfall shattered the earth, sending tremors through the ground. The impact throwing a nearby shield several feet away. Taehoon, a young man with short, dark hair, braced himself against the force of the blow, his expression grim. A desperate shout of Taehoon SSI. Get back, echoing in the air. A hulking, monstrous figure, clad in dark armor, swung a massive weapon. The force of the blow sending a spray of earth and debris flying. The monstrous creature was sent flying backwards by an unseen force, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Its snarling face, partially obscured by its helmet, was visible. The scene shifts to a close-up of a scorched shield, still smoking faintly. A man, his face contorted in exertion, stumbled backward, his body racked with unseen force. A guttural sound escaping his lips as he braced himself against the onslaught. His eyes, wide with fear, reflected the approaching danger. A monstrous, armored creature lunged, its claws extended, aiming a devastating blow. The man, reacting instinctively, raised a shield. The impact of the blow causing a deafening krrr. As the shield absorbed the brunt of the attack. The creature, its red eyes burning with fury, roared, its massive form filling the panel. It swung a massive axe, aiming to cleave the man in two. The man, his face etched with grim determination, braced himself, a cold sweat beading on his brow as he raised his shield. He wondered, with a surge of fear, if he would be able to withstand the blow. The battle raged, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. A voice, filled with grim determination, cut through the chaos. They might have prevailed if only Taehoon had managed to maintain his composure. At this rate, death seemed inevitable for everyone present. Despite the dire situation, a bead of sweat trickled down Taehoon's temple as he muttered, "Well, not too bad." Suddenly, Taehoon extended 2 fingers, pointing towards the monstrous Knoll captain, and commanded, "Try again." The impact of Taehoon's command was immediate and profound. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers as they witnessed the seemingly impossible. One of the soldiers, eyes wide with disbelief, stammered, "What did you say?" Taehoon, his expression unreadable, pressed further, "You did it once. Why can't you do it twice?" A young man with short, dark hair stared blankly ahead, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Ha? What?" he muttered, clearly disoriented. A voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the air. The command to block its attack and counterattack echoed, punctuated by a desperate plea to hurry. The young man, still bewildered, found himself in a dark forest, facing a monstrous creature alongside a sharply dressed man with blonde hair. The blonde man gestured urgently, while the young man, eyes wide with disbelief, could only stammer, "No, what the hell?" Panic etched itself onto the young man's face as he shouted, "We're all in danger." The blonde man's eyes blazed with fury. He snarled, "You impertinent peasant! You dare defy me after witnessing the glory of the Lionheart's guidance?" The blonde man continued his tirade, explaining that a legendary soldier's legacy was an honor passed down through generations. He then rebuked the young man for his lack of gratitude, shouting, "You didn't even thank me for the grace." Fear consumed the young man as he raised his shield, his mind racing. What? What did I do wrong? But I need to do something in order to survive. A hulking, demonic beast, its form vaguely canine yet monstrously large, loomed over a man wielding a shield. The man, his expression grim, braced himself against the creature's terrifying presence. A low growl, like grinding stones, emanated from the beast's maw, smoke curling from its nostrils as its eyes glowed with malevolent red light. The creature lunged, its snarling jaws snapping shut inches from a young man with blonde hair, who watched in horrified fascination. The blonde young man's eyes widened, his lips parted slightly as he stared at the beast. He seemed speechless. A thought flashed through his mind, does this rabid dog have a death wish? He stood, a surge of power emanating from him, his posture shifting to one of readiness. The blonde young man prepared to confront the demonic beast. The beast whimpered, a low, pained sound, as it recoiled slightly from the young man's sudden display of power. The man with the shield watched, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. A hulking, wolf-like demon lunged, its claws outstretched, aiming a vicious blow at the knight. The knight, however, reacted swiftly, raising his shield to meet the attack. The impact sending tremors through his body. His eyes widened, a grimace twisting his features as he realized the sheer force of the blow. It's strong, he thought, his muscles straining against the pressure. He nearly lost his grip, the force threatening to send him sprawling. I almost dropped my shield, he muttered, his breath catching in his throat. A voice boomed from behind him, fool. The voice continued, sharp and critical, you wield a shield, so how can you only fight with strength? A man in a sharp suit, blonde hair neatly combed, watched the fight unfold. He offered a piece of advice, deflect its attacks and look for an opening. He questioned the knight's strategy, how will you succeed in the battle by only defending? The demon attacked again, its movements faster and more precise than before. The knight, heeding the advice, deflected the blow, creating a small opening. The knight, sweat beading on his brow, struggled to process the information. Use your head and think, the man urged. Ag. Damn it. Then what am I supposed to? The demon lunged again, its jaws snapping shut just inches from the knight's face. The knight braced himself, his shield absorbing the brunt of the attack. A powerful blow connected, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. A blond man in a dark suit watched intently, his expression unreadable, as he advised his opponent, "Do not look away from your opponent." His face contorted in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow, the dark-haired man inwardly recoiled from the near miss. He thought, if I blocked that one head-on. The scene shifted to a tranquil forest bathed in the soft glow of ethereal light filtering through the trees. A voice, seemingly disembodied, echoed through the woods, "Do not let your potential rot. Use your potential." The blond man's voice boomed, a clear exhortation, "You can do better." He stood with his arms crossed, a stern expression etched on his face. His words hung in the air, a challenge. The dark-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief as a thought struck him, "I have potential?" He questioned himself, his voice laced with doubt, "When I'm just a talentless Durank, without even a single exclusive skill?" A monstrous, shadowy creature emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing menacingly. The dark-haired man stared, his voice barely a whisper, "That's impossible." The creature loomed closer, its presence heavy with malice. The dark-haired man's internal monologue continued, "There's no way I'll suddenly have potential in me just because he thinks that way." Returning to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting in the otherworld, the Night King felt a sense of unease despite his triumph. A lingering uncertainty clouded his mind. A feeling of inadequacy in the face of the challenges that awaited him. He gripped his shield, a determined glint in his eyes. He could do this. He had to. A monstrous, shadowy figure lunged at him, its speed blurring into a chaotic streak of darkness. But the Night King stood firm, his resolve unwavering. He would overcome this obstacle, he knew he could. A surge of power coursed through him, a golden light erupting from his forehead as he roared in defiance. His confidence soared, fueled by the raw power he commanded. He would prevail. With a mighty bellow, he braced himself for the impact. The Night King unleashed a devastating blow, his sword striking the monster's shield with earth-shattering force, sending sparks flying as the metal buckled under the sheer power of his strike. A colossal, demonic figure swung a massive weapon, aiming a devastating blow at a young man. The young man, however, reacted swiftly, raising a shield to meet the attack. The impact of the blow sending tremors through his body. Despite the force, he managed to hold his ground, a look of grim determination etched on his face. He had blocked it. A triumphant grin spread across the young man's face. He had successfully defended against the monstrous attack. But his moment of triumph was short-lived. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his arm, causing his expression to twist in shock and disbelief. What was this? The demonic creature unleashed another attack, its power far exceeding the previous blow. A blinding flash of light erupting from its weapon. From a distance, another figure watched, a blond man in dark attire. The young man, unable to defend himself against the second attack, was sent flying backward, his shield clattering to the ground. The blond man watched the scene unfold, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He scoffed, "TCH. Why aren't you able to see the full picture?" The blond man's words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the young man's inexperience. A voice echoed through the scene, "You have a long way to go." A young man lay on the ground, his face bloodied and bruised. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a testament to the pain he was enduring. The scene shifted to a modern, brightly lit cafe. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. Two men in sharp suits and sunglasses stood guard outside a building. They exuded an air of quiet competence, their presence hinting at a hidden agenda. A young man with blonde hair, his expression thoughtful, was the focus. He seemed to be contemplating something significant. An older man with silver hair and a sly smile revealed a white mask, a tool of disguise, now rendered useless. The man was identified as Oh Kang-hyuk, president of the Korean Hunter Association. He chuckled, his amusement evident. Oh Kang-hyuk questioned the blond young man about his participation in a recent evaluation, wondering if he achieved his goals. An older man with a mustache, his expression one of mild surprise, observed a young man with blonde hair. The young man's gaze was distant, his expression unreadable. The older man commented that the young man was, at the very least, a suitable soldier candidate. The older man, now shown in a suit, continued, stating there was no need for anxiety, his overseas assignment was imminent. He expressed surprise, stating that the older man had perfectly understood his unspoken thoughts. The older man explained his nervousness stemmed from witnessing the young man's incredible power display. He reiterated his earlier impression of the young man's strength. A scene shift reveals the young man confronting a monstrous, wolf-like creature. The young man holds a small, dark object. The wolf-like creature scornfully addressed the young man, highlighting his failure to fully integrate into human society. A burst of energy erupts from the young man. The older man observes the young man's actions, criticizing him for treating the previous fight like a mere game. An elderly man with silver hair and a neatly trimmed mustache sat across from a younger man, a wide, knowing smile playing on his lips. The younger man, with short, blonde hair, scoffed, arms crossed. He muttered that something like this wasn't even worth being a toy. He cleared his throat, offering help to the younger man should he wish to start a guild. He added that he was sure the younger man was already aware that nothing is better than fame when one wants to establish an organization of people, and that there aren't many ways to become famous in this day and age. The older man's expression shifted, his smile fading. He mentioned a gate in Cheonju that had turned red due to a failed raid.
The camera angle shifted dramatically, plunging downwards towards the city below.
For a year, no one had been able to clear it. The panel showed a chaotic scene of destruction and death, a massive explosion erupting from the gate. The aftermath of the explosion was shown, leaving a trail of devastation. The Night King, returned after 300 years of hunting demons in the otherworld, stood before a formidable weapon, its metallic form gleaming ominously against the backdrop of a ravaged cityscape. Its purpose, to either destroy or obtain the Jewel of Wisdom. The machine's central eye glowed with an intense red light, a silent promise of immense power. The narrative opens with a dramatic depiction of the Cheongju Sports Complex Gate, the scene of a recent raid by the KPP Guild. A swirling vortex of crimson energy dominates the panel, hinting at a breach between worlds. The vortex expands, revealing a glimpse of a modern stadium beyond the otherworldly energy. A stern-faced knight, clad in dark armor, stands resolute amidst his fellow soldiers. His intense gaze suggests a man burdened by a long and arduous journey. One of the knights, addressing another, remarks on the strangeness of their surroundings. The implication is that they have arrived somewhere unexpected. His companion, Hyungnam, acknowledges the situation, confirming their arrival in a modern civilization. A panoramic view of a futuristic cityscape unfolds, showcasing towering skyscrapers and advanced technology.
It is far more developed than anything they've ever seen.
Another knight expresses awe at the sight, calling it a gate to the future world. However, Hyungnam, the guild master, corrects the assessment, describing the scene as more cyberpunk than futuristic, highlighting a subtle difference in technological aesthetics.
Three figures stood amidst a muted cityscape, their expressions grim. One, clad in golden armor, voiced his displeasure. "What a pain." Another, a blonde woman with a bow, responded, "We need to revise our plans," anticipating a different organization from the party. The armored man's face was etched with concern. His brow furrowed, a silent contemplation of the situation. A suggestion was made: "Let's use that building over there as our base camp. It's high up, so we'll have a good view over everything." The group, now 7 strong, moved towards a tall building in the city's desolate landscape. Entering through a large, metallic doorway that hissed open with sparks flying. Inside, one of the group, Hoyle, was questioned. "Hoyle, can you see anything?" Hoyle shook his head, replying, "There isn't anything at all. No NPCs or monsters." Hoyle confirmed, "I don't see them either." A figure in a spacesuit appeared in the distance, offering a glimmer of hope. "Well, I guess it's a good thing that we're not up against a resistance army or some evil authoritarian army." A booming voice echoed across the desolate landscape, "KPP guild members, attention!" 2 figures stood before a gaping chasm in the earth, their shadows stretching long across the cracked pavement. One, a woman with a bow and arrow, stood poised and alert. The other, a man, watched intently. The woman spoke, her voice laced with concern. "We've entered the gate, but we still lack information about Jagged Spinner." A knight, clad in ornate armor, stood with his back to the others, his expression grim. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the knight's hand, a powerful energy beam slicing through the air and striking a distant point in the city beyond the chasm. The woman and man watched in stunned silence. The man's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the knight, his voice a gasp. "Han Soo-hyung?" The woman's face mirrored his astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. The knight's attack had revealed something unexpected, leaving the 2 onlookers speechless and filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The Night King, having returned to Earth after 300 years of hunting demons in another world, found himself immediately under fire. He was being shot at. A massive, mechanical monstrosity, crackling with dark energy, loomed before him. The Night King instinctively knew he needed to find cover. As a powerful blast erupted from the creature's weapon, the Night King dove for cover as the blast impacted the building nearby. The force of the explosion sending tremors through the ground. A deafening roar filling the air as debris rained down. Coughing, the Night King pushed himself up, his vision momentarily obscured by dust and smoke. Only to be sent sprawling by another blast, a searing pain lancing through his side. He cursed, his thoughts racing. Even Hansu, a top-ranked tanker, wouldn't have been able to react in time. What kind of monster was this? Amidst a chaotic scene of explosions and crumbling stone, a desperate exchange unfolded. One warrior, his armor battered, exclaimed that they were all going to die at this rate, questioning if the enemy's location had even been found. A young woman, her face etched with worry, replied that she couldn't pinpoint the enemy's exact position due to the heavy sandstorm obscuring her vision. Meanwhile, another warrior, his face contorted in alarm, shouted a warning to the vice guildmaster. The building was on the verge of collapse. The vice guildmaster, a figure of authority amidst the chaos, barked orders for an immediate retreat. He commanded everyone to fall back in order, urging them to hurry outside. The building groaned under the strain, and with a final, earth-shattering crack, sections of the structure began to crumble. Panicked figures scrambled to escape the impending destruction. As they fled, one warrior noted something strange in the chaos. They decided to return for the unknown element after regrouping and recovering. Another warrior, an archer, swiftly moved towards the exit, her bow at the ready. She announced that she was proceeding ahead, confident in her ability to secure a safe passage. The archer, having reached a breach in the wall, reported back to the vice guildmaster that she sensed no one's presence beyond the exit, declaring it safe.
With a final leap, the archer escaped the collapsing building through the newly created opening. A young woman with a ponytail, her face streaked with grime and sweat, gasped, a single word escaping her lips, "Huh?" She touched her neck, a thin red line appearing where her fingers pressed.
A faint glow emanating from the wound.
Her expression was one of dawning horror.
A knight in battered armor stumbled into view, his face etched with fear.
A shadowy figure trailed close behind him.
The knight's eyes widened in terror as he noticed thin, dark wires embedded in his skin. He muttered, barely audible, "Wires?" Then he asked, his voice laced with disbelief, "Since when?" A grimace contorted the knight's features as he roared, "Damn it! Severely injure all of them." His companion, another knight, urged him, "We have to get out of here." The knight, eyes wide with a desperate intensity, shouted, "Imbue your weapons with mana to cut through. The wires are normal." He then muttered to himself, "Who is it? Is there really only one enemy? How long has it been watching us?" The knights found themselves ensnared in a complex web of energy beams, their movements restricted. A technological display flickered in the corner of the panel, showing a percentage counter at 25%.
A sudden, powerful energy surge erupted from the ground. From the dust and debris, a large, mechanical spider-like drone emerged, its red eyes glowing menacingly.
Its metallic legs moving with terrifying speed and precision.
A beam of brilliant, ethereal blue energy erupted from the Night King's hand, arcing across the desolate cityscape. The energy coalesced into a devastating projectile, hurtling towards its unseen target. The projectile struck with earth-shattering force, sending tremors through the ground. Leaving the Night King, his face streaked with grime and sweat, visibly winded from the exertion. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he gasped for breath. From the impact site, a guttural cough echoed, followed by a roar of pain. As the source of the attack was revealed to be a monstrous entity, its form obscured by a blinding explosion. The explosion subsided, revealing the extent of the damage, leaving behind a crater and a lingering cloud of dust and debris. A final, pained groan escaped the creature. The Night King, exhausted but victorious, let out a shaky breath, the battle finally over.
The Night King, weary from battle, collapsed amidst the rubble of a devastated landscape.
Dust and debris swirled around him, the remnants of a fierce conflict. He gasped for breath, his armor bearing the marks of a brutal fight. His eyes blazing with fury as he roared a challenge into the desolate air, "Show yourself." His voice, raw with rage, echoed through the ruins as he spat out a venomous curse, "You piece of shit." From the shadows, a metallic form emerged, its movements precise and mechanical. It was a robot, its sleek design hinting at advanced technology. Its presence a stark contrast to the ravaged battlefield. The Night King's eyes narrowed as he stared at the unexpected foe. A question formed in his mind, a robot. He recognized the machine, a surge of disbelief washing over him. "It's you. Your jagged spinner?" The robot remained silent, its metallic form a chilling presence against the desolate backdrop. As camera focused on a new character, a woman with long, flowing white hair, who appeared from the darkness. She spoke, her voice calm and measured. "What do you think? If you have this, you'd be able to fight even if you're out of ammo, no?" A metallic, spider-like machine, its central eye glowing menacingly red, moved with unsettling precision across the battlefield. Its legs churned, leaving trails of sparks and destruction in their wake. Meanwhile, a young man, his face streaked with grime and blood, watched in horror. His eyes were wide with grief and rage as he screamed, "You monstrous bastard! You killed my dash!" A sudden, bright blue energy erupted from the machine, a powerful counterattack. The machine recoiled, its movements momentarily disrupted by the unexpected force. The young man seized the opportunity, launching himself forward with surprising speed. He left a trail of light in his wake as he moved with impossible speed. A triumphant "YAP" escaped his lips as he vanished in a flash of light. He reappeared, silhouetted against a backdrop of energy, his form almost ethereal. A determined resolve hardened his features. The scene dissolved into a chaotic maelstrom of energy and destruction. A large, cube-shaped object, seemingly metallic, crashed into the ground, creating a small cloud of dust around it. Two figures stood observing the scene. One, a muscular man with dreadlocks, commented on the weather, noting its similarity to what he had seen in videos. The muscular man, accompanied by a woman with short, dark hair, suggested they avoid entering the city. He explained that the closer they got to the gate, the higher the chance of encountering Jag's spinner. The rest of the rewards, he stated, would go to their guild, amounting to 60 billion. The group, now seen from a distance, began their march towards their objective. A man with silver hair and a dark coat stood before a vast army, his expression unreadable. Behind him, a single, crimson kanji character glowed intensely. A stark contrast to the grim determination etched on the faces of the soldiers arrayed before him. Beside the silver-haired man, a blonde man and a woman with dark hair stood, their expressions equally serious. The narration box detailed the personnel of the Golden Lion Guild, one of Korea's top 10, along with their leader, Guildmaster Hwang Junkil, and Vice Guildmaster Hwang Yona. Followed by information on the affiliated Magic Tower personnel, including Gil Tae-sung and his mercenaries. And finally, a young woman with red hair offered a drink to the silver-haired man, urging him to try it. The narration box identified Han Hari, of the Korean Hunter Association, as another key figure present. as he accepted the offered drink. He took a sip, a look of mild surprise crossing his face, and commented that it was not bad, prompting a question about the tea's name. The scene opens at the Changju Sports Complex gate. A single line of text, stark against the dark background, declares, an additional individual. A brooding twilight sky hung heavy over a desolate cityscape. The remnants of towering buildings, half buried in sand, stretched into the hazy distance, a testament to a forgotten era. A man, clad in dark attire, stood amidst a group of soldiers near what appeared to be a supply depot. He exuded an air of quiet authority, his gaze sharp and observant as he surveyed his surroundings. A woman with fiery red hair and a man in a suit watched from a distance, their expressions unreadable. The man in the suit spoke, his voice laced with concern. The red-haired woman, her eyes wide with apprehension, admitted that the situation was far from ideal. The man continued, outlining a possible scenario where their actions would succeed without the need for a higher authority's intervention. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and concern, exclaimed that something was the best thing that could happen. A blond man beside her, his expression unreadable, simply replied with a questioning huh? The blond man continued, explaining that if the king of the Lionheart didn't need to intervene personally, it meant the situation wasn't dire. He then turned to the red-haired woman, posing a question: what did she think the duty of a king was in his kingdom? Hesitantly, she answered that it was to rule. He responded that this was obvious, but anyone could fulfill that role. Unless the person possessed hubris, otherwise, most rulers would be similar. The red-haired woman, now thoughtful, considered this point. Then, she questioned his role as the king of the knights. A sudden realization dawning on her, causing her to gasp in shock. The blond man reflected on his past interventions, noting that he only ever personally stepped in when an attack was unavoidable. The final panel shows a powerful, demonic-looking creature, its form suggesting immense strength and ferocity, further emphasizing the point. A young woman with vibrant red hair tilted her head, a question forming on her lips. Beside her, a blond man with intense blue eyes listened intently. She pondered aloud, then, is the duty of the king of Lionheart to dash? Protect the last fortress, she finished, her gaze searching his. He nodded slowly, a weight settling on his shoulders. Do you understand? The fact that the king of Lionheart has to step in is a shame to the knights, he murmured, his blond head bowed low as he knelt on the crimson carpet, his discarded helmet lying beside him. His posture spoke volumes of his weariness and the burden he carried. He reached for a small, ornate box, his fingers tracing its gilded edges. A sense of grim determination settled over him as he rose, his face set in a mask of resolve. He was the king of Lionheart, and duty called. He stood tall, his presence commanding the room. And it shows how serious the situation is. The red-haired woman's eyes widened slightly. Coincidentally enough, it seems like I'll have to step in again, in place of you pitiful weaklings. He thought, a hint of sadness in his eyes, I miss my honorable knights. The woman's jaw dropped in shock. She stammered, but this raid team has an S-rank Huang Junkiel Nim and a mage, so I think it might be okay. The blond man sighed, his expression weary. Did you say they're called hunters? I do admit they are rather strong for ordinary humans. A young woman with vibrant red hair stared wide-eyed, beads of sweat clinging to her forehead. Her expression was one of stark apprehension. Meanwhile, a man with short, light brown hair and piercing blue eyes stood defiantly. His gaze was intense, his jaw clenched tight. He declared, they don't know war. The scene shifted to a technological device, resembling a drone, hovering over a desolate landscape. A question hung in the air, the outskirts of the city are safe? The drone's mechanical limbs moved with a disconcerting precision. A voice, laced with skepticism, commented, you all sure seem confident about the information despite having only encountered the enemy 3 times. The camera focused on a tense exchange. A sharp query cut through the air, you call yourselves raid teams? Analyze the patterns of the monsters and respond accordingly? The red-haired woman's face twisted in disbelief. How comical is that, she scoffed. A moment of contemplation. The thought echoed, does he mean? A voice, calm and authoritative, explained, a general knows how to respond accordingly to the given situation. There is no pattern in that. The drone lurched violently, its mechanical legs struggling against unseen forces. A final, ominous statement, from what I've heard. A man in a sharp suit, his face etched with grim determination, stared down at a menacing, metallic device. Its multiple red eyes glowed ominously. He muttered to himself, recognizing the machine's nature, this jagged spinner is. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the device, followed by a devastating explosion that rocked the very ground, sending a shockwave outwards. The man was thrown back, a cry of alarm escaping his lips, what's happening? The narration box revealed the truth behind the explosion, a talented warlord. The man, battered but still alive, spoke in a strange mix of elation and apology, yappy. I'm sorry. He looked up at the damaged jagged spinner, his face a mask of despair. His final words echoed his acceptance of fate, this is my end. Despite his impending doom, a glimmer of hope remained. He made one final request, so, will you please do me one last favor? The last order was issued to Jagged Spinner, entity number 10.253.
The order, remove all unidentified beings who invade the city. The jagged spinner, a powerful war machine, prepared to comply.
Unleashing a barrage of missiles upon a monstrous, spider-like creature that had breached the city's defenses. The creature let out a pained roar as the missiles struck their target, causing a massive explosion. Soldiers nearby shouted for cover as the blast wave washed over them. The jagged spinner continued its assault, its targeting systems locking onto another target.
With a mechanical click, a citywide scan revealed numerous unidentified entities, their locations marked on the jagged spinner's interface.
The progress bar showed 25% completion.
And the jagged spinner prepared to eliminate the remaining threats.
A powerful surge of energy coursed through the jagged spinner. A mechanical spider-like creature, its metallic body gleaming faintly, was caught in a vortex of swirling, electric blue energy. The energy pulsed with raw power, its intensity threatening to overwhelm the machine. The blue energy intensified, coalescing into a beam of pure power.
A blinding flash erupting from its core.
The force of the blast sent tremors through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A figure, their face partially obscured by the blast, groaned in pain, their body battered and bruised. A purple aura crackled around them, a stark contrast to the blue energy that had just ravaged the area. From above, a man in sleek, dark armor watched the scene unfold. He seemed unfazed by the destructive power unleashed moments before, a calm expression on his face as he observed the aftermath. He muttered okay to himself, a single word that belied the immense power he wielded. Another figure, a bald man in dark, tactical gear, was thrown back by the force of the blast, his body slamming against a nearby wall. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he looked up at the source of the attack. The blue energy continued to surge, forming a massive, swirling vortex above the city. From a distance, a voice filled with disbelief and fear whispered, "Shit." Three figures stood in awe and fear, witnessing the devastation from a safe distance. Their expressions reflected a mixture of shock, disbelief, and a dawning realization of the immense power they had just witnessed. A figure stood amidst a devastated landscape, the remnants of a colossal, monstrous hand clawing at the broken earth. His eyes widened in disbelief, a horrified whisper escaping his lips, "F-fuck.
What kind of monster is that?" A mechanical spider-like creature descended, its metallic limbs gleaming. A digital readout appeared, unidentified being life response 23% lost. The machine prepared its attack, a chilling announcement echoing, commencing fire for effect. He leaped into action, a powerful warrior silhouetted against the cityscape. He wielded a massive warhammer, his muscles taut as he prepared to meet the mechanical menace head-on. A cold fury filled his eyes as he brought the hammer down with earth-shattering force. "Die!" he roared, his voice a thunderclap, pulverizing its defenses and sending sparks flying in a brilliant display of raw power. The mechanical spider shuddered violently, its internal systems overloaded.
A pained groan echoed from within the machine.
The machine's systems frantically recalibrated.
A new message flashed: the main joint region has been damaged.
Internal pressure increased. Changing priority. Remove.
A man with short, dark hair and intense eyes glared, his face contorted in a grimace.
"It's too late.
You metal can," he shouted, the name Jumsun escaping his lips like a desperate plea. He was interrupted by a woman with dark hair, her expression a mixture of anger and grim determination. A cold sweat beaded on her brow as she retorted, "I told you."
A wave of intense heat erupted from the woman, engulfing her in a fiery explosion.
As she launched herself forward, a blur of motion towards a mechanical spider-like creature. The creature, seemingly unaffected, retorted, "Not to call me Jumsun." A blinding flash of light erupted from the woman's hand, a beam of energy slicing through the cityscape. The resulting explosion was immense, a destructive wave of force that obliterated everything in its path, leaving behind only rubble and smoke.
As the dust settled, a calm voice echoed, "You did well."
A surge of raw power erupted from a central device, causing the ground to crack and debris to fly. The energy pulsed with an ethereal glow, a chaotic dance of light and shadow.
As a man with silver hair and piercing eyes stepped forward.
He wore a dark coat and tie, his expression grim. "I will take it from here," he declared, a hint of power crackling in his hands. The energy coalesced around his hands, forming swirling patterns of light. He seemed to be channeling the chaotic power, controlling it with effortless grace.
The device sputtered, its systems failing. A digital message appeared, "Radar system down." Another message flashed across the screen, "Permit to use restricted resources." Three figures appeared on the screen, their silhouettes suggesting military personnel.
The screen showed several security cameras, their red lights blinking ominously.
A final message appeared, "Risk, level 3. Prioritize removal."
His movements were precise and deliberate, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy he had previously controlled. Suddenly, a bright flash erupted from a nearby location.
"Ah! Look at it," someone exclaimed. A small, metallic drone zipped across the cityscape, its engines whirring.
A voice, urgent and sharp, cut through the air, "It's running.
Chase it." The drone sped away, its weapon systems primed and ready.
But it was quickly pursued by several figures, who unleashed a barrage of energy blasts in its direction. One of them shouted, "Stop it." Amidst the chaos, a man with striking silver hair and a grim expression found himself caught in the crossfire.
He groaned, wag. I'll activate the distortion force field. He barked orders to his companions, gather around. The silver-haired man slammed his foot down, creating a massive fissure in the ground. A wave of energy erupted from the crack, engulfing the surrounding buildings in a blinding flash. And from the heart of the explosion, a golden projectile shot forth, aimed directly at the fleeing drone. The projectile struck its target with a resounding impact, the force of the collision sending out a shockwave of energy. Gil Tae-sung-nim watched in disbelief as the trajectories of incoming bullets warped and curved in midair, a phenomenon he couldn't comprehend. A man with silver hair, casually deflecting bullets with a gesture, explained to his companion, a man in armored clothing, that he was using a magical tool designed to counter Jag's spinner. He lamented having to use it so early, as a robotic device nearby detected the unusual activity and initiated maintenance protocols. The silver-haired man ordered the device to fire, and a powerful blast struck the armored man, who coughed up blood. The armored man staggered back, overwhelmed by the force of the attack, his body racked with pain. He gasped, muttering that it was impossible. A close-up shows the device unleashing a barrage of bullets. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the battlefield, accompanied by a deafening roar. The air crackled with raw energy as a powerful force field shimmered into existence. Mage Gil Tae-sung, his face contorted in exertion, desperately pleaded for the field to be deactivated. His voice was strained, his body trembling from the sheer power he was wielding. He cursed under his breath, the difficulty of controlling the unpredictable trajectory of the incoming projectiles weighing heavily on him. It's too difficult to predict the direction of the bullets, he thought, his frustration mounting. Shit. I'll turn it off, he finally resolved, bracing himself for the consequences. Meanwhile, a woman with fiery red hair barked orders to a man in a dark coat, charge it as soon as the force field is off. A countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The force field vanished, revealing a grim-faced warrior with a shock of dark hair. His eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and determination, reflected the intensity of the moment. That's, he gasped, his voice barely a whisper as he stared at the unexpected sight before him. Two figures emerged from the shadows, a man with platinum blonde hair and a woman with a shaved head and dark, angular features. It wasn't just running away, she realized, the implications of her observation sinking in. A wave of confusion washed over him as he stared at the sprawling network of technological marvels. He wondered, when did it manage to install all this? The intricate web of surveillance drones spread across the desolate cityscape, their metallic bodies gleaming under the overcast sky. Each drone extended a weapon, a high-energy beam charging with ominous purple energy. A spider-like drone, its red eye glowing menacingly, hovered in the center of the network, the word charging flashing across the panel. A man with silver hair and glasses, his face etched with disbelief, gasped, "And no. How could this be?" Another figure, a woman with dark hair, explained, "We were all gathered together because of the force field, but that was a mistake." Panic rippled through the assembled group as a soldier shouted, "We can't dodge." The drones unleashed their energy beams. The beams struck their target, causing a massive explosion. A digital display flickered to life, announcing charging complete. Then, a second message appeared, "Fire." The energy surged, a powerful beam of light emanating from a complex piece of technology, its purpose still unknown. A powerful force propelled something forward at incredible speed, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. A group of battle-worn soldiers watched in stunned silence as the object approached, a sound echoing in the distance causing their eyes to widen in alarm. "This sound is," one of them exclaimed. The approaching object was bathed in an ethereal light, its form becoming increasingly clear. It was a horse, thundering through the city streets, leaving streaks of light in its path. The horse's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, its form shifting and distorting, revealing a dark, powerful presence. "A horse," one of the soldiers cried out in disbelief. A figure emerged from the shadows, a hand resting on the horse's flank. "It's been a while," he murmured. He looked at his old companion, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "My old sworn friend," he added softly. A blonde-haired man in a sharp suit stood confidently beside a large, dark-colored horse, his hand resting gently on its flank. A faint smile played on his lips as he surveyed his surroundings. He mounted his steed, his expression turning serious as he surveyed the cityscape before him. A young man with short, dark hair watched him from below, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The knight, now seated proudly atop his horse, surveyed his assembled troops. A crowd of warriors stood behind him, their faces a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. He addressed them, his voice booming across the square. The intensity of his gaze commanded their attention. His words spoke of courage and daring, of facing insurmountable odds alone. A testament to his unwavering resolve. A nearby surveillance drone recorded the scene, its red light blinking ominously. A voice, powerful and resonant, boomed from an unseen source. It praised the knight's bravery and offered him a challenge. The knight, his expression unreadable, accepted the challenge. He was granted permission to duel the unseen entity. High above the sprawling cityscape, a lone figure, cloaked and mysterious, stood at the head of a small group. They were surrounded by a desolate, sandy expanse, the remnants of a once great city now reduced to rubble and decay. Their arrival caused a stir among the onlookers. One man, his face etched with disbelief and a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, could only stammer, "Is he A majestic shield, emblazoned with a lion's head, glowed with an ethereal light. Before it stood a young man, his gaze fixed on the emblem. Leon, it was narrated, held chivalry above all else. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the very embodiment of chivalry itself. His blonde hair framed a determined face, his expression resolute. Leon despised cowardly ambushes more than anything. He preferred a fair fight. He turned, his gaze sharp, and asked, "Are you ready?" A sudden, powerful blast erupted from a device, shaking the ground. The force of the explosion was immense. The resulting shockwave spread outwards, devastating everything in its path. However, this did not mean his opponent would fight fairly. Amidst the fiery chaos, Leon stood firm, his resolve unshaken. He gripped his sword, its blade glowing with an intense light. The embodiment of chivalry would not yield. The figure of a man with blonde hair stood amidst a swirling vortex of golden energy, a radiant sword held at his side. His dark attire contrasted sharply with the ethereal glow, emphasizing his imposing presence. The narration boxes proclaimed, "That is what makes him strong. That is what made him the chosen one." He stood before a metallic, spider-like machine, its red eye glowing ominously. The man's internal monologue revealed a cynical thought: "I guess I shouldn't expect honor from a machine." The scene shifted to a close-up of a heavy machine gun, its barrel gleaming. A digital display announced, "Equipment check. 60mm heavy machine gun, 480 bullets left, for wire cutters." A simple command appeared: "Fire." The next panel showed a massive explosion erupting from the machine gun's muzzle. The explosion engulfed the area. But the blonde-haired man remained unscathed, a golden shield of energy enveloping him. The text box read, "Divine Law, Blessing of the Arrow Shield." The machine, now damaged, analyzed the situation: identical pattern, abnormal phenomenon observed. Analyze curvature. The blonde-haired man calmly observed the machine's movements, a single word escaping his lips: "Okay." He launched a swift counterattack, targeting specific points on the machine. The panels show him striking point F12 and N23. Returning to Earth after 300 years of hunting demons in another world, the Night King stood poised, a grim determination etched on his face. He commanded the very elements, a fiery energy crackling around him as he uttered a single word: "Fire." A searing lance of fire shot forth, a blazing projectile aimed with deadly precision. The Night King's eyes gleamed with power, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he watched his attack unfold. The fiery projectile impacted with earth-shattering force, creating a massive crater in the ground. A figure, silhouetted against the explosion, was sent flying backwards, revealing a small, metallic drone, seemingly unscathed by the attack. The drone, however, was not alone. As sharp, crystalline structures emerged from the ground, surrounding the drone. The Night King questioned, "Kiri?" He reacted instantly, his sword arcing through the air in a swift, decisive strike, cleaving through the crystalline structures and sending the drone careening away. The Night King's power was undeniable. An alarm blared, its insistent shriek echoing through the otherwise silent chamber. A small, metallic orb pulsed with a menacing red light, its surface gleaming ominously. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling dust and shadow, a young man with blonde hair astride a spectral white steed. He gripped the reins tightly, his expression grim. The horse reared, its hooves striking the ground with a thunderous impact as the knight prepared for battle. The blonde knight, his face partially obscured by a dark mask, glared intently. His eyes, however, burned with an unnatural intensity. With a swift, decisive movement, he launched a powerful attack, shattering the metallic orb into fragments. The shattered remains of the orb scattered across the ground as a red energy beam shot out, narrowly missing the knight. The knight, however, reacted instantly, dodging the blast with practiced ease. He spurred his steed onward, leaving a trail of fiery destruction in his wake. The knight, his face etched with grim determination, surveyed the scene. The battle was over, but the lingering sense of unease remained. A man with short brown hair and a cunning smile stood amidst the chaos, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. He seemed pleased, almost amused, by the unfolding events, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed the scene. The enemy, it seemed, was playing a game of cat and mouse, a deadly game of hide-and-seek. Suddenly, two beams of incomprehensible energy erupted from an unseen source, striking with devastating force. The impact shattering the very fabric of the city's infrastructure. The beams were precise, targeted, leaving trails of destruction in their wake, and obliterating anything in their path. A small, spherical drone was caught in the crossfire, its metallic shell instantly vaporized. Another, even more powerful blast rocked the area, sending shockwaves through the city. The ground trembled violently, a blinding light erupting from the epicenter of the explosion. From the heart of the devastation, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the brilliant light. A figure wielding an umbrella, seemingly unfazed by the cataclysm. The scene was surreal, almost dreamlike. More explosions followed, but the figure remained defiant, a small speck of defiance against the overwhelming power of the attacks. A blinding flash of light erupted in the city, leaving behind a scene of incomprehensible destruction. The aftermath showed a figure, cloaked in shadow, moving with impossible speed. A blur of motion that defied the laws of physics. Observers could only marvel at the sheer impossible speed of the being. The figure's incredible speed left a trail of destruction in its wake, leaving onlookers stunned and speechless. With a swift, precise movement, the figure effortlessly shattered a thick metal pole, continuing its relentless advance through the urban landscape. The figure's movements were so fast that it appeared to be teleporting, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A mass attack was imminent. A voice, filled with a mixture of awe and terror, shouted, "Stallion." The figure, known only as Stallion, prepared for a devastating attack. Returning to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting in the Otherworld, the Night King found himself facing an unexpected challenge. A massive, mechanized weapon, its metallic surface gleaming ominously, unleashed a devastating blast of energy. But he was not alone. A magnificent white steed, seemingly summoned from thin air, materialized beside him, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light. A powerful neigh echoed through the ravaged landscape as the Night King effortlessly leaped onto its back. The creature seemed to understand his unspoken command, its muscles rippling with power as it prepared for action. With a burst of speed that defied physics, the Night King and his steed charged through the ruined cityscape. Before them, a smaller, robotic patrol unit stood as an obstacle, a mere inconvenience in their path. The Night King, his expression calm and confident, adjusted his grip on the reins. The robotic unit attempted to fire, but its attack was easily deflected by an unseen force. A wave of energy washed over it, leaving behind only scattered debris. "Not bad," the Night King murmured, a hint of amusement in his voice. He sat tall in the saddle, his blonde hair catching the light as he surveyed the scene. His mount, seemingly imbued with otherworldly power, stood patiently beside him. Another robotic unit emerged from the shadows, its red targeting system locking onto the Night King and his steed. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. As the creature reacted instantly, its powerful legs propelling them forward in a desperate attempt to evade the incoming fire. The ground trembled beneath their hooves as they charged. A small, drone-like object zipped through the air, its metallic body gleaming amidst the chaos of a futuristic cityscape. It fired a volley of shots, the projectiles leaving fiery trails as they streaked towards their target, each shot impacting with a bright flash and a concussive blast. The drone was clearly under attack, its movements erratic and desperate, as it weaved through the buildings, desperately trying to evade its pursuers. A bullet found its mark, piercing the drone's casing with a deafening report, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. The drone sputtered, its systems failing, before finally succumbing to the damage, plummeting from the sky. Meanwhile, a knight on horseback charged through the city streets, his sword held high. Energy beams shot out from the buildings, narrowly missing him as he rode, his mount thundering beneath him. Another drone appeared, its red targeting light fixated on the knight. The knight, unfazed, continued his advance, his sword glowing with an ethereal light. He met the drone's attack head-on, the resulting explosion engulfing both in a blinding flash, leaving only a plume of smoke and debris in its wake. The knight, seemingly unharmed, continued his relentless pursuit. The ground trembled violently as a powerful shockwave ripped through the city. Chunks of concrete and debris were sent flying into the air, a testament to the raw power unleashed. From the heart of the devastation, a figure emerged, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light. He roared, "Stallion!" With a thunderous impact, a magnificent white stallion materialized, its hooves shattering the remaining pavement. The knight, astride his otherworldly steed, launched himself into the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake. Below, the city crumbled under the force of his passage. A small, unmanned drone, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, zipped through the air, its sensors scanning the scene. The knight, still airborne, continued his relentless advance, the stallion's powerful legs propelling them forward with impossible speed. The drone, its sensors locked onto the knight, displayed a stark warning, remaining ammo 68. Fire all. A blinding flash erupted as a powerful shot was fired, the force of the blast shaking the very ground beneath. The impact sent debris flying, a chaotic scene of destruction unfolding. But from the chaos, a knight emerged, mounted on a powerful steed, his sword gleaming in the sunlight. He charged forward, a blur of motion. He cut through the air with his sword, a brilliant arc of light slicing through the enemy's defenses, the impact sending shockwaves through the metallic frame of his opponent. A fierce battle raged. The knight, his eyes blazing with power, unleashed a devastating attack, the energy coursing through his very being. A triumphant roar escaped his lips, his eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. He had found his glory. With a final, powerful declaration, he dedicated his victory to the Lionhearts. The scene opens with debris scattered across a dark, urban landscape, the remnants of a fierce battle. A figure, partially obscured by the wreckage, is seen bracing himself, as a surge of golden energy erupts from his outstretched hand. His eyes glow with intense power, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The energy beam streaks across the sky, leaving a trail of light in its wake. A blinding flash illuminating the city below as it hurtles towards its target. The beam impacts with a colossal explosion, a blinding wave of light and energy engulfing the area. The dust settles, revealing a damaged, smoking drone plummeting from the sky. A digital message appears, lethal damage received. Another message follows, operation limit surpassed. In a dark chamber, a shadowy figure watches a purple orb, a sinister smile playing on their lips. "YAPE," they mutter, "what's sealed?"
A powerful energy core pulsed with an ominous red light, the narration box above it stating that it should never be released. A stark command then appeared on a screen: proceed with self-detonation. The command was immediately followed by a blinding flash of light as the core initiated its self-destruct sequence. Another screen announced the detonation of all explosives in landfill facilities. A fiery explosion erupted, the intense heat and light engulfing everything in its path. A man with short brown hair, dressed in a suit, watched the devastation unfold with a look of grim determination on his face. A mushroom cloud billowed into the sky, a terrifying testament to the destructive power unleashed. The camera pulled back to show the devastation of the city below, a landscape of fire and ruin. Upon opening its eyes, JS-10-253 found itself within an oil-smelling storage container. A sudden realization washed over it: JAG spinner. The JAG spinner activated, its red lights flashing. A man in a worker's uniform, his face contorted in a grimace of urgency, shouted a desperate command: protect the city. Heeding the call, the machine obeyed, launching itself into action, a guttural cry escaping its metallic frame as it moved. A dark, viscous substance erupting from its core and slithering out into the surrounding area. A low, menacing growl echoed from within the darkness. The creature, a horrifying monstrosity with a large, cyclopean eye and multiple tentacles, emerged from the JAG spinner's depths. It let out a piercing shriek. The creature lunged forward, its attack met with a powerful counter. It had only one goal. A monstrous, demonic figure roared, its fiery breath scorching the earth. The ground trembled beneath the impact of its power. A terrifying beast stood beside it, its eyes glowing menacingly. A narration box appeared to support its allies. A swarm of mechanical spider-like tanks, known as JAG spinners, advanced across the battlefield. Another narration box declared, protect the city. The narration box described the ensuing battle. The JAG spinners headed to the city immediately, defeated the enemies, the city's guardians, JAG spinner, and became heroes. Another narration box added, the story of unmanned tanks that saved the city from a hopeless state was a sweet story to the citizens who were losing faith. A JAG spinner, adorned with flowers, was paraded before cheering crowds. The scene shifted to a wider view. As the narration box concluded, the JAG spinners became a symbol of hope and knights of steel. A massive, spider-like machine, the JAG spinner, blazed with intense energy as it unleashed a devastating attack. The narration box explains that the JAG spinners, including number 10,253, had been remodeled. These upgraded machines protected the city under the commander's command. But they fought valiantly, protecting the city until the very end. The JAG spinners continued their relentless defense, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts until there was nothing left to protect. Amidst the devastation, a voice echoed through the ruins. Yappy, this is my final request. The speaker, a figure cloaked in shadow, made their final plea: protect the city. That thing cannot ever leave. A lone battle machine, its metallic body scarred and dented, stood sentinel amidst a desolate, icy landscape. It received its final order. An order that ensured no one could approach the ominous, pulsating purple orb that now hovered in the center of the scene. The orb throbbed with an otherworldly energy, radiating an aura of immense power and danger. The city below was a scene of devastation. Buildings lay in ruins, smoke billowed into the sky, and the ground was littered with debris. It had protected itself against the impending threat. A monstrous demon, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, emerged from the shadows, wielding two glowing red orbs as weapons. The battle machine, despite its damaged state, braced itself for the coming onslaught, readying its defenses. In a nearby control room, another, undamaged battle machine stood ready, its weapons primed and aimed. The first machine activated its energy shield, a brilliant blue arc of power erupting from its core. Prepared, protected. The words echoed in the minds of the remaining defenders, a grim mantra against the overwhelming odds. The repetition of prepared, protected served as a desperate affirmation, a testament to their unwavering resolve in the face of certain death. Prepared. A damaged, metallic object lay amidst the rubble. A voice, calm and assured, stated that it was safe. It had fallen, but it was now secure. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, observed the scene. He noted that the arrow shield's protection had worked, and that what lay before him must be what he had been trying to protect. The object was a glowing purple orb, pulsating with energy. The blonde man turned, his expression serious. He extended his hand, and a glowing blue blade materialized. He moved with purpose, his gaze fixed on the orb. He was protecting something that should exist, something precious. A man with blonde hair, his face etched with grim determination, stood silently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He stood defiantly, a long sword lying discarded at his feet, as a voice questioned his resolve. Are you still trying to fight? The scene shifted to reveal a damaged, metallic structure, sparking with energy. A voice, filled with curiosity, inquired, how long have you been protecting this place? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the image focused on the blonde man's weary face. Another question followed, how long have you fought alone? A wave of golden light enveloped the blonde man as a voice, filled with reverence, declared, all living beings across dimensions are indebted to you thanks to your service.
The damaged metallic structure was identified, Sir Jag's spinner. A figure, his back to the viewer, raised a glowing object high above his head. He solemnly declared that the knight's quest was complete, that your quest is complete. Bathed in a brilliant light, the blond man stood with his back to the viewer, a sense of peace settling over him. The ground cracked and crumbled, radiating an intense golden light from the fissures that spread across the earth. A blinding column of light erupted from the depths, reaching towards the heavens. A celestial beam of pure energy pierced the sky, expanding in concentric rings of light. The radiant energy intensified, coalescing into a brilliant orb of light. Then exploded in a blinding flash, scattering debris across the landscape. The aftermath revealed a scene of devastation, a testament to the immense power unleashed. A man with blonde hair, his back to the viewer, stood amidst the ruins, seemingly unaffected by the cataclysm. He turned, his gaze fixed on a massive fissure that had split the ground open, revealing a dark, swirling vortex below. The Night King, his expression unreadable, walked towards the chasm, his sword held firmly in his hand. He spoke a silent farewell, a whisper lost to the wind, "I hope you rest in peace." The aftermath of a fierce battle was evident. A large, metallic craft lay in ruins, its once sleek form now shattered and sparking, amidst the debris of a city. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light, piercing the gloom of a vast, metallic interior. The air hung heavy with the scent of ozone and destruction. Another piece of the wreckage, a smaller, spider-like machine, lay broken on a rooftop, its metallic limbs twisted at unnatural angles. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint crackle of residual energy. Two men in suits walked down a sterile hospital corridor. One was blonde, the other had graying hair and a mustache. The blonde man stopped, a frown etching itself onto his face. He was told that he had destroyed the jewel. The older man chuckled, unconcerned. He explained that since the blonde man, Their Majesty, had destroyed the Jag spinner, he had the right to do as he pleased with the jewel. The blonde man, however, revealed that the jewel was actually poison. The older man's eyes widened in surprise. He questioned the nature of the jewel. And the blonde man explained that it was an item created by evil wisdom to tempt humans. In other words, it was a demonic artifact. The older man's shock was palpable. A young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes brooded. His expression was one of grim determination. He mused on the nature of a powerful entity. At first, it grants wishes, but then demands a terrible price, a price akin to feeding a beast to tame it. This entity, a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes, presided over a dark ritual. Human sacrifices were offered, their souls consumed by the entity's insatiable hunger for power. It feeds on the temptations of eternal life. The process of succumbing to this entity's influence is swift and insidious. It doesn't take long for one to lose their humanity, transforming into a grotesque demon, consumed by darkness and malice. Two men in suits stood in a sterile hallway, their faces etched with worry. One of them, visibly shaken, muttered to himself about contacting the US government as quickly as possible. The other man, calm and collected, simply responded, "You should." The two men walked away, their backs to the viewer, towards a mysterious, technological structure. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man's face was filled with a growing sense of dread. He feared that others might already have fallen prey to the demon's seductive power. The scene shifted to a brightly lit laboratory, where scientists in white coats worked diligently. The atmosphere was starkly different from the previous scenes, yet the underlying tension remained palpable. Two men stood in a dimly lit corridor, their hushed conversation hinting at a clandestine matter. One, with blonde hair, anxiously inquired, "Is this where he's resting?" The other man, older and more composed, responded curtly, "Yes, safe and sound." The scene shifted to a high-tech medical facility. A group of scientists in lab coats observed a large, metallic pod bathed in an ethereal light. The pod lay shattered, its metallic shell broken into pieces, revealing the remnants of advanced technology within. Back in the corridor, the blonde man turned to his companion, his voice laced with uncertainty. "What do you want to do?" The blonde man, lost in thought, contemplated the situation. He resolved to give the fallen knight a proper burial, a solemn duty. He murmured, "Since he was an honorable knight, I'll bury him and pray that he makes it to the gods' banquet hall." But the older man interrupted, revealing a shimmering, ornate chalice. "But he needs to be blessed before that." The blonde man, with a thoughtful expression, accepted the chalice. A faint glow emanated from it, hinting at its sacred power. The older man added, "Loyal knight." A young man with blonde hair, his expression serene despite the glowing, ethereal energy emanating from a shattered object at his feet, quietly uttered, "May you rest." He stood amidst a powerful, golden light, the source of which was unclear, as three men in suits watched from behind, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The radiant energy continued to surge, illuminating the scene with an almost blinding intensity. The blond young man, now holding a golden chalice, let out a soft as he observed the scene, a hint of concern in his eyes. Behind him, another man watched with a look of stark alarm. His gaze fell upon a damaged piece of technology, a metallic device with a glowing red light. He muttered, "You." Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he activated the device, the sounds Kariki Kijik, echoing the mechanical strain.
The blond young man's face was filled with a dawning realization as he observed the energy surge from the device, stating, "This energy is."
A narration box declared, "Divine power."
The Night King, a man with blonde hair, mused internally. There was no energy source for the power he wielded, yet he surmised that the divine blessing he received had created a miracle. A close-up showed a pair of metallic pincers delicately manipulating a microchip on a circuit board, sparks flying as the device was repaired. A small, crab-like robot emerged from the wreckage of a damaged machine, its red central light blinking.
The Night King questioned, "Kyriak?"
He observed the robot, a thoughtful expression on his face. He concluded that if it was indeed Kyriak, then the goddess must have chosen him. The Night King stood defiantly, his glowing sword at the ready, two other men in suits watching him from behind.
Kyriak scurried forward.
A powerful surge of energy erupted from the Night King, causing a fiery explosion that engulfed the surrounding area. A figure, cloaked in darkness yet radiating an intense golden light, stood before a radiant, ethereal sword. The weapon hummed with power, its golden glow illuminating the mysterious figure's form. The sudden appearance of this spectacle caused a stir among three men in suits. One, older with a mustache, gasped, "This is." Another, younger with glasses, simply breathed, "Whoa." Their astonishment continued as the scene shifted to reveal a glimpse of advanced technology, a sleek vehicle of some kind, bathed in the same golden light.
One of the men questioned, "What is that?"
The focus narrowed to a close-up of a piercing golden eye, belonging to a young person with short, light hair. Then, the image shifted to reveal this individual holding a glowing golden rod, radiating the same energy as the sword. A blinding flash of golden light erupted from the rod, illuminating the room and momentarily obscuring the young person's form.
A man in a suit watched in awe. The light coalesced into a beam of pure energy, wielded by the cloaked figure from the first panel. He moved with practiced grace, the beam slicing through the air towards two other men in suits, who reacted with fear and surprise. The energy beam struck with devastating force, shattering the ceiling above them. The impact sent shockwaves through the room,
leaving behind a trail of destruction and a lingering aura of immense power. The scene ended with a close-up of the energy's lingering effects. A woman of ethereal beauty, her blonde hair shimmering with an otherworldly glow, gazed pensively downward. Her eyes, a striking blue, held a depth of sorrow that hinted at a long and arduous journey. From behind, a man with short, blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, stood silhouetted against a radiant, golden light. Particles of light, like golden dust, swirled around him. Two men in suits, one older with a worried expression, watched in stunned silence as the golden light intensified.
Fear etched itself onto their faces.
The older man, his face contorted in a grimace of shock, stumbled back as the light pulsed with greater intensity.
Two other men in lab coats lay on the floor, seemingly incapacitated.
The older man's eyes widened, his mouth agape in a silent scream of terror as he stared at the radiant figure. The radiant woman, her presence filling the room, stood tall and serene amidst the golden light.
Her power was undeniable.
The three men in suits watched, awestruck, as she descended from the light, her arrival a spectacle of divine power. Her gaze fell upon the man in the suit, a faint smile gracing her lips.
"Lionheart, my first knight."
A radiant, ethereal woman with long, flowing blonde hair knelt in prayer, her hands clasped together. A soft golden light emanated from her, illuminating her serene yet troubled expression. She silently pleaded, "Tell me.
What is it?"
A young man with short, blonde hair, his face etched with worry, sat pensively. He seemed to be deep in thought, his gaze distant and troubled. He silently reflected on the words he was about to speak. Sir Jagged Spinner was an honorable knight and a role model to all knights. Three figures knelt before a damaged piece of technology, their heads bowed in respect. The scene was bathed in a warm, golden light. One of them spoke, stating, "He's a knight who deserves your care." The ethereal woman's face was filled with sorrow as she gazed upon the damaged technology. Her internal monologue revealed her disappointment. "He has not fulfilled my quest." Her disappointment deepened as she continued her internal assessment. "He has not proven his honor nor has he offered his glory to me." The blond young man, now standing, spoke with conviction, his hand outstretched in a gesture of assurance. He declared, "I guarantee, as your first knight, that if it weren't for my existence, he would be befitting of the king of the Lionheart's glory." The ethereal woman smiled serenely, her expression softening. Her internal monologue reflected her consideration of his words, "If you describe him as such." The blond young man's confident expression intensified, his eyes gleaming with determination. A woman with long, flowing blonde hair and a serene expression concluded that further investigation was unnecessary. However, she needed absolute certainty about one crucial detail. A question posed to a figure cloaked in light, "Otherworld Steel Knight, will you worship the light and sing justice by enlisting into my knight's military?" The question was directed towards a figure whose back was turned, only a portion of their helmet visible. A small, metallic device, seemingly a robot, responded with a single word, "Kirike?" The blonde woman, her expression softening, observed the robot, noting its honor and knowledge, yet perceiving a childlike innocence within its core. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, appeared, requesting the knight's aid in ridding the world of evil.
He promised that by helping, the robot would also become a knight.
The blonde-haired man looked at the damaged robot, whispering "Kirike" once more. A small, metallic robot with a helmet-like head lay on the ground, surrounded by debris. Its body was slightly damaged, but it still emitted a faint glow. The robot, emitting a series of beeps, Kirik, began to move, its small arms whirring. It rolled forward, its movements jerky but determined, towards three figures kneeling before a radiant, ethereal image of a woman with long blonde hair. A fourth figure, a man with dark hair, watched intently as the robot approached the group. A digital display flashed, hacking signal pattern of language. The red light on the robot pulsed, indicating progress. Another display appeared, language module installing. The installation completed. The ethereal woman smiled serenely. Check, she stated. The robot, now seemingly upgraded, received a command, demon, attack. It responded with a confident, good plan. The ethereal woman's face was filled with a gentle, knowing smile. A final message appeared, alright, Sir Jag Spinner. A blinding light filled the room emanating from a radiant, ethereal being with long, flowing blonde hair. Her form was vaguely humanoid, yet imbued with an otherworldly grace. Below, a figure clad in dark, metallic armor, only partially visible, gazed upwards in awe. As the ethereal being spoke, her voice a gentle whisper that carried the weight of ages. She promised to remain with her loyal knight, a promise that radiated from her like the light itself. A promise of glory and power. A beam of celestial energy shot down from above, bathing the night in its radiant glow. Three figures knelt before the descending light, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. As the ethereal being's power infused the night, granting him light and justice. The night, now bathed in golden light, was transformed. A golden light pulsed, revealing a small, metallic creature with a helmet-like head and multiple limbs. It resembled a spider, but with a distinctly mechanical aesthetic. A new companion for the night, a testament to the power bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, at the USA's Magic Tower, a majestic clock tower pierced the night sky. Inside, a subordinate addressed a powerful figure, his voice laced with apology, "I'm sorry, great being." The scene shifted to Master Reynold Sherman's room within the tower. The subordinate continued, his voice trembling slightly, "I was unable to fulfill your command." Reynold Sherman, his face obscured by shadow, responded with cold fury, "Fool. You can't even accomplish a simple task." His voice dripped with disappointment, "I taught you wisdom and truth, and yet you disappoint me." The subordinate, kneeling before a glowing red orb, pleaded for forgiveness, I apologize." But Reynold remained unmoved, his expression hardening. He revealed a crucial detail, but there was nothing I could do. The survivor, Leon, was a variable we did not expect. Reynold Sherman, master of the American branch of the Magic Tower, seethed. A crimson orb pulsed faintly on a nearby table, its ominous glow reflecting in his eyes. He addressed an unseen individual, his voice laced with barely controlled fury, "You're tainting my ears with useless excuses." Sherman's gaze remained fixed on the crimson orb, his expression a mask of barely suppressed rage. The silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the faint crackling emanating from the sphere. A young woman, her face partially obscured, rushed into the room. She urged Sherman, her voice laced with urgency, "Hey, news, turn on the news, hurry." She addressed him with a mixture of fear and deference, adding, "Why yes. Great being." Sherman, his face etched with worry, frantically grabbed a remote control. Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The news anchor's face contorted in pain as a wave of crimson energy erupted from the screen. A guttural sound, Kurgenstl, escaped his lips. Sherman's eyes widened in shock. His voice cracked with disbelief and horror. "What? Why is that bastard here? Why? How come?" He muttered, barely audible, "Am Master? Master's afraid?" Then, a defiant declaration escaped his lips, I give up. I'm not gonna do it. Never." A young woman, her face obscured by shadow and long dark hair, stood before a crystal orb, beads of sweat clinging to her forehead. A gasp escaped her lips, barely audible, "And Master?" An elderly man, his face etched with worry and fear, clutched the orb, his eyes wide with shock. He trembled, a silent scream trapped in his throat. His voice a strained whisper, barely audible above the pounding of his heart, "Master?" The old man's desperate cry echoed through the city streets, a desperate plea that tore from his lips, "Master?" The scene shifted to a nighttime cityscape, a clock tower looming large in the background. The old man, his face contorted in anguish, held the orb aloft. The jewel within pulsed faintly, then fell silent. The jewel never spoke again. The scene opens with an aerial view of a modern city, the imposing structure of the Korea Hunter Association headquarters dominating the skyline. Inside, two officials discuss the registration of a new guild member, referring to him only as Sir Jagged Spin. One official expresses concern about the immediate imposition of guild rules. But his superior dismisses the worry with a wave of his hand, stating that it doesn't matter. The Night King, Jag Spin, stands in a sleek, modern hallway, his blonde hair neatly styled, a small robotic device at his feet. The robot, identified as Kirik, seems to malfunction, prompting Spin to question it. Suddenly, Spin clutches his throat, a look of intense pain contorting his face. A dark, crimson energy erupts from his mouth as he collapses, repeating Kirik's name in a desperate whisper. A young knight, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, stood before a concerned woman. She asked if he was all right, her voice laced with worry. He replied that he was okay, but his hands were stained with grime, a stark reminder of the toll his recent actions had taken. A small, metallic device whirred nearby, emitting a soft, kirrik sound. The knight sighed, muttering that it wasn't the device's fault, but his own for not being stronger. His eyes, a striking blue, reflected his inner turmoil as he contemplated the situation. He questioned how it could possibly be his fault.
The woman gently interrupted, stating that regardless of the circumstances, one cannot blame divinity.
She urged him not to say such things. A soft light emanated from the knight's chest, a subtle glow that hinted at a deeper power within.
The woman watched him, whispering, "My knight."
His eyes, now gleaming with an inner light, held a depth of emotion that spoke volumes. A sense of quiet determination settled over him. The woman's voice, soft yet firm, expressed her gratitude for his unwavering loyalty. But she also acknowledged that even if the land lacked divinity, the fault ultimately lay with her and the other gods for not intervening sooner. The scene ends with the knight walking away, leaving the woman to her thoughts. A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with confusion and concern, stood alone.
A single, unspoken question hung in the air.
A voice, soft yet firm, echoed in his mind, "Rest well. Have faith in your gods and wait for them." Back on Earth, a figure in a dark coat felt a surge of energy within his chest, a warm, golden light pulsed beneath his hands.
A name escaped his lips, a whisper lost in the darkness, "Dear Ariana?"
In a dimly lit chamber, only the top of a woman's head was visible, her long, blonde hair cascading down. A mysterious symbol loomed behind her. Her face, finally revealed, held an expression of serene sadness. A soft, ethereal glow surrounded her. Then, a voice, strong and resonant, filled the space, "Brothers and sisters." 3 figures stood before her, a powerfully built man with dark hair and scars, a woman with auburn hair peeking from beneath a hood, and a stern-looking man with a beard and topknot. They were clearly waiting for her. The woman with auburn hair spoke, her voice carrying a sense of urgency, "We need to help our follower." A young woman with long black hair is escorted by 2 figures, one of whom appears to be a powerful warrior, through a dimly lit, cavernous space. The scene is filled with an ethereal glow, hinting at a powerful presence. The narrative shifts to a dark, star-filled sky, punctuated by several points of intense, crimson light.
A caption appears, "The day the king of the Lionheart turned 121.
Was the day when the world ended and only one night remained." A young man with blonde hair, clad in knightly armor, stands amidst a horde of demonic creatures.
A bright light emanates from his chest.
The caption reads, "He expelled all the divinity in his world and directed it into his own heart." Close up on the young knight's face, his eyes glowing with an intense, golden light. The caption states, "The gods, embarrassingly enough, evacuated to the heart of the holy man. And watched on as the king of the Lionheart slaughtered all the evil monsters for 180 years. A wide shot depicts the knight battling a multitude of monstrous creatures. The scene is chaotic and violent.
They let a single person carry the burden of the entire world.
Therefore, the narration box revealed a crucial fact: all the gods of the pantheon were indebted to Leon, a debt they could never repay.
A sigh escaped Leon's lips, a testament to the weight of his actions.
A hooded figure, his face obscured, anxiously inquired about the baby's condition to a blonde woman, who sat on a throne, her expression grave. The blonde woman responded that the situation was dire, explaining that Leon, her knight, had pushed himself too far. The hooded figure, overwhelmed, cried out, questioning what they should do next. The immense pressure weighing down Leon's body was visually depicted as he clenched his fist, causing a visible impact on the stone surface beneath. Meanwhile, Leon, the king of the Lionheart, known for his brilliance and the glory he brought to the gods, was shown slumped in his throne, his exhaustion palpable. He is revealed to be Petos, divinity of war and fire. The blonde woman, addressing Leon, urged him to maintain his dignity, reminding him of his 300 years of service and ultimate victory. Leon, however, expressed his frustration and anger, stating that this was the reason for his current state. A man, his face obscured by shadow, muttered to himself, the words barely audible, "At myself." The scene shifted to a grand hall, where 3 figures sat around a circular table. A woman with auburn hair, clad in dark green, sat with her head bowed, tears welling in her eyes. Beside a blonde woman in white robes, her expression equally somber. A man with dark hair and a fur-trimmed cloak sat opposite them, his gaze fixed on the woman in green. The auburn-haired woman's face was shown in close-up, her sorrow was palpable. The blonde woman spoke, her voice laced with weariness, 180 years. The blonde woman, her face etched with determination, declared, "The time has come to break our silence, my brothers and sisters." The auburn-haired woman looked up, her eyes filled with apprehension. A dark-haired man with visible scars sat beside her, his expression grim. He seemed to share her unease. The blonde woman continued, her voice firm despite the weight of her words, "I have an idea." A large, imposing man with a beard and fur-trimmed cloak responded, "Go ahead." He continued, his voice low and measured, "Just as life did in the plains, we should give whatever blessings we can in order to raise faith within the society."
A council meeting was underway.
A gruff-looking man questioned the Night King, Leon, seated on his throne, about their plans for missionary work. Leon, his face etched with weariness, confirmed their intentions, stating that they would demonstrate divine miracles to humanity. A young girl, a follower of Leon, chimed in, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She pointed out that their observations of life's followers had given them a new perspective. Leon's advisor, a powerfully built man with a thick beard, explained that this world was interconnected through something called the internet, and they would use it to their advantage. Another advisor, a young woman with dark hair, questioned why Leon hadn't considered this strategy before. She pointed out that Leon used to be a citizen of this world.
The advisor continued, explaining that Leon's time in this world predated the internet's widespread use.
Steele, another advisor with long blonde hair, raised a valid point about trial and error.
Leon, a subtle smile playing on his lips, responded that the news Leon himself had spread took 20 years to gain traction. This is where their new Grail Knight steps in.
The scene opens on a stark white background, the only feature being a dark gray rectangular panel at the top right corner, suggesting a transition or a shift in location. Inside a brightly lit office, a man with dark hair and a bandage on his face sits at a desk, looking intently at his phone. He exclaims to someone off-panel, urging them to look at what he's found. He shows the screen to his manager, who reacts with shock and disbelief, questioning whether this was authorized. The manager, a balding man in glasses, is visibly agitated, pointing at a computer screen while another man stands behind him, looking concerned.
The man with the bandage on his face looks equally perplexed, questioning what is happening.
A computer screen displays a YouTube page, with a channel name and logo clearly visible. The word YouTuber is written in a speech bubble. The man with the bandage stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he mutters to himself about the implications of what he's seeing. A YouTube page is shown, displaying a channel called Pantheon TV with a significant number of subscribers and videos. The channel's description mentions praying before and after meals in appreciation to Goddess Demera. Below, a short video thumbnail shows a seemingly ordinary office worker and a farmer, with a title suggesting a surprising twist. The next panel shows a bowl of rice, dramatically presented against a backdrop of a solar eclipse, with the text, "It's just rice, but with just one spoon, your life can change." The chapter opens with an image of a man with a long beard and flowing robes, reminiscent of biblical depictions of God.
The text overlay reads, "Asking AI about God." Shocking results.
The scene shifts to a computer screen displaying online comments.
One comment reads, "It's full of clickbait."
Another comment questions the channel's high quality and the identity of its operator, noting that the videos are translated into 104 languages.
Three men are seen in a brightly lit office, monitoring multiple screens. They appear to be analyzing something on the screens, their expressions serious and contemplative. One of them asks, "Who made this?" "Pantheon, isn't it His Majesty, Leon? You think that man would be on YouTube?"
A conversation unfolds in a chat window. One person asks if Manager Han made the videos, while another replies that their computer is acting strangely. A third person comments that she sucks with computers, and asks for help diagnosing the problem. The men in the office look concerned, their faces etched with worry. One of the men states that the videos aren't clickbait, they're real.
The final panel shows a close-up of the man's face, his expression one of intense confusion and concern as he wonders, what is this man doing? In a dimly lit office, a man in a suit, his face partially obscured, prepares to leave. A colleague, bald and wearing glasses, stops him, asking, "Huh? Where are you going?"
He replies that he is going to meet Leon, a man he refers to as that Leon guy.
A determined expression hardens his features as he checks his phone. Meanwhile,
in the penthouse where Leon is staying,
a door is shown, seemingly in Leon's apartment.
Suddenly, two shadowy, clawed hands violently strike a laptop keyboard, causing sparks to fly.
Subtitle creation is complete. A sleek, black cable descended swiftly towards a laptop keyboard, its tip making impact.
As a voice, cold and mechanical, announced, "Proceed with upload." A young woman with vibrant red hair peeked from behind a door, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern.
"Sir Yappy?"
Her gaze fell upon a small, robotic device on the desk, a single word escaped her lips, "Kirike."
The robotic device, Kirike, pulsed with inner light. A narration box appeared, plan name, noise marketing. Phase 1 complete. Kirike transformed, its form shifting and expanding, engulfed in an orange glow.
A powerful, insectoid machine now stood before her.
A new narration box declared, proceeding with Phase 2. Network hacking in progress.
The young woman's eyes widened, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched on her face. A single word bubbled from her lips, "Oh." Her expression quickly shifting to one of wonder and excitement as she watched Kirike's actions unfold.
A stark white panel displayed a single, bold declaration, "Hanhari does not know how computers work at all." The scene opens on the Neju Plains, a tranquil landscape under a clear sky.
The camera pans to reveal a traditional Korean-style building, nestled amidst the serene countryside. It is identified as the temporary branch of the Pantheon Guild, located in the Neju Plains. Nearby, a white cat rests lazily atop a brick wall, observing the surroundings. Inside a building, a man in a suit frantically shouts, "Your Majesty."
The video needs to be taken down.
A young woman with reddish-brown hair, also in business attire, looks puzzled, holding a cylindrical object.
A man sits calmly on a nearby sofa.
He offers her barley tea, which she accepts with a quiet "Oh, thanks." The man in the suit gulps down a drink, his face contorted in a grimace of stress. A bead of sweat trickled down the man's temple as he vehemently denied the information, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No," he insisted, his voice tight with tension.
He questioned, a hint of suspicion in his tone, who uploaded it anyway. The answer came swiftly, Sir Spin did. The man's eyes widened in shock. Sir Spin? That killing machine made that video? His disbelief was palpable as he stared at the image of the small, seemingly innocuous robot deftly operating a laptop. How? A new wave of sweat broke out on his brow. He muttered, as Your Majesty already knows. The rice grains from the Neju plains are unlike any other in the world. Their unique properties are capable of curing diseases and maintaining health. It's like a fairy tale, he mused, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. As soon as people find out about this rice field, the entire world will come for it. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, perched high in a tree, observed the fiery chaos engulfing the Neju plains below. The narrator's voice boomed, the Neju plains will be overflowing with thieves, and they won't be any regular thieves either. Inside, two men sat in a well-lit room. One, with blonde hair, calmly sipped from a mug. The other, dark-haired, listened intently. Once the Food Administration permits sewing, the blonde man explained, the association will help as much as we can. The dark-haired man nodded, a silent question hanging in the air. He waited patiently for further instructions. The blonde man continued, I'm sure you have your own laws and systems. I get it. The blonde man took another sip of his drink. He dismissed the dark-haired man's concerns as unnecessary. A needless worry, he stated calmly. The dark-haired man looked confused, questioning, sorry? The blonde man closed his eyes, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He murmured, the goddess plantation. He finished his thought, cannot be stolen by anyone. The dark-haired man's jaw dropped. His internal monologue echoed, how is he so confident? A night sky, dark and heavy with clouds, stretches across the panel. Distant stars pierce the gloom. The scene shifts slightly, revealing more of the star-studded expanse above. An aerial view shows a country road at night. Several dark cars are parked along the roadside, and figures in dark clothing surround them. One of the figures, a slender man with pointed ears, holds a smartphone. The screen displays a message, secure the seeds and burn the rice fields in Neju Plains. A man with spiky blonde hair and a grim expression speaks. He questions the lack of security at the location, noting that he expected maximum security. He and his companions, also clad in dark clothing, discuss their mission. It seems their task is simply to retrieve the seeds and burn the fields. The blonde-haired man's companions express their agreement, highlighting the simplicity of the task. The leader of the group, a man with dark hair and pointed ears, orders his team to retrieve the gasoline tanks. A title card identifies them as the Viper Squad, a hitman group affiliated with the Demonic Human Association's Korean branch. Under the cloak of a starlit night, a group of ninjas stealthily move through a field of tall grass. Their dark attire blended seamlessly with the shadows, their movements precise and silent. They continued their advance, a silent wave of darkness flowing across the landscape. Until they stopped abruptly, their senses alerted to something unseen. One of the ninjas gasped, a strangled sound escaping his lips. He stumbled back, fear evident in his posture. Another ninja, Hyungnim, looked on in alarm. Hyungnim, it's a person, he exclaimed, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and disbelief. In the distance, a figure emerged from the darkness, its form vaguely humanoid but unsettlingly distorted. It wore a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat, its face obscured by shadow. The figure moved with an unnatural gait, its limbs jerking and twisting in a way that defied normal human movement. It was a scarecrow, but something about it felt wrong. A scarecrow, one of the ninjas questioned, his voice filled with confusion and a hint of relief. Hyungnim scoffed, dismissing his subordinate's apprehension. It's just a scarecrow, you idiot. It was probably the wind, he said, his tone dismissive and irritated. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow and partially obscured by a dark mask, stood amidst a desolate landscape. His eyes, however, were wide with a palpable sense of unease, betraying the calm exterior. The figure's gaze was fixed on something beyond the panel's edge, something that filled him with dread. His internal monologue echoed the sentiment, it was terrifying. Two figures, similarly masked, stood together. One, visibly shaken, urged the other to look at the source of their fear. The other, more stoic, simply asked what. The source of their fear was revealed, a multitude of scarecrow-like figures, their forms distorted and menacing. One of the masked figures voiced his apprehension at their sheer number. The scarecrows moved as one, their unnatural gait and unsettling stillness creating a horrifying spectacle. A vast army of twisted, grotesque figures, their movements jerky and unnatural, advanced upon them. One of the masked figures cried out in terror, his fear palpable. His companion, however, reacted with disdain, berating him for his cowardice in the face of such foes. The stoic figure dismissed the other's fear, focusing on the immediate need for action. A plan formed in his mind, they needed to burn the largest possible area quickly. He decided to retrieve the necessary materials from storage. A viscous, golden liquid cascaded from a container, ready for use. Several battered, metallic containers lay scattered amongst the tall grass, their contents spilled across the ground. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable, is that all? A group of figures in dark, hooded cloaks stood in a desolate field, surveying the scene. One of them spoke, his voice low and calculating, they decided to keep some of the seemingly valuable contents for themselves.
Two of the cloaked figures, Mansu and Jinte, began to collect the remaining contents. Their leader addressed them, his tone serious and foreboding. A sudden, intense light flared from behind the leader's mask, illuminating his sharp, worried eyes. The leader's realization dawned on him: he had been surrounded the entire time. His gaze darted around, searching for a missing member of his group, Dusan. Confusion and alarm etched themselves onto his features. In the distance, a flock of dark shapes moved through the field.
A wave of icy dread washed over Mansu.
As shapes resolved themselves into a terrifying sight, a multitude of crows, their eyes gleaming ominously.
Jinte, equally horrified, voiced the unspoken question that hung heavy in the air: were they always this close? Numerous scarecrow figures, seemingly animated, stirred in a desolate field. They moved with an unsettling, jerky gait, their limbs flailing as they converged on a central point. A single, imposing scarecrow stood amidst a flurry of dark feathers, its form silhouetted against a bleak sky. An aura of palpable menace emanated from it.
The scarecrow loomed large, its presence casting a chilling shadow over a cloaked figure who stood defiantly, arms crossed, seemingly unfazed by the ominous atmosphere. The cloaked figure, a man with dark hair partially visible beneath his mask, felt a prickle of unease. His eyes widened slightly, betraying a flicker of apprehension. The scarecrow turned its back, revealing a long, dark coat and a wide-brimmed hat. A sense of foreboding filled the air as it began to walk away.
The scarecrow's face, now fully visible, was unsettlingly blank, yet a sinister smirk played on its lips.
A chilling sound echoed from its throat. A guttural curse, raw with fury, escaped the cloaked man's lips as he reacted to the scarecrow's unsettling display. The cloaked man lunged forward, unleashing a blinding flash of energy.
But another figure, seemingly injured, cried out in surprise.
A knight, his face obscured by a dark mask, stared in disbelief. His eyes widened, reflecting the grim reality before him. Those weren't ordinary scarecrows, they were monsters. Their forms, vaguely humanoid yet undeniably unnatural, pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly light. A horrifying legion of them, standing silently in the field, their presence heavy with malice. One of the creatures, its face a grotesque caricature of a smile, brandished a wicked-looking scythe, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent.
Panic seized the knights.
They cried out to their leader, Hyungnim, desperate for guidance in the face of this overwhelming threat. The sheer number of monsters was staggering.
Could this possibly be a dungeon break?
But the scarecrow monsters dispelled that notion. There was no sign of a dungeon breach, this was something far more sinister. A lone arm, clad in dark, tattered clothing, reached out from the tall grass, fingers splayed as if grasping for something beyond reach. The arm belonged to a man, his face obscured by a mask, who lay prostrate in the field. His companion, kneeling beside him, exclaimed in alarm, voicing his bewilderment at the strange, glowing orbs scattered around them.
Another man, with pointed ears and dark, curly hair, responded with equal uncertainty, lamenting their hasty departure and the absence of their subordinates. He reviewed the text message on his phone, a grim expression settling on his face. The request to secure and burn the rice fields in the Neju Plains had seemed suspicious from the start, and now, he was certain it was a trap. He vowed revenge on whoever had set them up. Suddenly, one of the masked men called out to his companion, who turned sharply, his expression one of surprise and alarm. He pointed towards a distant structure, recognizing it as a silo. The camera pans to reveal the silo, shrouded in mist under a night sky. The pointed-eared man, having located the silo, revealed a sinister grin, realizing the potential riches awaiting them if the rumors about the rice were true. He barked orders to his subordinates, instructing them to transport as much rice as possible to the waiting vehicles. A sinister-looking man with pointed ears and dark hair grinned, addressing a group of cloaked figures. He stated that the monsters were confined to a specific field, assuring them that the storage area would be safe. He turned, his back to the viewer, a confident swagger in his stride as he walked away from the group. A dark, polished shoe landed heavily on the ground, the impact muffled by the tall grass. A sudden, violent explosion erupted nearby, sending a shockwave through the field. One of the cloaked figures looked on in shock, a question mark filling the panel. Two more cloaked figures emerged from the dust and smoke, their faces grim. A figure lay on the ground, groaning in pain. A desperate cry of Hyungnim escaped his lips. Another cloaked figure looked down at the fallen man, his face etched with concern. He questioned aloud why there were mines set up in that area. The surviving cloaked figures stood over the fallen comrade, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. One of them, his face partially obscured by his mask, stared into the distance, his expression one of disbelief. He wondered who would do such a thing. Returning to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting in the otherworld, Kirik found himself disoriented. What? He stammered, his voice laced with confusion. A group of ninjas surrounded him, their movements swift and silent. A cold, emotionless voice announced, "Unqualified human entry verified." One of the ninjas, his face partially obscured by a mask, stared at something in the distance. That here. A wave of recognition washed over him as he realized that it was Changja Gate. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, That's Changja Gates." A mechanical device, resembling a small, armored sphere with a glowing red cross, appeared before him. Jagged spin, he gasped, recognizing the ominous machine. A chilling command echoed from the device, "Remove." A group of figures, bound and gagged, lay huddled together near a building. Their captors, the ninjas, stood guard nearby. A weathered wooden sign stood in a field, its surface bearing the doctrines of life and fertility. The rules, etched into the wood, detailed the proper conduct for the harvest, emphasizing respect for the goddess and the importance of nourishment. Following the apprehension of the demonic human association, a group of individuals in dark, uniform clothing were led away under guard. The value of Pantheon and its blessed rice skyrocketed. A graphic depicting a sharp increase in the value of Pantheon's currency is shown, alongside an image of a drone. Leon, actively promoting Pantheon for the sake of rice circulation, shook hands with an official at what appeared to be the Blue House. A minor incident occurred, but it was quickly resolved, with Pantheon trending at the top of search results, indicating widespread interest and discussion. A testament to the successful integration of Pantheon into the modern world. Leon reflected on the ease with which Pantheon seemed to adapt to modern society, contrasting it with his own struggles. A messenger breathlessly announced important news to a young man with blonde hair, addressing him as Your Majesty. The messenger continued, explaining that the rice evaluation results were in, and each pack was worth 230 million won. The young man, however, responded curtly that the price needed to be lower. The messenger, a young woman with reddish-pink hair, questioned if a high price wasn't a good sign, implying high quality. The young man countered that the market dictates price, but with grain prices so high, he wondered how the peasants would afford it. The messenger looked concerned. Meanwhile, a conversation between the blonde-haired man and an older man with gray hair unfolded. The older man explained that he had previously tried to convince the president to preach to the farmers about divine favor to increase crop yields, but the president refused due to religious neutrality. The young man pondered this, acknowledging the validity of the president's stance. However, he maintained that he had still managed to gather more faith. A conversation unfolds between two individuals. One, presumably a superior, declares that the resources at hand should suffice to gather the lion heart power and force. The other, showing concern, questions whether this plan will be successful. The scene shifts to show a blonde man and a young woman with vibrant red hair. The woman holds a document, her expression one of apprehension. The man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. The blonde man reports on a mission's success. He successfully opened the yellow gate, as requested. However, he reveals that raiding the gate with the selected personnel is nearly impossible, the image showing a swirling vortex of golden light and a multitude of shadowy figures. Despite the difficulty, the blonde man displays a confident smirk. He simply states, well. Against a backdrop of a clear blue sky, a single speech bubble appears, we'll see. The camera focuses on a modern skyscraper, suggesting a return to Earth. In a bustling hall, a young man with short, dark hair and a friendly smile is approached. Ooh, aren't you Mr. Gu? Someone asks. He replies, simply, ah. An older man with silver hair and a warm smile greets him. We meet again. Are you here because of a text message too? About the Hunter Association president gathering helpless hunters like us? I wonder what's up. Mr. Gu, a single tear rolling down his cheek, admits, I wonder too. Observing the crowd, Mr. Gu thinks to himself, they're all D-rank hunters. C-rank, at most? He turns to speak with a young woman with long, dark hair standing nearby. Elsewhere in the hall, two young men whisper, that A-rank mage swordsman? Their attention is drawn to a striking woman with red hair, dressed in a form-fitting black and red outfit, flanked by two imposing guards. She apparently achieved the highest record during last year's draft. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, a man with a stern expression and shadowed eyes, stood amidst a crowd of onlookers. His gaze was intense, betraying a weariness that belied his composed posture. A murmur rippled through the crowd, here comes His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Leon's internal monologue registered the announcement with a mixture of apprehension and resignation. That person. He thought. The word survivor echoed in the silence, heavy with unspoken implications. A young man with blonde hair, flanked by two imposing bodyguards, approached. He exuded an air of quiet confidence. Leon observed the blonde young man, a thought forming in his mind. I knew he was no ordinary person. But he's from a whole different world, Leon realized, a grim understanding settling over him. The blonde young man stood at a podium, addressing a large audience. Behind him, a crest featuring a lion within a starburst was prominently displayed. His expression was serious, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. The reason I invited you all here was because I'm looking for soldiers to enter my guild, Pantheon, he announced. A blonde man stood at a podium, his expression one of intense seriousness. Behind him, a large emblem depicting a lion's head was prominently displayed. He addressed a group of assembled individuals, his words carrying weight, those who have proven themselves. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces before him. One of the soldiers questioned, soldiers? Not guild members? And those who have endured training. I will grant you the honor of entering my military. A young man with dark hair, among the assembled recruits, reacted with surprise. Military? Not guild, he questioned, his voice laced with disbelief. The blonde man from the podium continued, now, we shall inform you about the entrance test. The test was revealed to be unexpectedly dangerous. The test is, to clear the yellow gate at Samjin Station. A bald man in a suit, standing beside the blonde man, reacted with a look of disbelief. What? Yellow? The recruits reacted with alarm.
How are we supposed to clear that? That's telling us to die, one of them exclaimed.
Another recruit, the dark-haired young man, echoed the sentiment. What kind of test is this?
The narrative opens with an informational panel explaining that the difficulty of the gates, portals to otherworldly realms, is color-coded. A terrifying image depicts a black gate, teeming with monstrous creatures, including a large, demonic figure at its center.
The color red is prominently displayed at the bottom of the panel.
The scene shifts to a dark, mechanical entity, seemingly a robotic guardian or weapon, suggesting a different type of threat. An orange gate is shown, featuring a knight on a rearing, ethereal horse, radiating power and suggesting a formidable opponent. A vast army of skeletal warriors is depicted, their glowing eyes hinting at a powerful, undead force. The text below reads, and below those. The panel shows the remaining color categories, yellow, green, and blue, implying a hierarchy of gate difficulty. The narration box reveals that Gu Dae-sung, a powerful hunter, previously faced a blue gate.
The panel shows two formidable figures, a hulking warrior and a wolf-like creature, guarding a gate.
Two characters discuss the upcoming challenge. They are tasked with clearing a yellow gate, which is considered a death sentence for hunters of their rank. A bald man, likely an official, addresses a crowd of apprehensive hunters, warning them of the danger and giving them the option to withdraw from the test. A man with blonde hair scoffed, his words laced with disdain.
Ha! You think we won't leave if you say that?
He turned away, muttering to himself, TCH.
I wasted my time.
Another man, this one with dark hair, sighed wearily.
He decided, I'll just go home and take a nap. A question lingered in his mind, is it okay not to stop them?
He began to walk away, leaving the scene behind. The scene shifted to a large hall. A group of people stood assembled, their attention focused on a figure at a podium.
The atmosphere was tense.
A blond man, seemingly in charge, sat calmly. He uttered a single, non-committal sound, His gaze fell upon a man with an afro. You there, he stated. The man with the afro looked surprised.
Ha? Yes? Me?
The blond man confirmed, yes, you, with the afro. Why did you stay? Two men, one with dark, curly hair and a mischievous grin, and the other with light hair and a more serious expression, stood in conversation. The curly-haired man mused that there might be some meaning to a recent event, prompting the lighter-haired man to inquire about his own situation. The curly-haired man responded vaguely, suggesting he simply stayed. A question that hung in the air, unanswered, as the scene shifted to a wide shot of a large, industrial-looking space. The focus returned to a close-up of the curly-haired man, his expression thoughtful as he considered the implications. A blond man, sharply dressed in a suit, pointed accusingly at the curly-haired man, demanding an explanation, leaving the curly-haired man visibly distressed and sweating under the weight of the accusation. The curly-haired man's internal monologue revealed his resolve. He had to take this chance, despite the risks. He looked on, a mixture of fear and determination etched on his face, as an older man beside him expressed disbelief at the situation. The blond man, however, simply smiled, approving of the curly-haired man's decision. A blond man in a suit stood before a crowd, his body language exuding confidence. He addressed them, his voice carrying an air of authority. I said that. He continued, his words cutting through the silence. I'm here to gather soldiers.
A soldier's duty is to obey. Two men in the audience exchanged worried glances.
A bead of sweat trickled down one's temple as he nervously watched the blond man. The blond man turned, a hint of sadness in his eyes.
He spoke again, his voice softer this time. Trust the knight's honor and power.
He emphasized, his gaze intense. That's all you have to do. The blond man's face softened into a subtle smile.
A glint of determination shone in his eyes.
He explained, his tone measured, it just means, to listen. With a flourish, the blond man announced, we'll go in right away. He commanded the assembled soldiers, his voice ringing with authority, take your share of equipment and finish preparing. A swirling vortex of incandescent energy, a gateway to another world, opened up at Samjin Station, its fiery maw a stark contrast to the mundane urban setting. A lone figure, clad in dark attire, stood on a city street, seemingly observing something in the distance. A large contingent of soldiers, impeccably uniformed, stood at attention, their ranks broken only by a single woman with vibrant pink hair, who stood calmly before two men in suits. The man in dark clothing, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, finding the weight of his equipment burdensome, yet appreciating its quality.
He noted that the equipment was far superior to anything available to lower-ranked hunters.
Two men, one a younger man with a shield, the other an older man with silver hair, discussed the equipment's rarity and quality. The younger man identified himself as a shield dealer. The older man, however, expressed a lingering concern, his expression hinting at a hidden worry. Meanwhile, two other men, one with blonde hair, observed the scene from a distance, their intentions unclear. Han Hari, a young man with blonde hair, stood pensively, his gaze cast downward. A subtle escaped his lips as he seemed to be lost in thought. Hunter Gu Dae-sung approached Han Hari, his expression one of mild concern. He addressed the blonde-haired man, Han Hari-nim. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her eyes wide with curiosity, interrupted their conversation.
She questioned, Hunter Gu Daesung Nim. What is it? Doesn't the Majesty wear armor? Gu Daesung responded with a single, thoughtful word, His skin is harder than any armor.
Gu Daesung's face showed a mixture of awe and apprehension. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he seemed to struggle to comprehend what he had just learned.
Meanwhile, Han Hari stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face.
He muttered to himself, I'm sure nothing bad will happen. A sudden, violent tremor shook the ground. The earth cracked open, revealing a monstrous, green-skinned creature with sharp teeth and wild eyes. The aftermath of a brutal battle was strewn across the ground, severed hair, a broken horn, and a pool of dark blood.
3 knights, their faces grim behind their visors, stared at the scene in stunned silence.
What the hell just happened? One of them muttered. A young man with blonde hair, his eyes blazing with power, stood amidst the chaos. Dark energy swirled around him as he declared, I can't hear you out any longer. The source of the energy seemed to be a large, demonic creature, now lifeless and broken. His face contorted in anger, the blonde young man unleashed a furious tirade. You guys are not honorable warriors. He continued, his voice dripping with scorn, you will all crawl like bugs on the ground and meet your death there. His eyes glowed with an unearthly light as he prepared for another attack.
And that is?
A wave of energy erupted from him, a display of raw power.
Unwavering justice.
The camera pans across a misty landscape, revealing a glimpse of a lush forest and a distant mountain peak. A woman with fiery red hair, clad in dark attire, walks confidently at the head of a disciplined army. She exhales audibly, a sigh of relief. One of the soldiers, his face obscured by a full helmet, observes their surroundings.
He remarks that they will be fighting in the open air.
The camera focuses on the soldiers' armor, highlighting their well-equipped state. A system message appears, informing the soldiers that they are mercenaries from the outer territory, tasked with choosing a side in an ongoing tribal war.
Another soldier, also helmeted, recognizes the task as an NPC support quest.
The first soldier addresses a comrade, whom he calls Mr. Gu, suggesting that the quest is a faction quest. Mr. Gu confirms this, stating that they simply need to choose a side and help them win. A knight, clad in heavy, ornate plate armor, stood vigilant. His visor obscured his face, yet his eyes, visible through the narrow slits, held a steely gaze. He pointed a gloved finger, a subtle gesture that spoke volumes of authority.
He addressed his troops, a murmur of concern rippling through their ranks.
Wait! Isn't that a monster? One soldier exclaimed, his voice laced with apprehension. In the distance, a blinding light erupted. A horde of shadowy figures emerged from the explosion, their forms barely visible in the lingering glare. Revealing a monstrous warband. A hulking orc, astride a fearsome boar-like beast with glowing red eyes, led the charge. The orc's face, a mask of savage fury, was inches from the viewer. His eyes burned with malevolent intensity. As he raised his massive battle axe, its polished surface gleaming ominously. The Orcish horde thundered towards the knight's army, a wave of destruction threatening to engulf them. Dust and debris flew as the monstrous beasts charged. The knights braced themselves, forming a shield wall against the impending onslaught. A surge of energy crackled in the air, signaling the imminent clash. A lone woman with vibrant red hair stood defiantly before a formidable army of knights, their ranks stretching out behind her. Before them, a vast horde of monstrous creatures loomed, their menacing forms silhouetted against a stormy sky.
A beam of light shot out from the horde, illuminating the scene. From the monstrous horde, a hulking, green-skinned orc emerged, its eyes burning with rage. Are you? This is the Battle Axe tribe's territory, it roared. The orc lunged forward, its massive axe whistling through the air. The knights stood firm, their faces obscured by their helmets, a silent testament to their unwavering loyalty.
Nearby, a young man with blonde hair, clearly agitated, muttered,
Your Majesty.
He turned to a small, red-haired girl beside him, a small, robotic companion hovering nearby.
He responded curtly. He then asked, should we try and proceed with the quest for now?
The red-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by the conflict, simply replied, do as you wish.
The red-haired girl giggled, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she held up a glowing blue tablet.
The red-haired woman, her expression now serious, stood amidst her knights, the blue tablet held firmly in her hand. The blonde young man stood beside her, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. A young woman with vibrant red hair and striking golden eyes declared, we are mercenaries. We came here because we could get rewarded if we hunted the beast. A hulking Orcish figure, his green skin and imposing stature hinting at immense strength, cleared his throat and questioned, mercenaries? You must be the outsiders the chief mentioned. The red-haired mercenary's expression soured. A small, metallic drone perched atop her head.
She muttered, I don't have a good feeling about this.
While a nearby man with blonde hair scowled, the word displeased flashing across the panel. The scene shifted, showing a panoramic view of a clear sky. Then a distant landscape. Finally settling on a natural rock archway, partially obscured by clouds. A lone figure stood guard before the gate, a large Orcish army assembled behind him. The Orcish chief, observing the mercenaries from above, mused, The final panel showed Kardakarak, the Battle Axe tribe's chief, a powerful orc with a skull emblazoned belt. A hulking Orcish warrior stood defiantly amidst the ruins of a battlefield, his powerful frame radiating an aura of savage strength. He roared a challenge, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape, "Support us, the Battle-Axe tribe. A larger-scale war, a more honorable death." A young man with fiery blonde hair and intense golden eyes watched the scene unfold. His face was etched with grim determination. He silently vowed to himself, "The one to win this war will earn everything." His jaw clenched, a barely contained rage simmering beneath the surface. A low growl rumbled in his chest.
The young man's patience finally snapped.
He scoffed, his disdain palpable. "Humph, I can't listen to this any longer." His words cut through the air, startling both the Orcish warrior and a nearby Orcish shaman.
The shaman exclaimed in surprise, What? Who said that?"
The source of the voice remained unseen, but a faint whisper echoed, "Honor." The unseen speaker continued, their tone laced with contempt. "Honor, you say?
A bunch of beasts like you dare wish for such lofty dreams you're undeserving of?" The Orcish warrior, enraged by the insult, roared his fury, Are you insulting me?"
A blur of motion erupted as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the Night King returned from the otherworld, clashed with a hulking orc. His movements were a whirlwind of precise strikes,
each blow a testament to 300 years spent battling demons.
The orc, despite its brute strength, was no match for the Night King's own skill. A swift, brutal strike landed, leaving the orc reeling and bleeding.
Leon's helmet, once pristine, was now marred by streaks of crimson.
The violence of the battle was etched onto his armor. Leon, his face grim, addressed the fallen orc.
"You are not honorable warriors." A surge of power coursed through Leon.
His eyes blazed with a furious light as he witnessed the orc's blatant disregard for life. His anger fueled a righteous fury.
Unwavering justice.
A start title card appeared, proclaiming a staggering kill streak of 8,769,653 ORCS. The title continued, revealing the identity of this relentless killer, the ORC Slayer. The image shifted to a close-up of a man, his face streaked with grime and blood, eyes burning with a fierce, almost supernatural light. His expression was one of barely contained rage. He was the Orc Slayer. The final word on the title card completed the grim legend, and a legend. The scene shifted abruptly. Two Orcish warriors stood amidst a chaotic battlefield, their faces etched with terror. One of them gasped, "The chief is dead." One orc, his body already riddled with wounds, stumbled backward, his eyes wide with fear as he desperately tried to escape.
Another orc fell, pierced through by an unseen force. The remaining orcs, surrounded and outnumbered, were paralyzed by fear.
A voice, cold and devoid of mercy, boomed, "Kill them all." A knight, clad in heavy, dark gray plate armor, let out a terrified gasp. His visor, partially obscuring his face, did little to hide the sheer panic in his eyes. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper, "The orcs." A sharp command cut through the air, "Raise your shields." A blonde-haired man, eyes blazing with furious energy, roared, "Form a circle and stop their attacks." The knight braced himself, raising his shield as a blur of motion approached. A guttural sound escaped his lips as the impact hit him hard.
"Cook! Damn it!"
The knights, visibly strained, shouted, "We're D-rank hunters." One of them despaired, "How are we supposed to win against orcs?"
An orc, enraged, roared, "Quaff! I'll kill you."
A hulking orc, muscles bulging, brought his weapon down on two armored figures. A desperate shout escaped their lips, "Shit!"
The orc's attack was swift and brutal.
A crimson energy coursing from his weapon as he lunged forward.
A desperate plea escaped the armored figures, "Can we dash?" But before the blow could land, a blinding flash erupted.
A massive axe cleaving through the air with impossible speed. The orc's attack was deflected, leaving him stunned.
A confused whisper escaped him, "Huh?"
One of the armored figures, their face obscured by a helmet, stood firm.
A wave of disbelief washed over them as they muttered, "I blocked him?" A close-up revealed a high-tech visor displaying a glowing blue interface. The words Lionheart's aura appearing prominently. The system detailed its effects: Legion reinforcement, defense against charges has been granted. Legion reinforcement, fortification has been granted. A cascade of further enhancements followed: Legion reinforcement, large-scale reinforcement has been granted. Legion reinforcement, bravery has been granted. Legion reinforcement, lighter armor has been granted. Skin reinforcement, thick skin has been granted. Legion reinforcement, heavy ultimate attack has been granted. Legion reinforcement, great magic reinforcement has been granted. Legion reinforcement, range attack resistance has been granted. Legion reinforcement, sharp vision has been granted. Legion reinforcement, great infantryman slaughter has been granted. Legion reinforcement, corruption resistance has been granted. A knight, his face obscured by a helmet, stared blankly ahead, a single word escaping his lips, "A." Most prolific ORC Slayer among primates, a system notification appeared, detailing the effects of this title: a 50% increased chance of causing casualties against orcs, inducing terror, panic, and despair in them, and increasing resentment against the orcs. The knight, still bewildered, muttered, "What's this?"
Another system notification appeared, this time listing additional titles: Allied Halfbody, War Knight's Blessing, Grail Guardian, Dragon Slayer's Honor, Evil Species Terror, Demon Lord Slayer, Most Prolific Demon Slayer, Range Fighter Hater, Strongest Attacker. A final note stated that Legion members were too low in level for most reinforcement traits to apply. Two orcs charged towards the knight, who grinned, exclaiming, "This is way too good." A young man with blonde hair, seemingly injured, shouted from behind the knight, "Raise your shields and push them away." The young man, gritting his teeth, held his sword, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He lunged forward, his blade piercing an orc's chest with a resounding khek. Returning to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting in the otherworld, the Night King found himself immediately embroiled in conflict. He stood amidst a chaotic melee, a whirlwind of steel and fury. His blade ablur as he cut through a throng of grotesque, green-skinned orcs. Their desperate cries of quaff echoed through the air as they fell before his might. One particularly large orc, mortally wounded, gasped out a prayer, "Cook! Dear God of warriors!" The Night King, a young man with blonde hair and eyes now blazing with an unearthly light, paused, his expression one of utter disbelief. "What?" he muttered, a question hanging heavy in the air. His shock quickly turned to rage. A guttural roar escaped his lips, "Kuagh. How dare these beasts cry for God?" A surge of power, a golden aura crackling with blue energy, erupted from him. His hand outstretched, a command issued with chilling authority: "Cut off their tongues." And then, with a terrifying finality, "Take their heads and insult their erroneous God." A spectral steed materialized behind him, answering his unspoken summons. "Come, stallion." Two hulking orcs, their green skin glistening with sweat, stood their ground as a blinding light erupted behind them, the intense energy momentarily obscuring their forms. The orcs braced themselves, their expressions grim. Then, a concussive blast struck the lead orc, sending him sprawling to the ground with a guttural cry. A knight, his blonde hair catching the light, rode a powerful white steed, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before him. He spurred his horse forward, the animal's hooves striking down with brutal force, crushing the remaining orc beneath its weight. The knight's arrival was swift and decisive. He continued his relentless advance, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. A dark energy suddenly lashing out, ensnaring him in its grasp. The knight struggled against the unseen force, but a surge of brilliant blue energy erupted from his hands, pushing back the darkness. A hand, adorned with a dark glove, held a small, rectangular object aloft. The background was a blur of electric blue energy, hinting at a powerful, otherworldly force. The energy coalesced around a young man with spiky blonde hair, his face obscured by shadow, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. He clutched two similar rectangular objects, his posture tense with barely contained power. Suddenly, the young man was astride a powerful white horse, charging through a horde of grotesque, green-skinned creatures. Three gleaming, ethereal swords extended from his back, radiating an intense light. The swords sliced through the air, leaving trails of brilliant energy in their wake. His face, now visible, was contorted in a grimace of furious concentration, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. He roared a threat, his voice filled with the raw power of a warrior who had spent centuries battling demons: "I'll kill you all." A brutal, bloody massacre ensued. The scene was a whirlwind of motion, a chaotic ballet of death and destruction. A single, swift strike ended the life of one particularly large, horned creature, leaving only the scattered corpses of his enemies in the aftermath. The scene was silent, save for the wind whistling through the desolate landscape. A powerful, golden sword, imbued with a faint blue energy, was raised high. Its intricate details gleamed in the dim light. A triumphant yell ripped from the wielder's lips, a young man with blonde hair and dirt smudged across his face. He declared his victory, the words "an honorable victory" echoing in the aftermath of battle. Nearby, three soldiers in medieval armor watched in stunned silence, muttering in disbelief. The scene shifted to a young woman with vibrant red hair, approaching the blonde-haired man cautiously. She addressed him formally, her voice laced with uncertainty: "Your Majesty." He responded curtly, "What is it, Hari?" The blonde-haired man, seemingly unfazed, calmly replied, "Is there a reason needed to kill orcs?" Hari's eyes widened in shock. "Ha? But the quest," she stammered. He scoffed, his expression hardening. "Help orcs? What a load of nonsense." He vehemently declared that he would rather throw himself into a pit of fire than help those green beasts, asserting that they do not deserve a single ounce of respect. He continued, their very existence being evil, and they do not deserve to live. He questioned how their bravery could compare to that of knights. The scene shifted to show a large orc carrying a woman, other orcs looming in the background. Another character, a young woman with short, reddish-brown hair, interjected, advising against treating them like humans, calling them sickening beasts. The young woman's words caused a visible reaction from the man, his face contorted in anger and disgust as she called him a racist. Undeterred, she insisted that there must be kind orcs somewhere in the world, illustrating her point with a peaceful image of an orc meditating amidst nature. The man's expression hardened, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He then stated, "Keep this in mind." The final panel showed a stark declaration: the only kind orcs are dead orcs. The scene opens with a lone figure, their back to the viewer, gazing up at a fiery inferno. The word Orcs blazes in the heart of the flames. A close-up reveals a menacing orc, its green skin scarred and weathered, a ring piercing its lower lip.
Its expression is one of savage intensity.
A portal of swirling, golden energy rips open in a city square, revealing a hulking orc warrior. Two armed soldiers stand guard, their faces etched with apprehension. The narration box states that when the gates opened in Earth, countless orc survivors set foot on Earth.
Another narration box reveals that Earth's people were welcoming to them.
A man in a suit holds up a sign reading welcome, a smile plastered across his face. However, a bead of sweat trickles down his brow as his smile falters.
His internal monologue reveals his apprehension, but they. A violent image flashes across the page, and orc, eyes blazing red, raises a weapon in a furious attack. The narration box explains that the orcs did not adjust to Earth and became demonic humans instead. The chapter opens with a disturbing scene. A hand, still clutching a business suit, lies sprawled on the floor amidst a pool of blood, next to a pink welcome sign marred by crimson splatters. A narration box cuts in, stating simply, orcs were a problem even on Earth.
The scene shifts to a dark forest path at night, ominous purple energy swirling around the trees.
A small, spider-like robot scuttles into view, arriving at its destination. It reports, if the duty is carried out here, an all-kill is possible. Very efficient.
A man with short brown hair, partially concealed by a bunny-themed headband, speaks, "I'll leave it to you." He stands beside a young woman with short red hair, also wearing a similar headband. Both are concealing their hair color.
The robot announces, commencing core overload. A metallic device hummed, its core generating capacity reaching 99.9% operation.
Energy crackled around its edges, a vibrant blue light pulsating within. The energy within the device surged. A blinding flash of light erupting as the percentage counter climbed past 100%.
A core overload warning blared. The cooling system malfunctioned. Two young individuals, a boy and a girl, both wearing bunny-themed headbands, watched in alarm as the fuel rod's deterioration accelerated, core fusion imminent.
Something emerged from the device's core, plunging into the nearby lake.
The object, small and cylindrical, sank beneath the surface. The girl commented that it looked like poop.
The boy scolded her for using such crude language. He then turned to his companion, concerned, asking if everything was all right.
She replied with a questioning "what is?" A narration box revealed a chilling plan, releasing radioactive material into the river to kill the orcs.
A young woman with bright red hair, wearing a pink bunny-eared hood, looked aghast at a blonde man. She questioned whether such actions were befitting a knight's honor. The blonde man, his expression unreadable, simply responded with an ellipsis, a single, almost imperceptible punctuation mark. A subtle shift in his demeanor hinted at a sinister plan forming in his mind. A cruel smile played on his lips. The scene shifted to a darker setting, where a man with short, dark hair addressed the red-haired woman and the blonde man, instructing them to listen closely. He explained that their current conflict wasn't a war or battle, but rather the extermination of beasts. The red-haired woman, her face etched with disapproval, muttered the word racist,
before questioning the relevance of honor in hunting.
The blonde man, a smirk playing on his lips, countered with a chillingly pragmatic statement, "A good orc is a dead orc." His words hung heavy in the air, a stark declaration of his ruthless efficiency.
A monstrous orc, Gorktar, roared with savage glee as he swung his massive axe.
The blow connecting with his opponent, Galadin, with a sickening crunch.
Galadin gasped in agony as he fell.
Gorktar, surveying the battlefield from atop a crudely constructed bridge, laughed triumphantly.
"Ha ha 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 ha." Gorktar broke Galadin's skull. Another orc approached, praising Gorktar's skill. "That was a great axe skill, brother."
The fallen orc, Galadin, lay dead, his body still bearing the marks of a fierce battle.
He died while fighting fiercely.
A voice boomed, seemingly from beyond the mortal realm. "So the god of warriors will send you to the eternal fighting range." Gorktar, seemingly unfazed by the divine pronouncement, celebrated his victory with a drink from a nearby bucket.
"Ooh. Gorktar's drinking."
A hulking orc, his green skin glistening under the harsh sunlight, stood by a riverbank. He held a large wooden bucket, its contents obscured from view. A skull rested at his feet, a grim reminder of his recent activities. He dipped the bucket into the water, the liquid shimmering with an unnatural, bright blue glow. Drawing it out, the bucket now brimming with the same luminescent liquid. The orc moved away from the river, his silhouette stark against the backdrop of a lush forest. He raised the bucket to his lips and began to drink deeply from the glowing water.
A close-up showed the orc drinking, the strange water cascading down his chin and into his mouth. His expression was one of curiosity, not disgust.
He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The water today tastes a bit strange," he mused. He wiped his mouth, a slight tremor in his hand.
"It's a bit prickly and itchy," he added, a hint of concern in his voice.
His eyes narrowed, a flicker of understanding in their depths. Well, it's probably just the blood," he muttered, looking towards a distant, ruined structure. A lone orc, his back to the viewer, trudged along a desolate beach. An overturned wooden barrel lay nearby, a small puddle of liquid seeping into the sand, hinting at a recent disturbance.
The camera pans to reveal a bleak, desolate landscape. Jagged, dark rock formations towered over a dilapidated structure, resembling a ruined watchtower or shrine.
Below, a small village of similar dark, decaying buildings could be seen. The view shifts to a clear blue sky, a stark contrast to the dark landscape below. The sky suggests a vast, open space beyond the immediate surroundings. The orc, now visible from the front, collapses near a crude shelter, letting out a pained groan. His body is visibly strained and wounded. A guttural, pained roar escapes his lips, a sound of immense suffering. He clutches at his chest, his face contorted in agony as he struggles to breathe. The orc is clearly in dire straits. His eyes widen in terror, tears streaming down his face as he whispers a desperate plea. "Witch doctor," he croaks, his voice barely audible above the wind. His hope seems to be dwindling. The orc collapses, his body trembling as he succumbs to his injuries. His desperate plea hangs in the air. A desperate cry pierced the air, "Witch doctor!" Several orcs lay prostrate on the ground, groaning in pain. One, in particular, cried out, "Kawuf! Save me!" A skeletal figure with horns writhed on the ground, its form contorting in an unnatural way. A nearby orc, witnessing the scene, muttered, "What is this? I don't know what this is." The orc stared, aghast, at the strange, skeletal creature. "I've never seen anything like this before." Another orc, seemingly unaffected by the strange phenomenon, observed the scene calmly. "It's neither a curse nor an enchantment. What is this?" "Honor to the Lionheart." An orc, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and awe, watched as something approached. From the sky, a figure descended, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the desolate landscape. He moved with incredible speed, a whirlwind of power. The figure landed with a powerful impact, sending shockwaves through the ground. The orc let out a pained cry, "Kawug!" A blonde-haired man, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, roared a command, "Eliminate the beasts." He clenched his fist, a grim resolve hardening his features. "Don't miss a single one," he added, his voice tight with urgency. "Corruption resistance is active." A system message flashed across his vision, a silent reassurance amidst the chaos. Surrounded by a legion of armored knights, he charged into the fray. "Free experience points. Kill them all," he shouted, a manic glee in his voice. The knights moved as one, a tide of steel and fury sweeping across the battlefield, crushing the horde of monstrous creatures under their relentless assault. Two hulking orcs, their bodies battered and broken, collapsed to the ground, defeated. A knight, his shield raised high, braced for impact as a monstrous eye loomed before him. KQ. A guttural scream echoed as the creature lunged, its attack swift and brutal. The cowardly humans, a narration box declared, were no match for its power. A dark, swirling vortex ripped across the sky, leaving a trail of black ink-like energy in its wake. The only sound was a silent whisper, barely audible, yet carrying the weight of centuries, "Humans." The remnants of the vortex faded, leaving only a bruised, dark sky. A stark, icy landscape emerged, a frozen kingdom of towering spires and desolate plains. Two colossal swords, glowing with an ethereal blue light, sliced through the scene, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The swords continued their descent, revealing a figure cloaked in shadow, their form barely visible amidst the icy debris. A knight in gleaming white armor stood before a young woman with vibrant red hair. A holographic display on his chest showed a message: the Battle Axe tribe had been eliminated. Another message appeared on the knight's display: she had become a common enemy. A final system message appeared: eliminate all orcs in the hidden quest field. The red-haired woman, now clearly focused, stood before a small orcish village, ready for battle. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mixture of urgency and apprehension, reported to someone unseen, "Your Majesty, the quest, it changed." She frantically pointed at a digital interface, sweat beading on her brow as she explained the alteration to the mission parameters. A change that a blonde man, seated atop a horse, greeted with a triumphant grin. "All right. Finally, a better one." A narration box declared, "Lionheart soldiers. It is finally time to uphold light and justice." A monstrous figure, cloaked in green-skinned, roared in fury, its guttural sounds echoing through the desolate landscape. A surge of dark energy emanating from it as it prepared for battle, revealing a legion of soldiers, their armor gleaming under the harsh light. The blonde man and the red-haired woman stood before the army, a palpable tension hanging in the air as the monstrous figure from before appeared, shouting, "You! It was all of you!" A grotesque, green-skinned humanoid, wielding a crude staff, leveled an accusation. He declared that those before him were responsible for cursing the river's water. His rage escalating as he spat the word cowards with venomous intensity. A young man with blonde hair, his eyes blazing with fury, retorted. He challenged their right to call themselves warriors. The humanoid let out a scornful laugh. Then, his expression hardening, he declared the foolishness of a beast speaking of honor. He stood amidst fallen, defeated creatures, his words dripping with contempt as he declared that merely looking at such inferior beings was shameful. The blonde young man's face contorted in anguish. He muttered that even gouging out his own eyes wouldn't atone for this great sin. The humanoid, his face partially obscured by shadow, offered a chilling concession: he would at least give them a chance to kill themselves. A monstrous face, green and grotesque, filled the panel.
Its jagged teeth were bared in a snarl, and the creature roared, "You arrogant bastard!" The demon, cloaked and chained, unleashed a surge of dark, green energy. A wave of chaotic power that rippled outwards. "Gokpak will never forgive you," it shrieked. A young man with blonde hair and intense golden eyes stood defiantly, a powerful weapon in his hand. He observed the demon's attack with a hint of amusement. Interesting. A beast that wields chains. He braced himself, preparing for a counterattack. And with a burst of golden light, he swung his weapon with incredible speed. Returning to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting in the otherworld, the Night King unleashed a devastating attack, a golden beam of energy erupting from his hand. The force of the blow sending his opponent sprawling, a hulking Orcish warrior, his body convulsing as he coughed up blood. It was too late. From the center of a dark, swirling vortex, a sinister energy pulsed outwards, spreading tendrils of darkness across the desolate landscape. A monstrous orc emerged, his eyes burning with malevolent intent, raising a wicked club high above his head. The fallen orc warrior gasped his last breath, a chilling warning escaping his lips. Gokpak was coming. A surge of dark energy erupted from the ground. The dark energy coalesced into a massive, pulsating orb, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. Two young figures watched in horror as the ominous event unfolded, their fear palpable. "Your Majesty, what is?" A woman with vibrant red hair, clad in dark, form-fitting attire, sneered. She scoffed at an offering, deeming it uncivilized, a testament to the beast's uncouth nature. A swirling vortex of dark green energy began to coalesce before her. The vortex pulsed, radiating an ominous aura. Reaching out with clawed fingers, a monstrous, green-skinned creature emerged, its form vaguely humanoid, but undeniably grotesque. Its massive hands slammed down, the ground trembling under its weight. A woman's voice cut through the chaos, a sharp cry of alarm, "Look!" The creature's arm ended in a gigantic, pulsating eye. It was identified as the Great Gokrak's eye and right arm, a terrifying revelation. A mission briefing flashed across a digital screen: "Eliminate Gokrak, the enchantment god orc." A monstrous, clawed hand emerged from the shadows, its green glow hinting at a malevolent power. The creature's massive arm followed, dwarfing the knight who sat astride his white steed below. A cloaked figure, wielding a strange weapon, stood defiantly against the looming threat. The creature's hand, now visible in close-up, held a pulsating orb of eerie green light. The orb's light focused, creating a miniature image of the knight. His expression hardened with determination as he was observed by the monstrous entity. He resolved, "Must kill." The orb in the creature's hand pulsed with energy, preparing for an attack. A blinding green light erupted from the depths of the shadowed figure, radiating outwards in sharp, intense beams. The energy coalescing into a searing point of light within a clawed hand raised high, before exploding outwards in a devastating wave of power. From the heart of the explosion, a beam of pure, emerald energy shot forth, striking a figure in the distance. The impact creating a shockwave that rippled outwards. A voice, filled with awe and disbelief, cried out, "Your Majesty?" The shadowed figure, now revealed to be a man with blonde hair, spoke in a low, resonant voice, "You." He continued, his words heavy with implication, "A being that is akin to me protects you." His question hung in the air, a challenge and a revelation: who is the god that protects you? The blonde man's face was a mask of grim determination. A thought echoed in his mind: a being, akin to you? A knight, blonde hair windswept, sits atop a spectral steed. Divine energy crackles around him, forming a shield of arrows. He declares, "Something like you dare compare yourself to a god?" His face contorted in rage, the knight unleashes a furious outburst. "Just because you play captain among a group of beasts?" The knight's anger intensifies, his body radiating power. A surge of energy erupts from him. He swings his sword, a brilliant arc of light slicing through the air. The force of the blow sends his mount reeling. He proclaims, "I, the king of the Lionheart." His fist clenched, the knight's power surges, a golden aura surrounding him. A powerful figure, cloaked in shadow and adorned with ornate, dark clothing, declared their utter intolerance for the protagonist's existence. Their voice boomed with an unshakable conviction: "Will not and cannot tolerate your existence." The antagonist, a hulking figure with a powerful, green-tinged arm, launched a swift, brutal attack. A glowing green eye, pulsating with malevolent energy, materialized before the protagonist. The creature sneered, "You inferior mortal." The creature unleashed a furious attack, its words echoing its intent: "Die with regrets." A wave of dark energy crashed down, but the Night King, with a flash of golden light from his sword, met the assault head-on. He deftly dodged the attack, his mount's powerful legs carrying him through the ravaged landscape. Preparing for a counterattack, the Night King, astride his steed, charged, his sword ablaze with golden energy. With a powerful swing, he cleaved through the creature's defenses. A monstrous fist, clad in tattered, dark purple fabric and a worn green glove, slammed down with earth-shattering force. The impact sending out shockwaves of dark energy that ripped through the air and pulverized whatever it struck, leaving behind only a smoking crater. A large, pulsating eye, the only remaining feature of the destroyed entity, stared up from the depths of the hole. A guttural scream, kayak, echoed across the battlefield as a large, shadowy figure recoiled from the attack.
revealing a massive, clawed hand engulfed in a surge of blue energy.
A group of soldiers watched in horror from below.
From a distance, a lone figure observed the scene. He muttered to himself, "It wasn't my original body that was attacked.
So why? Why do I feel pain?" A large, green-skinned orc, his face contorted in fear and concern, stammered, "As Sir Gokrak?" The monstrous eye pulsed again, its voice a raspy whisper, "Cook, right. That sword. The holy sword of radiance." A chilling accusation echoed in the desolate landscape, "It was you."
A lone figure, a young man with blonde hair, rode a white horse through a ravaged battlefield, a spectral glow surrounding him.
The whispers identifying him as the orc executioner, a demon slayer of unmatched skill.
He was the sole survivor of a nightmarish world, a knight returned.
A monstrous eye opened in the darkness, a foreboding presence. Prompting the knight to retreat, "I'll fall back for now."
The knight, still mounted on his horse, found himself facing a powerful figure wielding a staff, a dark and imposing orc. A voice, filled with surprise and fear, called out, "Hyuk?
Sir Gokrak?"
The orc, Sir Gokrak, glared at the knight, his words dripping with menace, "You will pay for this reckless boldness." Returning from 300 years of demon hunting in the otherworld, the Night King stood defiantly before a hulking Orcish god, his sword gleaming.
He scoffed, "I guess that's about the best you can get for a god. For a bunch of garbage beasts like you." The orc, visibly enraged, sputtered incoherently, "Why you?" His rage intensified as he roared, "What have you done?" Gripping his weapon, the orc vowed, "I will avenge my comrades." The Night King, his face obscured by shadow, unleashed a devastating attack. Swiftly dispatching the orc with a single, precise blow. He stood over the fallen body, his blonde hair catching the light. He coldly assessed the situation, a hint of disdain in his voice as he muttered, "Humph. At least you tried. But you guys are not beings that should stay alive." A system message appeared, announcing the completion of all hidden quests. The Orc Hunter trait, granting a 30% damage increase against orcs, was applied to the protagonist. And the War Knight's Men-at-Arms trait, providing a 20% boost to physical attack resistance when fighting alongside a knight possessing the War Knight trait, was applied to all participants. One of the knights, his face etched with surprise, observed that they had all gained physical attack resistance, a benefit typically exclusive to tank-type characters. He expressed his astonishment at the Orc Hunter trait, marveling at the 30% damage bonus against orcs, although noting it was limited to that specific enemy type. The other knights, equally amazed, celebrated their newfound physical attack resistance. A blonde-haired man, his face alight with excitement, shouted orders to collect all the loot. He emphasized the importance of speed, declaring that collecting loot was the mark of a true victor. As the knights, spurred on by his words, began to gather the spoils of their victory. Instructions were given to prioritize equipment from the Great Warrior and Advanced Warrior ranks. All the witch doctor's equipment was needed. The Night King, Spin, surveyed the aftermath of a battle, his expression unreadable. Fallen Orcish warriors lay scattered across the desolate landscape. A subordinate approached Spin, hesitantly addressing him as "Your Majesty." Spin's subordinate questioned what to do with the remains of the battle. The Night King and his companions stood amidst the devastation, contemplating their next move. The Night King, Spin, simply responded with a non-committal mm. The Night King observed the scene, noting the presence of a severed arm. He recognized it as belonging to Gokrak, the divine orc and witch doctor. The arm, a testament to the self-proclaimed god's power, remained. Kiri, Spin's companion, addressed him, using his alias, Sir Spin. She asked if he had anything to say. Spin responded with a cryptic message, Relay. Steal. The scene opens on a desolate beach, the remnants of a shipwreck scattered across the sand. A name, Lionheart, is prominently displayed, hinting at the identity of a key figure. A young man with blonde hair and a leather jacket, and a young woman with vibrant red hair stand before a spectral figure. The woman observes, "I can sense a considerable amount of mana from the beast's amputated arm." The spectral figure, a powerful-looking man with a beard and topknot, instructs them, "Use the Holy Grail to absorb that mana." The spectral figure continues, "Then, we will give you power." The blonde young man responds with a questioning, "Is that so?" The blonde young man holds a golden grail aloft, a swirling blue energy emanating from it. He seems to be channeling the mana. He is now standing over a large, monstrous hand emerging from the ground, the grail in his hand. The monstrous hand rises, seemingly attempting to grab him. The grail glows intensely as the absorption continues. A powerful energy erupts from the grail, engulfing the young man. A figure in a dark suit unleashed a wave of golden energy, its tendrils reaching out to engulf a monstrous, clawed hand emerging from the ground. The light intensified, illuminating the grotesque details of the creature's appendage as it struggled against the assault. The golden energy continued its relentless advance, pushing back against the monstrous hand with unwavering force. Finally, the hand was forced back into the earth, disappearing from sight as the golden light subsided. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair, wearing a leather jacket, held a glowing orb in his hands. A single word escaped his lips, TCH. He sensed a power similar to that of a divine being. The man in the suit appeared, his voice laced with disdain.
He commented on the young man's apparent enjoyment of the beast's worship, but declared his inability to accept such a being who did not love other creations. He declared them all a force of evil that must be extinguished. A voice, warm and gentle, called out, "Lionheart, my knight." A knight, his face obscured, knelt before a radiant figure, a golden chalice clutched in his hands. He offered a silent affirmation, a single word escaping his lips, "Yes, goddess." The goddess, her blonde hair cascading down her shoulders, observed him with a gentle expression. She questioned his dedication, her voice soft yet probing, "Why do you push yourself to do so?" The knight's response was simple, almost dismissive, "It's okay, my knight." The goddess explained, "This much is easy for me, thanks to that beast's mana." The goddess, flanked by two other figures, one a brooding man and the other a young woman, revealed her purpose. "I have come to you because I need you to make a decision." The brooding man, skeptical, questioned the goddess's claim, "Is that true?" The goddess responded calmly, "Quiet, war." She reassured him, "Yes, I will respect any choice you make." The knight, his eyes closed, seemed lost in thought. A weight of responsibility settled upon him. He began to reveal a hidden truth, a secret he had carried for centuries. "I possess 4 sacred items." And a fourth, unseen item, were revealed in a burst of celestial light, surrounding the knight. A young man with short, blonde hair, dressed in a dark jacket, stood pensively. He stroked his chin, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He mused that the power of the holy sword was currently overwhelming. His eyes narrowed, a glint of determination sparking within them. A plan forming in his mind. He resolved to recover the power of the Holy Grail. He held aloft a golden chalice, its gems gleaming. A voice, seemingly emanating from the Grail itself, addressed him, a gentle yet powerful tone in its words, "All right, my knight." A golden light pulsed from the Grail in his hand, the energy intensifying as he focused his will upon it. And a brilliant light erupted, engulfing him as he stood in the city square. A golden chalice, imbued with an ethereal glow, levitated gently in a woman's outstretched hand. As a young man with blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing, looked up towards it with a mixture of awe and anticipation. The chalice, now closer, pulsed with a soft, radiant light. The young man, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face, gently took the chalice into his hands. He smiled, a hint of triumph in his eyes. Someone nearby exclaimed, "Your Majesty." The young man, now identified as the king, turned his gaze towards the source of the exclamation, a slight frown creasing his brow. He asked, "What is the matter?" A woman with vibrant red hair and dark clothing approached him, holding out a glowing disc. She said, "Your Majesty, I think you need to come see this." The red-haired woman's expression turned serious as she asked, "Where has Sir Spin gone?" Her face paled, and she stammered, That's." A young woman with fiery red hair struggled against unseen restraints, her face contorted in fury. "Kwa. Let me go. You damn robot," she shrieked, her voice laced with desperate rage. Nearby, a blond man watched with a concerned expression, a question mark hovering above his head. As a dark, viscous liquid dripped onto the ground below. The dark liquid spread across the cracked earth. A man in tattered armor, his face etched with terror, cried out. "What are you doing? Help me." The man's desperate plea was cut short as he let out a pained groan. His body convulsing as he was bound by glowing blue energy. He crashed to the ground, defeated. The young woman glared at the small, metallic robot responsible, spitting out a final insult. "You stupid robot." A young man with short, dark hair found himself bound by glowing blue energy, his face contorted in a silent scream of anguish. Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes wide with terror. He lay helpless on the ground, surrounded by 3 armored figures whose faces were obscured by helmets. Their expressions were unreadable, their forms rigid and still. 2 of the armored figures watched as a small, metallic object, seemingly the source of the energy binding the young man, detached itself from his body and floated upwards. The metallic object, a small, dome-shaped robot, hovered in the air, its red lights pulsing ominously. Meanwhile, the young man remained bound, his struggles futile against the energy restraints. More armored figures approached from behind, their heavy footsteps echoing in the desolate landscape. A blonde man and a red-haired woman appeared on the scene, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern as they witnessed the capture. The blonde man, observing the situation, spoke, his voice laced with irritation. The young man, despite his predicament, glared at the small robot, his frustration evident. "This damn robot is attacking me. Enough." A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark jacket, stood defiantly. He received a sharp warning, "Watch your mouth, if you don't want your tongue severed." His eyes narrowed, a question forming on his lips. He hesitantly asked, "Are you defending the robot?" The scene shifted to a man with dark hair, clad in shining, slightly damaged armor, his face contorted in anger. He bellowed, "Quiet. How dare you address a knight inappropriately?" A small, spherical robot with multiple eyes sat near the armored knight's feet. The knight looked down at it, confused, muttering, "Eh." The blond young man and the armored knight stood facing each other, a red-haired woman standing between them. The young man asked, "So what is it, Sir Spin?" The knight, Sir Spin, roared, "Loot thief." His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the young man. The small robot whimpered, "WH what?" The blond young man's expression hardened. He stated, "We'll know once we go through your stuff." He then ordered the red-haired woman, "Hurry, go through his things." Several armored figures stood behind Sir Spin, who was now on the ground. Hari, the red-haired woman, approached, bowing and saying, "Ah, yes, your majesty." A young woman with short, vibrant red hair, dressed in a form-fitting red and black uniform, stared wide-eyed at a man with dark hair and a grim expression. Her hands were raised in a gesture of alarm, her features conveying a mixture of shock and apprehension. The man, his face etched with weariness and a hint of desperation, seemed to be on the verge of tears. The man's voice, strained and hesitant, cut through the silence. He questioned the woman's belief in the robot's claim, his words laced with disbelief and a desperate plea for understanding. His incredulity deepened as three knights in shining armor appeared, their faces obscured by helmets, adding to the growing tension and uncertainty. The scene shifted to reveal the dark-haired man bound and kneeling on the ground, his expression one of defeat and resignation. A mysterious figure, their hands visible only, offered a small, cloth-wrapped bundle to someone unseen. A blonde-haired young man, standing beside the red-haired woman, voiced his suspicion, questioning if the bundle contained the heart of a great orc warrior. The red-haired woman confirmed his suspicions, revealing that it was indeed the most valuable loot from the orc gate. The dark-haired man, his face contorted in distress, was accused of stealing this sacred relic. The gravity of the situation was emphasized by the statement that such an act was considered a grave sin. He vehemently denied the accusation, asserting his innocence with a desperate plea. A knight, his face etched with despair and tears streaming down his cheeks, vehemently declared, "I would never." The scene shifted to a blonde-haired man, wielding a glowing blue sword, standing defiantly before a dark-haired man in tattered clothing. A red-haired woman stood beside him, her expression grim. The blonde man's attack was swift and precise, leaving trails of energy in its wake. The dark-haired man barely managed to react, his eyes wide with shock as he uttered a confused, "Huh." A hand reached out, seemingly attempting to restrain the dark-haired man, who was visibly distressed, a cold sweat beading on his brow. A guttural cry of "Yaff" echoed as several knights in full plate armor charged forward, their faces obscured by their helmets. The dark-haired man's arm lay on the ground, stained with blood, as he groaned in pain, "My arm." The blonde-haired man, observing the scene, calmly stated, "I know that over here, the laws and what I deem common sense are different. However," he continued, "you're part of the King of the Lion Heart's military." He concluded, "That means, what you are to obey isn't the law and order, you know." Bound in ethereal chains, a knight knelt, his face etched with anguish. His whispered words, barely audible, were a lament, "But mine." A young man with blonde hair, his eyes blazing with intensity, declared his authority. "These are my laws and rules." He continued, his voice ringing with unwavering resolve, "If you cannot adhere to them, then raise your hands." A majestic castle, the Lionheart Kingdom, loomed in the distance. The narration box declared, "Those who steal will have their hands cut off." The image of the kingdom filled the panel, emphasizing the severity of the law. The narration box stated, "That is the law of the Lionheart Kingdom." Two knights, their faces obscured by helmets, discussed the king's harsh decrees. The narration box explained, it was hard for the people on modern Earth to accept his laws. One knight voiced his internal doubt, "Is that how it's supposed to be? That sounds a bit harsh." The narration box simply stated, "But." Another knight reflected on the newfound power, "It felt like I was upgraded from a D rank to a C rank. No, it felt like I was even stronger than that." The scene opens with a title card declaring, "Too great to give up." A group of soldiers in dark, metallic armor stands amidst the ruins of a desolate landscape. One of them questions the morality of a thief, suggesting that perhaps strict laws are necessary in such a lawless place. The camera shifts to reveal a blonde man in civilian clothes, a red-haired woman, and a bound figure on the ground, all observed by the same group of soldiers. The blonde man seems to be in charge. A soldier makes a non-committal sound. The blonde man addresses the bound figure, demanding to know their name. The bound figure, a man in simple, worn clothing, identifies himself as Gu Dae-sung, a soldier. Gu Dae-sung is shown holding a damaged helmet, his face etched with sorrow. He is surrounded by soldiers. The blonde man questions Gu Dae-sung's reason for appearing there. Gu Dae-sung hesitates, seemingly unsure how to respond, as the blonde man and the red-haired woman observe him intently. Gu Dae-sung breaks down, revealing that he is there to retrieve a stolen item, his arm. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication, to place it back? Two figures, etched with the weariness of ages, stared at each other. One, with blonde hair and striking blue eyes, bore the marks of countless battles. Beside him, a man with dark hair, his face streaked with tears, seemed on the verge of collapse. A third figure lay prostrate on the ground, his form suggesting a recent struggle. The blonde-haired man's companion voiced his concern that would eliminate the point of the punishment. The fallen man's voice, the weak, carried an unshakable resolve, "Your expostulation defeats the purpose of my punishment." The dark-haired man, his face etched with sorrow and understanding, simply replied, I am aware. However," he continued, his voice low but firm, "Your Majesty, we have lived amidst different ideals from you." The scene shifted to reveal a vast expanse, a legion of soldiers standing at attention before their fallen king. The dark-haired man's words echoed the unspoken sentiments of the entire army, "Since you have only just let us know about the rules." The blonde-haired man, observing the scene with a thoughtful expression, offered a suggestion, "It would be nice if you'd give him a chance." A woman with vibrant red hair appeared beside him, her expression a mixture of hope and apprehension. She agreed, her voice soft but firm, that's reasonable. Bound and helpless, a knight in tarnished armor lay prostrate on the cold, rough ground. His whispered apology hung in the heavy air, barely audible above the grim silence of his captors. A surge of purple energy crackled around him as he struggled against his bonds, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and defiance. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in casual attire, appeared, a smug expression on his face. He spoke, his words laced with a condescending tone. He held aloft a glowing, ornate chalice, a swirling blue energy emanating from it, the light intensifying as he focused his will upon it. The chalice pulsed with power, its golden surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. A beam of brilliant, golden light shot forth from the chalice, striking the bound knight. The energy coursed through his body, causing him to writhe in agony. Tears streamed down the knight's face as the intense light subsided, leaving him exhausted and broken. His ordeal was far from over. A man, his face obscured, stared in disbelief. His voice, barely a whisper, betrayed his shock. This is. Another man, clad in armor, watched in stunned silence as a surge of energy enveloped his companion. His eyes widened in alarm. What is that? The energy subsided, revealing that the companion's severed arm had completely regenerated. The narration box confirmed, his arm regenerated. The armored man's face was etched with disbelief. He muttered to himself, the best that even an S rank can do is to replace an amputated arm. They can't regenerate one. But a new thought struck him, a dawning realization, but he possesses an unbelievable extent of combat power and a healing ability that's better than that of an S rank healer. The scene shifted to reveal a young man with blonde hair, his eyes blazing with power. He held a golden chalice, flames swirling around him. His expression hardened, his voice cold and sharp as he commanded, "Get out of my sight." The armored man, tears streaming down his face, responded with a mixture of gratitude and remorse. He said, "I'll forgive you this once because I respect the laws of your world." His voice choked with emotion as he whispered, "Thank you, and I'm sorry." Standing amidst a desolate, war-torn landscape, a blonde-haired man in a sharp suit addressed a small group. He declared that those who wished to join his military should remain, while those who did not could take their share of the spoils and depart. 3 knights in full plate armor, their faces obscured by helmets, observed the scene with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Their internal thoughts revealing their determination. This was an opportunity they couldn't pass up, they had to join, no matter the cost. The blonde man, seemingly sensing their resolve, simply stated that he would begin their training immediately. He expressed his belief in their capabilities, assuring them that they were up to the challenge. With that, he dismissed them, granting them permission to collect their share of the loot. As the knights departed, a sense of awe and excitement filled the air as they witnessed the sheer scale of the battlefield and the spoils of war scattered around them. The blonde man and a red-haired woman watched the departing knights, a question hanging in the air. The woman then inquired about the next stage of their training. The blonde man, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, looked towards the horizon, his thoughts unreadable. A young man with short, blonde hair and piercing blue eyes stood against a backdrop of a clear sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. He wore a dark brown leather jacket over a simple white shirt. The word physical training appeared in his speech bubble, suggesting the context of his current activity. The scene shifted to a picturesque landscape of rolling hills and golden fields under a bright sun, suggesting a rural setting. The view then transitioned to a schoolyard, where a large group of students stood assembled, their faces mostly obscured. 2 figures, distinct from the crowd, approached from the foreground. One of the approaching figures nervously addressed someone, muttering, "Mr. Gu." The other, a young man with short, dark hair and a concerned expression, asked, "What's wrong?" 2 young men, one with short, dark hair and the other with silver hair, walked side by side. The dark-haired one was asked if he had participated in a recent gate raid. He replied that he had, driven by an urge to act, prompting his companion to express concern that he might be overworking himself and should rest occasionally. They continued walking, laughing together, surrounded by a group of their peers. Their jovial mood was palpable. Until a young woman with vibrant red hair suddenly appeared, interrupting their cheerful stroll with a forceful arrival. Her expression was serious, and she seemed agitated. The red-haired woman announced the imminent arrival of His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and Grail Knight Sir Jag Spin. The group of students stood rigidly at attention as a large figure approached, casting a long shadow over them. A man and a woman, seemingly in positions of authority, stood at a podium. The man congratulated the students on passing a simple test. The man further explained that while the students showed some military shortcomings, those were areas that could be improved upon. One student, visibly surprised, questioned whether the recent Workgate incident was merely a test. A young man with blonde hair observed a fight, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a man in a suit addressed a group, stating that he had identified several problems. The most pressing issue, he explained, was their physical condition. They were all low-ranked fighters. He announced his decision to begin with physical training. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened slightly as he listened. From that moment on, a prospect that met with varying degrees of apprehension from the trainees. One trainee questioned if this would be like typical middle-aged muscle training. He emphasized that training the muscles was the same as training the body itself, shown by an image of a powerfully built man lifting weights. The narration box introduced Sir Gratus, a Grail Knight known for slaying giants and authoring the Standing Army's training manual. A flashback showed Sir Gratus, a powerfully built man with blonde hair, stating his unconventional training philosophy: humans become stronger the more you beat them up. A younger man in a suit, observing the flashback, commented dryly, "Wise words." Two young men in athletic wear reacted with surprised expressions, one questioning, "Sorry?" The flashback continued, with Sir Gratus pondering aloud, "So, how should a soldier who guards the kingdom train?" He emphatically declared, "Of course, they must train harder than a farmer." The younger man from earlier explained to the athletic duo, "Therefore, Sir Gratus said these wise words for the most efficient training." Sir Gratus' face was shown again, his eyes glowing intensely as he continued his explanation. Their muscles will not only become tougher, but their dynamic visual acuity will also be improved in an attempt to avoid more beatings. Two young men stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. A look of sheer terror etched itself onto their faces as sweat beaded on their brows. A wave of dark energy rippled through the air, engulfing a group of uniformed individuals, causing them to recoil in fear. A hand reached into the frame, pointing a finger at one of the terrified students. As a young man with blonde hair, his eyes blazing with an eerie blue light, declared, "Now." The blonde young man smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes, as he gestured with a pointed finger, commanding, "Beat each other up." A hand, seemingly detached from its owner, pointed upwards, a single finger extended. The word "now" appeared in a speech bubble above it. The face of a young man with blonde hair filled the panel. His eyes were wide, reflecting a mixture of fear and disbelief. He seemed to be reacting to the previous command, a command to fight until they were broken. A stern-faced man, his features sharp and determined, pointed directly at the viewer. He issued a brutal order, to fight until their muscles were shredded and their fists broken. He even insisted that they break their bones in the process. The scene shifted to an outdoor setting. A blonde-haired man in a suit, a woman with red hair, and a third individual watched from a distance as a dark-haired man reacted with shock and disbelief to the order. The blonde-haired man from earlier voiced his concern that such a fight would break their bodies down. The red-haired woman, seemingly unimpressed, simply asked, "Why would it?" The final panel showed a hand carefully holding an ornate golden chalice, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. A young man with blonde hair stood before a golden chalice, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. He was the guardian of the Holy Grail, a fact that was revealed to him, a stroke of incredible fortune. The image of the Grail pulsed with power, its golden light intensifying. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, his face etched with pain and confusion, was approached by an older man. The older man pointed at him, a look of surprise on his face. "You?" His injuries began to heal, a golden light emanating from within him. "Your injuries are healing." The young man, his eyes wide with astonishment, touched his face, feeling the wounds vanish. "Ha? Ha?" The blonde-haired man explained, "All warriors near the Holy Grail will be healed." The blonde-haired man gestured towards the dark-haired youth. "Unless you drink the holy water, it'll just help you regenerate your shredded muscles and put your bones back in place." A group of students watched in stunned silence as the events unfolded before them. The blonde-haired man then addressed the students, his voice commanding, "Break everything you see in front of you." A young man with dark hair, sweat beading on his brow, stood surrounded by anxious faces. His eyes reflected the gravity of the situation as he stated, "There are no allies." He instructed them to accept all attacks while simultaneously attacking whoever was in front of them. Meanwhile, a blonde man with piercing blue eyes, his expression grim, issued a chilling ultimatum. He declared that if anyone was still unharmed after 5 hours, he would personally beat them up. The blonde man, seemingly satisfied with his plan, then delegated the remaining task. He stated that he would leave the rest to Sir Jag's spin. The dark-haired young man from earlier, along with others, looked on in confusion as a bright light emanated from a nearby object. One of them questioned aloud, "This is the training manual?" A wave of apprehension washed over the group as they stared at the object, their faces etched with worry and uncertainty. Among them, the dark-haired young man's expression shifted to one of dawning understanding, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he observed the others. Suddenly, a mechanical voice boomed, "Fraudulent act spotted." A young woman with vibrant red hair, her face a mask of wide-eyed surprise, let out a gasp of awe. A group of students, dressed in matching blue tracksuits, found themselves caught in a sudden, inexplicable surge of energy. A wave of blue light pulsed outwards, seemingly originating from within their midst, the force throwing them back with surprising violence. One boy, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and exertion, was flung backwards, a trail of blue energy arcing behind him. He let out a startled cry. A woman with crimson hair, clad in dark attire, appeared on the scene. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. She addressed the students, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. If they didn't comply, armed forces would be deployed. The students, now visibly shaken, exchanged worried glances. One of them, a young man with a stern expression, clenched his fists. A silent agreement passing between them. The weight of the situation pressed down on them. One of the boys, his face contorted in a grimace of fear and desperation, cursed under his breath. His eyes were wide with terror. Another student, equally terrified, screamed a desperate plea for mercy. A young man in a blue tracksuit was violently thrown to the ground, his face reddening from the impact. He coughed, spitting blood, as another man, taller and more muscular, stood over him, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, "This is insanity." He roared at his attackers, "You're all out of your minds." Before he could react, a brutal punch connected with his jaw, sending him reeling backward in agony. A guttural sound escaped his lips as he crumpled to the ground. The scene shifted to a group of young men in blue tracksuits undergoing intense physical training. The time was 9 a.m. This was the Steel Skin Project, part of Grata's standing army training. One of the trainees, his face contorted in pain, was being relentlessly pummeled. By noon, the trainees were exhausted, their bodies battered and bruised. Their lunch consisted of only water, salt, and sugar. The scene opens with a question mark-filled speech bubble, suggesting confusion or uncertainty. Below, two individuals stand before a large, metallic container, their expressions unreadable. One is a man with short, blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, the other is a woman with vibrant red hair, wearing what appears to be a military-style uniform, adorned with mechanical components. The camera angle shifts, focusing on two individuals observing a water dispenser. One of them, a man with dark hair, asks, "Water?" The red-haired woman from the previous panel reacts with a mix of surprise and apprehension. She nervously replies, Hurry SSI, what's this? Ah, that's... A blonde man's expression shifts to one of confusion and slight concern as he contemplates the situation. The blonde man explains, water with sugar and salt mixed in it. A man in a blue tracksuit, his face etched with distress, reveals the reason for the unusual drink. He states, he put salt and sugar in the water. A narration box reveals a military manual excerpt, standing Army Manual number 0 soldiers need to be fed just enough not to die. They'll be fed proper food once they're real soldiers. The scene shifts to a military training ground. A commanding officer addresses a large group of soldiers, instructing them to split into 5 groups and try to stop me while I'm charging at you with a horse. One soldier reacts with disbelief, muttering, "What?" A young knight, his face contorted in a furious grimace, unleashed a whirlwind of blows. His sword, a blur of motion, sent several armored figures sprawling, their shields shattering like glass. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where several young men lay unconscious in their beds. The time, 9 p.m. The caption read, "Sleep, pass out." One of them, a man with short, dark hair, stirred, a pained expression twisting his features. A guttural sound escaped his lips as he thrashed in his sleep. A narration box appeared, "Training from Hell." A young woman with vibrant red hair, Hari, smiled warmly as she served a late-night snack to the exhausted hunters. The text explained that they were able to endure their grueling training thanks to her care. The hunters, tears streaming down their faces, gratefully devoured the food. A narration box revealed that this was all part of Leon's plan. However, another narration box clarified that the hunters were unaware of Leon's machinations. A knight, clad in dark armor, braced himself, shield raised, in a defensive posture. The sound of a blow echoed around him. He swung his sword with practiced ease, the blade a blur of motion. The impact echoing once more as he continued his defense. His movements were precise and powerful, each strike calculated and controlled. He paused, breathing heavily. Huff. Huff, the knight stood, his breath ragged, the weight of his equipment evident in his posture. He found himself struggling with the unexpected weight of his shield. The shield is heavier than I expected. The postures I can take on amidst shield formation are too restricted. He practiced his swordsmanship again, the sounds of his strikes echoing. Hub. Hub. In order to use the sword in the formation, I need to practice stabbing. A cell phone screen displayed a blurry image of a figure wielding a sword, the word HUK echoing around it. The word wrong appeared in a thought bubble, indicating a clear dismissal of the image. A man's face, wide-eyed with surprise and slight bewilderment, filled the panel. His expression suggested disbelief. A young man with blonde hair, sharply dressed, appeared, shouting majesty. The blonde young man stood, his posture radiating authority. The blonde young man instructed, continue. Correct your posture and try stabbing again. A man in armor, his face etched with exertion, stammered, why yes, your majesty. He braced himself, readying his sword and shield. Exhaling sharply as he completed the motion. The blonde young man watched from a distance, a subtle expression on his face. A man in a dark suit sat hunched over, his arms crossed, a deep sigh escaping his lips. He seemed exhausted, his posture heavy with weariness. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from him, a powerful force that sent a shockwave outwards. He stood, a young man in dark armor, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, a sword held aloft. He stood in a training yard, sword and shield at the ready, his expression grim. He braced himself, anticipating an attack. He swung his sword in a swift, precise arc. The blade a blur of motion as he moved with practiced ease. But a bead of sweat trickled down his brow, a sign of his exertion. He was clearly struggling. A blond young man stood before him, his expression one of calm assessment. Wrong, he stated, his voice sharp and critical. The armored man stumbled back, a pained grunt escaping his lips. He was clearly surprised by the blond man's observation. The blond man continued, pointing out a flaw in the knight's technique. You have a habit of lowering your shield as you stab. A young man, his face etched with confusion and beads of sweat, stared in disbelief. "Why?" he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Before him loomed a monstrous minotaur, its neck adorned with a gruesome necklace of skulls. A blonde-haired youth, seemingly unfazed, calmly explained, "A shield that's not in its position creates a gap.
And a gap creates an opening."
The blonde youth, atop a horse, addressed a vast army. "Your Majesty," he stated, "your tactics are to have soldiers with shields stop the enemies while the knights charge forward to slay the enemies, right?"
"Yes. Hammer and anvil. It's the right way and it's my way."
"But, the opponents are monsters."
The young man from the first panel, observing two monstrous creatures, voiced his concern.
He didn't think they were creatures that could be defeated using such a method. The blonde youth, his blue eyes unwavering, listened intently. His expression hardening, the blonde youth challenged the other, "You dare try and teach me how to fight otherworldly creatures?" A young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes stood before a school building, his expression a mixture of weariness and concern. He murmured something unintelligible, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A taller, darker-haired man approached, his words carrying a hint of world weariness. The monsters appearing through the gates here were nothing compared to the countless horrors he'd faced in his own world. He continued, explaining that the creatures here were relatively insignificant compared to the true terrors he had fought. The blonde-haired man listened intently as the other man described his past battles against giants over 20 meters tall, regenerating trolls, multi-headed snakes, spiders ridden by dozens of goblins, and dragons capable of crushing mountains with a single blow. The image of a fearsome dragon filled the panel, emphasizing the scale of the threats the dark-haired man had faced. The dark-haired man concluded that, in addition to facing such powerful monsters, one also needed the ability to adapt to any unexpected situation. The blonde-haired man, lost in thought, stared off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be contemplating the implications of what he had just heard. A narration box declared a profound truth: some lessons can only be learned through real-life experiences. A lone figure, clad in dark armor, stood amidst a desolate landscape. A question echoed in the air: does he possess the unwavering spirit to achieve glory in any battle, with any weapon? He paused, lost in thought. A torrent of emotions washing over him. Tears streamed down his face, reflecting his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, a blonde man, seemingly a teacher, explained his philosophy on training soldiers. He stated that he teaches soldiers only one thing: to hone a single talent to increase their chances of survival. Being well-rounded is a desirable trait, but not the primary focus. The image showed the armored knight again, emphasizing the importance of focusing on a single skill. The knight and the blonde instructor stood facing each other, a silent tension hanging in the air. But the knight voiced his desire to achieve more than simply honing a single talent. Two young men stood in the courtyard of a school. One, with blonde hair and a confident smirk, exuded an air of quiet power. The other, darker-haired and more apprehensive, seemed to be questioning something. The blonde young man asked the other if he dreamed of being a knight. The darker-haired young man visibly flinched at the question. The darker-haired young man stammered, questioning how a peasant like himself could ever become a knight, given that knighthood is typically associated with aristocrats. The blonde young man responded that the other shouldn't judge based on the logic of his world, explaining that knighthood is not limited to aristocrats. The darker-haired young man, still confused, uttered a questioning sorry? A narration box then appeared, defining a knight as someone who voluntarily walks the path of hardship with a noble duty, who protects the people and upholds the good with courage, and who swears eternal loyalty to the goddess and the people. The final narration box concluded that anyone can be a knight if they make that divine promise. The sun rose over a tranquil landscape, casting a warm golden glow over rolling hills and a field. A man, his face etched with exhaustion, stood silhouetted against the rising sun. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he let out a soft, pained breath. Another man, with blonde hair, watched him with a thoughtful expression. He quietly reflected, "I was prejudiced." A third man, clad in simple yet sturdy armor, stood nearby, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He exuded an air of quiet confidence. He subtly adjusted his grip on the weapon. A thoughtful expression on his face as he spoke: "I also want to become a knight." Night had fallen. The city skyline loomed large, and the man in armor looked up at a tall clock tower, a troubled expression clouding his features. He muttered to himself, "Fuck, am I just a leftover?" A figure, kneeling before a powerful presence, uttered words of reverence. "Ooh. Great being." An old man, his face etched with worry and anticipation, held a glowing purple orb. He exclaimed, his voice filled with relief, "I had faith that you'd come back." The great being, its voice echoing with authority, commanded, "Ahem. You fool. Bow down." The old man, overcome with awe, immediately obeyed, prostrating himself before the divine presence. The great being continued, its tone shifting to one of instruction: "I will teach you wisdom and truth." The great being revealed its plan: cast a space transfer spell on the crystal first. "I'm going to blast it off to space in case of an emergency." The great being responded with a dismissive tone: "Are you out of your mind? Why would I voluntarily walk into heaven?" A dark purple orb pulsed with angry energy on a table, its surface rippling with furious power. A woman's head and shoulders were visible, her dark hair obscuring her face. Sorry, she questioned, her voice laced with disbelief. A deep, ominous voice boomed from the darkness, listen closely. The voice continued, its tone resolute, I do not intend on ever setting foot in a planet where that monster resides. An older man with long gray hair and a worried expression stared at the orb, a question mark hovering above his head. He declared, his voice firm despite his apprehension, anyway. I will think of a way to kill him. Now is the best time since he still has no army. The voice from the darkness added a crucial instruction, make sure to get into the same gate as him.
The old man, his face now showing determination, nodded sharply.
Ah, yes. A sigh of relief escaped him as the orb glowed faintly. Phew. Please. A shadowy figure with large wings appeared, its form indistinct but menacing. A blonde-haired man, eyes blazing with fierce determination, grappled with a grotesque, demonic creature. His grip tightened, raw power crackling around his hands as he pinned the monster to the ground. The monster's desperate roars echoing as it struggled against his might. A thought bubble above the man's head revealed his grim resolve, please die this time. A large, ominous yellow gate shimmered into existence in the middle of a city construction site. Two men in suits watched with concern as a third, more casually dressed, voiced his apprehension. He questioned the wisdom of sending only trainee soldiers, designated Yellow Gate soldiers, to raid through such a dangerous portal. The casually dressed man responded with a curt yes, revealing that he himself had been excluded from the raid. A young woman with bright red hair and a small robotic creature perched atop her head looked on in disbelief. She exclaimed, Kiri. The casually dressed man sighed, accepting his fate. He muttered to himself that he would be doing all the work. The red-haired woman, still looking surprised, offered a cheerful, albeit slightly sarcastic, good luck, chief. He then turned and walked towards the gate, followed by the two men in suits and the red-haired woman. The scene shifted to a large group of soldiers standing in formation. Their superior officer addressed them, stating that they had proven their worth through 4 weeks of rigorous training. The blonde-haired man, the leader of the group, responded simply that he wouldn't say much more. He looked determined, ready for the challenge ahead. He declared that now was the time to show what they had learned. A squad of knights, clad in heavy, gleaming armor, stood at attention. Their helmeted faces were impassive, their forms rigid. The order was given, they would raid the gate. The enormity of the task weighed heavily on them, such a daring assault was unprecedented. This was no ordinary gate. One knight, his face obscured by his helmet, was addressed. He was told that this mission would reveal the true meaning of being a soldier under the Lionheart King. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, a man with blonde hair and intense eyes, stood before the gate, a grim determination etched on his face. He was about to enter and face the divine entity he was destined to serve. The word Pantheon echoed in the air as Leon stood dramatically before a vast, shadowy audience. He was ready. The command to proceed was given, a wave of motion indicating the commencement of the operation. The force consisted of 49 D-rank hunters and 1 elite hunter from the Hunter Association. Leading them was Leon Dragonia Lionheart, his presence a beacon of hope amidst the impending danger. A golden light pulsed behind him, hinting at the power he wielded. A swirling vortex of golden light, a gateway to another world, opened in the middle of a city street. Several figures in dark suits watched from a distance as the portal pulsed with otherworldly energy. The narration box declared simply, have entered the gate. A woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a dark, form-fitting outfit, stood atop a staircase overlooking a formation of soldiers in medieval-style armor. Her name, Kirik, was displayed in a thought bubble above her. Kirik, a cheerful expression on her face, addressed a small, robotic creature perched atop her head. She reassured it, saying that there was no need to worry. The robotic creature, seemingly concerned, stated that His Majesty was also going through the gate, implying that no harm would come to them. The robot's concern intensified, and it reported a problem. The robot relayed a headcount, His Majesty Leon, 49 trainee soldiers, and 1 observer, totaling 51 individuals. Kirik, slightly confused, questioned the significance of this number. The robot reported that 52 individuals had passed through the gate. Kirik's eyes widened in surprise as she processed this new information. A holographic display showed the discrepancy. 3 figures emerged from a shimmering portal, their forms momentarily obscured by swirling energy. One, cloaked in flowing orange robes, stood apart from the other 2, who wore more practical, armored attire. They stood on what appeared to be a futuristic city street, the scene observed through a technological interface. The focus shifted to the cloaked figure, their face still hidden, a faint glow emanating from beneath the fabric. Meanwhile, in a different location, a young woman with vibrant pink hair and a striking black outfit moved with surprising speed and agility, a blue energy swirling around her as she leaped across a metallic walkway. A small, dome-shaped device, emitting a bright blue beam, hurtled towards her. But she deftly dodged it, a triumphant exclamation escaping her lips. Elsewhere, a man in a dark suit called out to someone, a golden energy erupting from his hand as he created a portal. The portal expanded, revealing a bright light. The pink-haired woman, still in pursuit, shouted encouragement as she continued her chase. Suddenly, she was struck, a look of pained surprise on her face as she stumbled back. A swirling vortex of golden light pulsed in the center of the room, its energy crackling with raw power. As a young woman with vibrant red hair lay unconscious on the ground, her dark clothing stained with blood. Two men in sharp suits stood over her, their expressions grim. She stirred, a grimace twisting her features as she slowly opened her eyes, her hand instinctively reaching for her injured cheek. Confusion clouded her mind as she looked around. Ha! This is... A thought struck her, a glimmer of recognition in her wide eyes. Could it be? One of the men reacted violently, shouting, what? The vortex of light intensified, its energy fluctuating wildly. The gates wavering. The amount of mana is changing. The color of the vortex began to shift, transitioning from a bright gold to a deep crimson. Red. The man's voice was filled with a mixture of fear and awe. A question echoed in the mind of an unseen observer: why had the portal's color shifted from yellow to red? The crimson portal pulsed ominously, its edges swirling with chaotic energy. Three figures stood before it, two men in dark suits, and a woman in a dark, form-fitting outfit, her expression unreadable. One of the men, clearly agitated, broke into a run. As the portal's glow intensified, casting long, dancing shadows. The woman, her face now visible, was young, with vibrant red hair. Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She seemed to be speechless. Her silence heavy with unspoken apprehension. A narration box appeared, stating simply, a fluctuating gate. The portal continued to fluctuate, its crimson glow deepening, jagged tendrils of darkness reaching out from its depths. The woman stood alone, her back to the viewer, facing the unstable gateway. Silhouetted against the ominous red light. A guttural roar echoed through the city as a monstrous figure emerged from the chaos. Its terrifying presence causing a wave of screams among the terrified populace. The creature's claws tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The city, once a beacon of hope, was now engulfed in flames and destruction. Demons swarmed the streets, their terrifying forms a stark contrast to the once grand architecture. A particularly monstrous demon, its form vaguely reptilian, loomed over the battlefield, its presence radiating malice. Amidst the carnage, a lone knight fought valiantly, his sword a blur of motion as he cut down demons one by one. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he cleaved through another foe. His movements were precise, deadly, yet tinged with exhaustion. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of darkness opened in the sky, its ominous presence casting a shadow over the battlefield. Causing the knight to pause, his eyes widening in disbelief as he witnessed the impossible. From the vortex, figures emerged, clad in ancient armor, their presence radiating power and an aura of otherworldly might. The knight whispered in horror, recognizing the terrifying truth. 300 years of battling demons in the otherworld had left their mark. Returning to Earth, the Night King found himself facing a new threat, as streaks of purple energy pierced the sky above him. A colossal gate of demonic energy, erupting from the ground before a medieval city under siege. Horrific creatures swarmed the city walls, their grotesque forms a testament to the otherworldly horror unleashed. The Night King, his face partially obscured, watched the scene unfold with grim determination. His eyes, blazing with an unearthly light, reflected the chaos below. This was not the peaceful Earth he had left behind. He gripped his sword, a divine weapon forged in the fires of the otherworld. Raise your shields. It's a magic square, he commanded his troops, his voice ringing with authority. His knights, clad in shining armor, moved with practiced efficiency, preparing for the onslaught. Get into formation, he roared, his voice cutting through the din of battle. The urgency in his command was palpable. But the knights obeyed, raising their shields in a unified defensive formation. A vast army of knights, clad in gleaming silver armor, stood poised before a looming, ominous gate. A lone figure, small against the scale of the army, could be seen in the distance, atop a horse. A booming voice echoed across the battlefield, forward. A blonde-haired man, his face contorted in a fierce expression, bellowed a command, move forward. A man with dark hair, dressed in a casual orange jacket, questioned the order. He wondered aloud, we're moving forward even though this is a demon gate? He continued, his voice laced with disbelief, we're not gonna run away instead? A massive foot, encased in heavy black armor, came down with earth-shattering force. The ground trembling violently under the impact. The dark-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, they're not scared? A knight, his face obscured by a helmet, stood firm, seemingly unfazed by the impending threat. A young man, his brow slick with sweat, stared intently at a glowing, translucent blue tablet. The device displayed complex circuitry, its light reflecting in his wide, anxious eyes. The screen detailing a powerful buff called Lionheart's Aura. The list of enhancements was extensive, increased defense, fortification, bravery, armor, and more. A final line noted increased resistance to corruption. Such a buff is better than that of a commander level, and it's applied to everyone, the text exclaimed. Suddenly, a guttural sound, KRRGH, echoed as the young man crumpled to the ground. Two monstrous figures emerged from the dust and smoke. One was a hulking demon with a horned helmet and glowing red eyes, the other, a creature with a gaping maw and a crude, earthen hood. They advanced menacingly. A pink flash of energy erupted from the demon's spear as it lunged forward. A wave of energy washed over the battlefield as a large force of soldiers charged into the fray. Their shields raised against the onslaught of the demons. The impact was brutal, sending several demons sprawling to the ground with pained cries of Kaya.
More demons emerged from the horizon, a terrifying wave of creatures. They're coming.
Raise your shields, a voice shouted from the ranks of the soldiers.
The soldiers braced themselves for the inevitable clash, their faces grim. A cacophony of screams, kiag, filled the air as the demons attacked. A desperate command echoed across the battlefield, block them.
The scene depicted a chaotic melee, with monstrous creatures bearing down on a line of defenders. One such creature, a reptilian monstrosity with armored hide and glowing red eyes, lunged forward. Its massive claws extended, aiming to tear through the ranks of the defenders. A horrified cry, Kaya, pierced the air as the beast's attack connected.
But even as the creature struck, a flash of light erupted as a powerful blow met its flank.
Another desperate cry, Kaya, echoed as the creature staggered back. The narration box provided context, even a seasoned B-rank hunter struggled against the ferocity of the bloodhound's attack. A young man, clad in partial armor, gritted his teeth in exertion.
He wondered, they're just blocking them with pure willpower? His thoughts turned to the recent past. What the hell happened during the 4 weeks? Elsewhere on the battlefield, a blonde-haired man in a dark coat moved with impossible speed, his weapon a blur of motion. He commanded his companion, one step forward. The blonde man's armored foot came down with earth-shattering force. A command echoed across the battlefield, push the enemy and counterattack.
The Night King, recently returned from 300 years hunting demons in another world, surveyed the scene. A monstrous creature lunged at one of his soldiers, a swift, brutal attack that left the soldier incapacitated. The Night King's eyes narrowed, a grim determination hardening his features. He barked out another order, do not give them a chance to attack. He moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion amidst the chaos. His voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the din of battle, stabbed their openings. His blade flashed, a silver streak against the dark backdrop of the battlefield, piercing the creature's exposed flank with deadly precision. A guttural scream, ki-ik, tore from the beast's throat as it crumpled to the ground. The Night King continued his relentless assault, his movements a symphony of deadly grace. He shouted, stab. Another foe fell before his might. A whirlwind of steel and fury. The Night King, along with his army, pressed their advantage, pushing back the demonic horde. A command rang out across the battlefield, push the enemy. A soldier, his face etched with exertion, stammered, that's. The source of his alarm became clear, a hulking demon troll emerged from the shadows, followed by a wave of monstrous creatures. A desperate shout pierced the air, watch out. Terror gripped the soldiers as they realized the true nature of their foe, a demon troll. The horrifying creature loomed closer, its features grotesque and menacing. Another soldier confirmed their fears, it's a demon troll. The soldiers braced themselves, but their shields proved useless against the oncoming onslaught. One soldier cried out in despair, we can't block this one. The sheer force of the troll's attacks was overwhelming, they were far beyond anything they had encountered before. A grim realization dawned on them, its heavy attacks are that of an A rank. With a ferocious roar, Gwaza, the demon troll unleashed a devastating blow. A knight, clad in heavy, smoke-stained armor, stood amidst the chaos of battle. His visor obscured his face, but his posture spoke of weariness and grim determination. The title card identified him as Gu Daesung, captain of Squad 3. A monstrous figure, radiating an unnatural energy, smashed through the ranks of the knights, his raw power sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Gu Daesung braced himself, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A nearby soldier observed that the monster's attack, while formidable, paled in comparison to the Night King's power. It was a testament to the Night King's overwhelming strength. Despite the immense power of the beast, the knights rallied, their captain shouting words of encouragement, they could withstand this assault. A grotesque demon, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, let out a guttural roar, Kwa. A high-tech weapon system, sleek and powerful, locked onto the demon. Receiving the order, start firing. The weapon unleashed a barrage of energy, striking the demon, its body convulsing from the impact. A pained cry escaped its lips, as Suryapi? From the chaos, a knight emerged, blonde hair gleaming, his sword a blur as he charged, cleaving through the air with a powerful strike. The demon's attack was deflected, leaving the knight's mount unharmed. Why is Suryapi? A smirk played on the knight's lips as he declared, good block. He prepared for another attack, his movements fluid and precise. A blinding flash of azure energy erupted from the Night King's blade, cleaving the earth and pulverizing a monstrous troll. The impact sending tremors through the ground as chunks of rock and debris rained down around him. The Night King, his blonde hair illuminated by the fading light of his attack, stood amidst the devastation, his golden sword still glowing faintly. He turned his head, a grim expression settling on his face as he noticed the black ichor staining his cheek. He muttered a single word, The sound of panicked cries echoed across the battlefield. Keek. The troll's dead. The smaller demons, initially terrified, began to express their disbelief. It's really dead. It's supposed to get reverse summoned. The Night King's sword still hummed with residual power, but it just died on the spot. Keek. It's dangerous. Panic seized the demonic horde. Let's run. The demons scattered in a chaotic retreat, their fear palpable. Keek. Run. On the battlefield, before the imposing Spiros Kingdom castle, the remnants of a demonic horde retreated in disarray. Their escape was marked by the crimson stains of fallen comrades, a testament to the recent battle's ferocity. A victorious soldier pumped his fist in the air, a triumphant shout escaping his lips. They had won. The soldiers erupted in a joyous cacophony of cheers and relieved laughter, their faces, etched with exhaustion and relief, were alight with the pure joy of victory. A moment later, a lone figure stood amidst the carnage, his sword sheathed. He offered a quiet, heartfelt "Thank you so much." A soldier approached the lone figure, his expression one of profound gratitude. He expressed his thanks for saving the Spiros Kingdom. The lone figure, in turn, expressed his gratitude to the warriors who fought alongside him, thanking them for their bravery and sacrifice. Two soldiers examined a data slate, their faces etched with growing alarm. The words Demon King and Great Demon were exchanged between them, their voices laced with a mixture of fear and disbelief. One of them rushed to inform the lone figure, his voice trembling as he delivered the grim news: a new threat loomed, a threat far greater than the one they had just overcome. Three figures stood amidst a desolate landscape, the air thick with the stench of death. Two were clad in dark, practical suits, their expressions grim. The third, a knight in shining armor, stood silently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A scattering of corpses lay at their feet, the remains of some monstrous creatures. One of the men in suits, his face etched with worry, pointed towards the horizon. "The gate we were supposed to exit through has vanished," he exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. His companion looked equally shocked. "Then we can't go back," he cried, his voice rising in desperation. Before the situation could escalate further, a commanding voice cut through the air. "Quiet. Do not act rashly." From behind the knight, a figure emerged. He was tall and slender, with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. He wore a dark suit, a stark contrast to the knight's armor. He moved with an air of quiet authority, his presence commanding attention. The knights, their faces a mixture of awe and fear, bowed their heads. "Why yes, your majesty." The blond man, the king, ignored them, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. His expression was unreadable, a mask of calm amidst the chaos. He took a step forward, his foot sinking slightly into the dusty ground. A faint tremor ran through the earth. A narration box appeared, stating, "Unforeseen occurrence. Foreigner invasion." The king turned his attention to one of the men in suits, his eyes narrowed. That's why you came in here." A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark coat, stood amidst a desolate landscape. A purple energy pulsed from his outstretched hand, causing him to question the unfolding events. He wondered aloud if anyone could explain the bizarre situation. Nearby, several figures in formal attire observed the scene, one of them responding with deference to the blond man's display of power. A knight in shining armor, his face etched with worry, explained that the energy emanating from the blond man was a fluctuating gate. He elaborated, describing it as a phenomenon where the gate's difficulty increases exponentially, trapping those who enter until it is cleared. A swirling vortex of crimson and gold filled the panel, visually representing the dangerous gate. The blond man, observing the gate, concluded that this was no mere coincidence. He simply murmured his agreement. The knight, undeterred, declared their intention to proceed with the plan and clear the gate. A subordinate expressed concern, mentioning the potential presence of demon kings within the gate. The blond man, however, confidently revealed his identity as the king of the Lion Heart, boasting of his extensive experience slaying demons. The Night King, his blonde hair catching the dim light, stood with his back to the viewer. A hint of a smirk played on his lips as he posed the question, "Do you doubt my abilities?" He was flanked by two armored guards. Someone nearby exclaimed, "Ooh, right. His Majesty possessed a bunch of demon-related traits." The Night King responded, "Of course, that's when I had plenty of divine power back in my world." His expression turned serious. He admitted, "Right now, I can't guarantee a victory against a demon king." Despite his uncertainty, he declared, "But a knight needs to be firm and dependable no matter what." His resolve hardened. He concluded, "They just need to depend on me, their hope." From a distance, a sinister laugh echoed, "Kodihi." A shadowy figure, his face obscured by darkness, cradled a pulsating purple orb in his hands. A maniacal laugh, "Kawaihi," echoed from the depths of his being. Meanwhile, an old man with long gray hair and a weathered face peered into the orb, his expression one of grim assessment. "Weak. He's gotten weaker," he declared, his voice laced with disdain. The old man's gaze fell upon a small image within the orb, a picture of a man in a suit. "In the end, he was just a human," he muttered, his voice filled with a chilling finality. He turned his attention back to the orb, a question forming on his lips. Then, shall I begin the ritual so that you can descend?" A voice, seemingly emanating from the orb itself, responded. "There is no need for me to step in." The old man, still clutching the orb, looked down at it, a new thought dawning on him. There is a creature there that the demons of sexual desires have been working on for 100 years. A chilling revelation followed. Once that thing awakens as the demon king. A scene shifted to a grand throne room. A woman with long, dark hair sat upon a throne, her face obscured by shadows. Before her stood a figure clad in gleaming, ornate armor, its visor concealing its face. The armored figure spoke, its voice a low, confident rumble. "It'll be able to kill him."
Two glowing purple eyes, piercing and intense, stared out from the inky blackness. The rest of the face was shrouded in shadow, hinting at a mysterious figure. A dark, ominous sky loomed over the horizon,
casting a shadow over the Spiro Kingdom, a land once known for its peace and rich history.
The sprawling city, once vibrant and bustling, now lay in ruins,
a testament to the kingdom's precarious situation.
Flames engulfed buildings, painting the once proud kingdom in shades of fiery destruction. A relentless assault by demons leaving its mark. The relentless demonic invasion had spared only the palace,
leaving behind a city in ashes and a kingdom teetering on the brink of collapse. The chapter's theme was presented: those who clung to the last sliver of hope, refusing to surrender, fought for their lives. A knight, his face etched with concern, sat at a table. Two older knights stood behind him, their expressions mirroring his apprehension. He questioned the theme, his voice laced with uncertainty.
A response confirmed its validity.
A blond man, seated at a table amongst several armed figures, spoke of gates, explaining that they had different backgrounds. He emphasized that this particular gate was unique. The knight, listening intently, leaned forward. As blond man continued, explaining that neglecting monsters within a gate had consequences, especially when time limits were involved. A swirling vortex of blue energy pulsed before them, a gateway to another world. The air crackled with arcane power as the ethereal portal began to close.
A voice echoed from within the gate, its tone measured in calm.
The gate would close, it stated, as long as the conditions of the quest were met.
A blond man, his expression thoughtful, stroked his chin. He seemed to consider the implications of the closing gate. Then, a sharp question cut through the silence. Someone asked if his name was Kim Jin-soo.
Kim Jin-soo, the man with blonde hair, confirmed his identity with a curt nod.
Yes, Your Majesty, he replied, his tone respectful but laced with a hint of impatience. What is it?
The blond man, Kim Jin-soo, explained that while the situation was urgent, he wanted to know if there would be any objections to his plan. He proposed a course of action, indicating that he and Sir Spin would step in to handle the matter. A dark-haired man, seemingly a knight in armor, listened intently, a slight frown creasing his brow. Another voice chimed in, stating that the association had already accounted for the situation.
A young man, seated nearby, reacted with excitement, shouting, "Ooh! Are we gonna get promoted?"
A hand pointed towards two men seated at a table within a dimly lit hall. One man wore a simple, brown tunic, the other, shining armor. Several armored guards stood nearby, their faces grim. The hand's owner, unseen, declared, "One more thing." The armored man, his face partially visible, reacted with a surprised, "What?"
The unseen speaker continued, their words echoing in the tense silence, "Do you think about hidden quests?"
The armored man sputtered, his face contorting in alarm. His companion watched him with wide eyes.
Your Majesty, what are you thinking?"
The armored man, now identified as the Night King, paused, a dark aura swirling around him.
He replied, "I'm thinking of killing the Demon King."
The Night King stood before a building in a small town, his expression thoughtful.
He muttered to himself, As expected, a demon troll's demonic energy doesn't yield good results.
He mused that with just that much,
it would only warrant a brief connection with the Pantheon. A golden chalice glowed faintly in his hand as a warm energy emanated from within him. He addressed Leon, his first knight. He inquired after Ariana's well-being. He asked if she felt it too.
She replied that it took her a while to notice, but sensed an energy of a different nature in this gate. He explained that she couldn't have easily noticed it, for she possesses a living body.
An ominous energy permeated the world, seeping into its very fabric, manifesting as a colossal, dark castle that loomed over a desolate landscape. The sheer power of this entity was immense.
So potent that even a seasoned demon hunter, after 300 years of experience, had failed to notice its presence until now. The Night King, observing the ominous purple energy, surmised that it was a being of immense power, possibly a demon king or a lord-level demon.
A being of such immense power should possess an equally potent energy signature.
The Night King pondered this. Suddenly, another deity from the Pantheon contacted the Night King. The Night King, attentive and ready, responded that he was listening. The deity, Plu, wished to inspect this world. A blonde woman with a jeweled headband, her expression unreadable, sat beside a man with short, blonde hair. He appeared relaxed, almost bored, in contrast to her subtle tension. A woman with long, dark purple hair and a dark cloak, holding a lantern, approached them. A hint of amusement played on her lips as she questioned the blonde woman's apparent unease. The dark-haired woman continued, explaining that a significant amount of energy would be required for the blonde woman's arrival. The blonde man, his hands clasped together, assured them he knew how to provide the necessary energy.
Small flames flickered around his hands.
He confirmed there was a definite method to accomplish this. A golden chalice, ornate and gleaming, sat on a table, bathed in a soft light.
The scene shifted to a grand building, its imposing entrance hinting at the power within.
A carriage, drawn by two sturdy horses, rolled through the city streets. A coachman, cloaked and masked, sat perched atop the driver's seat, his gaze fixed on the road ahead.
The rhythmic clopping of hooves a steady beat against the cobblestones.
Inside, the carriage's occupants remained silent, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Then, a voice announced, "We're here." The carriage doors opened, revealing a young man with blonde hair, impeccably dressed in a dark suit. He stepped out, followed by several armed guards.
He commanded, "Servants."
An older man, his hair silver, emerged from the shadows of the grand estate. He was dressed in a formal butler's uniform, his demeanor both polite and commanding. He greeted them with a flourish, "Welcome, everyone.
I am the head butler, Farco."
He continued, his voice smooth and reassuring, "I will serve you to the best of my abilities." Farco's face, though pleasant, held a hint of weariness beneath the surface. His eyes, though kind, held a depth of experience that hinted at a long and eventful life. A life lived in service to those of power and influence. The group proceeded into the Grand Hall. The Grand Hall was a breathtaking sight, a testament to the owner's refined taste. High ceilings, elegant columns, and ornate windows created an atmosphere of both grandeur and serenity. As blonde-haired man and his entourage walked through the hall, their footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. One of the guards, impressed by the architecture, muttered, the palace owner seems to have a great sense of art." A group of men, one in a sharp suit and others in military attire, stood in a grand hall. The man in the suit chuckled, a low, amused sound,
as they walked past a large portrait in an ornate frame.
The painting depicted a powerful woman, likely a queen, and the man in the suit continued, explaining that the Spiros Palace held a long and significant history for their kingdom. The narration box explained that the palace had served countless queens. From the very first, Queen Flora, to the current queen, Beatrice. The man in the suit, observing another portrait of a powerful queen, reflected on the palace's long history of service. One of the men in military attire questioned the implication that the palace had served only queens, deducing that the kingdom must be matriarchal. The man with blonde hair, his face etched with a mixture of annoyance and apprehension, looked away, seemingly disturbed by the conversation. A hushed warning was given, His Majesty was looking their way.
The blonde-haired man was sharply reprimanded for his inappropriate gossiping about royalty.
A man, his face etched with a mixture of apology and exasperation, addressed an unseen audience. He mumbled that they were a group of ill-mannered individuals who lacked basic etiquette. He continued, explaining that he had brought along those unfamiliar with proper etiquette due to the pressing urgency of the situation. An older man, seemingly amused by the situation, chuckled and dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand. The older man, his mustache twitching slightly, simply stated that such occurrences were commonplace. Meanwhile, a group of men, led by a blonde-haired individual in a suit, arrived at the scene. The blonde man's expression was serious, his gaze unwavering. The blonde man, addressing his companions, identified their location as the presence chamber. A large, imposing set of doors loomed before them, hinting at the significance of the place. The group stood before a massive, imposing double door, its dark metal surface reflecting the dim light of the hall. One of the men announced that Her Majesty, the Queen, awaited them inside. Two guards stood on either side of the massive doors, their spears held at the ready, silently inviting the group to enter. The blonde man's eyes narrowed, a steely glint reflecting in their depths as he prepared to enter the chamber.
The scene opens with a majestic, ornate window, its intricate design hinting at a grand hall within.
Light streams through the glass, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Revealing a vast throne room. Sir Lionheart, a knight in shining armor, stands proudly on a raised dais, a regal air about him. Beside him stands a woman in elegant attire, and before them, a nervous-looking man fidgets.
Rows of armored guards flank the throne, their presence emphasizing the solemnity of the occasion.
The text box identifies the knight as Sir Lionheart. Three men, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, observe the scene from a shadowed alcove. Their attire suggests they are high-ranking officials within this kingdom. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Duke Arkham, a man of imposing stature and a stern expression, is seen in conversation with an elderly man, his face lined with age and bearing a deep scar across his cheek. The Duke's demeanor is one of quiet confidence. The focus shifts to the elderly man's chest, revealing a portion of his ornate, gold-inlaid armor. The detail suggests a high rank within the kingdom's military. A pair of feet, clad in elegant, buckled shoes, descend a staircase. The shoes are slightly worn, suggesting a long journey. The camera pulls back to reveal the scene from above. Duke Arkham stands before Sir Lionheart, who is still on the dais. Arkham's expression is one of thoughtful consideration as he speaks, his words a question, "Are you Sir Lionheart, who contributed to the battle in front of the palace gates?" Arkham's question hangs in the air, and is answered by Arkham himself, who reveals his identity, "I'm Duke Arkham, the Chancellor of the Kingdom."
He then proceeds to announce his decision regarding Sir Lionheart.
The narration box stated that with the Queen's praise, a speech would follow. Two men, one with blonde hair and the other with dark hair, stood in a dimly lit hall. The blonde-haired man's hand was grasped by another, a gesture of support or perhaps restraint, as the speech was about to begin. But the blonde man's expression remained unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a calm facade. However, the blonde-haired man interrupted, stating his desire to greet the Queen first. He began to walk towards the Queen's quarters, a court official trailing behind him, seemingly surprised by this unexpected request. As he moved, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, their presence causing a ripple of tension. The blonde-haired man turned, his eyes narrowed in suspicion as he faced the newcomer.
A silent question hanging in the air between them.
Suddenly, another man, older with gray hair and wearing regal armor, appeared, addressing the blonde-haired man as Sir Lionheart. Even after accomplishing great things, the weight of the past still lingered. The Chancellor, a man of rigid protocol, questioned the Night King's audacity in approaching the Queen so directly, without the proper introductions.
One of the Night King's companions, a man named Soho, quietly agreed with the Chancellor's assessment. The Night King's guards, visibly tense, exchanged worried glances.
They wondered about the potential consequences of their leader's actions. Despite the Chancellor's outburst, Soho remained unconcerned, believing that the Queen would not be angered by the Night King's actions. He reasoned that even the Chancellor's anger wouldn't matter in the long run.
A long, drawn-out sigh escaped Suho's lips as he anticipated the meeting with the Queen. They approached the throne room, where the Queen sat majestically on her throne. A palpable tension filled the air.
But Suho knew he could no longer contain his emotions.
A wave of icy energy pulsed outwards, emanating from a figure shrouded in shadow, leaving only a lingering question mark in its wake.
Before the Queen stood Leon, the Lionheart Kingdom's king of the Lionheart, his blonde hair catching the dim light.
Leon's declaration hung heavy in the air
as he addressed the Queen. Meanwhile, an older man with dark hair and a stern expression watched from a nearby throne, muttering about the rudeness of the situation.
The Queen's sharp retort echoed through the throne room, demanding an explanation for Leon's actions. She ordered his immediate arrest. As guards moved to apprehend him, Leon's eyes widened in surprise.
A surge of dark energy coursing through his veins. His face contorted in pain. A shadowy figure emerged, its eyes glowing with an eerie light, taking control of Leon's body. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood with his back to the viewer.
A single, guttural sound escaped his lips, "Ack."
3 men stared in disbelief, their faces contorted in shock and alarm. Sweat beaded on their brows as they sputtered, "What are you do dash?" A dismissive humph cut them short. A swift, brutal strike.
A blond man, his eyes narrowed in concentration, launched a lightning-fast attack, sending one of the men sprawling.
The remaining 2 watched in horror as their companion fell, one of them stammering, "Why, your majesty?" The blond man's expression twisted into a grimace.
He muttered to himself, "What the hell is it this time?"
The scene opens with a blonde-haired man, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, grappling with a cloaked figure. His muscles strain as he struggles to maintain control. A surge of dark energy erupts from the cloaked figure, throwing the blonde man back with a violent force. The blonde man crashes to the ground, his eyes glowing with an eerie, dark light. A guttural cry escapes his lips as he struggles to regain his composure. The panel shifts to show the blonde man standing in a grand hall, surrounded by armored knights. He looks up, his expression hardening.
A figure in ornate armor, wielding a large sword, stands before him. The armored figure speaks, his voice filled with disbelief and alarm.
The blonde man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable.
He remains silent, observing the scene before him.
A dark energy crackles around the blonde man as he subtly shifts his weight, a barely perceptible movement that speaks volumes of his power. A knight cries out in shock as the blonde man makes a sudden, swift movement. The scene ends with the blonde man standing over a fallen figure, his expression unchanged. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a simple suit, stood in a dimly lit corridor. His eyes widened slightly, a silent gasp escaping his lips as he whispered, "Why you?" He stared in disbelief as a towering figure, clad in ornate armor and wielding several gleaming swords, appeared before him.
The man's internal monologue echoed the shock. What is the meaning of this?
The armored figure, the king of the Lionheart, addressed the blonde man, his voice sharp and accusatory.
He demanded, "How long do you intend on hiding your identity?"
The blonde man's face tightened, his expression hardening as he braced himself for the confrontation. Below him, another man, his face contorted in pain and fear, lay on the floor. The king of the Lionheart continued his relentless questioning, his voice dripping with disdain. "Did you really think you could escape the eyes of the king of the Lionheart?" The king's voice boomed, filled with righteous anger. "Show yourself, you dirty demon." Then, his eyes glowed with an eerie red light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A maniacal laugh echoed through the hall as the king of the Lionheart chuckled, "Kick. Ki hey." The king's expression shifted to one of surprise as he watched something unexpected unfold before him. He muttered, "See, could it be?" An elderly man, his face etched with worry and distress, lay on the ground, his eyes wide with fear. A young man with blonde hair stood before a monstrous, insectoid creature. He gasped, realizing the horrifying truth: the Chancellor is a demon? The young man's horrified whisper echoed the growing panic around him.
Another man, his clothes torn, cried out, "Hyuk! Over here too!"
More of the insectoid demons emerged from the shadows, their mandibles clicking menacingly.
Their terrifying forms filling the scene with dread.
Chaos erupted. The blonde young man found himself surrounded by the demonic horde, battling alongside several knights. Amidst the carnage, he roared, "D-demons!" His eyes blazing with power, the blonde young man commanded, "Stop panicking.
You lowly beings."
A booming voice echoed through the hall, a command that resonated with power, "Assemble." A blonde-haired man in a dark coat stood defiantly before a monstrous, insectoid creature.
He addressed his unseen allies, his voice ringing with determination. Fight as one. The insectoid creature lunged, its mandibles snapping shut, but the blond man remained resolute. He spoke, a grim determination etched on his face. Then you will surely win. A swift movement, a blur of motion, and the blond man's hand shot out, striking the creature with unseen force. The creature recoiled, a questioning sound escaping its maw. Keek. The creature's attack faltered, its momentum broken. Silence hung heavy in the air as the blond man stood, seemingly uninjured. The blond man's eyes narrowed, a cold fury replacing his earlier determination. He scoffed, a single word escaping his lips. Oomph. A violent surge of energy erupted from him, a wave of power that sent the creature reeling back in agony. A scream of pain tore from the monster's throat. Creak. Returning from 300 years of demon hunting in another world, the Night King effortlessly deflected an energy blast aimed at him, his movements fluid and precise. The force of the impact sending shockwaves through the castle. A monstrous, insectoid creature lay defeated, its body dissolving into dark tendrils. An older man, his face etched with worry and a prominent scar across his brow, observed the scene. He muttered to himself, his voice heavy with grim realization, they were hiding within the castle too. Meanwhile, a desperate plea for help echoed through the halls as several more of the insectoid creatures attacked a man, their side-like appendages poised to strike. The man, caught completely off guard, let out a pained cry as one of the creatures lunged. The Night King, accompanied by a powerful warrior clad in shining armor, stood ready to defend the castle. With a swift, decisive movement, the warrior engaged the creatures, his sword a silver flash in the dim light, slicing through their defenses with ease. The Night King watched, a grim determination etched on his face. The warrior's movements were a whirlwind of steel, each strike precise and deadly, quickly dispatching the remaining threats. The Night King and his companion stood victorious, their task complete. News of a demonic infiltration reached the castle. A grizzled, battle-worn commander, his face streaked with grime and blood, roared a command. No demon would be spared. His knights, clad in shining armor, engaged the demonic horde. The battle was fierce and brutal. The clash of steel against chitin echoed through the castle halls. A whirlwind of blades and claws. One by one, the demons fell before the knight's might. A figure emerged from the fray, a man in a sharp suit, wielding a glowing sword. Beside him, two fallen demons lay still. A low hum resonated in the air, followed by a sharp command, stop. A young man in a sharp suit stood calmly, a gleaming sword held before him. His gaze was fixed on an older, imposing figure in regal armor. Your loyalty is appreciated, the young man stated, his voice laced with a hint of disapproval, but your failure to prioritize the royal family during this emergency is unacceptable. The older man, his face etched with years of experience and bearing the weight of his position, responded, the one who holds my unwavering loyalty is Her Majesty, the Queen. Several onlookers murmured their agreement, that's reasonable. However, the young man's expression hardened. With a sudden, swift movement, he channeled energy into the sword. The blade erupting with a blinding flash of light. And hurtling towards the older man. A desperate cry escaped the older man's lips, Kub. The king, a young man with blonde hair, declared that he, and he alone, had the authority to question and judge. He added that the same applied to the queen. An unseen voice sharply reminded someone to know their place, emphasizing that the queen was currently unfit to make sound judgments. An older man with gray hair and a stern expression asserted his authority, stating that since the chancellor had died, the power now resided with him. The king, his face shadowed, contemplated this assertion silently, while the older man simply grunted in response. A tense standoff unfolded between the king and the older man. The scene was punctuated by an exclamation point, suggesting a sudden, dramatic event. As a sinister figure with glowing red eyes emerged, ordering the immediate elimination of the king and the older man. The king, his expression hardening, declared that a king does not lie. He challenged the older man, questioning his desire for command over the soldiers. A regal woman, cloaked in shadows and seated upon an ornate throne, declared, and, the authority to get rid of the evil. Before her, a figure resolved, I will resolve this issue. A man with blonde hair, his back to the viewer, stated, since you are powerless. The scene shifted to the Spiro Kingdom's central square. A large bonfire blazed in the center, surrounded by a massive crowd of anxious onlookers. Among them, a group of villagers looked on with fear and uncertainty. One of them, a man with worried eyes, spoke, I. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the Lionheart Kingdom's king, revealed himself. A surge of power emanated from him as he declared his identity. His name, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, hung heavy in the air. He then revealed a grim truth, there are several people among you who have been possessed by demons. Two figures, one in a dark suit and the other in regal attire, stood before a crowd gathered in a town square. A large castle loomed in the background. An observer among the crowd mused that their plan was to start a revolution, coupled with an infiltration of the castle. But another, a young man with dark hair, confidently declared there was no need to worry, as he possessed a method to distinguish the possessed from the unpossessed. The crowd, a mix of men and women in various states of dress, reacted with a mixture of fear and confusion to this announcement. As the man in the suit, his expression serious, promised to show them. Suddenly, the man in the suit moved with surprising speed, his dark coat billowing slightly as he descended upon two armored guards. leaving them stunned and speechless. From that moment on, the man in the suit declared that those who were not evil would be revealed. And a nearby man, his face etched with disbelief, questioned if it could be true. The man in the suit, his eyes glowing with an ethereal light, commanded those who were not heathens to prove their innocence by tossing themselves into a nearby flame. A figure stood with his back to the viewer, observing a scene of fiery devastation. The air crackled with residual energy, debris scattered across the ravaged landscape. A question mark filled a thought bubble above him, reflecting his confusion and uncertainty. Meanwhile, a man with blonde hair, clad in dark robes, addressed a woman with fiery orange hair, her face contorted in fear. He declared that he would show her an example. And with a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed a wave of fire that engulfed several nearby people. One man, clad in simple armor, cried out in terror and pain. A blonde woman watched in horror as the man in dark robes casually tossed the people into the flames, her mouth agape in disbelief. The terrified onlookers realized the gravity of the situation, fearing for their lives as the flames consumed their companions. One of them cried out that they were all going to die. More screams of agony filled the air as the inferno raged. A man in a crown was consumed by the flames, his face a mask of pure terror. Another man, seemingly unaffected, watched the carnage with a cold, calculating gaze. He let out a triumphant roar. The initial observer from the first panel, now closer to the scene, looked on in surprise as a woman seemingly unharmed emerged from the inferno. Another woman, witnessing this, questioned if she was truly all right. The scene ends with the blonde woman looking shocked and confused. A figure emerged from a fiery inferno, their form barely visible through the intense flames. A soldier, his body consumed by an unnatural fire. A nearby observer gasped, pointing at the horrifying spectacle. A blonde-haired man, his face partially obscured by shadow, calmly commanded, "Watch." As he spoke, the flames intensified, engulfing a monstrous creature in a searing blaze. A guttural roar echoed from the beast as it was consumed. The blonde man's expression hardened. These sacred flames only burn those who are evil. He continued, explaining, "You need to thank Pitos, the divinity of war and fire, and shout his name in glory as you walk through the flames." The onlookers exchanged worried glances, clearly uncertain about the situation. One of them nervously questioning, "What do we do?" The blonde man's face was etched with doubt. He muttered to himself, "Does it really only burn demons?" A man in a suit stood before a crowd, his dark eyes intense. He surveyed them with a chilling gaze, his voice booming out, a challenge echoing through the square. He demanded to know if they were corrupted, or if they wished to face his wrath. His words ignited a wave of fear. A collective gasp of terror rose from the crowd as the man unleashed his power. A searing inferno erupted around him, engulfing those closest in a fiery maelstrom. Panic seized the onlookers as they scattered, desperate cries for help lost in the roar of the flames. The scene was one of chaos and destruction. Flames danced and writhed, consuming everything in their path. The aftermath revealed a desolate landscape. A lone figure, the man in the suit, stood amidst the ruins, his expression unreadable. He was surrounded by several grotesque figures, their forms monstrous and menacing. He simply uttered a single syllable, a sound that carried an unspoken weight of judgment and power. His gaze fell upon one of the creatures, his voice low and chilling as he commented on their foul stench. He vowed to punish them, to rip their souls apart. A group of grotesque, demonic creatures surrounded a lone human, their malevolent eyes burning with hatred. One of them, larger than the rest, raised a clawed hand, purple energy crackling between its fingers. "You human, you don't even know your place." The human, his face contorted in a furious grimace, roared his defiance. A golden aura flared around him as he unleashed a furious retort, "You mere demon, ee." His voice, amplified by an unseen power, echoed through the scene. The sound waves, invisible yet potent, struck the demons with devastating force. One of them clutched at its ears, screaming in agony, "Kayak! My ears! My ears!" Another demon followed suit, its body convulsing as it let out a similar shriek, "Kia!" The human's golden aura intensified, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. His voice, now a low growl, cut through the air, "You garbage!" His rage escalating, he continued his scathing rebuke, "You arrogant worms!" He spat out the final insult, his words dripping with contempt, "Who feed on the emotions of humans?" The human's voice boomed, echoing with the weight of centuries of experience hunting demons. "You dare pretend to be human and walk on 2 feet? You dare group together? You dare pretend?" A man in a suit, his face contorted in furious rage, stood amidst swirling dark energy. His hands clenched, veins bulging as he roared, "You think I would allow that?" He unleashed a chilling threat, "You will die screaming in pain. Your cries of despair and suffering will echo throughout the world." 2 grotesque, green-skinned creatures with pointed ears and menacing expressions emerged from the shadows behind him. One of the creatures, its voice laced with disbelief, muttered to itself, "Insane bastard. He's that mad about us walking on 2 feet." Another creature, its eyes wide with dawning horror, whispered, I feel like we've messed with the wrong guy." The scene shifted to a distant, mountainous landscape. Dark, ominous clouds gathered overhead. An older man with a long beard, his face etched with worry, observed the scene from afar. He stated grimly, "I think the infiltration plan has failed.
He held a glowing purple orb in his hands, a holographic image of the enraged man in the suit flickering within a small screen beside it.
His expression was one of deep concern.
The man in the suit, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a surge of raw power. His body crackled with energy. A wave of energy erupted from him, accompanied by a guttural cry.
He declared, "That is the only way you can make me happy."
A young man with white hair stared, horrified, at a pulsating purple orb contained within a transparent screen. His face contorted in a mixture of rage and fear as a guttural curse escaped his lips. He spat out the words, "That fucking bastard." A dark, stormy sky loomed over the Grand Spiros kingdom.
The imposing castle stood silhouetted against the brooding clouds.
As a blonde-haired man in a suit addressed the anxious crowd gathered below. A large, demonic creature was bound to a wooden post behind him. He reassured them, "Have no fear."
The man's calm demeanor shifted as the demon stirred, its eyes glowing menacingly.
He muttered, "As I exist." A shadow fell over him as the demon spoke, its words echoing with malice. This evil species is unable to resist the negative emotions it plants in their minds.
The blond man's face paled as the demon cackled, "Kuhihi." The demon's laughter escalated into a maniacal roar, "Ha ha ha ha."
Do not think that it is over. The bound demon strained against its ropes, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. It shrieked, "You will all be destroyed.
The corruption authority will be stopped."
The blond man interrupted, his voice filled with righteous fury, "Shut up, you demon."
A monstrous, vaguely canine creature writhed in agony, its guttural cry echoing through the air.
Its dark form was partially obscured by shadow, but its sharp teeth and fierce expression were clearly visible. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, gestured dismissively towards the bound beast. "Take a look at this dirty beast," he declared, his voice sharp and accusatory. Continuing his explanation, he stated that this creature was the root of their suffering. "This is the cause of you succumbing to seduction and fear," he exclaimed, his face contorted in anger. A group of villagers listened intently, their faces etched with worry and confusion. The blond man continued, his voice low and grave, "Sickness, the disharmony within your families." He explained, "The cause of their misfortunes. And why you fell over this morning.
It's the reason why you couldn't get married.
Why you lost your money in gambling." The bound creature stared back with malevolent eyes, a question mark hanging in the air. The blond man interrupted its silent query. "Why's that my fault?" the creature seemed to ask, but the man cut it short with a sharp rebuke. "Shut up, you demon," he roared, a surge of dark energy crackling in his hand.
The demon shrieked in pain as the blond man unleashed his power, a blinding flash illuminating the scene,
leaving the villagers staring in shock and disbelief.
"What?" they whispered, their faces a mixture of fear and awe.
A crowd of villagers voiced their frustrations and accusations. They questioned if a demon was responsible for the sickness afflicting one of their mothers and whether it was the same demon's fault that Marilda had rejected someone.
Another villager angrily wondered if a recent gambling loss was also the demon's doing. A figure, seemingly a demon, appeared, silencing the villagers with a furious rebuke.
He shouted that their misfortunes were not his fault.
The demon's outburst was met with defiance.
A villager retorted, "Shut up, you demon." The scene shifted to a grand castle in the background. A blonde-haired man in a suit calmly approached, a bat-like demon bound to a wooden post before him. He addressed the citizens, stating that those who strive for goodness are often the victims of misfortune brought on by demons. He continued, explaining that demons are the source of misfortune in their lives. The man elaborated, stating that the lack of faith among the citizens is also a consequence of demonic influence. However, he reassured them, "But do not be afraid." The man revealed his power, a divine flame granted by Petos, the divinity of war and fire. A blond man in a dark suit addressed a red-haired boy from a distance, his voice carrying over the cityscape. The boy, startled, questioned if he was being addressed.
Meanwhile, two older men watched from a nearby building, one of them gesturing towards the boy.
As the red-haired boy approached, holding a burning, glowing object. The blond man instructed the boy to use the object to contain a demon, until it atoned for its sins. The boy, hesitant at first, complied, the glowing object engulfing a bound demon. He looked on, a mixture of apprehension and determination on his face.
The blond man questioned the boy's motives, suspecting pity for the demon.
The boy vehemently denied this, his eyes blazing with intensity. He explained that his father had died at the hands of demons, fueling his righteous anger. The boy's resolve hardened, his grip tightening on the burning object.
A bound demon glared at a man, its anger evident in its furrowed brow. "You!" The demon's face contorted in rage.
Its eyes burned with hatred as it hissed, "I will chase you to the ends of hell to kill you."
The man responded swiftly, striking the demon with a powerful blow. "Make a softer expression." The force of the blow sent the demon reeling, a pained cough escaping its lips. "Kohurg?" The demon, weakened but defiant, could only manage a questioning expression.
A young man with fiery red hair appeared, his face contorted in fury.
He shouted, "Wah! My father's enemy!"
He unleashed a fiery blast of energy, striking the demon,
causing the demon to cough up blood.
"Kohurg?" Finally, the demon, defeated and enraged, spat out its final words, "You psychos! A man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes glared, his face contorted in a grimace. A dark aura surrounded him as he uttered a chilling warning: he would be cursed by a corrupting force. A surge of dark energy erupted from his chest, a visible manifestation of the corruption taking hold,
sending a shockwave outwards that rippled through the air.
A voice, filled with righteous fury, cut through the air.
"Shut up, you demon!" A guttural scream echoed from behind bars.
A small, grotesque creature, imprisoned in a cell, writhed in agony. Identified as Baltars, the demon of pleasure and corruption. Baltars, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and malice, spoke. He revealed that he had lived as a demon for 34 years, during which time he had tortured and corrupted countless humans. Bound in ethereal chains, a grotesque goblin-like creature sat slumped within a cold, stone cell. A look of bitter resignation clouded its features as it muttered to itself, lamenting its current predicament. Meanwhile, in a separate, high-tech cell, a mechanical arm extended from a wall, its movements precise and deliberate. Approaching the bars of another cell where a similar creature was held captive. The name Kirike appeared in a text box, identifying the creature. The goblin, Kirike, watched with wide, fearful eyes as the mechanical arm neared. A silent gasp escaped him, his fear palpable. He flinched as the arm reached into his cell. A look of sheer terror contorting his features as he stammered, what? Kirike, still bound, internally questioned how he could corrupt a machine, his thoughts a desperate plea for understanding. The mechanical arm, seemingly sentient, responded with a single, chilling command: provide information. Kirike scoffed, his fear momentarily replaced by arrogance. He sneered, "Ha! You think I'd listen to something as inferior as you?" A small, green goblin-like creature with a third eye glared from behind bars, muttering uncooperative. A spherical, metallic device with an orange band hovered nearby, tilting slightly as if questioning the goblin's defiance. Meanwhile, a group of knights in heavy, grey armor marched down a long corridor, their boots echoing on the stone floor.
Their measured pace suggesting a deliberate approach.
They arrived at the cell, where the goblin let out a surprised ha as he sensed their presence.
The knights moved to restrain the goblin, their movements swift and precise.
But the goblin, defiant to the end, challenged them, shouting, "Kill me if you want." He continued, "I'll come back and dash." A strange energy pulsed from the goblin's body, causing him to convulse, leaving him sweating and confused, questioning what had just happened.
One of the knights, startled, exclaimed, "What's that?"
A small, green goblin-like creature stood before a line of imposing knights, their armor gleaming under the dim light.
Beads of sweat trickled down the creature's brow, his posture betraying his fear.
One of the knights, clad in full plate armor, presented a large wooden bucket filled with a luminous, white liquid. The text content 15% appeared above the bucket, suggesting a concentration level.
The goblin watched, wide-eyed, as the knight offered the bucket.
A magical aura emanated from the liquid, causing the goblin's eyes to widen in surprise. The goblin recoiled, letting out a high-pitched shriek of heek as a narration box appeared, stating "Big Data Reference." A closer look revealed a mechanical device submerged within the bucket, its metallic surface gleaming faintly beneath the liquid.
A narration box labeled "Reasonable Conclusion Inference" appeared.
A sudden burst of energy erupted from the bucket, the liquid swirling violently.
A narration box simply read water.
The energy coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing a powerful robotic figure. A narration box declared, "Knows the answer."
The robot's gaze fell upon the goblin, who let out a startled cry of what?
A small, metallic creature, resembling a spider with a dome-shaped head, was submerged in a wooden tub filled with a luminous, milky liquid. A sudden, violent tremor shook the tub, sending splashes of the liquid everywhere. A series of exclamation points filled a speech bubble above the scene, indicating a sharp intake of breath. A creature let out a guttural cry, "Korohak," as the liquid began to glow more intensely. Two imposing figures in full plate armor stood guard as the metallic creature, now partially out of the tub, emitted a strange energy. A creature's form began to shift and contort, its metallic shell cracking and breaking apart as it let out another pained cry, "Wereg." The transformation was complete. A grotesque, demonic creature with red skin, a third eye, and sharp teeth emerged from the remains of the metallic shell. The creature, seething with rage, spat out a curse, "Why you bastard." The demon, now fully revealed, introduced himself, "I am Baltars, the demon of pleasure and corruption."
He sneered, "You think you'll be fine after uncooperative?"
A small, metallic creature, resembling a spider with a helmet, was submerged in a wooden pail filled with a luminous, milky substance. A gloved hand reached into the pail, stirring the liquid around the creature,
causing it to sputter and cough violently.
The sounds of strained breathing and exertion filled the air as the creature struggled,
a guttural sound escaping its metallic form.
The scene shifted to reveal a large, imposing vessel, its surface gleaming under the dark sky.
A metallic creature's struggle continuing, its sounds echoing with increasing intensity.
A voice, strained and hesitant, whispered, "Wait." Two knights in full plate armor stood before the vessel, their visors obscuring their faces. One of them, his voice barely audible, croaked, "Help." The word hung in the air, heavy with desperation.
A second knight's internal monologue revealed his uncertainty, "But what am I supposed to say? I don't know anything." A metallic creature, now visibly distressed, continued its struggle.
A red-skinned creature with pointed ears and a single, dark eye was seen frantically operating a control panel. Its desperate actions only worsening the situation. The word uncooperative appeared in a narration box, summarizing the creature's behavior. A high-pitched shriek echoed through the night as the scene shifted to a distant castle, its windows glowing faintly in the darkness. A grotesque, red-skinned creature with a single, dark eye in the center of its forehead writhed in agony. Its mouth hung open, drool dripping down its chin, as it was identified as captive number 14. The text provided 30,564 characters of information from the captive. However, this fell short of the average amount of information obtained from the previous 13 captives. A different, slightly smaller creature, this one with greenish skin, watched from the side as the previous captive was placed in a metallic tub filled with a glowing liquid. The creature then stated that more information could be obtained. The greenish-skinned creature reacted with disgust and fear, calling the previous captive a psycho. It then questioned how it was supposed to know how much information the other captives had given. A narration box appeared, explaining that the captors questioned the necessity of keeping a hostage alive if they failed to provide adequate information. The greenish-skinned creature looked on in shock as a large, metallic device was brought near the tub. A question mark filled the next panel. The creature's face was filled with terror as it was bound tightly. Its expression shifted to one of nervous anticipation. He stood on a rooftop, a vast, stormy sky above. The wind whipped around him, carrying with it the faint scent of rain. He wondered what he should say next, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Finally, a single word escaped his lips, Carrick. Inside, a young man with blonde hair sat before a screen. The text on the screen read, all information text from the 32 beings finished. Another man, older and more formally dressed, observed a device on the table before him. The device displayed, information content is similar by over 89%. The blonde young man's face was partially obscured, but a slight smirk played on his lips. The text box read, inferred to be true. He nodded slowly, a satisfied expression settling on his features. All right. Good work, Sir Spin. Sir Spin raised a glass of wine to his lips. He then posed a question, Sir Spin. What did you do to the demons after? Sir Spin responded, his voice devoid of emotion, eliminated. An average of 14 seconds at 127 decibels maintained. Very successful. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, sat calmly, a glass of red wine in hand. A subtle smile played on his lips as he took a sip, murmuring a single word, good. In the distance, a fiery scene unfolded. A city burned, engulfed in flames, as dark figures with bat-like wings circled overhead. A guttural scream echoed through the air, a sound of pain and suffering. He thought, the song of justice is always lovely to hear. The blonde man's expression shifted subtly. His eyes flickered, a hint of something unreadable in their depths. He now wore a pair of dark sunglasses, obscuring his eyes completely. His demeanor had become noticeably more serious. Suddenly, his eyes widened, a stark contrast to his previous composure. A tremor ran through him. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to stumble back, knocking over a nearby table. Papers scattered, shattering a glass on the floor. Blood splattered across the broken pieces of the glass. He gasped, a pained sound escaping his lips. Carrick, a small, robotic device beside him reported. Your Majesty, heart rate increase, headache, pain in chest, difficulty breathing. A man with short, light brown hair clenched his jaw, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. A purple aura pulsed faintly around him. A surge of intense emotion visibly racking his body. He gasped, a strangled cook, escaping his lips. He stumbled back, a dark, fiery energy erupting from his form as he moved, leaving a trail of debris in his wake. He stopped before a small, crab-like robot, which spoke, addressing him as Sir Spin. His face contorted in anguish. He could not accept the reality of the situation, a dark, swirling energy pulsed around his head as he muttered to himself that he could not accept the fact that evil creatures lived and breathed on the same land as him. The robot, Sir Spin, asked what they should do about the situation. Sir Spin's response was immediate and decisive, eliminate the cause without delay. Sir Spin declared the plan to be splendid. A blonde-haired man in a brown coat stood confidently, a small, spherical robot at his feet. He declared, with a determined glint in his eyes, that they needed to eliminate the root cause of the problem. And with a sudden burst of energy, the scene shifted to a chaotic display of shattered debris and intense motion. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed by the destruction, crashed through a wall. A narration box emphasized his superhuman resilience. The king of the Lionheart, a demigod, felt no exhaustion. A statement that applied to his robotic companion as well. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the ground, causing further destruction. The blonde man braced himself against the force, his body low to the ground, as if absorbing the impact. His powerful foot came down, shattering the ground beneath him. The robot declared it was time for a late-night outing. And the blonde man, with a fierce grin, prepared for action. A dark and desolate landscape stretched before a cloaked figure, surrounded by grotesque, demonic creatures. The figure, an old man with a stern expression, held a glowing purple orb aloft. A human. The old man's eyes widened in surprise, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he muttered his disbelief. He peered intently into the orb, his gaze fixed on something within its depths. A concerned question escaped his lips, directed towards the unseen entity. His concern was quickly dismissed by a nearby woman, who scornfully referred to the otherworldly beings as inferior prostitutes. The old man's face contorted in pain as a powerful demonic presence manifested, its arrival heralded by a chilling declaration: a mortal is easily corrupted. A figure, cloaked and shadowed, stood before a horrifying spectacle, a grotesque, purple-tinged entity pulsed with malevolent energy, surrounded by a host of demonic creatures. He trembled slightly, muttering a nervous, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a booming voice commanded, "Stop." From the shadows, a powerful figure emerged, his presence alone causing the ground to tremble. He carried a large, ornate staff. His arrival accompanied by a retinue of fearsome demons. The air crackled with dark energy. The powerful figure addressed the cloaked man with a furious outburst, beginning with, "You stupid little." The source of the booming voice revealed itself, a monstrous figure, crowned and powerful, with 4 arms and a terrifying grin. He was clearly the leader of this demonic horde. He sneered, "You dare step foot into my venue of entertainment?" The monstrous figure continued his tirade, his words dripping with menace. He roared, "You don't know what fear is." Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, observing the scene, muttered to himself, "What is up with this dense evil energy?" An aged man, his face etched with worry, clutched a pulsating purple orb. His voice, strained with urgency, warned, "Don't look at the crown." The words, stark and ominous, identified the entity contained within, the great demon of pleasure and corruption. The old man, his eyes wide with apprehension, continued to hold the orb aloft. Beside him, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its features obscured by a crown and mask, its teeth bared in a menacing grin. The old man identified the creature as Androgen. Androgen let out a guttural sound, the one without any common sense or backbone. Another figure materialized, this one a grotesque goblin, radiating malevolent energy. The narration box described him as the goblin who had tasted sudden success. He held a similar purple orb, his expression one of smug satisfaction. A low growl escaped his lips, "Humph." The old man, his face grim, focused his attention on the orb in his hands. He spoke again, "Androgen." The orb pulsed brighter, its energy intensifying. He then offered a proposition: "I have an offer you won't be able to refuse." Androgen, his eyes glowing with malevolent light, grinned, anticipating the offer. A powerful, demonic figure, muscles bulging with dark energy, let out a booming, maniacal laugh. His eyes glowed with malevolent power, a purple aura crackling around him. Suddenly, an older man with gray hair appeared, his face etched with determination. He stood defiantly before the demon, shouting a command to put the beast in its place. The old man continued, his voice ringing with authority, informing the demon that its lord and most of its great demons were dead. The demon scoffed, incredulous. Holding a glowing purple orb, it questioned the old man's audacity, daring to suggest they were equals. The purple orb pulsed with power, its energy intensifying as the demon's anger grew. The old man calmly retorted, reminding the demon that its kind had also suffered heavy losses, their arrogance unwarranted. The demon, taken aback, roared in disbelief. Its expression shifted from arrogant fury to stunned confusion. The old man pressed his advantage, revealing that it wasn't just their current lord who had perished, their previous lord had died 180 years prior in the Great Ascension. The demon, clearly shaken by this revelation, sputtered incoherently, its power visibly waning as the old man's words sunk in. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, cradled a pulsating orb of violet energy in their hands. The intense light emanating from the sphere illuminated the fine silver strands of their hair, partially visible beneath the hood. A silent testament to the horrors they had witnessed. What kind of merciless things went down there? The figure seemed to wonder, their unspoken thoughts heavy with the weight of untold suffering. The scene shifted, the image fading to a stark crimson backdrop. 180 years ago. The narration declared, setting the stage for a cataclysmic event. A terrifying tableau unfolded, 5 monstrous figures, each radiating malevolent power, stood poised for battle. In order to take over the world, the 5 evils came together for the first time ever, the narration explained, highlighting the unprecedented threat. The narrative continued, the background shifting to a dark, blood-splattered canvas. But the results were terrible, it stated, foreshadowing a devastating outcome. 3 of the demon lords. The image showed a desolate battlefield, littered with the shattered remains of colossal skulls. A fiery serpent-like symbol burned in the distance, a grim reminder of the conflict's intensity. And the devastating cost of war. And the narration trailed off, leaving the reader to ponder the unspoken consequences. Amidst the chaos of a fiery landscape, a terrified demon cried out, "Kaya! I don't want to die." Panic and despair filled the scene as the demon fled from unseen horrors. A grotesque, goblin-like creature lunged forward, its guttural cry echoing through the desolate landscape. Only to be met with an overwhelming shock. Before him stood a powerful demon lord, surrounded by a legion of monstrous followers. But then, a figure emerged from the shadows, radiating power. He was a knight, his body scarred but his eyes burning with righteous fury. Lightning crackled around him as he raised his sword, a weapon that seemed to hum with divine energy. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake.
The demons, once so confident, were now consumed by terror.
His eyes, blazing with power, fixed on his enemies. A storm brewed within him.
The Night King, returned from the otherworld after 300 years of relentless demon hunting, unleashed his fury.
The ground trembled as a wave of unimaginable power erupted from him,
annihilating the demonic horde in a blinding flash of light.
Over 10 million demons were all killed. A wizened old man with long gray hair, his face etched with the weight of ages, stood amidst swirling purple energy. He muttered a single word, barely audible above the crackling power. "I am a survivor of that heaven-like place," he declared, his voice now ringing with a strange mix of awe and weariness, as he held aloft a glowing purple orb. A muscular figure, crowned and clad in dark attire, emerged from the shadows. His face, partially obscured by a mask, was contorted in a cruel grin. You know what happened there?" he demanded, his voice sharp and menacing. He held a similar orb, mirroring the old man's, and let out a maniacal laugh, "Kihihi." The old man's gaze hardened. "You beasts who have given in to your instincts," he rebuked, his voice filled with disdain. Within the orb he held, a monstrous, demonic face materialized. "I thought I said that I have an offer you won't be able to reject," he hissed, a chilling promise in his tone. The crowned figure roared, out with it, his impatience evident. The old man, Andorjan, responded with chilling determination, "I, Andorjan, will push the bastard into the deepest hole there is." Andorjan clutched the orb tighter, his face grim, the demonic entity within seeming to writhe. A monstrous figure, crowned and cloaked in shadow, loomed over the scene. His words were a chilling declaration, "It's almost over. Even if she holds on, she is still immortal." Meanwhile, a young woman with long, dark hair lay unconscious on the ground, her body radiating a faint purple glow.
The narration box above her proclaimed, "The end is near."
Her pale skin and flowing purple dress contrasted sharply with the dark surroundings. A single purple rose lay near her hand, a stark symbol of fragility amidst the impending doom. The scene shifted to a dark forest. An older man with long, gray hair, clad in dark robes, held a glowing purple orb in his hands.
He questioned, "Is it done now?"
He seemed to be assessing the situation, his expression unreadable. A speech bubble revealed his thoughts, "This is the most effective method we had." The orb pulsed with an intense purple light. He continued, "The possibility of winning is 7-3.
7-3 in favor of Androgen, against that bastard."
His face showed a mixture of grim determination and weary resignation as he muttered, 7 to Androgen, 3 to that bastard."
An aged mage, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of countless years, held a pulsating purple orb. He proposed a plan, his voice raspy but firm. If he, an S-rank mage, and another powerful individual joined forces, victory would be assured. But his suggestion was met with immediate and vehement refusal. The mage's eyes widened in disbelief as a small, demonic-looking creature perched on his shoulder seemed to echo the sentiment. A furious outburst followed, the mage's refusal punctuated by a string of harsh insults. Left alone with his thoughts, the mage found himself at a crossroads. His initial plan thwarted, he now grappled with uncertainty. Wondering where to turn next. A new course of action presented itself, a journey to the corpse harvester's territory. But ultimately resolved to proceed, a grim determination etched onto his weathered face. As he ventured deeper into the ominous forest, a chilling suspicion began to take root. A terrifying confirmation arrived in the form of a heavily armored figure emerging from the shadows. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its grotesque features illuminated by an eerie glow. "Yeah, that's a corpse harvester," a voice exclaimed, the words hanging heavy in the air. A chilling sound escaping the creature's lips as it lunged forward. The corpse harvester recoiled, a pained groan escaping its throat as it staggered back. A look of utter confusion and pain contorted its face. As a voice, sharp with urgency, commanded, "Hide." An old man, his face etched with worry, held a glowing purple orb. With a sudden movement, he hurled a bolt of energy from the sphere. The beam arcing through the air towards the monster. The corpse harvester roared in pain as the energy struck, its body convulsing violently. The orb in his hands cracked, a face of pure terror appearing on its surface. A wave of pure panic washed over him. The figure, previously attacked, was now suspended in mid-air, a beam of light piercing its body. High above, a demonic entity plummeted towards the earth, its descent marked by a trail of dark energy. Below, a figure cloaked in dark robes stood, their face obscured by a hood, a look of grim determination etched onto their features. 3 exclamation points filled a speech bubble, reflecting the intensity of the moment. A guttural cry of "Nu" escaped the demon's lips as it hurtled towards the ground, its descent accompanied by a blur of motion and dark energy. The cloaked figure watched, their expression unreadable, as the demon crashed into the forest below. Another desperate cry of "Nu" echoed through the trees. A silent scream of "Nu" filled the air, a testament to the sheer power of the impact. The demon, its body contorted and broken, was flung back into the air, a horrifying spectacle of destruction. The force of the impact sent tremors through the forest. Another desperate "Nu" escaped the creature's broken form as it was thrown back, its life force visibly draining away. A guttural sound, a mix of pain and disbelief, filled the air as the demon's form began to disintegrate. Nearby, a woman with short, light blue hair called out to the old man, asking if he was finished. Her voice was calm, yet laced with a hint of urgency.
The old man's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the orb in his hands, a name escaping his lips, Kirik. The scene opens with a figure suspended in midair, bound by ethereal, glowing blue chains. A powerful energy crackles around them. The Night King, his blonde hair disheveled and clothes torn, stands amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle. Several bodies lie scattered around him, victims of some unseen force. The assumption is made that there are more survivors. His expression is one of grim determination, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He questions the possibility of more enemies remaining after such a devastating display of power. A voice cuts through his thoughts. Hidden nearby, a companion asks if their stealth ability is still active. The Night King's companion, a cloaked figure holding a glowing orb, confirms that their stealth is still active, but expresses intense anxiety. Their anxiety is palpable, bordering on panic. They emphasize the severity of their unease. The Night King is confused. He hadn't heard any sign of approaching enemies. The cloaked figure explains the situation. The Night King's power of silence, a divine ability, has masked the approach of the remaining enemies. The Night King's eyes widen in realization as he understands the nature of the threat. It is the Grail Knight's divine law of silence. A powerful, silencing force permeated the air, so potent that it even drowned out the thunder of galloping horses. It was a divine law of silence, wielded by someone who had used it to obliterate every demon in this forest. A young man with blonde hair, his eyes glowing with an ethereal light, sensed a disturbing energy nearby. He stood before an old, terrified man, his face etched with fear, clutching a strange orb. The young man's gaze locked onto the old man, his expression hardening. He sensed something within the orb, something powerful and unsettling. The blonde young man's eyes narrowed as he focused on the orb, a faint blue energy emanating from his fingertips. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the silence. The young man turned, his expression serious, as he addressed the old man, calling him Sir Spin. A simple satellite located the target at coordinates 4B17. The image shows a blonde-haired man in dark clothing standing before a cloaked figure holding a dark orb. A metallic object, possibly a drone, is partially visible in the lower right corner. The blonde man, his expression unreadable, was informed that there were still more targets. He turned to look at the cloaked figure beside him. And simply stated, "Let's go." The cloaked figure seemed to hesitate, a silent thought bubble above their head. As the blonde man walked away, the cloaked figure's eyes widened in alarm. A visible tremor ran through their body. A guttural sound escaped the cloaked figure's lips as they struggled to maintain their composure. They collapsed to the ground, letting out a pained groan. That was so close. They thought, fear evident in their posture. The final panel shows a dark, stormy sky, birds flying away from the approaching storm. The scene opens on a quaint, medieval-style building, nestled within a larger town. The architecture suggests a European setting, with a muted color palette of blues and grays dominating the image. Inside, a wooden tub filled with steaming water sits in a dimly lit room. A towel lies draped over the side, hinting at recent use. A single thought bubble appears, HM. A muscular man with blonde hair dries his back with a towel. Numerous scars crisscross his back, a testament to past battles. He stands before a window, the night sky visible beyond. His trousers are torn and ragged, further evidence of a hard-fought journey. The scene is quiet, contemplative. The man, his face now visible, has a thoughtful expression. A narration box appears, the demons of pleasure and corruption. He continues his internal monologue, a narration box revealing his thoughts, a bunch of perverts who pursue a twisted kind of desire. His expression shifts to one of confusion and unease. A narration box reads, strange. Another thought bubble emerges, why have so many of those demons? A vast, imposing castle looms in the distance, shrouded in a purple haze. The architecture is dark and gothic, suggesting a place of immense power and perhaps, darkness. A question echoed in the air, a silent query hanging heavy with unspoken implications, taken up residence in this gate? The answer, it seemed, was a resounding yes. There were even high-ranked demons and elites among them. The Night King, a figure etched with the scars of 300 years of relentless demon hunting, found himself facing a formidable foe. A mechanical monstrosity unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, while a grotesque, clawed demon lunged from the shadows. His grim expression hardened. He knew, with chilling certainty, that a powerful demon lurked nearby. I'm sure a great demon is here too then. But why? The question gnawed at him, a persistent itch beneath the surface of his battle-hardened resolve. He stood, muscles taut, a picture of controlled fury, his body bearing the marks of recent conflict. The lingering stench of blood filled his senses, a nauseating reminder of the carnage he had just witnessed. Disgusting smell of blood. He stood in a dimly lit room, the silence broken only by the rhythmic thump of his own heart. His gaze fell upon a small wooden chest, its contents unknown. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows, her presence a stark contrast to the Night King's battle-worn state. He hadn't even noticed her approach. Her voice, soft yet firm, cut through the silence. You must be tired. A woman with long, white hair and a dark dress, adorned with a jeweled crown, gently urged the man before her to rest. Her expression was one of soft concern, her voice a soothing whisper. He stood before her, bare-chested, his blonde hair falling over his eyes, seemingly oblivious to her words. His body was visibly exhausted, bearing the marks of countless battles. The woman's gentle demeanor shifted subtly, a knowing smile played on her lips, hinting at a hidden depth to her character. A young woman with long, white hair and a crown greeted someone off-panel. "Hello," she said, her voice soft yet commanding. The camera focuses on a muscular, blonde man, his back to the viewer, as the woman's greeting continues. He seemed to be shirtless, his body bearing the marks of countless battles. "Knight," she continued, her tone shifting slightly. "Or." The blonde man turned, his expression unreadable. "Should I call you Your Majesty, King of the Lionheart?" His eyes flickered shut, a wave of emotion washing over him. He opened them again, a single thought dominating his mind: she's beautiful. The man's internal monologue continued, his gaze fixed on the woman. "She's exuding sensuality without even doing anything." The cause of this conflict, a woman of great beauty that is the symbol of downfall. The Night King, now dressed in a dark suit, stood before the woman, a subtle gesture of respect in his posture. He seemed to be assessing her, a thoughtful expression on his face. The scene opens on two figures, their forms partially obscured by shadow. A chilling observation hangs in the air, a prophecy of doom: those who are about to fall will not even see it coming. And so, they would be left to drown in the consequences of their own blindness. A woman with striking silver hair and a regal bearing steps into the light. She introduces herself with quiet confidence: "I'm Beatrice Aligura Espero, queen of this small kingdom." Across from her stands a man with blonde hair, his expression thoughtful. He speaks, his voice carrying a weight of responsibility: "I'm Leon Dragonia Lionheart, king of the Lionheart Kingdom." His words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the queen's composed demeanor. A wave of self-reproach washes over Leon. He thinks, to think that I didn't notice it beforehand. Beatrice's voice cuts through his self-doubt, a hint of amusement in her tone: "Oh, don't be so wary." She places a hand over her chest, a gesture of reassurance. "I just..." A young woman with long, white hair and a crown approached a blonde man, her expression bright and cheerful. She explained that she had come to greet the person who saved her kingdom. But the blonde man, his face serious, muttered that this wasn't an appropriate time. He added that it was improper for a noble lady to be making such visits. The woman's smile softened, her eyes downcast. She clasped her hands together. A subtle shift in her demeanor suggesting a change in her approach. She then stated that she felt as though she was being watched, causing the blonde man to question who would dare watch the queen. The woman subtly adjusted her sleeve, revealing a glimpse of a tattoo. And a flashback showed the queen with her general and knights, suggesting the source of the feeling of being watched. A woman with long, silver hair, dressed in dark attire, was held captive. Her eyes, though unseen, conveyed a chilling certainty as she stated: "They are watching me while keeping me incarcerated." The scene shifted to a young man with blonde hair, his expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. He questioned: "The general is..." The blonde young man continued his internal monologue: "He didn't seem like someone who was capable of disloyalty." "There's no time." The captive woman, her silver hair gleaming, reached out to the blonde young man. A faint magical aura pulsed between their clasped hands as she made a proposition: "There's a favor I'd like to ask of you." The young man, his face etched with contemplation, responded slowly: "I'll decide after hearing the woman's request." She pleaded: "Please." The woman's request was revealed: "Kill the general and his knights." She continued, her eyes gleaming with an almost desperate hope: "If you do, then I'll give you this kingdom." The Night King, his blonde hair catching the dim light, stood with his back to a mysterious woman with long, flowing white hair. A faint purple energy shimmered around them, remnants of some unseen power. A silence heavy with unspoken words hung between them. The woman, her heels clicking softly on the stone floor, approached him. Her movements graceful and deliberate. She whispered an instruction: to inspect the castle's underground floors. He leaned in, their faces close. She continued, her voice barely audible, mentioning something: "A hidden general." Suddenly, a powerful figure burst into the scene. Lionheart, the general, clad in shining armor, descended from above. His arrival announced with a resounding shout of recognition. The Night King and the mysterious woman watched, their expressions unreadable, as Lionheart made his dramatic entrance. A knight, his silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, stood before a darkened doorway, flanked by two imposing guards in ornate armor. He offered an apology, his voice a quiet murmur in the stillness of the night. But insisted he had a pressing reason for his late-night visit: he was opening the door. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit hallway beyond. Inside, an older man with a stern expression and a weathered face watched from the shadows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Meanwhile, a younger man with blonde hair and a muscular physique emerged from the hallway, his shirt open, revealing his toned torso. He seemed unfazed by the situation. The older man's eyes narrowed. He questioned the audacity of barging into the king's bedroom in the middle of the night. The blonde man acknowledged the rudeness of his actions, but insisted the circumstances warranted it. He paused, considering his next words. His simple statement hung heavy in the air. An old man's face, etched with the lines of countless battles and years spent fighting demons, filled the panel. His eyes, though weary, held a spark of determination. A single thought echoed in his mind: is that God? A young man with blonde hair, dressed in civilian clothes, confronted two armored knights. He questioned their inaction, stating, "You're not asking any questions despite the fact that your own queen is out in the night?" One of the knights responded, his voice laced with weariness, "She's always been like that." The blonde young man's expression hardened. He thought, "You left a royal alone? When demons are crawling all over the kingdom?" The old man, his face a mask of grim determination, stated, "The demons do not attack in the night." The blonde young man scoffed, a single word escaping his lips, "Bullshit." His disbelief was palpable. He challenged the old man's statement, since when have demons cared whether it was day or night? The old man's gaze was unwavering. He simply stated, he should know that. A young man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured, scoffed internally. He mused that such an incompetent fool could never have risen to the rank of general. Yet, the certainty of his conviction was undeniable. The blonde young man stood before an older, imposing figure, a general in full regal armor. The scene was dimly lit, adding to the air of tension. His initial disdain momentarily forgotten, the young man apologized for his earlier rudeness. The general, his face etched with worry, declared that he had to return. The young man's expression shifted as he recalled the queen's words. Words that accused the general of keeping her imprisoned. The general turned his back, his regal posture unchanged, two guards standing silently behind him. Dismissing the matter as none of the young man's concern, the general's expression hardened. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, walked purposefully through a dimly lit corridor. A faint, ethereal mist swirled around his feet as he approached a heavy, ornate wooden door. He paused before the door, a thoughtful expression on his face. "How suspicious," he mused, "there's something I don't know about this place." His suspicion deepened. To uncover the truth, he decided on a course of action. He turned to address a young woman with long, white hair, who stood nearby, her expression one of concern. In order to find out the truth, he would need to investigate further. He concluded that exploring the underground floors was the next logical step. "I guess I should investigate the underground floors," he thought. He then called out to a small, flying robotic device visible through a nearby window. "Kariki," he commanded, needing assistance in his investigation. The robot responded instantly, its small form appearing before him. "There's something I'd like you to check," he instructed. The robot, Kariki, promptly took flight, leaving the man to await its return. "Kariki," he questioned, watching the robot disappear into the distance. A colossal, Gothic castle looms against a stormy sky, its dark spires piercing the clouds. A monstrous, leathery bat-like creature circles overhead. Its shadow falling upon a horde of grotesque, demonic creatures swarming below. They are a chaotic mass of claws, horns, and fangs, their forms twisted and unnatural. A minotaur-like demon, its face contorted in a savage grin, bellows a command to its underlings. "Get them," it roars, its voice echoing with cruel intent. Another demon, masked and sinister, adds his own brutal instructions: "Cut off their heads and make them watch as you torture their bodies." A third demon, smaller but equally vicious, screams, "Corrupt them." The masked demon, seemingly the leader, continues his orders, his voice dripping with malice. "Taint them." Another demon announces, "Listen. Sir Androgen has spoken." The masked demon declares a reward: the one to climb the castle walls first will be granted 100 slaves. The demons erupt in a frenzy of excitement, their cries of "Taint them" echoing across the battlefield. Two demonic figures loomed, their grotesque features contorted in a silent scream. One of them roared, "Taint them." The Night King, his face obscured by a mask, launched a swift counterattack. A blinding flash of light erupted from his weapon, a golden spear of immense power. The spear's energy coursed through the battlefield, obliterating the demons in its path. One demon, his face contorted in terror, gasped, "WH what?" The Night King's spear, still crackling with energy, remained embedded in the earth. The impact had shattered the ground, leaving a crater in its wake. The golden spear stood, a monument to the Night King's power. A final demon, defeated and broken, groaned, "We knew." A fallen warrior lay on the ground, his body bruised and battered. Above him, ethereal, glowing figures swirled, their forms vaguely humanoid yet monstrous. One of them, larger than the rest, bared its fangs in a silent snarl. A question mark bubbled from the fallen warrior's mind: souls? He was surrounded by the spectral forms, their chilling presence closing in. Terror gripped him as he desperately whispered, "I don't want to die." The spectral figures lunged, their movements blurring into a chaotic flurry of motion. A silent scream echoed in the panel. Suddenly, a hand emerged, holding aloft a golden chalice. Within the chalice, a radiant light pulsed with immense power. The light expanded, radiating outwards in a wave of energy that swept across the landscape. A majestic castle loomed in the distance, its spires piercing the stormy sky. A man in a suit stood atop a high vantage point, his hand outstretched, directing the flow of energy. He seemed to be controlling the very essence of the storm. The energy coalesced into a focused beam, striking the spectral figures with devastating force. They shrieked as they were consumed by the light. The man, now holding the golden chalice, looked down at the remnants of the spectral beings. A grim determination hardened his features. A high-pitched shriek pierced the air. Then, he spoke, his voice filled with cold fury, "You false living beings. Returning to Earth after 300 years of battling demons in the otherworld, Lionheart found himself facing a group of grotesque creatures. His eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the scene before him. A sneering demon scoffed, dismissing Lionheart's shock. "You wouldn't know," it taunted, its words dripping with contempt.
Another demon added, its voice laced with disdain, "How would you insect-like beasts that only chase after instinctual desires know anything?"
Lionheart, his expression hardening, responded with a low growl. "Listen," he warned, a surge of power emanating from him. His foot slammed into the ground, the force of the impact sending tremors through the earth. "You disgusting insects," he roared, his voice echoing with righteous fury. A swirling vortex of energy appeared in his hands. "This king of the Lionheart," he declared, his eyes blazing with power, "I, Lionheart, in place of the Pantheon, will teach you evils."
With a triumphant cry, Lionheart summoned his legendary blade, its golden light illuminating the scene.
The demons before him trembled at the sight of his power. The chapter opens with a close-up on a man's intense, worried face. His blonde hair is disheveled, and his eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and determination. The man's face is shown again, this time with a grim expression. A fiery aura surrounds him as he speaks of the preciousness of life. A group of demonic figures emerges from the shadows, their leader snarling a chilling invitation, "Come." The man confronts a monstrous creature, his voice filled with contempt as he addresses them as "ye dirty souls." The scene shifts to a dramatic close-up of the words, "your fear." A powerful, glowing lion's head roars, its eyes blazing with intense energy. The man, now radiating power, stands defiantly, his sword drawn. The words "IS" here appear below him, emphasizing his arrival. General Ricardo, a grizzled veteran with streaks of white in his silver hair and a prominent scar across his face, sat upon his throne.
His expression was one of weary authority, his gaze intense.
Two figures approached him, their words echoing in the cavernous throne room. They expressed surprise at his presence, questioning the reason for his unexpected arrival amidst what they assumed was an ongoing battle. Ricardo dismissed their concerns, stating that an outsider would handle the situation. He turned to one of his attendants, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he inquired about the progress of a certain operation. His question hung heavy in the air. Receiving a curt, affirmative response.
The attendant's assurance seemed to ease Ricardo's apprehension, at least for the moment.
Ricardo hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, before dismissing his concerns. He seemed to decide against voicing whatever was troubling him. With a determined stride, Ricardo and his retinue marched forward, leaving behind a fallen soldier. Their destination was clearly defined in his mind. Ricardo reassured his companions, emphasizing that their destination was near, requiring only a little more patience. His words carried a hint of grim determination.
The final panel shows Ricardo and his entourage approaching a large, ornate coffin.
A sense of finality hangs in the air as he declares that a long-held resentment will soon be settled. A gloved hand, adorned with a sigil, reached behind a heavy purple curtain, revealing a figure of imposing stature. He was an elderly man with silver hair, a weathered face etched with the marks of countless battles, and a stern gaze that spoke of unwavering resolve. Clad in ornate, dark armor, he exuded an aura of power and authority. The curtain fell, revealing a mysterious object. A sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. A metallic helmet, gleaming with an otherworldly light, slowly descended from above. The aftermath of a brutal battle was laid bare. Broken swords and the bodies of monstrous creatures littered the desolate landscape, a crimson sky casting an ominous glow over the scene. A hand bound tightly by thick rope, the only visible sign of a captive. Guarded by two grotesque demons, one hulking and muscular, the other gaunt and sickly, both clearly enjoying their position of power. A third, smaller demon, stood nearby, seemingly in charge of the group. A column of similarly captured creatures was being herded along, their pained grunts echoing across the barren land. A young man in armor, witnessing the scene, muttered, "Kerg." His expression was one of disgust and weariness. He let out a weary "oh." The young man's companion, partially obscured, warned him, "You should be careful." The young man, startled, responded with a confused, "You are?" His face was flushed, a mixture of fear and embarrassment evident in his expression. A young woman with pale green hair, also bound, addressed the armored man, "Mr. Hunter." Bound and helpless, a young woman with pale skin and dark hair pleaded with her captor, "Please untie me." "If you do," she promised, a sly smile playing on her lips, "I'll do something good." Her captor, a man with short dark hair and a grim expression, could only utter, The woman's smile widened as she anticipated his next move. A notification appeared, "Legion reinforcement, corruption resistance has been activated." A grotesque, one-eyed creature, its face contorted in a love-struck expression, was bound beside the woman. The man's eyes widened in shock. A look of dawning horror spread across the man's face as he felt the creature's power surge. He cursed, fuck." A grotesque demon, its skin a mottled gray, writhed in agony. Smoke curled from a wound across its face, its eyes wide with shock and pain. A barely audible gasp escaping its lips, "How dash?" The question hanging in the air as the demon's gaze fell upon a young man in simple armor. The demon's words, filled with disbelief, echoed the question, "How did an ordinary human resist my seduction?"
The young man, his brow furrowed in confusion, muttered to himself, this is a demon's seduction? A wave of realization washed over him as he clutched at his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow. I almost fell for it. His eyes narrowed, suspicion hardening his gaze. Who is it? The ground trembled. Dust rose in a cloud. A magnificent white horse emerged from the swirling dust, its hooves striking the earth with powerful force. Its rider, a man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, sat tall and proud in the saddle. He wore a dark suit, a stark contrast to the dusty battlefield. The demons watched in stunned silence, their fear palpable. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a brown suit, stood amidst a swirling purple aura. His eyes, wide and intense, reflected the chaos around him. He seemed to be questioning something, his expression a mixture of suspicion and weariness. Caused the ruckus, he seemed to wonder. Meanwhile, a young man in shining silver armor stood over a bound, grotesque creature with one large eye. The creature's skin was dark and slimy, and it seemed terrified. The soldier looked concerned, his brow furrowed. The soldier's concern turned to anger. He pointed at the creature, his face contorted in rage. This bastard, he shouted, his voice filled with fury. The creature whimpered, Hyuk. The blond man watched the scene unfold, his expression darkening further. A cold fury began to simmer within him. You dare. He thought, his voice laced with icy disdain. Try and seduce my soldier with that disgusting body of yours. The creature, sensing the blond man's lethal intent, pleaded for forgiveness. Please forgive, it stammered, its single eye wide with terror. The blond man, however, showed no mercy. With a swift, brutal movement, he kicked the creature violently. No, he roared, his boot connecting with the creature's face with a sickening thud. The creature let out a pained cry, Kaya. Two more similar creatures were shown bound nearby, watching in terror. Close up on one of the creatures, its face contorted in fear. A bead of sweat trickled down its forehead. He's more demonic than a demon, one of the creatures thought, fear evident in its expression. A triumphant procession wound its way through the city streets. The Night King, atop a magnificent white steed, led a column of armored soldiers, their banners held high. Behind him, a smaller group of civilians watched, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. A young man, his face etched with concern, approached the king on foot. He addressed the king, his voice laced with uncertainty, Your Majesty, isn't it strange? The king, a blond man with a stern expression, responded curtly, What is? He continued, his tone thoughtful, We definitely brought upon a great victory. The king pondered this, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. His companion, the young man from earlier, spoke again, his voice laced with grim understanding. Even a lowly demon easily seduces a human and corrupts them. The king nodded slowly. The war against demons is unending. That's why only a few elites are happy about the victory. A woman and a young girl, bound together, looked on with fear and despair. The woman's voice, heavy with sorrow, echoed the king's words, This is what war against demons is like. The Night King, his blonde hair illuminated by an ethereal blue glow, stood resolute. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflected the power he wielded. A chilling command escaped his lips, he would make the citizens watch as the demons' souls were extinguished, a gruesome spectacle orchestrated as a form of punishment. A man, his face etched with a mixture of fear and awe, stammered a response to the Night King's decree. The Night King, mounted on a magnificent white steed, and his attendant approached a colossal castle, its silhouette stark against the dusky sky. The imposing structure seemed to exude an aura of both power and foreboding. An older man, his face lined with age and concern, observed their return. He acknowledged their victory, but a sense of unease clouded his expression. His words hinted at a complication, We brought back a victory, but there. The Night King's expression shifted to one of subtle impatience. He noted the lack of a welcoming party, a silent observation that spoke volumes. From within the castle, a figure observed the Night King's arrival. A single word, delivered with quiet certainty, confirmed their success, You've succeeded. The camera focuses on a section of the castle, highlighting a glowing orb within. Two guards stood rigidly at attention before a large, imposing gate, their presence barely disturbing the heavy, silent atmosphere. One guard's eyes widened in surprise as he uttered a single, questioning word, Huh? Suddenly, a man with blonde hair, impeccably dressed in a suit, strode confidently into view, flanked by three figures in more militaristic attire. The guards behind him shouted, W8. Stop. The blonde man ignored their pleas. One of the guards, emboldened, stepped forward, stating, You're not permitted near this. With a burst of speed, the blonde man launched a swift attack, sending the guards flying with a powerful force, leaving them dazed and disoriented on the ground. A small, strange device was visible near one of the fallen guards. The blonde man's companion, a dark-haired man, muttered, Carry K. A group of figures, led by a blonde man in a suit, moved through a dimly lit stone corridor. Behind him, a man in a brown jacket and an older man in shining armor followed, their expressions serious. A small, strange creature scurried along the wall. The man in the brown jacket hesitated, his brow furrowed. Is it all right to just barge in like this? He questioned, his voice laced with uncertainty. The older man in armor chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Give up. It's much easier if you give up worrying about that stuff, he said dismissively.
The man in brown looked at him, confused.
Huh, he exclaimed.
The older man gestured impatiently.
Come take a look at this. The blond man simply nodded, They descended a flight of stairs into a dark, damp underground area.
The man in brown stared in disbelief.
What the hell? A place like this in the castle underground?
At the end of the passage, a large, ornate four-poster bed stood shrouded in heavy purple curtains.
Something was there.
The man in brown stared, speechless.
What? Isn't that a bed? Is this the secret the queen mentioned?
Two figures stood in the shadows, their expressions grim. One, with blonde hair, wore a sharp suit, the other, dark-haired, sported more casual attire. The blonde man's gaze was fixed on something unseen, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. The dark-haired man, seemingly unconcerned, suggested a direct approach. He felt confident in their ability to uncover any hidden truths. As the dark-haired man moved to investigate, the blonde man suddenly dashed forward, surprising his companion.
Revealing a hidden chamber. A purple energy pulsed from within, illuminating the scene.
The blonde man, his face set in determination, stood before the chamber's entrance, a woman lying unconscious on the ground behind him. His actions suggested a protective instinct. The dark-haired man reacted with a gasp of surprise, his voice a mixture of shock and awe. He and his companion stared, speechless, at the scene before them. The unconscious woman's form was bathed in a soft purple light, her long silver hair cascading around her. Her peaceful expression belied the dramatic events that had just transpired. A woman with long, flowing purple hair lay unconscious on a bed, her face obscured by her locks. A man watched her from the doorway, his eyes wide with awe.
She's beautiful, he thought, mesmerized.
A sudden disturbance erupted from the woman, a low moan escaping her lips.
Ah, she murmured.
The man's eyes widened further as dark energy pulsed around the woman, two armored figures appearing beside him, equally stunned. A powerful hand reached out from the shadows, its dark energy seeping into the room. A blond man in a suit watched from the bed, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be resisting the encroaching darkness. Resist, a voice boomed, seemingly from within the blond man himself. The blond man's eyes blazed with golden light as he struggled against the dark energy.
Do not be tempted by this dark energy, he roared.
Meanwhile, the man from the doorway continued to stare, his fascination overriding his fear.
Pretty, he drooled, captivated by the scene.
A knight, clad in dark armor, stood amidst a group of fallen soldiers. His aura, usually a formidable presence, seemed to have little effect on the scene. He muttered to himself, unconvinced by his own power. His face contorted in frustration, a silent scream escaping his lips as he struggled against an unseen force. Meanwhile, a blond man in a sharp suit observed the scene from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he gestured, and a dark energy surged forth. The knight, still struggling, realized his aura was ineffective. He gritted his teeth, deciding to resort to a more direct approach. The blond man's dark energy slammed into the knight and an elderly man nearby, sending them reeling. The blond man watched with cold satisfaction. The impact sent shockwaves through the area, leaving the knight wounded and questioning his own strength. As the blond man watched with amusement, the blond man approached the injured knight, a cruel smile on his face. He taunted the knight, questioning his ability to resist temptation. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, held a golden chalice aloft. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, and faint golden sparks emanated from within. He was instructed to take a deep breath. Further instructions followed: inhale through his mouth and exhale slowly, clearing his mind. As he followed the instructions, a golden light pulsed from the chalice, expanding into a sphere that enveloped him and two other figures, a man and a woman, who appeared to be kneeling before him. The sphere seemed to be contained within a dark cavern. The sphere pulsed brighter, revealing a glimpse of figures outside the sphere, seemingly attacking it. The attack seemed to be repelled by the sphere's energy. The scene shifted to an older man with a long white beard, his face etched with concern and anger. He watched the scene unfold. Suddenly, a knight in shining armor, flanked by two guards, appeared. He declared that the blonde-haired man had not been seduced by Her Majesty. The blonde-haired man, still holding the chalice, looked on with a steely gaze. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile played on the lips of the blonde-haired man. An aged knight, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of centuries, stood amidst his armored retinue. His gaze was sharp, his expression grim. He addressed someone unseen, his voice a low rumble. "You are being tempted." "Because we've grown used to it," he continued, his words sharp and dismissive. A younger man, his features sharp and his eyes intense, countered with a single, disbelieving word: "Nonsense." The scene shifted. A regal woman, her beauty striking yet tinged with an unsettling darkness, was shown in a portrait. The narration box explained, "The queen's coquetry is a magic close to a curse. It's not something you can get used to." A different woman, this one radiating a malevolent energy, appeared, her form wreathed in crimson flames. The knight's voice, filled with a chilling familiarity, echoed, "I've seen someone with this kind of power before." The younger man, holding a golden chalice, stood before a swirling vortex of dark energy. He spoke, his voice barely a whisper: "Lady of Nightmares." The narration box continued to describe the queen's power: coquetry to seduce and tempt all living beings. The queen lay asleep, her face serene despite the ominous purple energy surrounding her.
The narration box added a chilling detail, a demonic pleasure that pulls beings into corruption.
The younger man, still holding the chalice, looked down, his expression one of disgust and confusion.
He muttered, "Strange." A thought bubble indicated his confusion.
An aged man with a stern expression and long, gray hair, clad in dark furs, observed someone with an air of quiet intensity. His gaze was unwavering, his words a low rumble, "And why, you are all unfazed." A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, held a small, purple shard above a golden chalice.
A faint golden aura surrounded him.
He gently lowered the shard into the chalice, where it sank into a shimmering, golden liquid. A silent prayer escaping his lips, "Dear divinity of dream and death." Surrounded by an eruption of purple energy, the young man stood resolute, the chalice held aloft. His invocation echoing through the mystical space, "Your guardian." A young man's face, bathed in ethereal light, expressed a quiet hope as he whispered, "Wishes for your blessing." A blinding flash of purple light filled the scene. Then, from the heart of the light, a woman with long, white hair emerged, her eyes sharp and intense. A single word, sharp and clear, cut through the air, "All right." A mysterious woman with long, white hair, clad in a dark purple robe, stood amidst swirling purple energy. Her expression was serene, almost amused, as the power crackled around her. The energy pulsed with an otherworldly power, its violet tendrils snaking across the ground like living things. A magical lantern, ornate and glowing with an inner purple light, materialized in the scene. Its intricate carvings hinted at ancient power. The woman from before, now holding the lantern aloft, prepared to unleash its magic. A determined glint shone in her eyes as she spoke. A man in a sharp suit, holding a golden chalice, appeared before her. He seemed calm, even as the magical energy surged around them both. A powerful, ethereal woman with long, flowing white hair stood amidst a storm of purple energy. She held a lantern-like staff, her expression serene yet commanding. The raw power emanating from her was palpable, a stark contrast to the man who stood before her, seemingly dwarfed by her divine presence. He was a man of sharp features and blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, his face a mask of grim determination. The blonde man, his gaze fixed on the woman, spoke, his voice a low murmur, "I greet you, Plu, the divinity of dream and death." He placed a hand over his heart, a gesture of reverence. Plu smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. "Yes, Ariana's knight, owner of the Lionheart." She continued, her voice soft yet carrying an undercurrent of power, "As you wished, I have descended to you." The Night King nodded, his expression grim. He could feel it, the presence of something dark and malevolent. An older man with white hair and a weathered face appeared, his features etched with worry. "The demons of corruption, they've caused a mess," he muttered, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A young woman with long, white hair lay asleep, her face etched with worry. In her dream, a dark, ominous city sprawled beneath a foreboding sky, a corrupt consciousness taking shape. Suddenly, she awoke, standing amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. She held a glowing orb aloft, her expression resolute. Surrounding her were figures clad in dark armor, their faces obscured by shadows. The woman commanded them to reveal their true selves, her voice echoing with power. As energy surged from her orb, illuminating a strange, ornate lantern. The lantern pulsed with an intense light, crackling with arcane energy. And then exploded in a blinding flash of light. The explosion revealed a man with blonde hair, his face split between two distinct expressions, one of shock, the other of cold determination. Below him, two figures in regal attire watched with grim expressions. A young man with short, dark hair stood amidst a storm of shattered glass, his eyes wide with shock. A silent gasp escaping his lips as the fragments continued to rain down around him. A barely audible whisper escaping him, that. A surge of blue flames erupted from the ground, revealing a figure cloaked in shadow. And behind it, a towering figure clad in ancient, battle-worn armor emerged from the inferno. A skeletal figure, wreathed in ethereal blue flames, materialized before a grim-faced man with white hair and a skull-like visage. The words "Death Knight" echoed ominously. A dark, purplish energy pulsed, swirling like smoke, revealing a powerful woman with long white hair, suspended in the air. She smirked, stating that she understood why she hadn't noticed before. The white-haired man, his expression one of dawning comprehension, echoed the woman's words, stating that he understood why he hadn't realized it sooner. A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and anger, spoke of an authority capable of creating a world of its own. He referred to this power as the Queen's Rest. The Death Knight's leg descended, a blue energy crackling around it, as he commanded, "Don't interrupt." Two men, one in armor, the other in civilian clothes, were shown struggling. The armored man desperately urged the other to protect the Queen and the seal. A knight, his armor shimmering with an ethereal blue energy, stood amidst a chaotic battle. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, scanned the battlefield. A frantic voice pierced the din of combat, "Your Majesty! There are Death Knights at the back as well." The scene shifted to reveal a tall, imposing woman with long, pale purple hair. She held a strange, ornate lantern, its light casting an eerie glow on her face. Beside her, a blonde-haired man stood tensely, his gaze fixed on the woman. Death Knights surrounded them, their dark armor a stark contrast to the woman's ethereal presence.
He wasn't a corrupted one, imbued in viciousness.
The blonde-haired man, his expression grim, focused intently on a glowing blue crystal in his hand.
A faint blue energy swirled around it. If so, this gate's dream started from the queen.
A surge of golden light erupted from the blonde-haired man, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Behind him, spectral death knights materialized, their skeletal forms menacing. In the foreground, the purple-haired woman lay unconscious, her face pale and serene. His gaze hardened. So if I greet the queen, this dream, too, will naturally disappear. The Night King, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a swirling vortex of ethereal blue energy. A spectral figure, seemingly skeletal and demonic, lay at his feet, its form partially obscured by the radiant glow. The energy intensifying as the skeletal figure's skull, adorned with a chilling grin, came into sharper focus. The scene pulsed with raw power. Suddenly, a figure in crimson armor launched a blinding attack, a surge of light erupting from their hands as they struck the Night King. The force of the blow sent the Night King sprawling,
the impact echoing through the scene.
With a smirk, the Night King effortlessly deflected the attack, his blonde hair catching the light as he parried the blow with his sword. Sparks flew from the clash of steel, his eyes blazing with determination. A look of surprise flashed across his face as he felt the unexpected power of the attack. The skeletal figure, now radiating a malevolent purple energy, lunged at the Night King, its movements swift and deadly. The Night King braced himself, preparing for a counterattack. He met the attack head-on, his sword clashing against the skeletal figure's weapon, sending another shower of sparks into the air. The Night King's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he fought back with renewed vigor.
His eyes blazing with anger, the blonde man's thoughts intensified. Could the Night King truly abandon the principles of a knight?
A lone figure, his blonde hair catching the dim light, stood amidst a desolate, rocky landscape. He reflected on a grim past, a past where he and his companions had made a fateful choice. We killed ourselves and became death knights. A sacrifice that proved unexpectedly effective. Before him knelt a skeletal knight, his armor tarnished and broken. The knight's words confirmed their success, so the queen's temptation did not work on us. The skeletal knight's head snapped up, revealing a terrifying visage of exposed bone and glowing red eyes. A guttural sound escaped his throat, a word of grim triumph. We had achieved their goal. His skeletal jaw dropped open in a silent, chilling grin as he declared, "Sealed the queen." A young woman with long, flowing silver hair appeared, her face etched with worry. She spoke, her voice laced with a weariness that spoke of years of burden. "That seal, it's been 80 years since then." A testament to the enduring power of their sacrifice. Despite their success, the weight of their actions remained heavy. She continued, her voice barely a whisper. "All we could do was have her sleep for half a day." The blonde-haired man listened intently, his expression unreadable. A single word escaped his lips, a quiet acknowledgement. "I see." He understood the reason behind the queen's request, a request that had led to a confrontation. "That's why the queen asked me to kill you guys." The chapter opens with the introduction of Leon Lionheart, a knight and a goddess, Plu. Leon, with a determined expression, stands before Plu, whose ethereal form radiates a powerful purple energy. Plu's face is a mask of intense emotion, her eyes burning with an inner fire. Her words, though unspoken, hang heavy in the air. Plu asks Leon if he feels it, a palpable energy shifting around them. Leon's response is a quiet, but firm, yes. He confirms, "I do," his gaze unwavering, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A surge of purple energy erupts from within Leon, swirling around him like a tempest. The energy seems to emanate from a deep, inner source. The energy flows outwards, transforming the surrounding environment. A dark, imposing castle is visible in the distance. The purple energy intensifies, forming swirling patterns in the air. The scene is filled with a mystical, otherworldly aura. From the heart of the energy, a figure emerges, a powerful, imposing Night King, clad in dark armor, his eyes glowing with an ominous light. He flexes his muscles, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Behind the Night King, a horde of demons emerges from the purple flames, their menacing presence filling the scene with dread. A man with short, blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, dressed in a dark vest and collared shirt, stood amidst a storm of purplish-blue energy. His face was contorted in a grimace, his expression one of intense anger and barely suppressed power. The word demons escaped his lips, a guttural whisper laced with fury. A booming voice echoed through the air, a command that resonated with power. "Arise! Soldiers of the King of the Lionheart." The blonde man stood defiantly, his posture radiating authority. Beside him, a tall, imposing woman with long, dark hair and a purple robe loomed, her presence exuding an ethereal power. Before them, an elderly man in regal robes stirred, his eyes snapping open. "How long do you intend on sleeping?" the woman demanded, her voice sharp and commanding. The elderly man's eyes widened in shock as he looked upon the two figures before him. Two soldiers in armored suits stood behind him, their expressions mirroring his surprise. A gasp escaped his lips. "Ha!" Terror and confusion warred on the elderly man's face as he sputtered, What happened?" A wave of purple energy washed over him, and a sharp command cut through the air, "Awaken!" The woman's voice, resolute and determined, echoed once more, "We need to fulfill our duties." A monstrous creature, its features bestial and terrifying, emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The woman prepared to confront it. A woman with long, vibrant pink hair appeared, her expression cold and calculating. She observed the scene unfolding before her, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. A cryptic message appeared, a question posed amidst a swirling purple nebula: shall we resume our unfinished conversation? The news spread like wildfire among a company of knights. A hushed whisper, quickly escalating into a shout: he's here. The knights, clad in steel, moved with a sense of urgency. Their heavy footsteps echoing on the cobblestones as they approached a formidable gate. A voice, filled with awe and respect, broke the silence: why, your majesty? A report, delivered with grave urgency: the demons have trespassed the castle's walls. A young man, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat, reacted with a mix of fear and disbelief: this is. A wave of demonic energy pulsed outwards, a dark tide of countless creatures. A horde of demons, their forms grotesque and menacing, surged forward, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. A monstrous figure, its face contorted in a ferocious snarl, lunged forward. Red eyes blazed beneath a mask of black and white, and the sheer number of similar creatures behind it was overwhelming. Meanwhile, a blond man with a stern expression observed the scene from a distance. He stood alongside other figures, including a man with dark hair and a grim look, all surrounded by armored knights. A dark-haired man, seemingly a leader among the knights, stood firm amidst his troops, his gaze unwavering. As monstrous horde advanced relentlessly. Raise your shields, he ordered, his voice carrying the weight of authority. The knights, reacting instantly, began to raise their shields in a unified movement, forming an impenetrable wall of steel and determination. The scene shifted back to the monstrous horde, where a narration box revealed the king's orders to maintain their positions. A horde of grotesque, demonic creatures, their fangs bared and eyes burning with malevolent intent, surrounded a lone figure. Their leader, a hulking demon with a mask obscuring his face, surveyed the scene with a chilling calm. The narration box below stated their purpose: to deter the enemies. From the shadows, a man with blonde hair emerged, his back to the viewer. A golden aura crackled around him, hinting at immense power. He carried a sword at his hip, his posture radiating quiet determination. As he walked towards the conflict, the thought bubble below revealed his strategy: if they just held out, they would prevail. His face, partially visible, showed a grim resolve. The weight of the situation was evident in his intense gaze. He approached a futuristic-looking weapon, its multiple barrels gleaming ominously. This was clearly a powerful piece of technology. A wave of fire engulfed a group of soldiers as they charged into battle, their shields raised high. They were clearly prepared for a desperate fight. But they were outnumbered and outmatched. A voice, confident and reassuring, cut through the chaos: His Majesty would take care of it. The close-up showed a masked figure, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated rage. A powerful, demonic figure, crowned and clad in dark armor, bellowed orders at his enslaved army. His words were a cruel command: work, you slaves. A masked figure, his face contorted in a manic grin, reveled in the chaos around him. Demonic creatures of varying shapes and sizes writhed in agony, their pained cries echoing through the scene. A symphony of suffering that fueled his sadistic delight. He cackled, a sound devoid of humor, yet filled with a perverse sense of satisfaction. The text frenzification: pain will be turned into pleasure appeared, clarifying the nature of the dark power at play. The scene shifted, revealing a distant city under siege. A dark, ominous energy pulsed from its heart. As demonic hordes advanced, their fiery breath scorching the earth. A group of knights, their shields forming a defensive wall, stood their ground against the onslaught. One of the demons lunged forward, its roar echoing with malicious intent. But before it could strike, a voice boomed: annihilate all. Weapon free. A sleek, advanced-looking vehicle descended from the sky, its presence hinting at a powerful intervention. A blonde-haired man, his face etched with determination, commanded: come, stallion. He launched himself into action, a surge of energy emanating from him as he moved with impossible speed to engage the demonic forces. A blinding flash of light erupted, the source seemingly emanating from a powerful, ornate artifact. The intense energy coalesced into a wave of destructive force, sweeping across the battlefield. Several grotesque, bestial creatures, their forms vaguely humanoid but undeniably monstrous, were caught in the blast's path. One of the creatures, struck directly, let out a guttural cry of pain as it was violently thrown back. A knight, clad in heavy, battered plate armor, stood defiantly amidst the chaos, his face obscured by his helmet. He felt the full brunt of the creature's assault, their claws tearing at his armor. Damn it, it's too much, he thought, his breath ragged. But a flicker of resolve ignited within him. But if we hold out, he muttered, steeling himself against the onslaught. A figure, clad in heavy, dark armor, lay on the ground, their face obscured. A single, questioning ellipsis floated above them. A surge of purple energy erupted from the ground, violently shaking the earth. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex of demonic forms, a terrifying legion of creatures rising from the depths. One of the demons, closer to the fallen knight, spoke in a hushed tone, their words a question: Your Majesty. A guttural scream, Kiag, ripped through the air as the demonic horde surged forward. The armored figure, seemingly defeated, muttered, "It's over for us." Suddenly, a blinding golden light pierced the darkness, striking down upon the demons. The light obliterated the creatures, leaving only scattered remains and a stunned silence. A new figure emerged from the golden light, their face contorted in a furious expression, shouting, "For." Returning to Earth after 300 years of hunting demons, Leon, the Night King, found himself facing a horde of monstrous creatures. He roared, unleashing a devastating wave of energy from his sword, sending the demons flying. The sheer force of the attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A knight in heavy armor watched the scene unfold, a look of grim determination etched on his face. Leon, panting slightly, realized the nature of his enemies. He internally mused that demons of pleasure were formidable due to their sheer numbers. He noticed his loyal steed, Stallion, lay injured on the ground. Stallion, he thought, concern etched on his face. Despite their numbers, Leon noted that these demons were weak in direct combat. However, their sheer numbers made them a difficult foe. He recognized their overwhelming numbers as a tactic employed by the great demons of pleasure. Leon realized he needed more power to overcome this threat. "I need more charged power," he thought, his gaze hardening. He questioned his ability to succeed with his current power level. "Will I be able to do it? With the power I have right now," the doubt gnawed at him. The Night King stood with his back to the viewer, a figure shrouded in shadow and mystery. In his hand, he held a sword, its blade ablaze with an ethereal, golden light. His eyes fluttered shut, a moment of internal conflict played out behind his closed eyelids. A silent battle waged within. He opened his eyes, blazing with a fierce determination. A defiant no escaped his lips. A resolute conviction filled him, it must be done. With a surge of power, he gripped his sword, the golden light intensifying. Readying himself for a momentous charge. He declared, "Charge forward." He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. A powerful force propelling him through the city streets. Towards a confrontation with a formidable foe, a Night King, cloaked in darkness, surrounded by spectral warriors. A golden blade, imbued with an ethereal glow, pierced the darkness. A vanguard of shadowy figures, their forms wreathed in icy blue flames, advanced in perfect formation. The Night King met their charge head-on. His movements a blur of motion as he cut through the ranks of his enemies. Each swing of his blade leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. He moved with terrifying speed and precision, dispatching his foes with brutal efficiency. The Night King's power was overwhelming, his enemies were no match for his skill and the might of the god at his side. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the chaos, a young man with blonde hair, watching the scene unfold with a calm demeanor. The narration box declared him, King of the Lionheart. The scene opens with a low-angle shot, focusing on the back of a man in a dark suit holding a staff. His face is obscured, but his posture suggests weariness. Behind him, a shadowy figure looms, clad in dark, ornate armor, only partially visible. A single word, general, floats in a speech bubble, suggesting the context of the scene. The camera focuses on a young man with blonde hair, his expression a mixture of weariness and determination. He has visible dirt and grime on his face and clothes. The speech bubble above him reads, "You must have awakened from your dream." The blonde young man smiles faintly. Behind him, three figures stand, a large, armored warrior, an older man with white hair and a red cape, and another armored figure. His words, "My loyalty, for the queen, still lives on." Of course. As it should, express unwavering devotion. The focus shifts to the older man with white hair and a red cape. His face is skeletal, with glowing red eyes, a stark contrast to his regal attire. He speaks, "King of foreign lands. We've already experienced countless losses." A burst of blue energy erupts from the ground, shattering the pavement. In the midst of the chaos, a figure in dark armor, wielding a large sword, stands defiant. More figures in dark armor emerge from the energy, forming a phalanx around the central figure. They appear to be undead warriors. The word, however, appears in a speech bubble, suggesting a shift in the narrative. The blonde young man's face is shown again, his expression serious and contemplative. The speech bubble above him reads, "If you can bring about change." He clenches his jaw, a determined look in his eyes. The panel ends with an ellipsis, suggesting a pause before action. A surge of blue energy erupts from the blonde young man, engulfing the undead warriors. The word "we" appears in a speech bubble, hinting at the collective action about to unfold. A young man in a suit stood before a formidable figure, a skeletal Night King, clad in dark armor and a crimson cape, astride a ghostly steed. Four armored figures stood behind the knight, their presence adding to the imposing atmosphere. The Night King's skull-like face, with glowing red eyes, was a terrifying sight. His chilling smile hinted at the power he wielded. The Night King's voice echoed, a statement of challenge. They would place their bets on the outcome of this encounter. A subtle smile played on the young man's lips. He seemed unfazed by the threat. The young man responded, his words carrying a quiet confidence. In that case, he would show them. He stood tall, drawing a sword, its energy shimmering with an ethereal glow. The scene shifted, revealing a dark cityscape behind him. He declared his intention to meet their expectations, his voice firm and resolute. A surge of flames enveloped the young man, revealing a hidden power. He was a symbol of hope. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst a fiery inferno. The intense heat warped the air around him, yet his expression remained stoic. A prayer escaped his lips, a plea to a deity of war and fire. Even during the darkest hours, when the world succumbed to demonic forces. Even when the gods themselves were forced to retreat, finding refuge within his very heart. A desperate plea escaped his lips, a silent prayer for strength and guidance. He stood, a solitary figure amidst a raging inferno, a powerful warrior surrounded by his loyal knights, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. At this critical juncture, even the hunters and the queen's loyal knights found themselves facing a formidable foe. A man with fiery blonde hair, eyes blazing with determination, stood poised, a weapon held firmly in his grasp. His expression was one of grim resolve, a predator ready to strike. He commanded them to respond, his voice a low growl. A silent promise of retribution hanging heavy in the air. A crimson energy, potent and destructive, erupted from the Night King's blade, forming a searing column that pierced the night sky above a Gothic city. The blinding light momentarily obscuring the monstrous horde of demons massed before him, hulking figures with bestial features, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. The Night King, clad in ancient, battle-worn armor, stumbled back, his breath ragged. A silent scream of exertion escaped him as he braced himself against the overwhelming power he wielded. A voice echoed in his mind, a desperate plea, "Without you, this fire will go out." A figure emerged from the swirling crimson energy, a man with long, flowing blonde hair, impeccably dressed in a brown suit. He exuded an aura of power and confidence, a stark contrast to the Night King's exhaustion. He smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Then I will forever stand before all of you." The scene shifted, revealing the Night King's past, a familiar ritual, something he has always done. A sacrifice to sustain the power, until he could stand on his own. A figure with shoulder-length blonde hair, sharp crimson eyes, and a confident smirk emerged from a fiery aura. They wore a dark brown suit and held a glowing, blade-like object, its energy crackling with intense power. A figure with long, flowing pink hair stood before a foreboding castle, a dark aura emanating from him. He was clad in dark attire, a powerful sword at his side, surrounded by a fiery energy. A colossal, shadowy figure loomed behind him, its form barely visible through the flames. The fiery energy intensified, engulfing the figure in a blinding light, revealing a man with blonde hair and piercing crimson eyes. His expression was one of cold determination. Suddenly, a monstrous, demonic creature emerged, its guttural laughter echoing through the scene. Other similar creatures surrounded it. The blonde-haired man reacted instantly, his sword flashing as he moved to engage the demons. A brilliant, searing energy erupting from his blade as he cut through the air. He declared himself the Lionheart, the best horseman, as he unleashed a devastating attack. A knight, sweat beading on his brow, stood amidst a fiery cityscape. He roared, invoking a divine power, divinity of war and fire, Pedos. War. The knight's battle cry echoed through the ravaged city as he channeled the power of fire. A searing inferno erupting from his very being. His voice boomed, "Fire." A figure in shining armor, seemingly bound to the knight, spoke, its voice a low rumble, "Your horseman requests for a fire of war." The knight, his face contorted in fury, gripped his sword. He declared, "To punish the evil that resides here." With a mighty swing, he unleashed a devastating blow. A wave of incandescent energy slicing through the darkness, revealing monstrous figures lurking in the shadows. A horned demon, his face partially obscured by a bandage, laughed maniacally. The demon cackled, "Keek." A monstrous, vaguely bovine creature emerged from a fiery explosion, its powerful legs impacting the ground with earth-shattering force. Its furious bellow echoing through the ravaged landscape. The beast, a minotaur of immense size and power, was clearly enraged. From the chaos, a lone figure emerged, a knight clad in dark armor, wielding a glowing spear. He stood defiantly against the minotaur and its army of lesser creatures. The spear a beacon of light and defiance in the fiery maelstrom. The knight, seemingly unfazed by the sheer power of his opponent, braced himself for battle. A blinding flash of light erupted as the knight unleashed a devastating attack, sending the minotaur reeling. A powerful being, with flowing white hair and piercing purple eyes, appeared beside him. "Thank you, my comrade." "Rest for now," the being said, their voice calm and reassuring. The being, radiating an ethereal glow, raised a hand, and a wave of energy washed over the knight, healing his wounds, preparing him for the next onslaught. The knight's eyes snapped open, his gaze hardening with renewed determination. Turning to the being, the knight said, "Follow me." A vast army of knights, clad in shining armor, stood arrayed before a formidable Gothic cathedral. Their shields formed an unbroken line, a testament to their unwavering discipline. Two colossal, lion-like creatures, their manes ablaze with golden fire, pulled a chariot across the battlefield. From within, a voice boomed, promising victory. Suddenly, a monstrous, golden-furred beast with large horns roared, its breath a torrent of fire. A knight, witnessing the creature's power, gasped in shock. The knight, his face grim, warned of the danger, his voice laced with urgency. As the beast charged, a wave of dark energy erupted from the chariot, engulfing the battlefield. The knight found himself alone on the front lines, facing the overwhelming force. A sea of shadowy figures closing in. From a high-angle perspective, a chaotic scene unfolded. Two monstrous, ox-like creatures pulled a cart across a stone courtyard, their path marked by streaks of crimson energy.
Above them, figures engaged in a fierce aerial battle, swords clashing amidst a flurry of movement.
A horned, demonic figure, his face partially obscured by a bandage, lunged forward, his weapon glowing with malevolent energy.
He roared a battle cry, "Kill!"
The demonic figure's attack was met with a sudden interruption. A voice, filled with barely contained rage, echoed, "Him." The source of the voice was revealed, a man with striking white hair, his eyes blazing with intense fury. His jaw was clenched, his expression one of simmering rage.
He unleashed a torrent of furious words, You inferior beings."
His anger escalated further, his voice laced with contempt.
"Don't you even know what cavalry is?"
The white-haired man's words were accompanied by action. "Wield a sword and a spear." He moved with impossible speed, drawing both a sword and a spear, his movements a blur of motion. The ox-like creature roared in pain,
the impact of his attack sending shockwaves through the ground.
The Night King, returned after 300 years of hunting demons in another world, found himself facing a horde of grotesque creatures. Their forms were twisted and monstrous, a mix of human and beast, their eyes burning with malevolent intent.
One particularly vile beast lunged forward, its maw agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a long, dripping tongue. Its guttural roar echoed across the battlefield.
But the Night King was ready. A surge of power, labeled Strongest Attacker, in a digital overlay, coursed through him. A wave of violet energy erupted from him, striking the horde with devastating force. The creatures were sent flying, their bodies impacting the ground with bone-jarring thuds. The sheer power of his attack was breathtaking. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion amidst the chaos, cleaving through his enemies with ease. Even the strongest among them were no match for his might. But as the dust settled, a figure emerged from the carnage, its face obscured by a dark mask. A single question mark filled the speech bubble above its head, hinting at a mystery yet to unfold. A powerful figure, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, strained against some unseen force. His eyes burned with furious intensity, reflecting the crimson glow emanating from his surroundings. A wave of raw power erupted from him, sending a multitude of demonic figures sprawling across the landscape. The sheer force of the blast carved a path of destruction through the ranks of the enemy,
leaving behind only a trail of devastation and the lingering scent of ozone.
The air crackled with residual energy.
A moment of stunned silence followed the cataclysmic display.
Then, a voice, filled with disbelief and terror, shattered the quiet.
A man, his face etched with horror, gasped, "What?"
His question hung in the air, unanswered, as a monstrous figure materialized before him.
"What is that?"
Panic seized the onlookers as they watched, helpless, as the creature effortlessly tore through their defenses.
"Why can't we hold him back for even a second?" A desperate order rang out, "Fire the magic cannons." Demonic soldiers, their faces twisted in grim determination, prepared to unleash their weapons. Their leader barked, "Keek! Fire the magic cannons!"
From a dark, star-dusted sky, streaks of violet energy rained down upon the city below, each bolt striking a demon and sending it spiraling to the earth.
The knight, standing atop a carriage, watched the scene unfold with grim determination.
His dark coat billowed slightly in the wind as he gripped his massive sword, ready to face whatever remained. A fiery rage erupted from within the knight as he scorned his enemy's tactics. There was no honor, he thought, in such cowardly long-range attacks. His pink hair seemed to flare as he unleashed a furious roar, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. A system notification appeared, a stark blue box against the darkening sky. A nullification had been applied. The Death Knight was now the subject of arrow nullification.
A wave of purple energy erupted from the ground, engulfing the knight in a blinding flash.
The force of the attack sent him sprawling, his body slamming into the ground. He landed hard, the impact jarring him. His golden lion-drawn chariot lay in ruins behind him.
Despite the setback, the knight's spirit remained unbroken.
He roared a defiant challenge, a cry of glory to the lion heart within him.
A detailed status screen appeared, showcasing the Night King's enhanced abilities.
His strength, amplified by a mysterious power, was applied to the Legion, increasing their attack power and resistance. The Night King, a whirlwind of motion, cut through a horde of demons with his flaming sword. His attacks were swift and brutal, each strike sending demons sprawling with a pained roar.
His face contorted in fury, the Night King glared at a particularly resilient foe. "Bastard!"
he muttered, his eyes burning with righteous anger. The multi-armed demon roared a defiant "DE" before charging. The Night King met the charge head-on, his movements a blur of motion as he parried and countered. His blade a silver streak against the demon's dark magic. With a final, devastating blow, the Night King cleaved the demon in two, sending it dissolving into purple mist,
leaving only a faint scent of sulfur in the air. Two monstrous beasts, their roars echoing, emerged from the shadows.
The Night King, a figure of immense power, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. His muscular frame, clad in dark armor, radiated an aura of raw strength. 300 years of battling demons in the otherworld had left their mark, shaping him into a formidable warrior.
As he unleashed a devastating blow against his opponent, the impact sent shockwaves through the air, a testament to the Night King's overwhelming might. His foe, a creature of immense size and power, roared in pain, "Cook! You arrogant little.
The Night King's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his features. He sensed something amiss, a void in the balance of power. I don't sense him, he muttered, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. A question gnawed at him, a growing unease settling in his heart. Where was the true power he had expected to find? The words hung heavy in the air. Where has the king of the lion heart gone? Suddenly, a new threat emerged from the shadows. A swift, precise attack aimed at the Night King. A spear hurtling towards him with deadly intent. The Night King barely managed to deflect the blow, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. A silent scream escaped him, a testament to the unexpected force of the attack. With a furious roar, the Night King retaliated, his movements a blur of speed and power. He lunged forward. Another voice cut through the chaos, filled with alarm. What are you all doing? The Night King's allies, their faces grim, issued a chilling command. Kill him. A blinding flash of light erupted as a sword, imbued with immense power, cleaved through the air. The Night King, his form barely visible amidst the energy surge, stood defiant. A voice, echoing with otherworldly power, commanded him, endure for 1 minute. Heeding the command, the Night King advanced, a purple aura crackling around him as he moved through a ravaged landscape. Before him, a legion of armored figures, their eyes burning with malevolent intent, prepared to engage. One of the armored figures, a hulking warrior crowned with gold, roared in frustration. Damn it, just one person. It's just one person more than before, but... The battle raged on, a whirlwind of steel and magic. The Night King moved with impossible speed, his every strike precise and deadly. Amidst the chaos, a demonic figure watched, its eyes wide with disbelief. But the knights of that fallen nation are this much stronger? The Night King's movements slowed, his breath ragged. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its multiple arms wielding wicked blades. You, the king of the lion heart. The crowned warrior's voice boomed, filled with a chilling recognition. You. His rage intensified, the warrior pointed an accusing finger. Are you the one that killed Dafradan? A man with long, flowing white hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, stared intently ahead. A crimson glow emanated from behind him, illuminating his sharp features. He questioned, Dafradan? His crimson eyes narrowed, a surge of power evident in his intense gaze. The man scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. He sneered, you mean that old demon who walked around with a giant bag of fat on him? All of you inferior perverts. I killed the rest of them by ripping them to shreds. Facing him was another man, his face partially hidden by a dark mask, his expression one of furious anger. The white-haired man smiled cruelly, you'll meet the same fate soon. The white-haired man roared, it's just. He brandished a large, imposing weapon, his voice laced with menace as he continued, you have a bit more limbs for me to shred. The masked man, his face contorted in rage, sputtered, why you? He shouted, no matter what. A monstrous figure with multiple arms emerged, radiating dark energy. He declared, I will kill you. A demonic figure, crowned and cloaked in shadows, roared a chilling D. His dark energy pulsed, a tangible aura of malice. He lunged forward, a blur of motion. His clawed hand reaching out with dark energy. But a figure emerged, deflecting the attack with a pair of glowing swords. The Night King had returned. The clash of steel echoed through the night as the Night King met the demon's assault head-on. With a swift movement, the Night King evaded a subsequent blow, landing a powerful kick that sent the demon reeling. He then launched a counterattack, his voice cutting through the air, you're not throwing with your own power. That is why. The Night King, his blonde hair ablaze with an inner fire, stood defiant. 300 years of battling demons in the other world had left their mark, etched into his very being. A raw power simmering beneath his battle-worn armor. His eyes, blazing with fury, reflected the intensity of his scorn. You're all so weak, he roared, his voice echoing with the weight of centuries of conflict. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself forward, a blur of motion. A crimson energy trail blazing in his wake. He moved with the grace of a predator, honed by countless battles across dimensions. His movements a symphony of destruction. A beam of intense red light erupted from his hand, slicing through the air with terrifying precision, leaving a trail of shattered stone and pulverized earth in its path. The sheer force of the attack was overwhelming. The impact sent tremors through the very foundations of the building. A muscular figure, clad in dark armor and a golden mask, braced himself against the onslaught. His expression one of grim determination. He had deflected all of the Night King's attacks, but the strain was evident. He deflected all of my attacks, and now my arm. Cook. A pained groan escaped his lips as he struggled to maintain his stance. The multi-armed Demon King lunged, a furious expression contorting his face. He roared, I told you that I'm going to rip all your limbs to shreds. A crimson energy crackled around the knight as he prepared to counterattack. With a blur of motion, the Night King launched himself into the air, his sword a fiery streak aimed at the demon's heart. He moved with impossible speed, the impact echoing through the city as the blade connected. The Demon King roared in pain, a purple aura erupting from his body. His eyes glowed with malevolent energy. The Demon King's eyes blazed with an unnatural light as he activated the Crown of Desire, a terrifying power that could ensnare even the strongest wills. The knight, caught in the attack, felt a surge of primal urges. A chilling realization dawning on him: shit, it's dangerous.
The narration box revealed the Demon King's title, King of the Lionheart.
The knight, struggling against the Crown of Desire's influence, gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination.
He braced himself for the next attack.
A wave of uncertainty washed over the scene, punctuated by a series of exclamation points and question marks, reflecting the confusion and tension in the air. A powerful red energy beam erupted from the Night King's hand, a furious display of power. The force of the blast sent his opponent reeling back, a guttural cry of pain escaping his lips. The Night King, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief, could only stammer in disbelief.
He demanded an explanation, his voice laced with a mixture of awe and suspicion. How did his opponent escape the illusion of desire?
The Night King lunged forward, his attack met by a swift counter from his opponent. The Night King scoffed, revealing his resilience against temptation. Even the Lady of Pleasure could not sway him. His opponent, a man with fiery blonde hair, countered with a question of his own.
How could someone like him possibly tempt the Night King? The Night King's response was immediate and dismissive: no way.
A young man with vibrant pink hair and piercing crimson eyes stood amidst a swirling vortex of energy. His expression was one of grim determination, a cold sweat beading on his brow as he muttered to himself. Something felt terribly wrong. He realized that any living being should have desires, but he felt an unsettling emptiness.
And the only logical course of action was to flee. He needed to run.
A powerful, dark-skinned king with a golden crown roared in fury, his voice echoing through the desolate streets. He bellowed at the pink-haired youth,
demanding that he stop, questioning what he was doing.
The young man, however, was already in motion. He unleashed a blinding burst of energy, sending the king sprawling to the ground with a pained grunt.
The force of the blow was immense, leaving the king vulnerable.
Seizing the opportunity, the young man swiftly moved in for the kill, his blade flashing, and delivered a decisive blow, leaving the king gasping for air. The king's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. As he realized the truth, a divine being had interfered in the fight. He accused the young man of cowardice. A knight in a dark suit, his white hair stark against the fiery backdrop, stood over a fallen foe. He held a gleaming golden sword, its light reflecting off his intense gaze. The fallen figure wore ornate armor, a testament to a battle just concluded. He had been accused of violating the knightly code of fairness. He calmly responded, his expression unwavering. The knight's internal thoughts revealed his conviction: intervening in a duel was dishonorable. The defeated knight, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and disbelief, stammered a weak protest. However, the victorious knight's expression hardened. His internal monologue cut through the pretense of honor. Among demons, honor held no place. He spat out the words, his voice laced with contempt. His face was a mask of fury. The reason for his intervention became clear: this was not a duel, it was an extermination. His golden sword blazed with an unearthly light, a power far beyond the ordinary. He moved with terrifying speed, his attack a blur of motion. The defeated knight's horrified expression was a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. The defeated knight let out a pained cry as the full force of the attack hit him. This was not a contest of skill, but a brutal display of overwhelming power. The defeated knight, his face contorted in agony, hurled a final, desperate insult at his opponent, calling him a racist. A blinding flash of crimson light erupted from the center of a sprawling city, the source seemingly emanating from a point directly below.
A colossal explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outwards, leveling buildings and leaving a trail of fiery destruction in its wake.
The sheer power of the blast was awe-inspiring, a testament to the might of the force unleashed. The aftermath settled, revealing a stark message: demon of pleasure and corruption, androgen, dead.
The kingdom flourished in its early years, its people enjoying an era of unprecedented peace and prosperity. A peace that everyone believed would endure forever.
Queen Ilara, a powerful and wise mage, stood amidst the gathering storm clouds. Her expression was one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the ominous sky. She, too, had once shared that belief, until the horrifying truth revealed itself.
The demon's invasion had begun.
A crimson tide washed over the land, swallowing villages and cities whole. From her vantage point, Ilara watched the devastation unfold, her heart heavy with grief and a grim determination. A surge of magical energy erupted from Ilara's hand, a desperate attempt to push back the encroaching darkness. But even the wise mage queen knew this was only a temporary reprieve. A lone figure, cloaked and hooded, stood before a colossal, glowing rune array. The intricate symbols pulsed with ethereal light, casting an otherworldly glow upon the scene. High atop a fortress wall, a regal woman with silver hair and piercing eyes surveyed the landscape. She raised her arms, a commanding presence radiating from her, unleashing a surge of energy that crackled with raw power. She declared that the spirits of lesser beings would eventually reach her kingdom.
A blinding flash erupted from the woman's hands, a wave of energy engulfing the horizon. The force of the blast visible even from afar.
The energy was clearly headed towards her kingdom. The silver-haired woman's face, now etched with weariness, was shown in close-up. Her expression hinted at a long and arduous struggle. But that hope, she knew, was short-lived. A woman with long, white hair stood amidst a desolate, crimson landscape. The air hung heavy with the scent of smoke and death. She realized that the beings she had fought for centuries did not simply die, their deaths were only temporary. Even after death, they would return. The bodies of fallen soldiers and monstrous creatures littered the ground, a grim testament to the endless conflict. Her face, etched with weariness and despair, reflected the grim reality of the situation. She silently acknowledged a painful truth: this war was lost from the very beginning. No matter how many victories they achieved, no matter how many demons they killed, in the end, the demons would always return. The cycle of violence was unending. The weight of this endless struggle bore down on her. A profound sense of injustice washed over her. How could this be so unfair? In the distance, a tall spire pierced the blood-red sky, a symbol of a civilization ravaged by war. The woman, her face obscured by her long hair, stood defeated, the weight of 300 years of war heavy upon her shoulders. The ominous words hung in the air: was approaching. A queen, her face etched with worry, observed from a balcony overlooking a scene of chaos. A cloaked figure, radiating dark energy, stood amidst fallen soldiers. She declared, "I'll make a deal with you." The cloaked figure, its face now visible, revealed a horrifying grin. It proposed, harbor the essence of corruption and relive the collapse of the kingdom for 100 years. The figure continued, its voice dripping with malice: "If you aren't corrupted, we will cease the invasion of this world." The queen, her face streaked with grime and determination, responded, "And I'll bring everything back to normal." A surge of energy emanated from her hand. She was speechless, unable to even question the implications of the deal. She simply stated, "I accept the deal." The cloaked figure extended its hand, the purple orb glowing intensely, as the queen reached out to meet it. A surge of dark energy enveloped both figures as they made contact, the scene ending on a note of ominous uncertainty. Despite the pact being a demon snare, it was the only path to safeguard those he cherished. A regal woman with striking silver hair, adorned in a crimson cloak, extended her hand, her expression resolute. She was determined to protect her loved ones. Her resolve was met with a horrifying visage, a demonic figure, its face contorted in a silent scream, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. Just like that, the fate of a kingdom was sealed. The downfall of the Asparrow kingdom began, oscillating between periods of decadent pleasure and pervasive corruption. The once bright citizens, the loyal knights, and the proud queen were all quickly consumed by the encroaching darkness. A figure, shrouded in shadow, clutches its head in despair, a vortex of dark energy swirling around it. A demonic visage filled the panel, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The narration box declared, "Those who fell and sided with evil could never come back." The scene shifted to a knight, his body bruised and bloodied, lying on a bed. The narration box read, "In the end, a knight could not suppress his desires and invaded the queen's bedroom." The queen, startled and vulnerable, lay beneath the covers, while the knight lay beside her, his sword discarded. The knight, his face contorted in remorse, spoke, "Your Majesty, please forgive my disloyalty." The general, a stern figure in regal attire, appeared. The narration box stated, "The general sealed the queen in the underground chambers and ended his own life to become a ghost." Spectral knights, their forms shimmering with ethereal energy, stood guard over a dark, ominous space. The queen, her face etched with sorrow, whispered, "It's my fault." A young woman with long, white hair lay in a state of unconsciousness, her body draped over another figure. A decade of regret and devastation had left its mark on her. Tears streamed down her face as she relived a fate of downfall, a cycle she felt powerless to escape despite knowing its tragic end. She whispered, filled with remorse, that she was responsible for this state of affairs. A single word, barely audible, hung in the air. A vast, imposing castle loomed in the distance, a symbol of a nightmare she desperately wished would end. In a dimly lit room, a blond man in a dark suit stood before a chest, observing it with a thoughtful expression. Several armored figures stood behind him, their faces grim. A low murmur escaped his lips. He questioned whether the items within the chest, a crown and a weapon, were those used by the demon. A small, spherical robot, seemingly sentient, responded with a single word, "Kirike." A man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, examined a small, metallic creature with a high-strength metallic material. He questioned its nature, noting its usefulness, but also recognized a dark corruption within it, a taint of evil. The creature, trapped within the metallic form, let out a pained cry, cursing the man. He surmised that the object was more than just a weapon, it trapped souls. He muttered the name Kirike, believing elimination was possible. The creature writhed, its metallic body straining against its confines. The blond man, considering the implications, declared his intention to leave the matter to the creature's presumed destroyer. And then revealed a dark, spiky artifact. A woman with short, pink hair appeared, her presence causing the blond man to visibly tense. She was Lionheart. He addressed her as goddess, granting her permission to proceed. A woman's voice, laced with concern, warned, "I'm afraid it'll dirty your eyes." A man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, stood calmly before her. He responded with a dismissive, "It's okay." The woman, her face partially obscured by a dark hood, looked apprehensive, a flicker of worry in her eyes.
The man's expression shifted slightly, a subtle escaped his lips. He gestured towards a crown, its points glowing with an ominous purple energy. This crown.
You may not recall, he stated, his tone turning serious. The woman's eyes narrowed. Those sickening sex demons that lure young ones into a pointless illusion. Two figures, their faces contorted in agony, were shown, the crown's power visibly affecting them.
This crown possesses that power.
The blond man, seemingly unfazed, calmly replied, it was a wicked item that I was going to get rid of anyway. A woman with long, flowing white hair and a serene expression stood before a man, her eyes twinkling with an enigmatic light. She held a lantern aloft, its soft glow illuminating her face. If you want it, I shall give it to you, she offered, her voice calm and assured. She concluded, her gesture graceful and almost regal.
The man, seemingly relieved, responded with gratitude.
Thank you, and good work this time too, he said, his voice laced with relief. The man, with short, blonde hair, stood alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. A voice echoed in his mind, the words carrying a weight of significance.
The Pantheon is happy and grateful for your honor and glory, it boomed.
He looked down, a sense of quiet satisfaction settling over him. It was what I should have done, he mused. But a new voice cut through his reverie. Another voice, sharp and demanding, interrupted his quiet contemplation. Say your greetings at least, War, it urged. The blonde-haired man, now identified as War, scoffed at the suggestion. His response was curt and dismissive.
Greetings?
Ha, he sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Suddenly, a powerful, swirling vortex of crimson energy erupted behind War, a terrifying display of raw power. From within the vortex, a figure emerged, his presence radiating immense strength and menace. He was a man with long, pink hair, his eyes blazing with intensity. War watched, his back to the newly arrived figure, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible.
Well.
He conceded, a grudging acknowledgement of the other's power. The pink-haired man, however, offered a curt assessment.
Good job.
You should learn to be more honest, he stated, his tone sharp and unforgiving. The pink-haired man and the woman with white hair stood side by side, their combined power palpable. War, standing between them, seemed dwarfed by their might. He addressed them both, his voice carrying a hint of apprehension.
Dear Dream and War, I have a request. The title card introduces Leon Lionheart.
Leon, a man in a suit, stands before a goddess, his hands clasped together in a gesture of reverence.
He humbly replies, yes, goddess. The goddess speaks, her words echoing with a mystical power, those who have opposed death warrant punishment.
They have escaped the cycle of death. The goddess continues, her voice laced with a hint of sorrow. Her feet are shown, delicately stepping across a dark, ethereal surface.
Forgive them.
Leon, his face partially obscured, is shown collapsing. A voice whispers, Your
Majesty.
The goddess, her face now visible, looks on with concern. She urges him, please, take care of yourself. A knight, clad in ornate, dark armor, knelt before a figure of immense power. His red cape billowed slightly in an unseen wind. He addressed the entity with a prayer, Dear divinity of the otherworld. A woman with long, flowing silver hair and a worried expression clasped her hands together. She spoke, though her voice was not heard, only her thoughts. I risk being rude, but... She continued her plea, her words directed at the powerful being before her. I would like to ask you to reconsider, as the lacking queen of the fallen nation.
The divinity, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, considered the request, a thoughtful escaping her lips.
Her gaze fell upon her loyal knights. The divinity declared, her voice echoing with divine authority, Dear loyal knights of the queen.
No one in the Pantheon will accept your souls into paradise.
The silver-haired woman looked up at the knight, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. She whispered, Is that so? The knight remained stoic, his expression unreadable behind his helmet. The queen's fear was palpable. But then, the pink-haired divinity smiled, a gentle, knowing expression replacing her previous sternness. Her words, though unseen, carried a weight of divine judgment, Your good deeds outweigh the bad. The knight and queen looked up, surprised. The divinity continued, her voice a soothing balm, Your loyalty has touched us gods. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple dark clothing, stood before a mysterious woman with long, pale purple hair. She carried a glowing lantern, her expression enigmatic. She announced that the king of the Lionheart had requested her to take care of their souls. And declared that there was no greater approval than that to her. The scene shifted to reveal a regal woman with long, white hair, standing beside a towering knight in dark armor. She declared that she would purify their soiled souls.
And give them a new chance at life.
A mystical purple energy emanated from the woman's hands as she prepared to perform the ritual. She then addressed the blonde-haired man, offering him a suggestion as the queen of a foreign nation. The purple-haired woman explained that this was the only way for the knight's souls to find rest. The purple-haired woman continued, stating that this would also help the king of the Lionheart spread his faith. With a sinister smile, the woman revealed that the afterlife, which she controlled, was once again active. A fragmented vision assaulted the senses, a kaleidoscope of images depicting a knight, his face etched with worry and grief, surrounded by scenes of devastation and despair.
The fragments hinted at a past filled with battles and loss, a life lived on the edge of oblivion. And at its center, a young woman with long, silvery hair and striking purple eyes, her expression a mixture of apprehension and wonder, watched with wide eyes. Her lips parted slightly as a silent vow formed within her. I will, she resolved, a steely determination hardening her gaze. She would follow through on her promise, no matter the cost. The scene shifted to a vast, imposing castle, its dark stone walls and Gothic architecture looming against a stormy sky. It was a fortress of immense power, a symbol of authority and might. A city sprawled beneath it, a testament to the kingdom's reach and influence. The young woman and the knight stood before its imposing gates, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Hand in hand, they approached the massive, ancient doors. The knight, his blonde hair catching the dim light, wore an expression of quiet resolve. He was ready. As doors swung open, revealing a legion of soldiers standing at attention, their presence a stark reminder of the power they held. The knight and the woman stepped into the heart of the kingdom. A man in a dark suit and a woman in an elegant dark dress walked hand in hand, their backs to the viewer. The atmosphere was somber, heavy with unspoken tension. They approached a knight in shining armor, who addressed the man as Your Majesty. The knight then requested a report on the damages. The knight's face was etched with worry and fatigue. The knight reported that most of the injured were being healed thanks to a grail. But 6 had perished in the battle against the endless demons. The panel showed a grim scene, several fallen soldiers lay on the ground, their armor stained with blood. A knight stood over them, his back to the viewer, seemingly lost in thought. Nearby, another knight wept openly, while a woman comforted him, her own face streaked with tears. A single word escaped the man's lips, HM. Such damage is considered rather minor. A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, held a glowing staff. A swirling, ethereal portal pulsed with energy around it. He uttered a solemn prayer, they would pray for them. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair knelt before a group of armored knights, his head bowed in grief. A golden sword lay embedded in the ground before him. The scene shifted to a close-up of the sword, its hilt partially obscured by the kneeling figure. The ground around it was stained dark. The blonde young man clutched the hilt of the sword, his face etched with sorrow. Sparks of light flickered around his hands. He addressed someone unseen, his voice heavy with grief, Dear war warriors here. 2 grieving knights stood nearby, their faces etched with sorrow. One of them, an older man with gray hair, wept openly. Another knight, his face grim, added a final plea, please guide their souls. The blonde young man, still kneeling, offered a final prayer, his words echoing the knight's grief, if there are sins they have committed, please wash them away, and praise their courage before death. A final, soft light enveloped the scene. A voice, seemingly from beyond, offered a benediction, let them enjoy their feasts with the gods. A knight, clad in scorched but magnificent plate armor, emerged from a fiery haze. His expression was grim, his eyes filled with a weariness that spoke of centuries spent battling demons in another world. He had returned to Earth, but not alone. A blonde-haired man, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a scene of devastation. He gave an order to his subordinates, to compile a list of the fallen and inform their families. The blonde man, seemingly a leader of some kind, solemnly declared that the Pantheon would not forget the sacrifices made. Before him lay a field of fallen soldiers, their armor stained crimson. The weight of their loss hung heavy in the air. The blonde man's gaze shifted, a subtle change in his expression hinting at a hidden depth. He seemed to be contemplating something. He clenched his fist, a silent promise forming in his mind, let's begin. A crimson vortex, pulsating with ominous energy, ripped open in the heart of a dilapidated cityscape. The air crackled with raw power, the very fabric of reality seeming to tear at the seams. The Hunter Association, facing this unprecedented event, deployed all available hunters to confront the fluctuating gate. A week later, amidst a flurry of excited whispers and gasps, the news broke, the hunters had returned. They had successfully cleared the gate. A group of weary but triumphant hunters emerged, led by a striking blonde woman and a man in a sharp suit. Their faces were grim, hinting at the cost of their victory. President Oh Kang-hyuk, the association's leader, observed them with a mixture of relief and sorrow. In his office, President Oh registered Beatrice as a survivor and expressed his grief for the hunters lost in the other world. An older man with gray hair and a mustache sat across a large desk from a younger man with blonde hair. The older man offered a somber statement, may the hunters rest in peace. The younger man simply responded with a quiet, The older man continued, I'm sure you saw the videos from Sir Spin. The younger man nodded, confirming, yes, it was a fluctuating red gate with a great demon. It's a miracle that there weren't more losses. The blonde-haired man sat silently, his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. His gaze hardened, revealing a steely determination beneath his calm exterior. The older man spoke again, his voice laced with concern, on your own? The blonde-haired man responded firmly, they were my soldiers. It's the least I can do. The older man warned, you might experience unpleasant things. The blonde-haired man, though seemingly unfazed, quietly added, I'm capable of understanding how the deceased's family might feel. I assume they'll be somewhat assuaged if they hear me out. Association President Oh Kang-hyuk listened intently, as a young man with blonde hair instructed him to reveal the videos and gather more hunters.
The young man, his eyes blazing with an icy intensity, warned that demons would soon invade their world. President O, his expression grim, responded that they needed soldiers and knights to prepare for the impending invasion. President O Kanghyuk simply replied with a curt, understood. The young man promised to send a detailed schedule and plan as soon as it was ready. The blonde young man sat in a comfortable chair inside the Neju Plains Pantheon building, contemplating the suspicious movements of the demons and the urgent need for help. A man in a suit, his face obscured by shadow, placed his hands over his heart. A faint golden light emanated from within his chest. This time, he sat in a dimly lit room, his blonde hair illuminated by a soft, golden glow. His hands were clasped together, a serene expression on his face. He decided. I'll have to go myself. His eyes fluttered shut, his face etched with determination. A surge of golden energy coursed through his body, crackling with power, transforming his appearance. His suit shimmered, then dissolved into golden light, revealing a more powerful form beneath. He launched himself into the air, leaving behind trails of golden energy. He landed softly in a sun-dappled clearing, the golden energy fading as he stood calmly, his expression serene. He stood in a forest clearing, his transformation complete. A pair of intense blue eyes, belonging to a man with blonde hair, stared intently ahead. A voice, respectful and formal, greeted him, "Welcome, Your Majesty." The scene shifted to reveal a grand castle, its white stone gleaming under a bright sky. Before the castle, a group of figures, clad in ornate armor, bowed low. Among them stood a woman with fiery red hair, her expression one of humble servitude. The voice continued, "Your humble servants are delighted to greet you, Your Majesty." The blonde-haired man, the king, remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. The castle gates swung open, a dramatic flourish of light and energy accompanying their movement. "Welcome," the unseen narrator declared. The king, flanked by the red-haired woman and another man, proceeded through the grand archway into the castle grounds. Behind them, a line of armored figures followed, their forms partially obscured by the light. Their imposing presence filled the frame. A voice, this time hushed and reverent, whispered, "Greatest Grail Guardian." A wide shot of the castle revealed its full majesty, a breathtaking structure of immense size and intricate detail. The scene ended with the castle bathed in a golden light. The scene opens with a narration box, stating, "It's been quite a while, Anjak." A young man with blonde hair and a woman with long, auburn hair walk towards the viewer, flanked by a group of guards. The woman asks, "How are you finding paradise?" The auburn-haired woman replies, expressing gratitude for the protection she has received. A narration box identifies her as Great Saintess Anjak Protesia. She adds, "I see." The blonde-haired young man greets two figures, Sir Gildas and Sir Antok. The blonde-haired man and the auburn-haired woman continue walking, and he comments, "You're all looking great." He chuckles, "Ha. I would have come here earlier had I known how great this place would be." One of the guards, a stern-looking man, admonishes him, "Don't make jokes like that. King. Former king. It's been a while." A blonde-haired man, his face etched with weariness, clasped his hands together in a gesture of apology. He addressed a group including a young woman with reddish-brown hair and another man with short, brown hair, who responded dismissively. "I'm sorry if I'm interrupting your rest," the blonde man said, but the brown-haired man retorted, "As if we share the same heart." The conversation shifted. The brown-haired man turned to the blonde man, his expression curious. "Former king," he began, "there must have been new souls that came here recently. Have you heard?" The blonde man nodded slowly, his gaze drifting towards the young woman. She responded, "Ah, you mean them." The brown-haired man reassured him, "They're being treated greatly. Don't worry." The panel then showed a scene of several armored guards lying unconscious on the ground, implying a recent altercation. The blonde man simply replied, "I see." The brown-haired man leaned in, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "I'm sure there's a reason you're here." The blonde man's expression turned serious. He asked, "What is it?" He then revealed his purpose, stating, "I would like to greet the gods of the Pantheon and have a reunion to have a talk." The young woman smiled, clearly anticipating the meeting. The blonde man continued, "But since the situation is rather urgent." A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with determination, placed a hand over his chest. He murmured to himself, needing the wisdom of his predecessors. Before a majestic castle, another young man with light brown hair smiled confidently. He declared that to gain the needed knowledge, a journey to the forest was necessary. He offered the use of Pethlian to aid in this quest. A majestic pair of large, white wings filled the frame, suggesting immense power and grace. A brilliant, ethereal light enveloped the blonde-haired youth as he prepared for departure. He was now airborne, astride a powerful steed with magnificent wings, soaring through the sky, leaving behind the mundane world below. The blonde-haired youth, now high above the ground, looked back with a determined gaze, his journey to the forest having begun. The Night King, having returned to Earth after 300 years of hunting demons in another world, looked out at the sprawling fields. He mused to himself that one day, he would traverse these lands astride his magnificent stallion. However, he knew that such a leisurely pursuit was impossible without first securing a successor to his legacy. And so, he turned his gaze towards a young man named Pethlian, who stood ready with a winged steed. With a final nod, Pethlian mounted the winged horse and soared into the sky, leaving the Night King behind. Pethlian flew towards his destination, a forest shrouded in mist.
His journey marked by the rhythmic beat of the winged horse's hooves. Pethlian, having arrived at his destination, dismounted, announcing their arrival.
The young man looked around, his eyes scanning the surroundings. A sense of unease settled upon him. He sensed a powerful presence nearby, a chilling whisper in the air, "Lion." A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, light-colored clothing, addressed a towering, ancient tree. He spoke with a respectful tone, his words echoing through the forest. He apologized for intruding, identifying himself as the king of the Lionheart.
The ancient tree, its bark etched with the faces of ancient beings, responded, its voice a low rumble that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself,
stating that all living beings are indebted to the gods. The blonde-haired man, accompanied by a dark horse, stood before the ancient trees, the weight of the words settling upon him. As the forest's voice reassured him that he was always welcome, he expressed his gratitude for their kindness. The tree then inquired about the purpose of his visit, recognizing him as a descendant of a dragon slayer and the successor to the king of the Lionheart. A young man with blonde hair, his expression unreadable, stood amidst a lush forest. The name Gunmer appeared in a speech bubble above him. A voice, seemingly disembodied, echoed through the trees.
It expressed a desire to meet the youngest among the group, someone identified as a friend.
The name Gunmer was repeated, this time in a softer, more contemplative tone. The young man, Gunmer, stood alone in a clearing, the title "The Youngest Sage" appearing nearby. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves as birds took flight.
Gunmer smiled serenely, a peaceful expression on his face. Gunmer addressed someone unseen, referring to them as his longtime friend.
An ancient, imposing figure emerged from behind a large tree, his voice questioning Gunmer's presence.
Gunmer's name was spoken once more, confirming his identity to the ancient figure.
A man with short, blonde hair, his face etched with weariness, stood amidst a shadowy forest. His gaze was distant, troubled. He spoke, his voice low and urgent, he needed a seedling. The camera focuses on an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark like weathered stone, its form vaguely humanoid. The tree seemed to exude an aura of immense power.
The blond man stood before the tree, his expression pleading. He reminded the tree that it had gone to paradise without planting a seedling. The tree, its face creased with age and wisdom, questioned him, was he in that much of a rush?
The blond man explained that his home, Earth, was under demonic invasion. He had recently confirmed this during an expedition. His voice was heavy with the weight of this revelation. A terrifying figure appeared, a dark lord with long, white hair and a cruel smile. He held a globe depicting Earth in his hand. He had already begun his schemes, and some of his forces had infiltrated Earth. The Dark Lord's words hung in the air, a chilling prophecy of impending doom. The final panel shows only a shadowed figure, the word Empire looming large, hinting at the scale of the threat.
A monstrous, decaying figure writhed in agony, its features contorted in a silent scream.
Beside it stood a wizened, ancient being, his gaze fixed on the creature with grim satisfaction. It'll rot from the inside out, he stated, his voice a low rumble. The scene shifted to a tranquil forest clearing. A single word echoed in the silence, "All right." A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple clothes, stood before the ancient being, who now appeared as a grotesque, tree-like entity. A gnarled, earth-toned hand reached out towards the young man. "You're the only one who can take things from this realm," the ancient being stated. From the tree-like entity, a glowing, golden branch sprouted, pulsing with ethereal energy. The ancient being offered the glowing branch to the young man. "Take this," it said. The young man accepted the branch, which seemed to glow even brighter as he took it into his possession. The young man nodded, a simple thanks escaping his lips. He stood there, the glowing branch held carefully in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. The ancient being spoke again, his voice filled with a hint of melancholy. "It was nice to see you after such a long time, my old friend." The young man's expression shifted slightly. One more thing," he said. A voice, seemingly disembodied, echoed through the air, "Don't rush coming here."
Sir Leon, a young man with blonde hair, stood before an ancient, colossal tree.
The tree's bark resembled a weathered face, its gnarled branches like arms outstretched in silent greeting. He approached the massive tree cautiously, his gaze lingering on its imposing presence. A sense of awe and apprehension mixing within him.
He was addressed again, this time by name, Sir Leon.
The scene shifted. Sir Leon now stood before a grand castle, where he encountered Sir Gratis and Anjak, the former king, a towering figure with a metallic head.
Anjak, his voice carrying a hint of urgency, asked, "Are you already going back?"
Sir Gratis handed something to Sir Leon, a small, delicate sprig.
Anjak explained, "I'm gifting you what I think you need the most right now after some discussion with the others. I know there is a limit to how much you can take from here."
A hand, adorned with a simple leather band, rested gently, displaying the faint shadows of a griffin and a unicorn. These were the reins of a renowned animal trainer, capable of taming even monsters.
A poignant reminder of a legacy left behind.
The words, "I left it with you before I died, but you buried it with me," hung heavy in the air, a silent accusation of forgotten trust. A powerfully built man, his face obscured by a mask, presented a worn, leather-bound book to a young man with blonde hair.
The younger man's expression was one of intense curiosity.
The blond young man carefully took the book, a small sprout pushing its way through the aged cover. He whispered, this is a question hanging in the air.
The masked man's voice, though unseen, carried a note of understanding.
I heard you were training your forces from the very beginning. I'm sure it was very frustrating, he stated, his words hinting at shared hardship. The blond young man's eyes widened as he read further.
How to use serfs to kill giants. Isn't this the legendary training manual? He exclaimed, astonishment evident in his tone.
The masked man chuckled, a sound muffled by his mask.
Did you really kill giants with serfs? He asked, a hint of amusement in his voice.
Well, it was 300 among 500 that died, but yes, he confirmed, his words painting a picture of brutal efficiency.
The masked man, in turn, offered something else. This is what I have for you.
Please take it, he said, his voice calm and resolute, as a glowing object appeared in his hand. A hand, seemingly belonging to the returned Night King, extended a small, holy relic that radiated a soft, ethereal glow. He contemplated the object, a murmur escaping his lips as he grappled with its implications. The relic, it seemed, was only meant for saintesses. How could he, a warrior returned from the other world, possibly accept such a sacred item? A young man with blonde hair, holding a book, explained that no one would question the agent of the Pantheon's decision. A woman with long, auburn hair, her eyes closed in serene contemplation, reassured him that the relic would protect him until his holy sword was reborn. She urged him to accept the gift, her words gentle but firm.
He hesitated, a soft escaping his lips once more.
Then, with a grateful expression, he accepted the holy relic. Thank you, everyone, he said, his voice filled with quiet gratitude. The Night King, now holding the relic, declared his intention to use the gifts bestowed upon him to the best of his ability. A radiant light enveloped him, as the scene shifted to a dark, ominous shadow. The scene opens on a starlit night, the darkness punctuated only by the distant glimmer of city lights. A large, modern house stands silhouetted against the night sky, its windows glowing warmly. The camera focuses on a pair of well-polished shoes, their owner approaching the house with a determined stride. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, stands before a closed door. He is identified as the King of the Lionheart. He politely inquires, "Do you permit my visit?" His question is directed at a woman with long, silver hair, who sits calmly sipping wine, seemingly unfazed by his arrival. The King of the Lionheart hesitates, a slight frown creasing his brow. His expression shifting to one of quiet contemplation as he waits for a response. He enters the house without permission, stating, "You have not given me permission." A mysterious woman with long, silvery white hair smiled subtly, her lips curving into a knowing smirk. Extending a silent invitation as she uttered a soft, welcoming phrase, "Please come in." A regal woman with long, silver hair and a striking gown stood in a dimly lit room, her presence commanding attention. She was Beatrice, a queen, and her posture spoke of both weariness and quiet dignity. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, addressed her, his tone suggesting a mixture of respect and subtle apprehension. He spoke her name, Beatrice, the word hanging in the air. He apologized for the less-than-ideal accommodations, his words a gesture of deference to her royal status. But Beatrice, though gracious, subtly indicated that she understood the limitations of her current situation. She hoped he would forgive her for any perceived rudeness. He reassured her, dismissing her concerns with a gentle wave of his hand. A subtle smile playing on his lips as he internally observed her. He mused that she couldn't fully control her aura. He noted that her attempts to suppress it had been only partially successful. A faint, ethereal glow still emanating from her. She revealed a crescent moon symbol on her hand, a mark that had persisted despite her efforts. The scene opens with a man and a woman seated at a table in what appears to be a luxurious hotel room. They are sharing a bottle of wine. The narration box above them reads, "A farewell drink for the knights?" The woman, with long, flowing silver hair and a regal bearing, sips her wine pensively. Her internal monologue, visible in a thought bubble, reads, "This is all." She contemplates her situation. The man speaks, inquiring, "It's been 2 days since you've come here. How are you adjusting?" The woman replies, "I think I'll need more time." The woman continues, "This place is completely different from my world." The man counters, "You don't necessarily need to adjust." The woman looks thoughtful. He continues, "Have determination and fulfill your own laws." The man, arms crossed, states, "A king needs to have his rule of virtue wherever he is." His eyes flash with a brilliant blue light as he finishes, "The criminals of all worlds just need to follow the path of the king." A woman with long, white hair and striking purple eyes, adorned in a dark, elegant dress, sat across from a man whose face was mostly obscured. She observed him with a subtle smile, her expression laced with curiosity. "That's quite the mindset of an invader," she mused, her voice soft yet sharp. The man's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. He responded curtly, "It's different." He continued, his words painting a stark contrast to the woman's perception. "Harming the world because of desire is the ambition of an individual?" The panel shifted to show a regal figure, cloaked in a dark red cape with fur trim, his face obscured by shadow, yet exuding an aura of power. "But to help the people and teach them is the King of the Lionheart's enlightenment." The man, now fully visible, had blonde hair and intense blue eyes. He sat with his arms crossed, a confident expression on his face. The woman, her expression thoughtful, simply replied, "I see." She continued, her voice laced with understanding. "I guess that's how you need to think to be able to fight demons for hundreds of years. It seems like the enemy you're facing isn't just demons." The man nodded, his gaze unwavering. "Yes. I have a divine quest from the divinities." A man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, sat across from a woman. He explained that he was making her an offer. An invitation to join him on a quest. The woman, her face mostly obscured, sat listening intently. A glass of red wine sat on the table between them. The focus shifted to the woman's head, revealing a small, dark crown. Her face, now visible, held a thoughtful expression. She was the queen. She responded that she felt indebted to him for saving her kingdom. And how could she not repay such a debt? The man's expression turned serious. He revealed that he needed her help to defeat Kuei, the archdemon of pleasure. The queen, her eyes glowing with determination, agreed to his request. A woman with long, silver hair, clad in dark attire, sat with her hands clasped together. A purple aura emanated from her, and she declared, "I can eliminate that thing." A blond man, his features sharp and confident, responded curtly, "If it's to kill those disgusting parasites." He continued, a smirk playing on his lips, "I can do anything." The blond man's expression shifted, his eyes gleamed with a manic energy. He confessed, "It makes my heart race whenever I show them how I eliminate their souls with their feared divine laws." A demonic creature, its features contorted in agony, was shown being subjected to some unseen force. It whimpered, "Oh my." The blond man explained, "In our kingdom, we used to execute demons by boiling them. They kept coming back no matter how many times we killed them, so I wanted to at least traumatize them." Several small demons cowered in fear as the blond man continued, "Wise. They're selfish and prioritize their pain first." A man with brown hair, his eyes wide and crazed, grinned menacingly. He asked, "Claws?" That's when they screamed the loudest. The silver-haired woman chuckled softly, "Ho ho ho." A woman with long, silver hair, dressed in dark, flowing robes, spoke with chilling calm. Her words hung heavy in the air, "I have skinned them and rolled them over nails." A man's voice, jovial and amused, cut through the silence. He chuckled, "Ha ha ha. That is creative." 2 glasses of red wine clinked together in a celebratory toast under a full moon. The woman responded with a low, throaty chuckle, "Ho ho ho." A shooting star streaked across the night sky, leaving a shimmering trail of light above a tranquil landscape. A young woman with short, reddish-pink hair hurried down a street, a backpack slung over her shoulder. She appeared to be in a rush. She suddenly stopped, her eyes widening in surprise as she noticed something. A gasp escaped her lips, "Ah." She looked up, a mixture of awe and apprehension on her face. The next panel shows a speech bubble, "Your Majesties. I hope you have been doing well." A man with blonde hair and a woman with long, white hair sat on a park bench at night. A third figure, a woman with vibrant red hair, approached them from behind, seemingly in a hurry. Offering them something to drink. Her expression was bright and cheerful as she exclaimed, "Ah, yes, Your Majesty." The red-haired woman presented them with warm drinks. The woman with white hair requested something warm, while the man remained silent. The blond man took a sip of his drink, a simple paper cup of something warm. He murmured, "Mm." The red-haired woman turned to the blond man and said, "Hanhari, for a while, you can work for Queen Beatrice." The blond man and the white-haired woman reacted with surprise. The white-haired woman added, "I did not care, but you should dress and act accordingly in front of the queen." The red-haired woman responded with a slight pout, "No. A royal needs fitting treatment and servants." The white-haired woman then asked, "Did you say your Hari?" The red-haired woman, startled, replied, "Ah, yes, Your Majesty." A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a casual red jacket, stood before a man and a woman. Her eyes, wide with surprise, held a hint of apprehension. She sensed a powerful fiery energy emanating from him, a statement confirmed by her own words, "I can sense a strong fiery energy from you. If it's okay, I'd like to take a look." The man, taken aback, wondered how she could possibly know about his unique ability. He muttered, "Huh? How did she know my exclusive skill?" The woman with long, white hair, elegantly dressed in a dark gown, spoke to the red-haired girl. She stated, "You've been serving me for a while now. You deserve to be rewarded." The man, his expression hardening slightly, instructed the red-haired girl. "Show your sword technique. I'll take a look." She hesitantly drew her sword, a faint glow emanating from the blade. A surprised gasp escaping her lips as a surge of power coursed through her. The red-haired girl, now visibly overwhelmed by the power surging through her, stood with her sword, a look of awe and slight fear on her face. The man and woman watched her with keen interest. A fierce determination hardened her features as she focused her fiery energy, preparing for something. With a powerful swing, she unleashed a fiery arc of energy from her sword, the flames dancing and swirling around the blade in a breathtaking display of skill. A sharp sound, like metal striking metal, echoed through the air. "Hub!" A young woman with fiery red hair, her eyes blazing with intensity, gripped a sword engulfed in flames. She swung the burning blade with surprising power, a fiery arc slicing through the air,
leaving a trail of incandescent energy in its wake.
The young woman, still wielding the fiery sword, faced a blond man seated on a bench. He observed her critically, commenting, "Your movements are too big."
He then questioned her, "Was it to use your skill?" She nodded, replying, "Why yes, your majesty."
The blond man, the king, took the sword from her. He then demonstrated proper swordsmanship, stating, "When using a sword, you should be powerful.
But make it short."
A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with strain, stood braced against an unseen force. Blue energy crackled around him, a visible manifestation of the immense power he was struggling to control. A surge of raw energy erupted from him, carving a deep fissure in the ground. The sheer force of the blast sent debris flying, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A question mark filled with exclamation points hung in the air, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. The blonde young man and a red-haired girl stood together. He muttered that this should be easy, having practiced 10,000 times a day. The girl, however, looked unconvinced, a questioning way escaping her lips. He turned to a woman with long, silver hair, asking for her opinion. Beatrice, the silver-haired woman, calmly observed the scene, her expression serene. She offered her assessment. The girl lacked control over the fire. The three of them stood together, a silent tension hanging in the air as they contemplated the situation. Beatrice explained that the fire dissipates too easily. Instead of simply imbuing the sword with fire mana and swinging, she suggested a different approach. Beatrice instructed the girl to concentrate on the fire mana. Following Beatrice's guidance, the girl focused her energy, and the sword blazed with a more intense, controlled flame. Beatrice concluded that this was the correct way to use it. A woman with long, dark hair, clad in a dark dress and elegant heels, stood poised, a concentrated flame emanating from the tip of her sword.
This intense heat, she knew, would not dissipate easily.
The woman raised her sword, the crimson glow intensifying, ready to unleash its power. Her face, partially obscured by her long, flowing hair, held a determined expression. A faint crown adorned her head, hinting at a regal bearing. A ghostly image of her, wielding the same sword, flickered behind her, suggesting a powerful technique. She brought the sword down in a swift, decisive motion. As she released the concentrated flames, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the blade. For a deadly blow, she was instructed, the technique required a precise, stabbing motion. Like a stab, she was told, to ensure the full force of the attack. With a fierce cry, she unleashed the concentrated flames in a stabbing motion, the fiery energy hurtling towards two figures standing in the distance, a blond man in a dark suit and a red-haired woman in a red coat. The attack left a fiery trail in its wake. A crimson energy, potent and swirling, coalesced into a blade of pure heat. It pulsed with an almost unbearable intensity. The young woman with vibrant pink hair stared, wide-eyed and speechless, at the phenomenon unfolding before her. A question mark filled her mind, a silent scream of disbelief. A calm voice cut through her astonishment. "You just need to concentrate it enough for it to be this high in heat. Easy, right?" A woman with elegant silver hair and a mischievous grin, holding a gleaming sword, stood beside her. Her response was immediate and dismissive, "Not at all." That night, the pink-haired woman slumped over her laptop, exhaustion etched on her face. "There's too much to do," she muttered. She listed her responsibilities, a torrent of bureaucratic tasks and logistical nightmares overwhelming her. She had to report to her superiors, procure supplies for the new recruits, and even find a blacksmith. And on top of everything, she had to deal with taxes. The weight of her responsibilities pressed down on her. "The academy didn't teach me things like this," she cried out in despair. A young woman with vibrant red hair stared in disbelief at a small, robotic device perched on a nearby desk. The words "accounting work processing not possible" floated above her head, reflecting her stunned expression. Her eyes widened, and a startled cry escaped her lips. The sheer impossibility of the situation was evident in her wide, terrified eyes. The robot, which she seemed to address as Sir Yapi, startled her. She explained that she was requesting a division of accounting work for maximized efficiency. She then clarified that Yapi was, in fact, a supercomputer. The woman's eyes, wide with a mixture of hope and apprehension, reflected her confidence in Yapi's abilities. She watched as Yapi scurried across the desk, beginning its work. The caption explaining appeared above the scene. A series of administrative tasks were rapidly processed by Yapi. The text detailed the application of hunter administration laws, covering meal costs and equipment production registration. Yapi's processing speed was astonishing, its internal workings a blur of data streams. Further tasks included processing crop price increases on the Neju Plains and applications for Agricultural Act benefits. A young woman with vibrant red hair stared blankly ahead, beads of sweat trickling down her temples. Her wide eyes, filled with a mixture of fear and confusion, reflected the dim, purple-hued light of her surroundings. The text below the image read, "Extra tax benefits applied." The sane young woman's expression transformed into one of wide-eyed, joyful surprise. She clasped her hands together, a delighted smile spreading across her face. A thought bubble above her head revealed her internal reaction, "Wow. That was really helpful." However, a smaller text box below contradicted her outward enthusiasm, "Did not understand at all."
She then added, Sir Yapi, I need to get clothes for when I'm working as a servant. Pointing a finger, she asked a small, metallic robot beside her, a maid uniform? The robot responded, servant clothing, maid uniform. Reasonable theory. The woman's face lit up with relief and excitement. She exclaimed, that's great. I was afraid I was going to get scolded for it looking like cosplay. The robot continued, order reasonable maid uniform with reference to big data? The woman's thought bubble expressed her gratitude, I'd be grateful. The narration box revealed a question, was the compiled data of online brands. And that Sir Yapi bought the most popular item. 2 online reviews appeared, one from Rainbow Magic Girl, who stated that her boyfriend really liked the ribbon mate stocking set, and another from Albino Femboy, who said he would have to wear them often. The scene shifts to a bustling bus station, a typical urban landscape in stark contrast to the otherworldly realms the protagonist has recently left behind. A man in a dark suit and cape descends a staircase, his movements purposeful and swift. Followed by Han Suho, a young man with dark hair, dressed in the uniform of the Hunter Academy's A-class. He exudes an air of quiet confidence. Kim Jae-hyuk, a blonde-haired youth, observes the scene with a slightly surprised expression. He remarks that far more people have arrived than he anticipated. Han Soho stands beside him, his expression unreadable. Soho smiles faintly, suggesting that the large turnout was expected. A narration box reveals that a few days prior, a significant event occurred. The title card reads, Leon visited the Hunter Academy. The Hunter Academy is shown, a large, modern building complex with a spacious courtyard. Leon, a blonde man in a suit, stands before a group of students. He states that he is not looking for soldiers, but rather, seedlings of knights. He continues, explaining that he will teach them swordsmanship, spearmanship, horsemanship, and theology. 2 students whisper amongst themselves, surprised by Leon's inclusion of theology in his curriculum. Another student, reacting to Leon's statement, points out that their academy specializes in archery. Leon responds by saying that the student's attitude is more suited to a soldier than a knight, implying a lack of broader perspective. The narration box explains that initially, the students complained about Leon's arrogant and audacious attitude. A young man with dark hair sat in a classroom, listening intently to a lecture. He seemed pensive, a slight furrow in his brow. The instructor's voice, though unheard, implied that the study of theology held a certain power. He pondered the implications of the lecture, wondering if the study of theology and divine law meant they were on the path to becoming priests. A blonde-haired classmate voiced the same question, their uncertainty palpable. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the blonde-haired student's hand. He confidently declared, here, look. The blonde student's body shimmered with energy. His form flickering and shifting as he seemed to struggle against some unseen force. Before settling into a calm pose, a small orb of golden light now resting in his hands. He had clearly mastered some incredible power. The other students reacted with shock and awe, their mouths agape in disbelief. One student's tears streamed down his face as he witnessed this display of power. The sheer power displayed left a lasting impression. They marveled at the implications of this newfound power, realizing that it was accessible to anyone who studied theology. Shion Soyeon, a Hunter Academy A-class student, stood before 2 young men, her expression serious. She stated that what they witnessed was not magic, and emphasized that such phenomena could not be so casually labeled. One of the young men, clearly irritated, retorted that she shouldn't be so condescending, reminding her of her own past anger at being called a peasant. Soyeon, however, remained unfazed, reminding him of her status as the granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guild's guildmaster. The other young man, observing a video on his phone, exclaimed that he couldn't possibly ignore what he was seeing. He showed his friend the video on Pantheon TV. The video, as he explained, detailed divine laws and fluctuating gates. A popular channel with a large subscriber base. The young man questioned if all of this was acceptable. He addressed his friend as Hari Nuna, his tone suggesting a mixture of awe and concern. One man questioned another about his outdated phone, given his apparent wealth. The image on the phone's screen showed a powerful woman engulfed in flames, wielding a dark weapon. The wealthy man explained that he had donated most of his money to an orphanage. He then commented on the hard work of both his companion and a woman named Hari Nuna, who was currently on dispatch at the Pantheon. He expressed confidence in Hari Nuna's capabilities, stating that she was doing a great job. Suddenly, a young woman with red hair, dressed in a maid outfit, appeared, visibly distressed and sweating. Her expression shifted to one of intense fear and anxiety. The red-haired maid nervously questioned the man's assertion, expressing doubt and concern about the accuracy of his information. She pointed out that her maid outfit was too short. A sleek, metallic orb, reminiscent of a high-tech surveillance drone, sat silently on a cobblestone street. Nearby, a woman in a business suit observed it with a critical eye. The orb's information display flashed, information dependability rate 99.99%. Do you doubt big data? A man and woman, dressed in formal attire, stood before a large gate, their expressions questioning the data's accuracy. Inside a building, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes suddenly recognized a familiar voice. It's Nuna's voice, he exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He clenched his fist, a determined grin spreading across his face. I'll surprise her, he thought, his heart pounding with anticipation.
Meanwhile, a young woman with bright red hair, dressed in a maid outfit, was frantically operating a small, advanced vehicle. Her eyes were wide with alarm as she shouted, "Heek!" The vehicle's display indicated an incoming arrival.
"All right.
"We're having guests today," she stammered, clearly flustered.
A voice calmly announced, "Guests. I will greet them if you're busy." The maid's response was immediate and urgent, "No, wait." A burst of bright blue energy erupted from the building, striking the approaching vehicle with surprising force.
The young man from earlier appeared, a mischievous grin on his face as he exclaimed, "Wait." A young woman, her face a mask of wide-eyed shock, clutched at her maid outfit as a man with dark hair and intense eyes approached.
A small, spherical robot hovered nearby.
She stammered a greeting, her voice barely a whisper, acknowledging the arduous journey he must have endured. Her expression shifted to one of nervous anticipation as the man's gaze intensified, his blue eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and something akin to disbelief. He addressed her with a hesitant, questioning tone, his words laced with confusion as he questioned her attire. The young woman, still in her maid outfit, explained that she wasn't wearing it out of choice, as three other individuals in formal attire looked on. The man, his brow furrowed in thought, questioned whether he was misinterpreting his data, suggesting a level of judgment typically associated with organic beings. The young woman cried out in protest as someone tugged at her skirt. She then reacted with surprise, recognizing the man and addressing him with a formal title. A young man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. He stammered, "This is." A close-up of his face, showing the extent of his distress, his features were strained, his skin pale and marked with what appeared to be old scars. A voice, sharp and laced with anger, cut through the silence.
"You dirty. Get changed right now."
The source of the voice was revealed, a man with furious eyes and short, messy brown hair, his face contorted in rage.
He pointed an accusing finger at a young woman with vibrant red hair, styled in short, slightly messy bangs.
She held a small, dome-shaped robotic device and responded meekly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Tears welled in the young woman's eyes as she clutched the device.
Her expression was one of profound distress. The device displayed a message, "Second-term trainee food time.
Must give out salt water."
A bright flash of light erupted from the device, and a jet of water shot out. The jet of water arced through the air, striking the young woman. She cried out, "Ah!"
The reunion between the protagonist and his sister was less than ideal.
He called out to her, "Nuna." But she was far from pleased, demanding, "Get changed right now."
His other companions looked on, their expressions a mixture of amusement and concern. The narration box bluntly states, his respected sister was the worst. The scene shifts to Jeju Island, where a large, ominous red portal, labeled Red Gate, has opened in the middle of a city street. The swirling vortex of the Red Gate pulsed with dark energy,
a powerful force emanating from its depths.
Suddenly, a figure emerges from the portal, landing on the street with a resounding thud. He lets out a sigh of relief, muttering, "Phew, we ended up coming here." A woman with short, dark hair and a stern expression confronted a muscular man with gold-colored arm guards. "You got on the flight at dawn when money was mentioned. You really are greedy," she accused, her voice sharp. He responded with a sigh, "Oh dear sister. Our guild's financial situation's not that pretty right now, as you know."
The man's expression turned somber.
He explained, "We got everything taken away from us at the Changja Gate. We have to make up for it somehow." A new character, a man with reddish-brown hair, appeared, addressing the muscular man.
"It's been a while, Wang Junkiel SSI."
The woman stood beside the muscular man, arms crossed, observing the newcomer with a guarded expression. The muscular man, Huang Junkiel, narrowed his eyes, suspicion evident in his gaze.
He asked, "Were you chosen for this mission?" The newcomer, Li Yongwan, responded with a slight frown, "Li Yongwan Sunbei." Li Yongwan let out a short, dismissive sound. "Humph."
Returning to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting in the otherworld, the Night King reflected on his experiences. At least, he found solace in the fact that he hadn't witnessed the deaths of any of his guild members. A grim satisfaction etched on his face as he exchanged a tense look with another man. The other man's expression was one of suspicion and barely concealed anger. The tension escalated quickly. A third man, with braided hair, let out a harsh laugh, his eyes glinting with malice. The sound echoing the Night King's own inner turmoil. His laughter was a mask, hiding the weight of his long absence and the unspoken anxieties of his return. The braided-haired man, Nim, brought up the subject of payment, his tone sharp and demanding.
"The payment is going to be 5:5, right? What is this bullshit?"
The Night King smirked, his eyes narrowed. He knew Nim was implying that the Night King wouldn't be doing his fair share of the work. Nim continued his taunts, his words laced with sarcasm.
"It's obvious that you won't be doing as much work. Nah, who else would come to help you? Isn't that right, Hunter-Trader Nim?" The Night King's patience snapped.
His expression hardened, and he issued a sharp warning, "Don't fucking cross the line." The argument continued, escalating into a petty squabble over who would pay for dinner. Nim's suggestion that the Night King treat them to a meal was met with a curt refusal. A woman with dark hair, clad in a dark reddish-brown top, let out a relieved sigh. She stood amidst a group of figures in what appeared to be some kind of futuristic setting, their forms partially obscured. The woman, her expression one of weary skepticism, questioned the situation.
Are they kids?
What's the point of this, she mused, her thoughts laced with a hint of annoyance. Her skepticism quickly turned to surprise as she reacted to something unseen. Right, she exclaimed, her voice sharp with disbelief.
Another voice, filled with frustration and exasperation, cut through the air. Jesus fucking Christ. Uni, please make some noise when you walk around.
Fuck, the voice shouted. A woman with dark hair, calmly dressed in a dark green jacket, responded to the outburst. You should talk more nicely, she stated, her tone even and composed. The text below her image identified her as a Phoenix Guild S-class hunter.
The scene shifted to another woman, identified as Hey Yuri.
Well, we all gathered, she began, her words trailing off. Hey Yuri continued, explaining the reason for their assembly. Before a dungeon break, at least, she finished, her gaze steady. She assessed their strength.
3 S-rank hunters and 1 almost S-rank.
This much should be, she stated, her voice implying a certain expectation. Sufficient to handle the task at hand. A large, crimson portal opened before them, its swirling energy ominous. Enough to clear a lower black S-rank gate, she concluded, her tone matter-of-fact. A woman with dark hair, her expression unreadable, affirmed something silently to herself. Yes, this should do. A man with reddish-brown hair, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat on his brow, stared up at the ominous, blood-red sky. His breath hitched in his throat. He muttered something unintelligible. As the panel revealed an elderly man lying on the ground, his body stained with blood, a sword lying nearby. Death had claimed him. Several more bodies lay scattered around him, all similarly lifeless, victims of a brutal massacre. The reddish-brown-haired man stood defiantly, a grim expression on his face, surrounded by his followers. They stood amidst the carnage, a stark contrast to the devastation around them. A plume of smoke and dust swirled around a figure clad in heavy, dark armor, obscuring their face behind a full helm. Only the top of their long, light gray hair was visible. A low growl rumbling from deep within the helmet. You dare, the armored figure began, their voice a chilling whisper. The words hanging heavy in the air before a furious outburst, try to save those insects. The armored knight's words were directed at a muscular man with dark skin and braided hair, wielding a large warhammer. In front of me, Geovric, the man shouted, his face contorted in anger. Geovric, the knight, remained silent, a faint green energy crackling around his armored form. The green glow intensifying. The narration box identified him, the Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight Geovric. His opponent, the warhammer-wielding man, roared, I will bestow divine punishment upon you. A system notification appeared before Geovric, quest, save those being slaughtered. Geovric's helmet reflected the green energy surging around him, his face still hidden. A wave of ethereal energy, vibrant green and turquoise, pulsed and faded across the screen, leaving behind a stark, black background. The final message appeared, clear condition, defeat the magnificent Gedrick. A young man with dreadlocks, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat forming on his brow, stared upwards. As he and his companions, clad in military attire, were confronted by an imposing figure. The young man's breath hitched in his throat as he uttered a silent, questioning what? Suddenly, a towering figure emerged, clad in ancient, powerful-looking armor, a knight seemingly wreathed in ethereal green energy. The sheer power emanating from him was palpable. The knight's voice, though muffled by his helmet, boomed with authority as he declared them outsiders. He then added, with chilling calm, I shall ask. The dreadlocked young man, now visibly tense, questioned the knight's actions, demanding to know why they had harmed the royal military. His tone was sharp, his words laced with a threat, what my warhammer does next depends on your answer. A third man, with short, dark hair, looked on in disbelief, muttering to himself, what the hell is this canhead saying right now? A knight, clad in crimson and gold, addressed a group of individuals. He sighed, stating that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. A young man with reddish-brown hair explained that the knight had attacked them first, leaving them no choice but to defend themselves. The knight, his face partially obscured by his helmet, reacted with disbelief and anger, calling the young man an inferior mercenary. The knight's weapon crackled with energy as he warned the young man that his impatience would bring ruin. And questioned how he dared to sully the name of the goddess with his rash actions. The knight, now visibly remorseful, stammered an apology. The young man, however, accepted the apology, relieved that the misunderstanding was resolved. The young man privately mused that the knight was easier to deal with than he had anticipated. And that things would now be easier. However, a figure emerged from the shadows, his presence immediately commanding attention. A large, armored hand reached out, its metallic grip tight around a weapon of immense power. The Night King's voice boomed, his words heavy with judgment, for a mere mercenary to slay 6 soldiers of the kingdom was a grave offense. A sin of immense severity. The mercenary, along with his companions, stood defiant. 6 of their number had fallen. But the remaining members prepared for battle, their leader raising a massive warhammer, imbued with a strange, green energy. The Night King stood ready, his dark armor gleaming under the dim light, a sword at his side. He declared his intention, he would take 60 heads in retribution. A large, modern house sits on a quiet street, nestled amongst rolling hills and fields of golden wheat. The sun shines brightly, casting a warm glow over the scene.
A group of young adults, sharply dressed in dark coats and formal attire, approaches the house.
One woman stands out, her crimson jacket a stark contrast to the others' somber clothing. They exude an air of quiet determination.
One of the young men, his expression one of mild bewilderment, observes their surroundings.
He mutters to himself that this is just the countryside. He continues his internal monologue, noting the lack of modern facilities or medical centers nearby. A sudden thought strikes him. Why are those people at the cafeteria only drinking water? His concern is evident in his furrowed brow and wide eyes. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. We're here. A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a sleek, dark bodysuit, approached a group of young men in formal attire. Her expression was one of mischievous glee, a stark contrast to the bewildered looks on the faces of the men. She gestured towards them with an open palm, a silent question hanging in the air. One of the men, with tousled blonde hair, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape in a silent gasp of shock. His eyes were wide with disbelief, a tremor of fear running through him.
What? He stammered internally.
His companion, a young woman with dark, straight hair, mirrored his shock, her face pale and drawn. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as his breath hitched in his throat. The scene shifted to a narration box, revealing the location. This is the soldier training grounds. The scene abruptly changed. The previously calm training grounds were now a chaotic battleground. Two of the young men were engaged in a brutal fight, their movements blurred by the speed of the attack. One of them roared, "Wag! Die! Die!" The blonde-haired man, now in a blue uniform, unleashed a flurry of blows on his opponent, his face contorted in a grimace of fury. "Beat him up until blood bursts," he shouted, his voice filled with a savage glee. The red-haired woman watched the fight with a mixture of amusement and excitement, while the blonde-haired man's companion looked on in horror. "Sunbae. What is this?" the blonde-haired man asked, his voice laced with disbelief. He wondered if he was dreaming. "Tea training," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, but her eyes shone with excitement. The implication of her words hung heavy in the air. Another young man, his face contorted in pain, was being violently choked by his opponent. "Quaff. Stronger. Stronger," he gasped, his voice strained and desperate. The intensity of the training was palpable.
A young woman with vibrant pink hair and intense golden eyes grinned, a mischievous glint in her gaze.
Her expression hinted at a hidden depth to the training she was overseeing. She declared that there was a deeper meaning behind such rigorous training, a truth that they would all soon experience. Another young woman, her face partially obscured, mused that His Majesty had mentioned the knight's training manual was unique. She then added, with a buoyant tone, that they were all incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, felt a surge of unease. He muttered to himself, desperate to escape the unsettling situation he found himself in. The blonde young man, his expression hardening, was addressed by an unseen speaker. The voice simply noted his presence. His eyes widened in alarm, his jaw clenched tight as his anxiety intensified. Outside, the blonde young man stood with three other individuals, two women and another man, as he called out to someone of high authority, addressing them as Majesty. He stumbled backward, seemingly overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of a large group of people. The blonde young man's eyes widened again as he was informed that prospective recruits were visiting to consider joining the military. A commanding voice boomed, ordering everyone to halt their training and take their seats. A dark purple cloth lay on the ground, a small, golden object peeking from beneath it. A gust of wind briefly lifted the fabric. A man in a suit, his blonde hair neatly combed, gestured towards the cloth. He politely invited a young woman with vibrant red hair to take a seat. She responded with a simple The red-haired woman, along with a group of students, watched as the man approached the cloth. Her expression turned questioning as she wondered about the formality of the situation. "What's with the Your Majesty?" she thought. The blonde man addressed the red-haired woman, instructing her to remain with the students. He explained that she needed to prepare to become a knight. Confused, she questioned his statement with a simple "sorry?" The blonde man continued, advising her to aim higher. The red-haired woman, now understanding, responded with an enthusiastic "yes, Your Majesty." A look of eager anticipation washed over the young woman's face as she looked up expectantly. The blonde man turned his attention back to the group of students. He then declared his intention to choose the most talented among them to become his disciples. Then, let's begin, he stated. The students stood before him, awaiting his judgment. A young man with dark hair and a serious expression stood amidst a group of sharply dressed individuals. The air crackled with unspoken tension. A voice, seemingly disembodied, echoed in the space, "Those who are chosen will be taught honor." The young man, seemingly unfazed, was then addressed by a woman with vibrant red hair, who exclaimed, "Nuna?" The red-haired woman, addressing another young man, cautioned, "Suho. Don't ever be rude to His Majesty, alright?" The red-haired woman continued, her voice laced with concern, "I'm telling you this because I'm very worried for you." Soho, his expression unreadable, simply murmured, then. Suddenly, a blonde man with piercing eyes appeared, radiating an aura of power. His smirk hinted at something sinister. The blonde man declared, "I'll have to see your skills first." Soho, seemingly resigned, addressed the group, "Everyone, raise your swords and attack me."
The group, shocked by his command, hesitated before reluctantly drawing their weapons. A wave of uncertainty washed over them. A group of young people, dressed in what appears to be school uniforms, stood in a tense formation. Their expressions ranged from apprehension to outright fear. One of them, a girl with short black hair, spoke, her voice betraying a hint of desperation. The time limit for their mission was until the last one of them fell. Another reassured them, claiming to possess the Holy Grail, thus eliminating any concern for injuries. Suddenly, a blond young man in a dark suit was violently thrown back by an unseen force, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. A red-haired woman in dark clothing appeared, her expression grim as she watched the scene unfold. The blond man, seemingly unfazed, smirked. He calmly observed his opponents, noting there were about 40 of them. He added that he would welcome any attempt to attack him. The red-haired woman, witnessing his confidence, urged her companions to move. Her face was a mask of fear and urgency as she watched the blond man. The blond man's eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity, a cruel smile stretched across his lips. A man in a suit, his face etched with confusion, stood amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy. He uttered a bewildered, "Ha!" Suddenly, a young man with vibrant blonde hair and piercing blue eyes materialized, a surge of electric energy crackling around his hands. He calmly declared, "First one." With a swift movement, he unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending several figures sprawling across the ground. Another, seemingly unharmed, stammered, "What? I didn't see anything." The man from the first panel lay on the ground, eyes spiraling, blood trickling from his mouth. Another man shouted, "Weapon! Get your weapons out!" The blond young man smirked, a wisp of smoke curling from his fingertips. He calmly stated, "Now." Making a provocative gesture, he challenged them, "Come at me." A sudden, intense energy surge filled the air, followed by a guttural cry of pain. A young man with short, brown hair coughed up blood, his face contorted in agony. He slumped to the ground, his breath ragged and shallow. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Meanwhile, another figure in a dark coat knelt nearby, observing the scene with a grim expression. Several more figures, similarly injured, lay scattered around them, smoke curling from their wounds. The man in the dark coat spoke, his voice low and devoid of emotion. He stated that they still had a long way to go. The young man, still on the ground, responded, questioning their hesitation. He explained that while initially surprised, he had given it his all. Another injured woman nearby commented on the young man's strength, expressing her own exhaustion. The Night King, having returned to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting, found himself facing an impossible situation. There was no way out. He was cornered in a city street, two figures advancing on him. One wielded a staff, the other a sword, their movements swift and precise. A desperate struggle ensued, the Night King dodging blows with practiced ease. But his opponents were relentless, their attacks relentless and coordinated. One of them, a blond man with a cruel smile, pressed his attack, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. A hand reached out, a surge of energy emanating from it, sending his opponent sprawling. The blond man, however, was not defeated. A surge of power erupted from him, pushing back the Night King. A chaotic scene unfolded, a flurry of dark figures, their forms indistinct in the dust and debris of a fierce battle. Amidst the chaos, a young woman with short, pink hair stood defiant, her fiery determination evident as she wielded a glowing sword. A flash of light in motion as she lunged forward, her blade a blur against the shadowy figures. One of the figures, a man with light brown hair, was sent flying backward, her face a mask of focused fury as she continued her relentless assault. The intensity of her attack was palpable, each swing of her sword imbued with raw power, a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The man, now clearly visible, crashed to the ground, a blinding flash of light erupting from the point of impact, the resulting explosion engulfing him in a wave of searing energy. The force of the blast was immense, sending tremors through the earth, leaving behind only scorched earth and the lingering scent of ozone. Undeterred, the man rose again, his eyes glowing with an eerie light, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He lunged at the pink-haired woman, his movements swift and deadly. Their blades clashed, sparks flying as they engaged in a fierce duel, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The pink-haired woman stumbled, momentarily losing her footing, but quickly recovered, her eyes blazing with renewed determination. Another figure, a woman with dark hair, appeared, joining the fray. A powerful figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, let out a low murmur. "Not bad," he mused, a hint of approval in his tone. A blond man, sharply dressed in a dark suit, addressed a group. He stated, "I'll continue my explanation. Training a soldier is simple. It's all about endless pushing of the body. But a knight is different." A group of trainees sat in a meditative pose, their expressions serious. He continued, explaining that those who persevered would reach the level of a kingdom knight, while others would need to improve by at least one level. The image showed a majestic sword and a knight's armor, symbolizing the goal. The blond man observed the trainees, a thoughtful expression on his face. He simply uttered, He then explained that in his kingdom, knights are categorized into 5 levels. The first level is a knight errant, one who is yet to be appointed.
The panel showed a man in simple clothing standing before a powerful knight in full armor. The image depicts a powerful figure, clad in ornate armor, his face obscured by a helmet. A radiant, ethereal energy swirls around him, hinting at immense power. The narration box above him explains that these are kingdom knights, those who prove themselves worthy and are appointed to their rank.
Above him, another narration box describes a higher echelon, the War Knights, commanders of the Kingdom Knights. Meanwhile, 3 individuals, likely mission knights, stand in a city setting. One of them, a young man with dark hair, expresses confusion, questioning the term mission knights. A young man with blonde hair, drenched in rain, is shown. The narration box above him describes those who embark on a quest for God, leaving everything behind. He continues, emphasizing the commitment required. Decades of wandering are necessary for this quest. The blonde young man reveals his own journey, explaining that he, too, embarked on such a quest, receiving and completing a mission from goddess Ariana. This, he states, is how he became a Grail Knight. Back with the 3 mission knights, the blonde Grail Knight decides to explain his situation. The young man with dark hair, intrigued, anticipates the explanation, while the blonde Grail Knight reveals himself to be a Grail Guardian. A narration box explained that the title of Grail Knight was bestowed upon a single knight who succeeded the Lionheart King. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in regal attire, sat upon a throne, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was considering the implications of claiming this title. For to attempt to claim this title meant challenging the current king's authority. The young man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he contemplated the challenge. The current king, a man in a dark suit, warned that any challenger would be killed instantly. He stood over the blonde-haired man, his presence imposing. The blonde-haired man remained defiant. The blonde-haired man smirked, stating that this was the only opportunity he would have to challenge the king. The king revealed that his power had been weakened, and that he was now more like a Grail Knight than a king. A young man with blonde hair and a concerned expression questioned the strength of a shadowy figure looming behind him. His companion, a girl with dark hair and large eyes, looked equally perplexed. "How is that weaker?" the blonde young man exclaimed, his disbelief evident. He continued, his voice laced with uncertainty, "But your majesty, how strong is a Grail Knight then?" A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, thoughtfully stroked his chin. He mused, the weight of his unspoken thoughts heavy in the air, the strength of a Grail Knight. The scene shifted dramatically. A powerful figure, cloaked in dark armor and radiating an ethereal green energy, stood amidst a scene of devastation. Several figures lay unconscious or dead around him, the ground cracked and broken. One of the fallen, a man with dreadlocks and a gold chain, stared up at the knight in wide-eyed terror. A large, imposing figure, clad in shining armor, descended from above, a great sword trailing emerald energy in its wake. The sheer power of the descending knight was palpable, a terrifying display of might, and brought the scene to a violent, abrupt end. The fallen man, his face contorted in agony, whispered, "It'll be hard for you to grasp." A young woman with dark hair and a white bandage on her forehead awoke with a start. Her eyes, wide with surprise, darted around. A wave of disorientation washing over her as she struggled to recall what had just happened. A silent scream built in her throat. She groaned, sitting up in bed. The remnants of a harsh, unfamiliar landscape surrounded her. "Ugh!" she muttered, a throbbing pain splitting her head. "Damn it, my head's gonna explode." Confusion clouded her thoughts. Why was she here? Why had she been unconscious? She thought, frustration mounting. Ah, damn it. I can't recall anything. Suddenly, another woman entered the room. "You're up," she began, but the newcomer cut her off. "I'm Hildra, shaman of the Woodsling tribe." A young woman with bandages on her head looked around in confusion, her eyes wide. "Hero," she whispered, the word barely audible, then repeated it with more uncertainty, "Hero?" 2 other individuals, a man with dark hair and a woman with vibrant red hair, appeared before her. The red-haired woman spoke, her tone a mix of awe and relief. "Indeed, you defended us against the kingdom's ruthless troops." Suddenly, a muscular man with dreadlocks and bandages peeked from behind a curtain. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "My sister, still among the living, I see." The bandaged woman reacted with surprise. "What, you brat?" she retorted. The man with dreadlocks continued, addressing the bandaged woman, "Oh, you're back?" "Hero Huang Junqiu." Huang Junqiu, the hero in question, responded nonchalantly, "Yeah, I guess I managed to shake them off." The dreadlocked man's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Shake them off?" "Ugh, my memory's blank." The red-haired woman turned to Huang Junqiu, concern etched on her face. "How much do you remember? And somehow escaping?" A young man with dark hair, a smirk playing on his lips, clutched a smoke grenade. A faint green mist swirled around him, obscuring his lower body. He was addressed by a muscular man with braided hair and gold chains, who observed, "So, you lost a whole day's memories." The muscular man continued, "It's understandable, though, after." A knight in ancient armor emerged from the smoke, his face obscured by the helmet. The narration box explained, "The spell failed. We somehow escaped. Several soldiers fled across a desolate landscape.
One of them stated they were just foot soldiers, so it was tough for them to pursue. But the knight, now revealed to be a powerful, monstrous figure, pursued them relentlessly. A powerful energy erupted from him as he attacked. The narration box continued, that monster was crazy. He chased us relentlessly. The knight's menacing visage filled the panel. The narration box stated, that's when the woodling tribe helped us. A young woman with short dark hair, sweat beading on her brow, shuddered and whispered, "Ah." A muscular, dark-skinned man with a gold chain and bandages on his face addressed a woman, his tone firm yet somewhat condescending. He stated that she should be grateful, as she had been teetering on the brink of death for 2 days before being saved by him, an esteemed shaman. The woman, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, exclaimed in disbelief about the 2-day ordeal, questioning where their healers had been during that time. He explained that for some reason, the healers were unable to recover her. A look of confusion clouded his features as he trailed off. A sudden shift in the narrative revealed a dark, ominous presence. The shaman explained that Geovric, the Grail Knight, possessed the power to curse others, preventing their wounds from healing. He used the powers of recovery and regeneration in reverse. The woman, now looking concerned, touched the shaman's shoulder. A faint purple glow emanated from a mark on his arm. She gasped, questioning what the mark was. The shaman calmly explained that he had imprinted a spell onto her for her recovery. The markings aided her healing process. He revealed that this was a unique skill of the local tribes. A narration box explained that each marking on a map had a specific effect. A young woman, seemingly surprised, questioned the map's markings, adding that they looked cool. She then asked her sister if she could stand. A young man with bandages on his head announced that everyone was going to have a meeting. The young woman from the previous panel reacted with a surprised exclamation. The scene shifted to a large arena where a group of people, including a man sitting on a throne, were gathered for a meeting. Tribal Chief Beldy, a man with 3 vertical scars on his forehead, began to speak, explaining that for years, the Crown's army had been slaughtering and pillaging his people, branding them heretics. His words painted a grim picture of oppression and persecution. The panel showed a group of people listening intently to Beldy, their expressions reflecting a mix of anger, determination, and apprehension. A weathered warrior, his face etched with the hardships of countless battles, recounted their struggle. His eyes, though weary, held a flicker of defiance. He spoke of a desperate stand against overwhelming odds. A scene of fiery devastation unfolded before him, a landscape ravaged by war. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The cost of their resistance was immense. 3 entire tribes were utterly annihilated in the inferno. Driven to desperation, they turned their hopes to the heavens, seeking divine intervention. A celestial light pierced the darkness, a beacon of hope in their despair. A young woman, silhouetted against the radiant glow, raised her arms in supplication. Their prayers answered, heroes descended from the heavens to aid them in their time of need. 2 figures, one powerfully built and the other more slender, observed the scene with a mixture of awe and disbelief. One of them, a man with red hair and a stern expression, spoke. His words laced with a grudging respect for the strength displayed by one of the heroes. He emphasized the sheer scale of the opposing force, highlighting the overwhelming odds they had faced. Another warrior, a woman with fiery red hair, spoke of Geovric's exceptional armor and regenerative abilities, emphasizing his incredible resilience in battle. A narration box revealed a crucial piece of information: the Night King's army benefits from a similar boon as long as he lives. The narration box showed a powerful image of the Night King, standing before his army, emanating a green aura. A small character in a speech bubble simply stated, "Indeed." The scene shifted to a group of people, including a man with red hair, who stated that only Yona's vambrace had any effect on the Night King. The red-haired man continued, noting that the vambrace was designed for armor penetration, prompting a suggestion to acquire armor-piercing items. Another woman, questioning the suggestion, repeated the phrase armor-piercing items? A system display showed the effects of Mazer's molar marking, a 35% increase in armor penetration and a 20% increase in strength and endurance. The red-haired man, awestruck, declared this amazing, stating that with this, they now stand a chance against the monster. Finally, a bald man with a beard declared that preparations were complete. A group of weary-looking individuals, clad in dark, practical clothing, stood before a grand, imposing building. Among them, a woman with striking black hair and a stern expression stood out, her gaze unwavering. The word heroes loomed large above them, a stark contrast to their exhausted postures. Their exhaustion palpable. The woman, seated on a simple wooden bench, looked up, her plea a quiet whisper, "Please save us." A grizzled, imposing figure with a shaved head and 2 parallel scars across his forehead addressed them. His expression was grim, yet resolute. He declared, "We're willing to do anything." A sudden, violent sound echoed a guttural, pained noise. The source was unclear. But the next image revealed a magnificent white horse, its eyes wide with a startling intelligence. The creature seemed to be communicating something. After basic tests and training, Leon, a key figure in this narrative, took the academy cadets to a ranch on Jeju Island. A group of young men and women, dressed in formal attire, stood behind a wooden fence, their eyes wide with wonder as they gazed at a magnificent white horse. One of them, a young man with brown hair, exclaimed in awe, "This is my first time seeing a horse." The young blond man, his back to the viewer, approached the fence.
His entourage announced his arrival, shouting, "Your Majesty, you've arrived." He simply responded with a curt, His gaze swept over the horses, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he commented, "Decent horses you've got here." He continued, explaining the purpose of their visit. "You must have heard, I'm here for a warhorse." He proudly boasted about the quality of their breeding stock. "Our breeding stock is top-notch, featuring renowned racehorse lineages." The blond young man responded thoughtfully, yeah. A horse is only as good as its sire." He then turned his attention back to the stable owner, stating, "I'll take a good look." The blond man addressed his entourage, his tone serious. "Now, listen." A narration box explained a fundamental truth about knighthood. For a knight, a horse is a lifelong companion. A blond man with piercing blue eyes smiled knowingly. He seemed pleased. Now, a group of young people stood before a field of horses, their expressions a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The instruction was simple: approach a horse you like, connect with it, and then ride. With a whoop of excitement, the young people dashed towards the horses, eager to begin. Meanwhile, the blond man placed his trust in a young man with dark hair, who responded with determination. A young woman, appearing overwhelmed, observed the sheer number of horses present. A regal woman, accompanied by a maid, arrived at the scene, her expression unreadable. A man in a dark suit expressed his gratitude to a queen for her willingness to meet him on such short notice. The queen responded that since she had invited him, how could he refuse? The queen smiled and said she would be pleased to meet with him. Her attendant, a young woman with crimson hair, looked on with a thoughtful expression, her eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The scene shifted to the center of a ranch, where two horses grazed peacefully in a sun-drenched field. One of the horses, a dark brown steed, lowered its head to nibble on the lush grass. The man from earlier, observing the horses, muttered to himself, pretty decent/good. The queen and her entourage approached the horses, the man offering to provide them with a ride. The queen accepted his offer, asking for a recommendation on which horse to choose. A man, dressed in dark attire, suggested to his companion that they choose mounts from the stable. He pointed towards a black steed. The companion, a young woman in a maid's uniform, questioned if she should choose the black horse. The man instructed the maid to also pick a horse for herself. Hesitantly, the maid wondered aloud if she should also choose a horse. She considered her options, her gaze settling on a white horse in the distance. The man interrupted, suggesting a sturdy yellow horse instead. He indicated the yellow horse as the better choice. The maid, somewhat reluctantly, agreed to his suggestion. A subtle shift in his demeanor hinted at a hidden agenda. A man with short, brown hair brusquely ordered a woman to move aside. The woman, a maid in a frilly white apron, reacted with a sound of disgust. The man extended his hand, a faint golden light emanating from it, offering assistance to the maid. He offered his assistance, addressing her with the polite title of "My Lady." The maid, tears welling in her eyes, gratefully accepted his help. In the background, a woman with long, white hair and a dark dress stood with a man on horseback. The maid muttered about how mean the situation was, while the woman with white hair rode away on a horse with the man. The maid gasped, addressing the man with the title, "Your Majesty." The man, slightly taken aback, responded with a questioning expression. A group of people stood in a grassy field, their horses visibly agitated. A man in a suit, seemingly the leader, tried to calm the situation, muttering about the animals being spooked. A maid, her face partially visible, stood nearby, seemingly concerned. The man's phone displayed an incoming call from someone named Oh Kang-hyuk. He was clearly expecting this call. The man answered the urgent call from the association president. He briefly acknowledged the call, giving a curt response before ending the conversation. The man, now visibly tense, looked at his phone. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The call was from Oh Kang-hyuk, who greeted him formally, addressing him as "Your Majesty." The man, identified as "Your Majesty," inquired about the reason for the urgent call. Kang-hyuk's response was serious and urgent. Kang-hyuk explained that a dungeon break was imminent, requiring the king's immediate assistance. A young man with short, blonde hair scoffed, his expression one of disdain. "Assisting you is not my responsibility," he stated flatly. "I'm not here to clean up your messes." An older man, his face etched with lines of age and experience, responded calmly. He explained that he had contacted the young man because he believed the information he was about to share would pique his interest. The older man continued, his tone hinting at something significant. The blond young man's eyes widened slightly as he listened. The words "the goddess of life and abundance" hanging heavy in the air. A radiant light began to emanate from behind the older man, revealing a woman with long, flowing auburn hair, clad in a green hooded cloak, her wings shimmering with golden light. She knelt, her hands clasped in prayer, a serene expression on her face. The text box declared her to be the one claiming to be that knight. A vortex of swirling crimson energy ripped through the sky, scattering debris in its wake. The chaotic energy descending towards a desolate landscape. A group of riders on horseback emerged from the dust storm, led by a man with blonde hair and a stern expression. Behind him rode a woman with long, white hair, her face obscured by a veil. They approached a dark, ominous portal. A young woman with vibrant red hair stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock.
She whispered, what, overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of what she saw. The woman in white, her face still hidden, looked back at the red-haired woman, a sense of grim determination etched in her posture. This is way too cruel, she thought, her voice barely a whisper. A dark figure, cloaked and mysterious, watched from the shadows, their presence adding to the growing sense of dread. A knight, clad in dark attire, rode a pale horse, his stern gaze fixed ahead. Beside him, a woman with long, white hair sat regally, her expression unreadable. They rode at the head of a small procession, several figures bowing low before them as they passed, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension.
The knight's face, sharp and angular, was a mask of controlled intensity.
His blonde hair, neatly styled, framed eyes that held a depth of experience far beyond his youthful appearance. A hushed conversation unfolded between two individuals, their voices barely audible. Is that him? One whispered, a question hanging heavy in the air.
The other responded simply, yes.
The scene shifted to a sterile, brightly lit room. An older man, his face etched with worry lines, addressed a younger, more sharply dressed companion. He's one of the survivors of this gate, he explained, his tone grave.
We have sedated him for now, the older man continued, gesturing towards a figure lying on a medical cot, swathed in bandages.
The younger man nodded, his expression unreadable.
There's no need for that, the knight from the earlier scene interjected, his voice low but firm. He had arrived, unseen, and his presence filled the room with an unspoken tension.
The knight's eyes narrowed slightly. A silent question passed between him and the white-haired woman, a shared understanding flickering in their gazes. A woman's hand, glowing with ethereal purple energy, extended towards something unseen. The air around it shimmered and pulsed with arcane power. The energy coalesced into a soft, radiant orb, hovering above a bandaged man lying in a hospital bed. He looked up in surprise, his eyes wide with wonder as the woman's gaze remained fixed on him. Elsewhere, a young man with short, light brown hair scoffed, his expression one of disdain. He muttered that there was nothing difficult about what was happening. He instructed the woman to create a new space within the man's dreams. For the creator of the world that existed within the gate, undoubtedly the man himself. The woman, her eyes filled with a mixture of determination and sorrow, focused her energy, causing a brilliant purple light to erupt around her. She vanished in a flash of light. The light intensified, leaving behind only swirling purple energy. The woman reappeared, her expression unreadable. She paused, lost in thought. The young man, observing her, commented that the man claimed to be a knight blessed by the goddess of life and fertility, wielding a warhammer. A man in a dark suit stood silently, his face obscured by shadow.
A gasp escaped his lips, followed by a whispered question, could he find out the knight's name?
A woman with long, white hair appeared before him, radiating a faint purple aura. Her eyes held a determined glint as she posed the question. The woman's face was etched with concentration as she spoke the name, a barely audible whisper.
Geovrik, she breathed.
It seemed he was referred to as majestic Geovrik. A young man with blonde hair looked towards a shadowy figure of a knight standing before a desolate landscape, the setting sun casting a crimson glow. The blonde young man and the white-haired woman rode on horseback, surveying the scene. Quite some time has passed since the execution grounds were set up, the young man observed.
Do you think they were hunters? He asked.
From the looks of it, I don't think so, the woman replied. After carrying out their burning field tactics, they killed them all, she added, her tone grim. A wide shot revealed a desolate execution ground, littered with the remnants of a massacre. Their intent was to not even leave behind a single seed on this land, the woman stated, her voice heavy with the weight of the scene. A young man with blonde hair and a woman with long, white hair stood amidst a desolate, crimson-hued landscape. The woman, regal in her dark attire, observed the young man with a discerning gaze. You seem quite knowledgeable in this matter, she stated, her tone suggesting both curiosity and a hint of suspicion. The blonde young man, his expression thoughtful, replied, I did something similar while killing orcs. The scene shifted to a different location. A man with dark hair watched from a distance as a group of people on horseback rode away. It was a hasty departure. It's been a long time since they finished here, a voice narrated, underscoring the urgency of the situation. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her eyes wide with concern, spoke. Her words were sharp and decisive. If we trail back the traces, she declared, we'll find out what's happening. The red-haired woman and a group of others, including the dark-haired man, began to follow a trail, their determination evident in their postures. A long shot revealed a town in the distance, its buildings silhouetted against a fiery sunset. The scene was ominous and suggested a recent disturbance. Approaching the town, the group was greeted by a figure who addressed the blonde-haired young man with respect, Your Majesty. The white-haired woman, observing the blonde young man's haste, noted his lack of preparation. You seem to be in a bit of a rush, she commented, pointing out that he hadn't waited for reinforcements. He had left without the troops or Sir Yapi. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, mused to himself, it seems I was inconsiderate. He watched from a distance as three figures on horseback rode away into the sunset. Like I said, he muttered. A voice boomed, half-baked skills are dangerous. That's because a Grail Knight is here. A woman with long, white hair, dressed in dark clothing, appeared, her expression a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. She questioned, Grail Knight, are you referring to Sir Geovrik? The blonde man responded, Demera's favorite, Sir Geovrik, was a Grail Knight 3 generations before me. His martial arts were passed down to my generation. The blond man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he recalled, 800 years ago, Sir Geovric was said to have ascended to heaven when he set out to hunt a savage tribe. A young woman with bright red hair gasped in shock. A young man with dark hair, observing the scene, calmly stated, "It means he passed away." The narration box revealed a somber truth: Sir Geovric, a knight, had not reached paradise after his passing. A further explanation was given: a Grail Knight, a saint, is naturally blessed with God's love, however, Geovric's soul was not accepted into heaven. The scene shifted to two individuals, a blonde man and a woman with long white hair, discussing the situation. The man, visibly distressed, explained that despite tracking the sacred item's energy, he couldn't locate Geovric or the item itself. The blonde man, now alone, revealed that he had formulated 3 theories to explain the mystery. His first theory was that Sir Geovric might still be alive. His second theory involved the possibility that Geovric's soul had become lost. The blonde man and the white-haired woman reacted to this theory, their expressions grim. He then added a third, more shocking possibility. The final and most disturbing theory: Sir Geovric had betrayed his allies and switched sides. A figure, cloaked in shadow and surrounded by an ethereal, golden aura, stood with his back to the viewer. The intensity of the light suggested immense power. The scene shifted to a conversation. It was revealed that the situation involved a Grail Knight with superpowers. If any battle were to ensue, it would not take place in the mortal realm. The blonde-haired man, his eyes blazing with determination, declared that regardless of the circumstances, as they investigated this gate, they would get to the bottom of the mystery. The scene changed again. A group of individuals stood before a grim sight. The bodies of victims were displayed prominently. The blonde-haired man and a woman with long, white hair stood before the macabre display, their expressions grim. Such atrocities. A surge of furious energy radiated from the Night King as he stood amidst the carnage. His face, contorted in a mask of righteous fury, spoke volumes of his inner turmoil. "This is utterly unacceptable," he seethed, his voice a low growl. His gaze swept across the scene, landing on a group of individuals who appeared to be the perpetrators of this atrocity. His anger intensified, hardening his resolve. "These atrocious criminals ought to be killed," he declared, his voice laced with lethal intent. A woman with vibrant red hair, observing the Night King's reaction, tilted her head slightly. A question formed on her lips, a mixture of curiosity and concern. "His Majesty is outraged by such atrocities too, huh?" A slight smile played on her lips as she continued her internal monologue. "As expected, he may be a bit strange, but he is a righteous person." The Night King, accompanied by a woman with long, flowing white hair, stood before the red-haired woman and her companions. A field of discarded arrows lay scattered around them, a grim testament to a recent battle. "Yes." The Night King addressed his followers, his voice firm and resolute. "No matter what happens from this point onward, you only need to follow me." He turned his gaze to the woman with white hair, his expression serious and intense. "Do not trust your eyes and your minds." He paused, waiting for their response. "Got it?" The red-haired woman and her companions responded with a unified shout of determination. "Gee, got it. We'll follow your Majesty." A young man with blonde hair and intense blue eyes urged someone to hurry, his expression grim. He explained his urgency, believing the enemy to be close by. The panel shows a scene of fiery chaos in the distance, suggesting a battle is already underway. A knight, clad in dark armor, fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, but was struck down by a powerful blow. A monstrous figure emerged from the chaos, roaring with laughter as it commanded its forces to kill everyone. The monster, its face partially obscured by shadow, reveled in the carnage, ordering its minions to leave no survivors. From a distance, the blonde-haired young man and a companion watched the unfolding horror, speechless. They witnessed the brutal attack on what appeared to be a peaceful village, the flames consuming buildings and the screams of the villagers echoing in the air. A woman, riding a horse, cried out in alarm, identifying the target as a village. The blonde-haired young man's face contorted in fury as he witnessed the destruction. A wave of intense energy pulsed outwards, the source obscured by shadow, but the sheer power was undeniable. A guttural sound, barely contained, escaped from the figure's throat. A knight, clad in ancient armor, stood amidst a chaotic scene of destruction. His blade, a shimmering streak of light, cleaved through the air with terrifying speed. He muttered, "These," as he fought. His face, partially obscured by the helmet, was contorted in a grimace of fury. "Fucking vermin," he roared, his voice echoing with righteous anger. A surge of golden energy erupted from him, engulfing his form in a blinding light. He continued his furious assault. "Scumbags," he shrieked, his voice filled with raw, untamed rage. He turned, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. A young woman with fiery red hair, clad in battle attire, launched herself into the fray. Her movements a blur of speed and precision as she struck down her foes. She gasped, her voice barely audible above the chaos. She understood the depth of his fury. He can't tolerate people falling prey to slaughter, she realized, her heart pounding in her chest. With a deafening roar, the knight unleashed a devastating wave of energy, obliterating everything in its path. The ground trembled beneath the force of his attack. A knight on horseback rode away at breakneck speed, leaving 2 pursuers far behind. "He's so fast we can't catch up," one of them exclaimed, their voice laced with frustration. The pursuers watched, their faces etched with disbelief as the knight's speed increased.
"That's just how enraged he is," one of them stated, their tone filled with awe and fear.
The knight, his face contorted in a grimace of fury, unleashed a burst of energy. His power surged, reminiscent of a past encounter. Just like the time when he came across the wargs, one of the pursuers recalled, a shiver running down their spine.
The female pursuer's eyes widened in sudden realization.
"Wait a minute," she muttered, a dawning comprehension in her gaze.
The knight, still riding at incredible speed, suddenly veered off course, his movements sharp and precise.
His mount's powerful legs carrying him effortlessly across the terrain. A look of utter disbelief and horror dawning on his face as he realized the truth. "And no way," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. A wide shot revealed a vast battlefield, strewn with the bodies of fallen soldiers. The scale of the carnage was immense. In the heart of the battlefield, a lone warrior stood defiant, his swords dripping with blood, facing a group of heavily armed soldiers. The scene was a testament to his brutal power. A gruff, powerfully built man with a long white beard let out a roar of exertion, his face contorted in a grimace of strain. A question mark filled the speech bubble, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. Suddenly, a blonde-haired warrior on a white horse appeared, charging towards the bearded man, a look of shock and disbelief etched on the latter's face.
The blonde warrior's eyes glowed with an intense, almost supernatural light.
His mouth opened in a silent scream, the word glory echoing in the air as he unleashed a surge of power. The blonde warrior, identified as Lionheart, unleashed a devastating attack, a golden beam of energy erupting from his weapon. A young woman with vibrant red hair watched in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she cried out, "Your Majesty?" The blonde warrior, a malevolent grin spreading across his face, declared his intention to kill everyone present. His eyes blazed with a terrifying intensity as he prepared to unleash his full power. A colossal figure, wreathed in incandescent energy, stood amidst a maelstrom of chaotic power, the very air crackled with the residual force of a cataclysmic event. A blinding light erupted from the center of a desolate landscape, the source of an immense power. A wave of energy that shattered the earth, leaving behind a crater of scorched rock and dust. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, stared at the epicenter of the explosion. Beside her, a young man with dark hair gasped, his voice barely a whisper as he uttered, "Your Majesty." From the heart of the devastation, a figure emerged. A sword, dripping with an ominous darkness, pierced the ground near a fallen foe. The figure, a man with blonde hair and a grim expression, looked down at the two onlookers and scornfully declared, "You mere insects." He ignored their stunned silence, his voice cold and hard as he added, "I don't even want to listen to you." With a powerful swing, he sent his sword crashing down, the impact echoing through the ravaged landscape. A triumphant grin stretched across the Night King's face, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Blood stained his chin and cheeks, yet he seemed invigorated, his voice a low growl as he declared, "The next prey." He urged his unseen companion onward, a sharp command cutting through the air, "Let's go, stallion." A wave of shock washed over the onlookers as they witnessed the Night King's sudden and unexpected action. One of them gasped, "WH what?" Three figures watched in disbelief as the Night King moved with terrifying speed. One, a woman with long, silver hair, looked on with a mixture of shock and anger. Another, a fiery-haired woman, voiced their collective astonishment, "Is he out of his mind?" The fiery-haired woman's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she struggled to comprehend the situation. A horrified whisper escaped her lips, "This is unbelievable. He's on the side of the soldiers." The Night King's blade flashed, a swift, brutal strike that ended the life of his opponent. The impact was swift and decisive. The fiery-haired woman, her face etched with grim determination, muttered to herself, "This is wrong. I need to stop him." A surge of power emanated from her, a visible energy crackling around her hands. She looked up in shock, a barely audible gasp escaping her lips, "Why, Your Majesty?" Miss Hari, a woman with striking silver hair and piercing eyes, held a glowing orb aloft. A faint purple energy swirled around her, accentuating her regal bearing. She paused, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. The words, "Believe in His Majesty. There is always a reason to his actions," echoed in her mind, a quiet reassurance. Hari turned her attention to a red-haired woman, her gaze intense. The red-haired woman, seemingly uncertain, questioned Hari's assessment with a hesitant, "Why you think so?" Suddenly, a blond man erupted into maniacal laughter, a blinding light emanating from his eye. His laughter, "Kawahaha," filled the air. The blond man, his face contorted in a cruel grin, unleashed a wave of dark energy. "Die, you garbage," he roared, his voice filled with malice. He cackled again, "Kawahaha. I've gotten 5 already," reveling in his destructive power. The red-haired woman and Hari watched in stunned silence as the blond man's victims lay scattered on the ground. A narration box declared, "A new record." The red-haired woman, her eyes wide with concern, voiced her doubt, "Are you sure he's not just acting out of resentment?" Hari, however, seemed unconcerned. She calmly replied, "He does rather get a bit excited." A group of knights, mounted on horseback, rode through a desolate landscape. One of them, a young woman with dark hair, looked on with concern as a crimson-haired knight, seemingly under some sort of magical influence, was being escorted by a stoic, silver-haired woman. A blonde-haired knight trailed behind, his expression one of grim resignation. They lamented their inability to stop the impending threat. The crimson-haired knight's face was etched with worry and distress, despite the apparent lack of control over her movements. The narration box explained that their inaction stemmed not from a lack of justice, but from a deeper, more unsettling truth. A young man with dark hair, standing behind the dark-haired woman, revealed that the people around them were merely fakes. The narration box continued, explaining that the non-player characters, NPCs, within the gate were all fakes. Except for a select few survivors. The panel showed a powerful, silver-haired woman and a monstrous orc. The narration box clarified that the monsters and NPCs within the gates were merely remnants of past incidents. A sudden, maniacal laughter echoed through the air. As the blonde-haired knight revealed his true, malevolent nature, his eyes blazing with an unnatural light. He declared that, because of this, he had no choice but to act. The Night King stood amidst the carnage, his expression grim. A woman with long, silver hair watched him with a mixture of fear and awe as he surveyed the scene of devastation. He muttered to himself, noting the scale of the slaughter. A narration box appeared, stating that such widespread death was not considered a sin in this context. His eyes blazing with furious energy, the Night King roared a vow to leave not a single enemy alive. He unleashed a furious attack, cursing his enemies to die in misery and pain. The aftermath of the battle was a scene of utter devastation. Buildings lay in ruins, smoke filled the air, and the ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen. 2 figures lay wounded amongst the debris. More soldiers approached, their movements suggesting a search for survivors. The Night King, along with the silver-haired woman and several others, stood overlooking the ravaged town, their expressions unreadable. A close-up shows a dark, armored figure moving towards the group, their movements suggesting a potential threat. A knight, clad in dark armor and a fur-trimmed cloak, stood amidst a company of soldiers. He held his helmet in his hands, his expression grim and resolute. Suddenly, the knight dropped to one knee, a powerful impact reverberating through the ground as he braced himself. And in a blinding flash of light, he transformed. He stood tall, now in a sharp suit, radiating power. A man in formal attire approached, addressing him as the Grail Knight, the living saint. The man's words hung in the air, a command echoing in the silence, "Rise." He remained wary, a subtle tension in his posture. Another man, his face partially visible, spoke, reminding him, "We're still on the battlefield." A new figure stepped forward, introducing himself as Toscata Vendelik, brother of the Lord Vendelik, and an affiliate of the Labanine Dawn Knights. The knight's thoughts turned to the significance of the name, Vendelik, that's the city by Lanquil. A question hung heavy in the air, unspoken but clear in the knight's mind, "Your brother is the Lord?" A young man in a sharp suit stood before a line of knights clad in dark armor. He addressed a woman with long, purple hair, her expression unreadable. "I was the only one whose talent as a knight was acknowledged," he stated, his tone measured. The woman replied, Seems like you have yet to embark on your pilgrimage." The woman continued, "Yes, I was going to after this raid." The young man responded, "I see." His gaze hardened. He muttered to himself, "I don't recall the name Toscata Vendelik. Had he become a Grail Knight, I would have met him at Paradise." A majestic, white palace, bathed in sunlight, filled the panel. The young man's thoughts continued, that must mean he failed his mission or that he died in this raid. The scene shifted back to the young man, now standing amidst a group of knights. He observed them closely, a frown etching itself onto his face. He stated, "I don't recognize any of these faces. These honorable knights must have failed to write down their names in history." He then introduced himself, "I am Leon Dragonia." Leon continued, "I am the Lord of Dragonia, and the owner of the Lionheart, as appointed by the goddess of light and justice, Ariana." A brilliant, golden light erupted from the chest of a man in a dark suit, his expression unreadable, causing a knight, surrounded by his men, to recoil in shock. "You are enveloped in glorious holy light," one of them declared. The knight, skeptical, retorted, "Should I take that as a joke?" He continued, questioning the man's identity, "What kind of knight would pretend to be the king of the Lionheart?" Observing from a distance, a woman with vibrant red hair murmured, "I see." Concluding, in their era, the king of the Lionheart must have been a different person. She then stated, "I'll trust you." The red-haired woman's companion watched, surprised, as the knight seemed to accept this trust. Prompting her to question, "He's trusting him?" The man in the suit addressed the knights, "Knights, from what I know, you are here to raid the barbarians. Am I correct?" 2 figures, clad in dark armor and fur-trimmed cloaks, stood amidst the ruins of a once grand city. One, taller and broader-shouldered, bore a stern expression, the other, shorter and more slender, seemed pensive, his gaze cast downward. The taller man confirmed something, his voice a low murmur barely audible above the wind. A close-up on a man's face, his lips curled into a smirk. He pondered aloud, his words laced with a hint of suspicion, was the war knight before him truly the Grail Knight of life and fertility? The question hung in the air, unanswered for a moment. Then, a blond man's face filled the panel, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. The name Sir Geovric echoed in his mind. The taller knight, his face etched with weariness, simply confirmed the identity with a curt, single word, "Yes." A sharply dressed man, his features obscured by shadow, stood beside a young woman with long, white hair and a crown. Their conversation was urgent, their expressions grave. The woman spoke, her voice tight with anxiety. She needed to meet him, and she needed to do so immediately. The knight, pressed for an answer, explained that the group he commanded hunted the remnants of something that had caused a great deal of skinning.
The implication hung heavy in the air.
The scene shifted to a wide shot, revealing a large group of soldiers, their faces grim, standing before a shadowy figure. The shadowy figure observed the scene, his thoughts dark and ominous. The events unfolding before him were deeply unsettling.
3 soldiers reported on Sir Geovric's whereabouts.
He was currently en route to battle the barbarians. Their tone was filled with confidence, they expected a swift victory.
He would soon massacre all of the dirty savages, they declared.
Geovric, however, simply replied, "All right."
A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a different understanding. He added, "I see." The narration box revealed a grim truth: Knight Geovric would suffer a mishap in this war.
The image showed a close-up of Geovric's helmet, hinting at the coming conflict. The scene shifted to a wide shot of a barbarian encampment, suggesting the scale of the impending battle. A lone figure, clad in simple attire, stood watch atop a dilapidated wooden platform. He held a spear, his gaze fixed on the horizon, a desolate landscape stretching before him.
A stark contrast to the approaching army.
A formidable force, clad in gleaming armor and wielding various weapons, marched across the barren earth. Their leader, a man with fiery red hair and a bow, stood at the forefront, his eyes sharp and calculating. A muscular man with a gold chain around his neck, part of the approaching army, grinned. He muttered to himself, "They're here."
Another soldier, observing the approaching enemy, announced, "The enemy's leader is here himself."
The camera focuses on a figure approaching at speed, mounted on a winged horse, a majestic sight against the fiery sky. A knight, clad in full plate armor, leading a formidable cavalry charge. The sheer scale of the approaching force was awe-inspiring. One of the soldiers, a woman with short, dark hair, voiced her concern.
"Are you sure this is a red gate?"
"Its difficulty is more like black," she stated, her expression grim. Despite the daunting challenge, she remained resolute. "It's still doable," she declared. Another soldier, a large, imposing man with dark hair and a beard, added, "All of the tribes in this area united together because we went around attacking all of them.
But there are still a lot more of us than them." A young woman with short, dark hair stood, a faint purple glow emanating from her arm. A look of intense concentration, bordering on pain, was etched on her face. A system notification appeared, detailing the enhancements she had received. Mazer's molar marking increased her defense penetration, stamina, and concentration. The White Tiger's tribe seal boosted her pace and agility. The Iron Bear's fur skin seal granted her monstrous strength, and the Black Eagle's claw seal reduced enemy resistance. The notification continued, explaining that this seal was something she could receive if she worshipped the beast gods revered by the local tribes. A confident smirk played on the lips of a dark-skinned man with braided hair, wielding a massive warhammer. 2 other figures, a woman with short black hair and another with longer dark hair, stood beside him, ready for action. It should be doable with this, he thought. He looked at them with a thoughtful expression. Whom?
A knight in heavy armor, his face obscured by the helmet, sat upon a throne-like seat. He spoke, his voice calm yet authoritative. "It's the mercenaries that survived from last time. They may be inferior, but I let them go out of mercy." The knight, astride a winged steed, looked down upon the approaching group.
"What are you doing here?"
The dark-skinned man responded, a confident grin spreading across his face.
"What are we doing here?"
"Getting ready to defeat you, of course." A fiery, chaotic scene unfolded, the air thick with the smell of brimstone and the clash of steel. A voice, echoing with authority, cut through the din. The condition to close this gate was to defeat Geovric. A figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding immense power, issued a stark command. He demanded that everyone surrender their weapons and leave immediately, leaving no room for negotiation. A defiant voice countered, asserting that the shadowed figure carried no great sin. The shadowed figure scoffed at the notion of sin. A sardonic laugh escaped his lips as he challenged the other's right to judge. He pointed out the hypocrisy, highlighting the shadowed figure's brutal methods, skinning people alive and executing them without mercy, even sparing neither children nor the elderly.
Was this justice?
The shadowed figure remained silent for a moment, his thoughts hidden behind his mask. Then, a surge of energy erupted from him. Geovric, a knight clad in dark armor, revealed himself, wielding a massive warhammer, ready for battle. Geovric declared that he had nothing to be ashamed or embarrassed about. His actions, he proclaimed, were all in the name of justice. A figure, clad in dark armor and wielding a glowing green hammer, loomed over a fallen foe. "You have crossed a line," it boomed, the words echoing with righteous fury. The green energy swirling around the hammer intensifying as the figure prepared to strike. "You will receive divine punishment," it declared, its voice filled with the weight of an ancient power. Meanwhile, a young woman with auburn hair watched in horror, her eyes wide with fear. "Warrior," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. Beside her, a muscular man urged her to action. "Cook. Use your defense arts." "This isn't something he can use often," he shouted, his voice sharp with urgency. The warrior, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, braced himself against the oncoming attack. A surge of dark energy erupting from within him. A swirling vortex of green energy formed before him, growing in intensity. A power unlike anything seen before.
A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed across the battlefield. Those who have sworn to protect the kingdom. A hand, clad in dark armor, gripped a glowing green sword. The blade pulsed with ethereal energy, leaving trails of light in its wake. And left their fates to the gods. That rigid faith, once spread among many, was now being concentrated into just one. 3 knights stood, their arms raised in a unified gesture, a vibrant green energy swirling around them. One of them, his face etched with confusion, muttered, "Huh? What? We knights of the kingdom who obey the honorable Grail Knights. We give our power in order to erase all evil." A swirling vortex of green energy formed, a winged creature emerging from its depths. And then, a figure in dark armor appeared, its face obscured by a helmet. The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie green light. In the face of the glory of the real gods, it declared, "Kneel." A powerful wave of energy erupted from the armored figure, forcing one of the knights to his knees. The moment of his return to Earth after 300 years hunting demons in the other world arrived. A miracle was about to be manifested into reality. A brilliant, emerald green light erupted from a swirling vortex, its energy palpable. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the radiant glow, wings outstretched like those of a majestic avian creature. A knight, riding a winged steed, descended from the heavens, a radiant green energy swirling around him. The narration box proclaimed that power was granted to knights who had ascended to sainthood by the goddess of light and justice. A close-up revealed a knight's helmeted face, partially obscured by a fur-lined hood, the green energy intensifying around him. The narration box completed the thought, stating that the goddess watched over every knight. A massive crater appeared on the ground, glowing with an ominous green energy, the result of a powerful attack. A man with crimson hair and a grim expression appeared, explaining that this was a divine law used by a knight order. A man with red hair, dressed in a dark suit, sat amidst the ruins of a village, his expression grim. He was surrounded by several other figures in dark, military-style clothing. The narration box above him stated that while the power he wielded was beneficial to him, it was devastating to the earth. One of the figures in the background muttered in disbelief, "No way." 2 women, one in a dark maroon top and the other in military fatigues, stared in shock at something unseen. "What the fuck was that?" one exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. The other echoed her sentiment, whispering, "What is that?" An older man, his face etched with worry, observed the aftermath of the event. He thought, that one attack. The older man continued his internal monologue, revealing the devastating scale of the unseen attack, evaporated 3,000 tribal warriors. One of the soldiers expressed relief, "I guess it was a good thing that it wasn't us." The group of soldiers watched the scene unfold, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. One of them muttered, "Damn it. Is he even human?" The question hung in the air as a winged horse, ridden by a cloaked figure, soared into the sky. One of the soldiers voiced the group's despair, "We can't win against that." A towering figure, clad in ancient, fur-trimmed plate armor, stood amidst a swirling green mist. He held a large, ornate sword, its blade gleaming faintly in the ethereal light. A plea echoed from the unseen, "Please protect us on whatever earth we step on." The voice continued, its tone filled with hope, "Please be the foundation we can step on and carry us forward." The scene shifted. A woman with long, auburn hair and a serious expression knelt before a group of people, her hands clasped in prayer. She spoke, her voice carrying a sense of compassion for those who have strayed onto the wrong path. She implored, "Please give them a chance for purification." The armored knight's eyes, visible through a narrow slit in his helmet, narrowed. A surge of dark energy pulsed around him. A single word, sharp and cold, escaped his lips, "Die." The knight's power erupted, a wave of dark energy washing over the scene. His voice, filled with righteous fury, boomed, "You sick heathens." A knight king, his face contorted in a grimace, coughed violently. His eyes burned with fury. He barked an order to his troops, "Attack head-on." A wave of warriors on horseback charged into battle. Meanwhile, another commander instructed his soldiers to surround the enemy, exploiting their numerical advantage. A heavily armored knight, mounted on a monstrous beast, charged into the fray. His powerful attack sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The sheer force of the impact caused widespread destruction among the enemy ranks. Another powerful blow from the armored knight sent a shockwave of energy through the air. A warrior, wielding a glowing blue blade, countered with a fierce strike. A knight, clad in dark armor adorned with a thick, white fur collar, raised his shield. A blinding flash of azure energy erupted from the shield's surface. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. A voice, filled with disbelief, echoed, questioning the mercenary's unexpected strength. The mercenary, a man with short brown hair and pink markings on his cheeks, grinned, letting out a surprised eek, as he braced himself for the next attack. The mercenary's axe collided with the knight's shield, sparks flying as the force of the blow reverberated. A surprised "huh" escaping his lips as he felt the unexpected power behind the blow. A narration box appearing, revealing that the hunters had overlooked something crucial about the mercenary's path. The mercenary, his face contorted in effort, swung his axe again, the blow connecting with the knight's shield with a resounding clang. He cried out in surprise, "Ah! Ah!" A surge of powerful, blue energy erupted from the knight's shield, pushing back against the mercenary's attack.
A blinding flash of light erupted from the Night King's hand, a wave of energy engulfing the battlefield. But they were still honorable heroes who had traveled all over the continent in an attempt to prove themselves worthy. The Night King, his back to the viewer, stood silhouetted against the setting sun, his sword sheathed at his side. He walked away from the scene of the battle, his footsteps echoing in the desolate landscape. Facing such garbage. A surge of anger coursed through him as he clenched his fist. He turned to address his troops, his voice ringing out across the field. Dismount your horses. Get into formation. The Night King, along with his knights, prepared for whatever might come next. The narration box described a knight with around 100 years of experience. A fierce battle raged. A knight, leading a company of soldiers, repelled an invasion of outsiders. Their combined experience proving invaluable against the enemy. The narration box highlighted their extensive experience fighting powerful beasts. The blonde knight, exhausted but triumphant, cried out in praise of the pantheon. But a red-haired man nearby reacted with a look of stark terror. The red-haired man cursed, realizing the enemy was returning from behind. And they were about to be completely overwhelmed. A dark-haired woman, observing the situation, stated that if they wanted to escape, now was their only chance. A man, clad in dark clothing and adorned with a thick gold chain, reacted with disbelief. What? What do you mean, run? He continued, explaining their predicament. We can't even do anything about a group of knights, let alone the field boss. His face, etched with worry, reflected the gravity of the situation. A shadowy figure of a powerful warrior loomed behind him. He stated grimly, just us isn't going to cut it. Another man, with striking purple hair, pondered the situation, a thoughtful expression on his face. The purple-haired man proposed a solution: if we get help from the other top 10 guilds. But a dungeon break will occur before we get their help. Despite the grim outlook, the purple-haired man offered a glimmer of hope. Well, there is a way to end this more smoothly. A group of warriors, seemingly a guild, looked on with curiosity. One of them asked, what do you mean? The answer was revealed: Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. The image shows a pair of hands clasped in prayer, emanating a warm, golden light. A caption reads, Demera of life and fertility. A man with vibrant red hair and a stern expression appears, his brow furrowed in thought. He asks, have you ever heard those names? Another man, darker skinned with braided hair, responds dismissively, no, I'm not really interested in religion. The red-haired man continues, questioning the relevance of religion to the situation at hand. What does the gate have anything to do with religion in the first place? His expression intensifies as he mentions a YouTube personality, King of the Lionheart. Have you never seen his YouTube? The darker-skinned man offers a significant piece of information. I think that King is from this very Gates kingdom. He adds a further observation, hinting at a discrepancy. I did feel that something was off when I heard them talking about gods, knights, or whatever. The red-haired man ponders the implications, a serious expression on his face. If that king of knights is from the same place as these knights. He reaches a conclusion, his eyes narrowed in determination. Then it'd be better to retreat. A knight, his face etched with weariness, stood amidst a group of warriors. He addressed a woman with fiery red hair, his voice a low murmur, warrior. Miss Hilderer. Miss Hilderer's eyes widened, a question forming on her lips. Her voice, though soft, carried a note of desperation. You're leaving. Are you really abandoning us? The knight, his gaze unwavering, responded calmly. We'll bring back support. His expression hardened. A grim determination settled on his features as he stated, for now, we need to retreat. One of the other warriors, a powerfully built man wielding a large hammer, scoffed. His thoughts were blunt and dismissive. There's nothing more pointless than chit-chatting with an NPC. Meanwhile, Hilderer, her face a mask of worry, turned to another figure, her voice urgent, tell the other guild members that we're falling back. The urgency in Hilderer's voice was palpable. She clasped her hands together, her thoughts echoing her words, we need to hurry out of the gate. A grim realization dawning on her. A silent prayer escaped her lips, so? The knight's face was grim. His internal monologue was bleak, the monsters aren't going to be defeated this time either. A man with crimson hair, his brow beaded with sweat, stared blankly ahead. A single, anxious question escaped his lips, Miss Hilder? Hilder, her face contorted in a grimace, bit her thumb, a low growl rumbling in her throat. The word not once, hung heavy in the air. She spat the words, did your kind manage to close this gate? You disgusting creatures. Hilder's rage intensified, her eyes blazed with a furious green light as she continued to gnaw on her thumb, a fresh wave of fury washing over her. A look of dawning horror replaced her anger. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she let out a choked gasp of surprise. The crimson-haired man spoke calmly, it's fine. I'll just have to use an expedient once again. He added, with a sigh, although he would be displeased. Hilder's face twisted into a mask of furious resentment. Her voice was sharp, laced with bitterness, as she snarled, it's your fault for not being good enough. With a flick of her wrist, a surge of crimson energy erupted from her fingertip. A crimson energy pulsed from the woman's outstretched hands, radiating outwards in a chaotic display of power. A man in a dark coat watched in stunned disbelief as the energy intensified, a question mark filling the speech bubble above him. Elsewhere, a blond man in armor grimaced, his face contorted in pain and shock. Meanwhile, another man lay on the ground, his body convulsing as a pink energy coursed through him. The blond man shouted, his voice filled with alarm, as he witnessed the unfolding events. The man on the ground thrashed violently, his mouth open in a silent scream as dark energy erupted from his body. A guttural sound escaped the man's lips as he struggled against the overwhelming power. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, his body racked with pain as he let out another agonized cry. Two onlookers watched the scene with a mixture of awe and amusement, their laughter echoing as they witnessed the power of the great beast god. A voice, filled with fervent hope, echoed through the shadowed space, "We will soon receive the blessings too." Suddenly, a cacophony of pained roars erupted.
Several monstrous figures, their forms vaguely reptilian and vaguely humanoid, writhed in agony amidst a crimson storm of energy.
The crimson energy intensified, coalescing into a blinding flash. Leaving behind only a lingering heat and the image of a figure collapsing, a choked gasp escaping their lips. What have you done?" A woman with fiery red hair, her eyes blazing with power, addressed the scene.
"Oh, my warriors.
There's no point in resisting." The woman stood amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy, her presence dominating the scene. A man nearby, his face etched with concern, observed a strange marking on her skin. He muttered to himself, "This marking is fairly new.
But that's only a matter of time."
The woman's eyes gleamed with a chilling confidence as she looked at the man, her expression a mixture of triumph and something darker. A low growl emanated from the woman, a sound that spoke of immense power and barely contained fury.
"Now kids."
A woman with glowing yellow eyes and a powerful weapon commanded her minions, "Kill all of the knights." Two burly warriors, armed with crude clubs, charged forward, their faces contorted in savage determination.
Meanwhile, two young warriors, their eyes blazing with fierce resolve, exchanged a desperate glance.
One of them declared, "We need to start over." A red-haired woman with a sinister smile observed the scene, her eyes gleaming with a chilling amusement. She mused, "Geez, we went to so many worlds.
But not one could kill them."
The battle raged on. A lone warrior, wielding a gleaming sword, fought valiantly against a horde of heavily armored knights and savage warriors. One of the knights, its face obscured by a helmet, was caught completely off guard and struck with incredible force.
The impact sending the knight reeling back, a pained cook, escaping its lips.
The knight, severely wounded, stumbled back, its metallic body sparking as it struggled to maintain its balance. A powerful figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding a massive weapon, let out a guttural roar. "You bastards!"
He continued, his voice laced with fury, "You have taken on the heathen's marking."
His face contorted in a snarl, a low growl rumbling in his chest. A chilling revelation escaped his lips, the skin where the marking is.
That is their weakness.
With a ferocious cry, he raised his weapon high
and brought it down with earth-shattering force.
The ground cracked and crumbled under the impact, sending a shockwave that ripped through the battlefield.
Two figures, silhouetted against the dust and debris, braced themselves, their eyes glowing with an eerie light as they prepared to counterattack.
Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, their presence immediately commanding attention. Their eyes, glowing menacingly, fixed on the two figures below. A blinding flash of crimson light erupted from the Night King's outstretched hand, the raw power of his otherworldly magic coursing through the air. A shockwave of energy tearing through the battlefield, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake. Below, a young man with fiery red hair watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Night King, his face obscured by his helmet, unleashed another devastating blast of energy, the force of the attack sending shockwaves through the ground. He grunted, a low sound barely audible above the roar of battle. "Koob," he muttered, his voice strained. From the shadows, a voice hissed, "You arrogant little." The Night King, assessing the situation, grimly concluded, "The situation is not looking good. I need to send the survivors back to the kingdom." Two figures, their backs to the viewer, fled across a desolate, crimson landscape. A desperate resolve hardened their faces as they ran, their pace relentless despite the exhaustion evident in their postures. One of them, his voice filled with grim determination, declared that he would continue fighting, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. The ground beneath them trembled violently. A colossal, dark object pierced the earth, its impact sending shockwaves rippling outwards. From the crater, a monstrous figure emerged, its form shrouded in an eerie green light. A guttural roar escaped its masked face as it rose to its full, terrifying height. The monstrous being, its voice echoing with cruel confidence, beckoned its adversaries closer, sneering at their perceived inferiority. One of the fleeing figures, his face a mask of defiance, charged head-on, his fist impacting the creature's massive shield with surprising force. The impact sent a shockwave through the fleeing figure, but he stood firm, his resolve unshaken. A roar of defiance escaped his lips as he channeled his inner strength. He unleashed a powerful counterattack, a surge of energy erupting from his body. The resulting explosion rocked the earth, sending debris flying in every direction. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, clad in heavy, ancient armor. The helmet obscured their face, but an aura of immense power emanated from their form. The Night King had returned. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst a fiery, desolate landscape. The air crackled with unseen energy.
A voice, filled with apprehension, whispered, who are you? He stood tall and imposing, a powerful aura emanating from him. A magnificent sword strapped to his back, its edge gleaming faintly in the infernal light. His blonde hair was windswept, his expression unreadable. With a sudden, decisive movement, he revealed his identity, his voice resonating with power. I am the king of the Lionheart. He ran a hand through his hair, a hint of weariness in his eyes, yet his posture remained regal. The flames around him seemed to dance to a rhythm only he could hear. A powerful gust of wind swept across the desolate landscape, carrying with it a young woman with long, flowing white hair. She rode a magnificent winged horse, its movements graceful despite the intensity of the storm. The reins held firmly in her hands as she navigated the chaotic currents. The horse's wings beat powerfully, its movements a blur against the swirling dust and debris. Below, a man with blonde hair stood amidst the ravaged earth. He observed the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. A narration box revealed that the winged horse was a powerful beast, capable of awakening ancient power. He muttered to himself about the woman's impulsive actions, leaving the reins and jumping into the fray, commenting that it was typical behavior for someone of his stature. The woman, having landed safely, thanked him for allowing her to take the reins. 5 minutes earlier, the blonde-haired man stood alone, his face a mask of grim determination. A surge of power coursed through him, and he spoke his thoughts, comparing his enemies to rats. Even after repeated raids to diminish their numbers, a knight on horseback observed that the enemy forces continued to grow. They somehow kept multiplying in number. Despite this, one of the knights, a young woman with reddish-pink hair riding alongside a blonde knight, voiced her concerns. She questioned the morality of their actions, pointing out the brutality of killing even children. The blonde knight, however, countered her argument, stating that the kingdom and its knights were not idiots and that there was a reason behind their actions. The young woman, intrigued, questioned the reason. The panel showed a man with a strange marking on his back. The blonde knight explained that the markings were a symbol of allegiance to a beast god. He continued, explaining that those who received the marking and used its power would suffer a slow erosion of their souls. Upon hearing this, the young woman realized the horrifying truth: the enemy was no different from the demons they had been fighting for 300 years. The blonde knight remained silent, his expression unreadable. A man with blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, stood with a grim expression. His gaze was intense, conveying a sense of determination bordering on ruthlessness. He muttered to himself, "Keep this in mind." The scene shifted to a young woman with pink hair, her face etched with worry. Beside her, a young man with dark hair looked equally concerned. A voice, seemingly addressing them, stated, "Your peaceful mindset and naive ideals of human rights are no use in this cruel fight." The blonde man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as his expression hardened further. His voice, now filled with conviction, declared, "What we need is the truth and absolute justice." A woman with long, white hair and large, dark wings appeared. She wore a dark, ornate outfit and a crown of dark metal. Her expression was serious and determined. She seemed to be controlling some kind of dark energy, as she moved with a powerful grace. She spoke, her voice barely audible, "I will also fulfill my duties then." A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted around her, taking the form of numerous shadowy bats. These creatures seemed to be under her command. The winged woman unleashed the swarm of shadowy bats, sending them hurtling towards an unseen target. A woman with long, white hair and piercing purple eyes stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, her hand outstretched as if commanding the very essence of chaos itself. From her palm, a celestial being with feathered wings descended, a beacon of light against the encroaching darkness. Below, a monstrous avian creature, its feathers the color of dusk, roared in defiance. The woman's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening as she focused her power, a surge of energy crackling around her. She commanded, her voice sharp and filled with authority, "Stay back." The scene shifted to a man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, observing a knight in battle from a distance. A narration box appeared, the king of the Lionheart. His gaze was intense, focused on the battlefield. The blonde man's expression was one of grim determination. A thought bubble revealed his assessment: the enemy's markings are working fine despite the Holy Grail Knight's attacks. He concluded, a sense of unease settling over him. This means that something is wrong with Sir Geovric's divine law. The scene opens on a desolate battlefield, the air thick with the stench of death. A lone figure, clad in dark attire and wielding a massive, obsidian sword, stands amidst a fallen army of demonic creatures. The fallen include a large, armored warrior, seemingly defeated. A speech bubble identifies the figure as the Grail Knight of Demera. A grim determination etched on his face. He is engaged in a conversation with another figure, partially obscured by shadow, whose voice is heard in a speech bubble. "We need to get through this hardship first." The Grail Knight responds, "I agree, but why?" The Grail Knight's companion, a blonde-haired man in a dark suit, answers, "We'll need to sever the connection between those fools." The panel shows a group of dark-clad figures, seemingly under the control of some unseen force. The blonde man leaps into action, a blur of motion as he dashes towards the group of figures. A sound effect, KRRR, suggests the force of his movement. He declares, "I am the king of the Lionheart." A golden aura surrounds him as he reveals his true power. The king of the Lionheart raises his hands, a powerful energy emanating from them. He speaks, "I've come here to lead you all to paradise." The Grail Knight, witnessing this display of power, is visibly shocked. His reaction is expressed through a speech bubble filled with exclamation points. That's. The Grail Knight's shock deepens as he exclaims, "Why is the Holy Grail here?" The panel focuses on his face, his eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning understanding. Returning to Earth after 3 centuries of demon hunting in the Otherworld, the Night King held aloft a golden chalice, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. A tangible manifestation of the great divine law, its power resonating within him. He stood, a figure of imposing authority, his sword radiating an incandescent light, 2 fallen foes at his feet. But the return was not without its challenges. A surge of blinding light erupted from within the Night King, a searing brilliance that threatened to consume him. A raw, untamed power that strained against his control. The light intensified, threatening to overwhelm him completely. A blinding flash that momentarily obscured everything. When the light subsided, the Night King stood, seemingly unharmed, but his eyes burned with a newfound intensity. A silent testament to the power he now wielded. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the battlefield. Leaving behind a figure cloaked in shadow, a powerful sword held aloft. He murmured, "This is." 2 soldiers stood amidst the fading light, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. One exclaimed, "And my injury is healed. Wow, my arm was amputated." Another soldier, his body racked with pain, could only groan, "Ugh." A woman, her back ablaze, collapsed to the ground, crying out, "It hurts, it hurts." A voice, calm and authoritative, declared, "This is a real divine miracle." Another flash of light, softer this time, bathed the scene. A single word escaped the lips of a nearby soldier, "Ah." The cloaked figure stood amidst the chaos, his sword still raised. He pondered, "How could I have not realized all along?" A knight in full plate armor charged forward, his shield gleaming. He realized, that is what I had been oblivious to. Divine power. A title card appears, proclaiming, "My child, my lost knight." The knight, his face obscured by a helmet, is shown from the chest up. He appears to be wearing heavy armor and a fur-lined cloak. A speech bubble emerges from his mouth, expressing surprise, "Dear Demera." A woman with large, white angel wings, wearing a hooded cloak, kneels before the knight. A narration box above her simply states, "Go." The woman's face is serene as she looks up at the knight. A narration box appears, instructing him, "Go help the King of Knights." The knight, his face still hidden, grips a large staff. A speech bubble reveals his resolve, "I have no more questions or doubts." He pledges his allegiance, "I shall carry out your command." The knight strides forward, his armor gleaming, a powerful weapon in hand. A narration box emphasizes his unwavering obedience, only obedience remains. A blond man in a suit stands with his back to the viewer, a large sword at his side, amidst a fiery, chaotic battlefield. He speaks, a hint of satisfaction in his tone, "I'm glad that we're standing on the same battlefield." Sir Geovric, a man with a sharp gaze and blonde hair, stood with a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His expression hinted at a quiet confidence, a self-assuredness born from centuries of experience. A powerful figure materialized beside him, a colossal knight clad in dark, imposing armor, radiating an aura of immense power. This was no ordinary warrior, this was a being of immense strength and might. The knight, a guardian of the Holy Grail, pledged his unwavering loyalty, his voice echoing with ancient power. Geovric simply responded with a non-committal his eyes narrowed in thought. He seemed to be assessing the situation, his mind already strategizing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman with vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes watched with growing alarm as a dark, ominous energy gathered. She sensed a malevolent presence. The energy coalesced into a horrifying mass of undead creatures, a terrifying host of the damned. The woman recognized it as a ritual of immense power. A surge of furious energy erupted from the woman, her face contorted in rage and frustration. The halfling Grail Knight, already burdened, faced a new, unexpected challenge. She cursed her predicament, her words laced with bitter resignation and a hint of fear. The situation was dire, and she was running out of options. A monstrous creature, seemingly summoned by the dark ritual, roared its challenge, its words a chilling invocation of sacrifice. A monstrous, demonic claw emerged from a swirling vortex of crimson energy, its sharp talons glinting menacingly. The creature roared, its guttural cry echoing through the air, "Lionheart." From the shadows, a figure emerged, his voice a low growl, "I'll chew you to bits." He lunged forward, a blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow sending the demon reeling. But even as he fought, a woman with long white hair appeared, her voice calm amidst the chaos, "I'll open up a path for you." A single white feather drifted down, a sign of her power. As she summoned a magnificent winged horse, its presence a beacon of hope. And together, they soared into the heavens, leaving a trail of shimmering light in their wake. A young man with short brown hair and striking blue eyes stood confidently, a smirk playing on his lips. He wore a sharp, dark suit, his posture radiating power. A swirling vortex of purple energy erupted around him. A digital interface materialized before him, displaying the words "Great Prophecy" in bold, glowing letters. A powerful, ethereal woman with long, flowing silver hair emerged from the vortex. Her eyes glowed with an ominous purple light, and a dark aura surrounded her. A blinding flash of light filled the panel. A beam of intense purple energy shot out from the woman.
The energy beam streaked across the scene, impacting with a deafening roar. Cock!
A monstrous figure, its skin a bruised purple, writhed in agony.
Crimson cracks spiderwebbed across its flesh as a dark, purplish energy pulsed from within.
The creature's massive hand, clawed and scarred, trembled as a single word echoed in the air: Lionheart.
From the depths of the fiery chasm, the monstrous being roared, "You again!" The ground trembled as the creature was violently pulled back into the fiery abyss. A figure in a sharp suit, his polished shoes kicking up dust, addressed a silent crowd. "Listen, my brothers and sisters," he continued, his voice carrying across the desolate landscape, "glorious knights and loyal soldiers." A young man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured, clenched his jaw. His eyes burned with righteous fury as he declared, "It is time to punish."
A fiery aura enveloped him, the flames licking at his expensive suit. The scene opens on a tranquil, snow-covered landscape.
A soft, golden light illuminates the horizon, casting long shadows across the pristine white ground. A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in simple, worn clothing, sprints through a forest, her breath coming in ragged gasps.
Huffing and puffing, she pushes herself onward.
She curses under her breath, fear and desperation evident in her wide eyes. The word shit,
Damn monsters, betray her terror.
Her face contorted in a grimace, she continues to run, muttering about a damn Grail Knight. Suddenly, a man in a dark suit appears, his expression cold and cruel. He holds two swords, one in each hand. He sneers, stating that even in death, she will be useful, enriching the soil. The woman, her eyes blazing with fury, demands to know the origin of this king of the Lionheart and the mysterious witch. The man's voice cuts through the air, questioning her hasty retreat.
"Where are you rushing off to?"
She is visibly shaken, her body trembling slightly as she struggles to answer, only managing a series of distressed exclamations. A young woman with fiery red hair stood amidst a purple energy surge, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The energy intensified, engulfing her as she stumbled back, a gasp escaping her lips.
Wondering if this strange phenomenon was what people called a mana stone.
A nearby figure, a woman with long, silver hair, explained that mana stones were a new resource found in gates, concentrated mana earned through monster hunts.
The silver-haired woman, holding a mana stone, observed the scene with a calculating gaze.
She noted the unusually high concentration of mana stones in this particular gate, suggesting an extraordinary number of monsters had been slain. The red-haired woman, still reeling from the mana surge, questioned the implications of this discovery. The silver-haired woman revealed a startling truth: this gate was trapped in a time loop. She alluded to a past experience, implying she had been trapped in a similar situation. A young woman with pink hair glared, her expression contorted in anger. "But you're acting just like one," she spat, the words laced with venom. A tremor of fear ran through her as she muttered, "Wait, she." A tall woman with long, silver hair stood before her, a calm yet intense expression on her face. "I have many questions to ask you," she stated, her voice carrying an undercurrent of power. The pink-haired woman's eyes widened in surprise as she watched the silver-haired woman.
A thought flashed through her mind: she knows that I'm not an NPC?
The tension between them crackled, palpable in the air. The silver-haired woman's eyes burned with an unsettling intensity as she stared down the pink-haired woman. It was clear that a confrontation was imminent. The silver-haired woman spoke, her voice low and measured.
"It's not a kind of power I like."
But she continued, a hint of amusement in her tone, "But I don't like to let things go to waste." The pink-haired woman's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. A wave of crimson energy pulsed from her, and a horrified whisper escaped her lips, seduction. The silver-haired woman smirked, a predatory gleam in her eyes. A low groan escaped the pink-haired woman's lips as she gasped, "Ayug.
Master."
The scene shifted, revealing a new character with fiery red hair. The silver-haired woman's expression hardened as she addressed the newcomer, "You're disappointing us once again." A shadowy figure, emanating an ominous purple energy, loomed over a scene of devastation.
A voice, cold and accusatory, echoed through the air, questioning the figure's loyalty. "Can you no longer recognize who your real master is anymore?"
A woman with fiery red hair, her face contorted in agony, gasped, Gods." A second figure, a woman with long, silvery white hair, smirked, a cruel glint in her violet eyes. She responded simply, "Oh." The woman with white hair tightened her grip, her voice dripping with malice, "Your slave is now my slave."
She questioned, "Now?"
The red-haired woman struggled against the white-haired woman's embrace, her face a mask of fury. The white-haired woman, unfazed, continued her assault, her voice laced with contempt, You wicked breed of pleasure." A surge of dark energy erupted from the white-haired woman, taking the form of monstrous, shadowy figures.
She hissed, "I will chew you up." The ground cracked and shattered under the immense power unleashed.
Amidst the chaos, the white-haired woman held the red-haired woman close, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips.
The red-haired woman cried out, "No."
A young woman with vibrant red hair gasped, her eyes wide with terror. "No, the gods will descend," she whispered, the words laced with dread. Another woman, this one with long, flowing white hair, stood before her, a dark aura swirling around her.
She stated grimly, "This gate is the beast god's territory."
The white-haired woman continued, her voice low and serious. "I know it's not their true forms, but if all of the remaining beast gods descend, Crimson cracks spiderwebbed across the ground, radiating from the gate. The ground trembled violently. "This gate will," she finished, her voice barely a breath. The white-haired woman's expression hardened. A single word escaped her lips, A crimson crack spiderwebbed across the sky, the earth groaning beneath an unseen force. The very fabric of reality tearing asunder. Amidst the chaos, a group of people stood, their faces etched with worry. Among them, a man with fiery red hair and a woman with vibrant crimson locks exchanged a concerned glance. The woman spoke, her words carrying a weight of history. The 11th king of the Lionheart had often spoken of him and his fellow knights. A blond man, dressed in a sharp suit, stood beside a towering knight in ancient armor. His eyes widened as he heard the news. A question hanging heavy in the air. The knight, his face partially obscured by his helmet, solemnly confirmed the worst: he was in God's paradise. He then turned to the woman, urging her to inform the others of his return. A young woman with short, pink hair stood with a worried expression. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her fists were clenched tightly. She seemed distressed. A metallic voice boomed, informing her and the other knights that they could not leave the gate. The same pink-haired woman stood before a group of armored knights, their backs to the viewer. The metallic voice continued, explaining that they were all merely characters bound to this gate. To close the gate, a sacrifice was needed. A large, armored figure, Sir Geovric, was revealed. The metallic voice declared that he must be taken down. The pink-haired woman looked on in shock and fear as the armored figure loomed over her. Sir Geovric let out a booming, maniacal laugh as a powerful energy erupted from him. The energy intensified, growing into a blinding, chaotic display of power. A powerful green energy surged from the ground, and a voice cried out, "Your Majesty!" A colossal figure, clad in heavy, ancient-looking armor, emerged from a blinding light. It seemed he had been away for a very long time. The knight declared, with unshakable confidence, that he had never known defeat. Observing him was a young man with blonde hair, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He simply stated, "I see." The young man continued, explaining that if the knight had lost even once during his long absence, their meeting would never have happened. A sudden tremor shook the ground, and a deep chasm opened up, revealing a fiery landscape below. From the depths of the chasm, a voice boomed, "Lionheart." The armored knight, seemingly unfazed, responded with a threat: he would crush his enemies and spit them out. A surge of dark energy erupted from the chasm. It had begun. A shadowy figure, unseen but present, chuckled ominously, "Ee." A woman with vibrant red hair, a mischievous glint in her eyes, laughed. Beside her, a regal woman with silver hair held a glowing orb, her expression serious. "The beast gods will use all their power to destroy this place," the red-haired woman declared. A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with concern, listened intently to the dire warning. He stood beside a towering figure clad in heavy, ornate armor. The blonde young man, his jaw clenched, resolved, "Then I'll need to fight. I cannot leave the Knights of Glory behind." He turned to address the silver-haired woman, his voice laced with apprehension. "Your Majesty, I do not think it's wise to face them head-on." The silver-haired woman, her gaze unwavering, responded firmly, "There is no other option. They will be released to the world if a dungeon break occurs." The armored figure beside the blonde young man remained silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon, a grim determination etched on his features. Suddenly, the armored figure spoke, his voice low but resolute, "There is a way." A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the blonde young man and the silver-haired woman as they turned to the armored figure, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The armored figure raised a gloved hand, a faint green glow emanating from within the armor. Sir Geovric, the Night King, returned to Earth after 300 years of battling demons in another world, but he did not return alone. He found himself facing a powerful foe, his movements a blur of steel and magic as he engaged in fierce combat. The clash of their powers leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sheer force of the impact was almost incomprehensible. Amidst the chaos, two figures watched in disbelief as the battle raged. Sir Geovric, one of them exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and awe. The condition for the gate to close was revealed, the fall of Geovric himself. A grim realization settled upon the onlookers. Geovric, holding a dark, crystalline object, understood the sacrifice required. The fate of the world rested on his shoulders. A voice urged him, "Please fall back and use your power for the living." The weight of this responsibility pressed heavily on him. Another voice countered, "There's no point in fighting in a gate that will disappear soon, Your Majesty." The practicality of the situation clashed with the weight of his duty. A young woman, her face partially obscured, watched with a mixture of fear and determination. The fate of the world hung precariously in the balance. Meanwhile, another knight, clad in heavy armor and wielding a glowing weapon, stood ready. The scene was charged with tension and the weight of impending decisions. A solemn address began, the words echoing with gravity, "My brothers and sisters." The speaker continued, his voice ringing with urgency, "The final battle is upon us." A figure emerged, radiating power, the king of the Lionheart who represents the glory of the gods is here with us. A young man with blonde hair spoke, his voice filled with grim determination, "So we, the dead, shall sacrifice ourselves." He declared, his jaw clenched, a fiery resolve burning in his eyes, for the sake of the future of the living. His voice boomed, a challenge echoing across the battlefield, "Are you with me?" A group of individuals, each with their own unique appearance and bearing, stood before him, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and determination. The blonde-haired man's face was etched with concern, his gaze distant and troubled.
A silent contemplation filled the air.
A moment of quiet reflection before action, his hand reaching out, a subtle tremor betraying his inner turmoil. A wave of searing pain washed over him, the Night King coughed violently, his face contorted in agony. A sheen of sweat glistened on his brow. The crimson energy that surrounded him pulsed and throbbed, threatening to consume him entirely. He stumbled back, his dark suit rumpled, revealing a glimpse of armored shoulders beneath his coat. Before him stood a phalanx of armored figures, each clutching a pulsating purple crystal. Their helmeted faces were grim, their presence imposing.
Their loyalty, it seemed, was absolute.
His eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger crossing his features. "Your loyalty is putting me to shame," he thought, his voice laced with bitter disappointment. He clenched his fist, a surge of dark energy emanating from his hand. "You've left me with a great task," he muttered, his voice barely audible above the crackling energy. A new voice cut through the silence. "Your Majesty, I have one more favor to ask of you." A knight, clad in heavy armor, approached, followed by two other figures. One was a young woman with vibrant red hair, the other a woman with long, white hair.
The Night King, holding a large purple crystal, responded curtly, "Please wait a bit." He nodded slightly, his expression unreadable.
He murmured.
The knight's helmet was lifted, revealing a face etched with weariness.
A sudden, bright green energy erupted from behind him, illuminating the scene.
"Goddess Damara," the narration box declared.
A knight, clad in ornate golden armor, knelt before a powerful figure, his plea echoing in the cavernous space, "Please grant my wish."
A surge of emerald energy enveloped the knight.
As words, chosen by Damara and loyal to the King of the Lion Heart, resonated with the power coursing through him. The knight's voice, amplified by the magic, declared, "Through this hammer, I shall impart a power beyond measure." Emerald energy erupted from the crystalline object in the knight's hand, flowing into his weapon. The energy pulsed, intensifying as it infused the hammer, then transferred to the knight himself. The transformation was complete, the hammer glowed with an otherworldly light. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair watched the spectacle unfold, a look of apprehension on his face. A close-up reveals a dark, intricately wrapped staff, pulsing with an inner green light.
An ethereal glow emanates from its core.
The Night King, clad in heavy, ornate armor, stands before a man in a dark suit. He offers the glowing staff, saying, "Please take this, Your Majesty." The man in the suit responds, "Until someone who deserves this hammer appears in front of Your Majesty." The Night King hesitates, a silent contemplation in his eyes. The man continues, "I don't know if there exists anyone who can wield this hammer as well as you can."
A close-up shows the man's hand gently resting on the staff's ornate hilt.
The Night King speaks, "It was an honor and glory to fight alongside Your Majesty."
The man replies, "I will remember your honor, Sir Geovric." The Night King stands tall and proud, the staff now firmly in the man's possession.
The scene ends with a sense of respect and quiet understanding. Two knights, clad in full-plate armor and adorned with fur-lined cloaks, rode atop their steeds. A fiery sunset cast long shadows behind them. Their leader, the Night King, addressed his loyal cavalry. His final order, delivered with grim determination, echoed across the battlefield. The king's command was simple: protect him until the last man fell. A young man with blonde hair, wielding a large warhammer, stood before him, his face a mask of grim resolve. The knights responded with unwavering loyalty, their voices filled with a mixture of grim determination and heartfelt farewells. As the knights prepared to carry out their orders, a young woman with vibrant red hair appeared beside the blonde-haired man.
She quietly instructed him to fall back.
The blonde-haired man, along with the red-haired woman and several others, began their retreat.
The scene shifted to show the approaching enemy forces. One of the knights, his face obscured by his helmet, braced himself for the impending conflict. The close-up on the knight's helmet emphasized the weight of his duty and the impending battle. The final panel showed the Night King, sword drawn, facing the oncoming enemy.
The battle had begun. The scene opens on a chaotic battlefield, dust and smoke swirling around armored figures locked in fierce combat. A knight, his face obscured by his helmet, stands amidst the fray, his gaze fixed on the enemy. A grim determination etched onto his features. The clash of steel echoes through the air as the battle rages on. Suddenly, the knight raises his hand, and a brilliant light erupts from his sword.
He proclaims, "I, Geovric."
His voice booms across the battlefield, echoing with the weight of his past glories.
He recounts his legendary feats: "I've killed more than 10,000 enemies. I've defeated more than 5 million enemies as a war knight."
His words are punctuated by the fierce energy radiating from his sword, a testament to his unmatched prowess.
A symbol of his unwavering dedication.
He continues, "I protected the motherland against 300,000 orcs, and took victory's hand at the battle against the ogre chief.
Goddess Damara has protected us, and Goddess Ariana has looked after us."
Geovric stands tall and proud, his armor gleaming under the setting sun.
He declares, "We've brought joy to God."
A surge of dark energy erupts from him as he proclaims his title, "I am the all-powerful Knight of Montreal."
But then, a more profound truth is revealed. He reveals his true identity: "I am Geovric, the Grail Knight of Life and Fertility."
A knight, clad in shining armor, stood before his army.
His face, though obscured by his helmet, radiated determination.
He addressed his troops, his voice echoing with a powerful resolve. They would fight for justice. He declared that this day, they would die for justice, a solemn vow accepted by all present. Suddenly, monstrous, clawed hands erupted from the earth, the ground trembling violently beneath the weight of some unseen horror. A colossal demonic entity rose from the depths, its terrifying form casting a shadow over the battlefield. The knight's army braced themselves, their final prayer a plea for divine protection. The battle commenced, a chaotic clash of steel against monstrous claws and teeth. The scene was one of brutal carnage. Despite the overwhelming odds, the knights fought valiantly, their courage unwavering in the face of certain death. Amidst the chaos, the Night King, his face still hidden, stood defiant. A surge of power coursed through him. A green energy enveloped him, a divine aura that spoke of power beyond mortal comprehension. He declared that glory would be with the Lionheart. Someone addressed the blonde-haired man as Your Majesty. The man, his back turned, commanded those around him to leave. He stood before a group of individuals, a swirling vortex of crimson energy behind them. Among them was a woman with vibrant red hair, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The red-haired woman hesitated, a soft ah escaping her lips. She internally mused that she should watch them until the very end. The blonde-haired man, seemingly unfazed, offered a simple, dismissive response: if you want to stay, then stay. The blonde-haired man turned and walked away, leaving the group behind. A powerful blast erupted behind them, sending debris flying across the desolate landscape. The red-haired woman, her back to the viewer, seemed unfazed by the explosion. While a man in a dark suit stood beside her, a fist clenched, his expression unreadable. He carried a large, ornate weapon, its design hinting at otherworldly origins. Beside him, another woman watched with wide, apprehensive eyes. The woman addressed the blonde man, her voice barely a whisper: Your Majesty. He responded curtly, his gaze fixed on something beyond the panel's edge. Not yet. A crimson cloak billowed around a figure emerging from the dust and smoke. Revealing a knight clad in gleaming, otherworldly armor, his sword drawn. His helmet concealed his face, but an eerie green glow emanated from within. A figure, cloaked in green energy, roared in fury, his face contorted in a snarl. The energy crackled around him, threatening to consume him. The blonde man and the dark-haired woman watched the unfolding chaos with a mixture of shock and concern. The blonde man exclaimed, "Huh?" as a wave of intense heat washed over them, signaling a new and unexpected escalation of the conflict. A monstrous creature, its hide scarred and smoke-wreathed, roared in pain as it was attacked. Its crimson eyes glowed menacingly, reflecting the fiery orange sky above. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair, his face etched with worry, clutched a bloodied, ornate staff. Beside him, a young woman with vibrant pink hair watched with concern, her eyes wide with apprehension. The woman gasped, her voice barely a whisper as she questioned the man's identity. Your Majesty? The blonde man, Sir Geovric, visibly strained, his face contorted in pain as he gripped the staff tighter. A wave of crimson energy pulsed from the weapon, and he muttered, Sir Geovric has ascended. A surge of power erupted from him, a fiery aura engulfing his form as he underwent a dramatic transformation. His eyes blazed with an intense, golden light, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion and fury. A guttural roar escaped his lips, a promise of vengeance echoing in the air. You will pay for this. His hands clenched, crackling with raw power, flames licking at his fingertips as he prepared to unleash his wrath. Later, the transformed Sir Geovric walked away from the battlefield, accompanied by the pink-haired woman and another, dark-haired man. The sunset cast long shadows behind them, hinting at the aftermath of a momentous battle. A group of figures retreated in haste, their leader, a man wielding a large, ornate axe, giving the order, were falling back. The narration box explained the nature of the Grail Knights. Grail Knights forcefully bring upon results with divine laws. A powerful figure, seemingly the Night King, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, his presence commanding attention. The question arose, will the words that this great Grail Guardian just uttered have any influence? The Night King's eyes glowed with an intense light, his expression unreadable. The Night King's voice, though low, carried a weight of determination. I shall remember today. His words hung heavy in the air as his followers looked on, their faces etched with concern. The narration box stated, those words would have consequences. The Night King's resolve hardened. A neatly folded dark-colored shirt and a black tie lay on a park bench. The scene is peaceful, almost serene. But a faint, ethereal glow emanated from the center of the bench, hinting at something extraordinary about to occur. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple black clothing, stood poised, a long, gleaming sword materializing in his hand. He looked ready for battle. His expression grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He seemed to be summoning the weapon from thin air. With a powerful, fluid movement, he brought the sword down in a swift arc. The blade leaving a shimmering trail of light as it sliced through the air. But the force of the blow sent him reeling backward, a look of pained surprise on his face. He collapsed, exhausted, onto the ground, the rain beginning to fall as a dark figure approached him. The scene opens with a desolate landscape, the remnants of a battle strewn across the ground. Shattered pieces of metallic armor and debris are scattered amidst the rubble, hinting at a recent and intense conflict. A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in a grimace, is shown in close-up.
Rain lashes down on him, and his expression is one of profound exhaustion and distress. Tears stream down his face.
He stands amidst the downpour, his shoulders slumped, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead.
A sense of overwhelming weariness hangs heavy in the air.
As he seems to struggle against an unseen force, his body trembling slightly. The young man stands, his feet planted firmly on the ground, a long, dark sword lying before him. He looks down at the weapon, his expression unreadable. Then he picks it up, his movements slow and deliberate. He sighs, the sound heavy with weariness. He runs a hand through his hair, his face etched with exhaustion.
I'm tired, he thinks, the words a low murmur barely audible above the storm.
His expression is one of profound fatigue, his eyes heavy-lidded.
A cold sweat beads on his brow.
A stark contrast to the image of him effortlessly slaughtering demons that flashes through his mind. I didn't even feel tired when I was massacring those demons, he reflects, a hint of disbelief in his voice. A man, his face obscured, grapples with an internal conflict.
He wonders, so why is it bothering me now?
The scene shifts to a celebratory gathering. A woman with long, white hair stands prominently, engaged in conversation with a woman with vibrant red hair and a small, robotic device perched atop her head. Several other figures are visible in the background, their expressions a mix of amusement and anticipation. The perspective changes, revealing the scene from the viewpoint of a blonde-haired man, his hand resting on his forehead, a look of deep contemplation etched on his face.
His expression shifts subtly, a flicker of understanding crossing his features. He mutters, I see. A wave of fear washes over him. He confesses, I'm afraid of losing everything dear to me.
The scene abruptly changes to a chaotic cityscape, ravaged by destruction.
A monstrous, demonic creature looms in the foreground, its eyes glowing menacingly.
The blonde-haired man stands defiantly, his back to the camera, a sword at his side. He is surrounded by dark, armored figures. Once again, he faces the horrors of battle.
The narration box reads, once again.
A young woman with red hair lies injured on the ground, her face streaked with blood and tears. The blonde-haired man's fear intensifies.
He whispers, I am very afraid.
The blonde-haired man is shown, his face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks. He is surrounded by skeletal figures, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. A man with blonde hair, clad in a simple black shirt and pants, stood in a modern, metallic hallway, his grip firm on a large, ornate spear. A troubled expression clouded his features as he grappled with a silent question: how could he possibly share what he had experienced?
He was startled by an exclamation of surprise.
Someone addressed him as Your Majesty, expressing astonishment at his presence. The blond man turned, his face partially obscured, revealing only a tense jawline. The name Han Hari appeared in a speech bubble, identifying the person who had spoken. A young woman with vibrant pink hair peeked around a corner, a cheerful yet slightly exasperated expression on her face. She greeted him with a playful remark about his tardiness. She continued, noting that he usually spent this time resting, perhaps watching television. The blond man, Han Hari, confirmed her observation, adding that he had been watching a drama. A faint blue energy emanated from his hand.
The pink-haired woman, seemingly surprised by the energy, tilted her head in curiosity.
Han Hari remained silent for a moment before speaking. He explained that he had felt a sudden urge to train more intensely. The pink-haired woman responded with a surprised, slightly incredulous, not suddenly. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, clad in a casual red jacket, excitedly questioned a blond man with a serious expression. Then what? She asked, her tone brimming with anticipation. The blond man, his blue eyes wide with a hint of unease, responded with a sigh. He felt like they both had recently learned a great deal, a weight settling on his shoulders. The pink-haired woman's eyes gleamed with interest as she issued a command. Wield your sword.
Let me see how you're doing.
He obeyed, drawing a glowing blue energy sword. A gasp escaping his lips as he exclaimed, Ah!
Yes, Your Majesty.
The pink-haired woman clasped her hands together, a look of reverence on her face.
I am greatly honored, she declared.
A smaller, blond man nearby muttered to himself, when will she give up talking like that? The pink-haired woman lunged forward, her sword flashing.
And again she cried out, Yes, Your Majesty.
The Night King, a man of imposing stature with blonde hair, stood opposite a young woman with vibrant pink hair, both wielding swords. They faced each other in a tense standoff, the air thick with anticipation.
With a blur of motion, the Night King lunged forward.
His sword a silver streak against the background of a swirling blue energy. A shockwave erupted from the point of impact.
The Night King's attack was swift and brutal.
A flurry of blows leaving the young woman reeling and wide-eyed with fear. She barely managed to parry his relentless assault.
The Night King's blade connected, sending a shockwave through her body.
A pained cry escaped her lips. She stumbled back, her breath ragged, a look of disbelief and terror etched on her face. He's so strong, she thought, fear gripping her heart. The Night King's voice cut through the air, his words laced with a hint of disdain. Your arm should be above your belly button at all times. A young woman with pink hair, wielding a sword, lunged forward, her attack met by a blonde man who deflected it with ease. He calmly explained that any movement slower than his would result in a 0.2-second delay, further emphasizing that a significantly slower attack would be countered multiple times faster. The pink-haired woman, visibly strained, cried out, "Your Majesty." The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, effortlessly parried her next attack.
The woman, surprised, could only utter, "Eh?"
A blinding flash of light erupted from the blonde man as he unleashed a powerful counterattack, sending the pink-haired woman flying backward with a pained cry. The pink-haired woman, struggling to regain her footing, gritted her teeth. She realized that her mere strength and swordsmanship were insufficient against his superior speed and skill. And she braced herself for his next move, focusing on maintaining her balance. The blonde man's voice echoed in her mind, "Do not be pushed back by the sword's weight." The Night King, having returned to Earth after 300 years of hunting demons, stood poised, his blonde hair slightly tousled. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his hands, taking the form of two sharp, pointed blades of pure power. He launched a swift, precise attack towards his opponent, a young woman with short, crimson hair, clad in a dark red jacket.
The impact of the attack sent shockwaves through the air.
The woman's face contorted in surprise as she exclaimed in shock. She reacted instantly, parrying the Night King's attack with her own weapon, a staff, creating a blinding flash of light and energy. A triumphant grin spread across the woman's face as she declared that she had blocked his attack. The Night King grunted in exertion, clearly surprised by her skill. He noticed a faint mark appear on her forehead, a sign of the immense force he had just unleashed. The woman, still holding her staff, calmly observed him, pointing out the flaws in his technique. He acknowledged her criticism, reminding her to maintain speed and precision in her movements.
A question echoed in the air, a silent query hanging between two figures: what is the logic behind creating an opening for an enemy? One of them, a young man with blonde hair, offered a hesitant explanation. He mumbled something about needing to use his abilities, but a young woman with pink hair and a sword at her side interrupted him, clearly annoyed. She exclaimed that she did not want to repeat that again. The blonde young man, his expression serious, countered that the only way to victory was not simply to use one's skills efficiently. The pink-haired girl, her eyes wide with disbelief, retorted with a sharp question: "What's the point if you just die?" She held her sword tightly, a nervous tremor in her grip. Then stammered, almost whispering, a single, hesitant phrase: "Is that God?" The blonde young man's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. The blonde young man's confusion deepened. "What?" he repeated, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and suspicion. His eyes darted to the pink-haired girl, who was now visibly terrified, her face contorted in a mixture of fear and awe. A single, sharp sound escaped her lips: "Heek." A young woman with vibrant pink hair stood opposite a blonde man, his expression unreadable. He held a long, slender sword, its edge gleaming faintly. She stared at him, a mixture of apprehension and defiance in her eyes, her own thoughts a jumbled mess of exclamation points and uncertainty. He spoke, his voice low and serious. He had expected her to understand, to accept the necessity of self-sacrifice in the face of overwhelming odds. He had assumed she would be ready to lay down her life for a greater cause. But his words hung heavy in the air, unanswered. He wondered if his expectations were misplaced, if he had been too quick to assume her willingness to die for honor and glory. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at a growing frustration. He was beginning to doubt her resolve, her commitment to the ideals he held so dear. The woman, however, surprised him. With a swift, unexpected movement, she drew two swords, their blades flashing brightly. She called him a fool. He paused, taken aback by her sudden display of defiance. His question hung in the air, a challenge to her understanding of honor and glory. He asked if she had anyone to dedicate her life to. His gaze hardened, his thoughts turning inward. He questioned the point of blindly following ideals if they lacked personal meaning, if they weren't rooted in something truly important to him. The pink-haired woman's response was simple, yet profound. She had someone to dedicate her life to, someone worthy of her sacrifice. Her expression was unreadable, but a hint of determination flickered in her eyes. The scene ended with her standing resolute, her silence speaking volumes about her unwavering commitment. A close-up on a man's face, his expression unreadable, as faint particles drift around him. A young woman with pink hair addresses the man, her voice gentle yet firm: "Enough. Go rest." The man, his back now to the viewer, turns and walks away. The woman watches him go, murmuring, "Yes, Your Majesty." The man walks away, a faint purple energy crackling around him. He seems exhausted, his shoulders slumped. The woman, still holding a simple wooden sword, watches him with concern. The woman's concern deepens as she looks at the sword in her hands, a question forming on her lips. The woman's thoughts are revealed: "I feel like His Majesty has been lacking energy these days." A nighttime shot of a modern house. A single word appears in a speech bubble: "Carrick?" A young woman with vibrant red hair sat before a laptop, a small, crab-like robot beside her. The robot reported that His Majesty was experiencing an abnormal biological reaction due to stress. She tilted her head, a thoughtful expression on her face, and asked the robot for a clearer explanation. The robot, in response, simply stated that His Majesty was experiencing high stress levels and needed to de-stress. She agreed, acknowledging the robot's assessment of the situation. The woman then asked the robot if it knew what His Majesty enjoyed doing. The robot paused briefly before responding, revealing that His Majesty enjoyed playing games, suggesting it as a way to improve his mood during rest.
The robot concluded that games were the perfect activity for de-stressing. The woman looked at the robot, surprised, and questioned the idea of His Majesty playing games, admitting she couldn't imagine it. A young woman with vibrant red hair peered down at a small, crab-like robot on her desk. She tilted her head, a thoughtful expression on her face, and asked it a question.
Can you think of anything?
The robot, with a panda-like faceplate, responded, its words appearing in a narration box above it, games fit for an organic matter's dopamine increase. The robot continued, its statement appearing in a narration box below it, isn't part of my consideration. The young woman's eyes widened, frustration evident in her expression.
She muttered to herself. Why can't he just say that he doesn't know? Her expression shifted, a sudden realization dawning on her. Right. I think His Majesty would like that too.
She exclaimed, a bright smile spreading across her face.
Carrick?
The young woman, clearly flustered, began to explain something to the robot, her gestures frantic.
However, that was just a coincidence.
You will never reach my calculation ability, it added, a smug tone implied in its statement. A young woman with vibrant red hair sat comfortably in a chair, a mischievous glint in her eyes. A wide, almost manic grin stretched across her face as she chuckled, repeating yeah with playful emphasis. The scene shifted to a narration box.
The words within expressed a clear sense of irritation. It seems like you are mocking me. The narration continued, laced with disdain, not the kind of attitude a mere organic matter should take on.
But the woman's light-hearted retort cut through the tension, but I won anyway. The scene changed dramatically.
A man with long, silver hair, his eyes closed in serene contemplation, was shown in a golden, ethereal light.
His hand gently held a pair of scales, radiating a soft, holy glow. The image suggested a divine presence. A narration box appeared, its words carrying a tone of gentle approval. My dear knight, your volunteering makes the gods happy. A man in a dark suit walks away from the viewer, his back turned. A heavy curtain hangs behind him, partially obscuring the background.
The overall atmosphere is somber. He worries.
The man, his blonde hair visible now, looks downcast.
He apologizes. He kneels, his head bowed, a picture of weariness. The text emphasizes his long, arduous service.
A woman with long blonde hair appears, her expression kind.
She suggests he needs some rest and entertainment.
The man, shown in a small image within a larger panel dominated by the woman, looks surprised by the suggestion of entertainment.
He hasn't heard that word in a long time. The woman considers the many forms of modern entertainment, unsure what he might enjoy. However, she reflects that the best entertainment transcends time. The man's expression shifts, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He asks a question.
He inquires about the possibility of sleeping with a woman. The woman smiles knowingly, a playful glint in her eyes. The Night King, having returned to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting in the otherworld, found himself in a conversation with a powerful being. He paused, his expression unreadable.
Considering his options.
He voiced his thoughts, in my eyes, the queen is a good partner. Or how about that red-haired girl? The goddess, towering over him, seemed taken aback by his suggestion. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she whispered, Dear goddess. The Night King's attention shifted. He spoke again, a very young woman. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl, seemingly oblivious to the conversation, was running.
She reacted with indignation. How could you suggest such a thing? The Night King continued his explanation. She's a fully grown adult. He elaborated further. Humans find joy and de-stress through lovemaking.
The red-haired girl's expression turned thoughtful. She muttered to herself, you need. A subtle smile played on her lips as she considered the Night King's words.
A narration box declared the Night King's solemn purpose, to rebuild the royal family after his 300-year absence from Earth.
A woman with long blonde hair, adorned in elegant white robes, stood before a large stone monument. Her expression was one of serene contemplation as she spoke a single word, humans. The image within the glowing orb showed a man with short blonde hair, dressed in a dark suit, asleep.
The woman's words continued, suggesting a path to joy and fulfillment, find joy and desires through lovemaking.
After all, the blonde man knelt before her, his posture humble and resigned. The woman's voice, though unseen, carried a weight of expectation, you need to rebuild the royal family. He hesitated, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His internal conflict was evident, a silent battle raged within him. However, his resolve faltered. The weight of the task seemed insurmountable.
A desperate cry echoed from beyond the room, Your Majesty, Your Majesty.
The blonde man, still kneeling, clenched his fist, his face hardening with determination. A curt response escaped his lips,
I told you to mind your manners.
A young woman with vibrant red hair burst into the room, her eyes wide with urgency.
She pleaded with him, Your Majesty. You have to listen to this.
A young woman with vibrant red hair tumbled to the floor of a grand hall, landing with a dramatic thud. A blonde man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, stood over her, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, There's something I've prepared. A mysterious figure in a sharp suit stood silently, their expression unreadable, only a soft escaping their lips. The blonde man, his gaze fixed on the fallen woman, sked disapprovingly.
Tisk, TSK.
You possess transcendental physical capabilities, yet the way you act reminds me of a fish out of water. The woman struggled to her feet, her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and frustration.
Her eyes narrowed as she demanded, "So what is it?"
The blond man's expression shifted, a hint of concern flickering across his features before he announced, "I've prepared for your majesty." The woman, still on the ground, looked up at him, a question mark forming on her lips.
"For me?"
She then explained, "I received Sir Yappy's advice and help." The blond man's face contorted in a furious grimace. His eyes blazed with anger as he threatened, "If you appear in front of me in that sickening outfit once again, I will have you run around the neighborhood naked." A man's hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with tension. His face was obscured, but his voice, tight with barely controlled anger, denied any wrongdoing.
He insisted it was nothing like that. The denial only fueled the young woman's distress.
Tears streamed down her face as she vehemently protested her innocence. She felt falsely accused. A futuristic chamber hummed with barely contained energy. A swirling vortex of emerald green light pulsed in the center of the room, a gateway to another realm.
Two men in sharp suits stood observing the scene.
One, slightly younger, wore a leather jacket, the other, older and more formally dressed, maintained a watchful gaze. Their attention was riveted on the portal. The younger man was approached by two subordinates. They addressed him respectfully, referring to him as "Your Majesty." He inquired about the reason for their visit, his expression neutral. The subordinates explained that the organization had rallied to assist Assistant Manager Han Hari with a situation that had arisen. The younger man, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, listened intently.
A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Was this all planned?
A young man with blonde hair and a concerned expression stood beside a girl with vibrant pink hair, a playful smirk on her face.
He seemed apprehensive, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple.
She explained that the situation wasn't as strange as it seemed, given Sir Spin's involvement. The pink-haired girl urged him forward, excitedly inviting him to enter the gate.
But he remained unconvinced, a thoughtful expression clouding his features.
Undeterred, the girl declared her agreement, a confident glint in her eyes. A swirling, emerald-green portal pulsed with otherworldly energy in the heart of a tranquil forest. Around it stood a group of sharply dressed individuals, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Among them, a man with blonde hair and a dark jacket stood out, his gaze fixed on the portal's ethereal glow. Beside a striking woman with vibrant red hair, her attire hinting at a blend of modern and mystical elements. A question mark floated above her head, reflecting her own uncertainty about the scene unfolding before her. The red-haired woman's confident smirk suggested a different interpretation. She stood defiantly before the group, her posture radiating assurance. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the portal, causing the onlookers to flinch. A question mark appeared in a thought bubble above one of the men, indicating his confusion. The blond man stepped forward, his expression resolute. He declared his intention to explain the nature of the gate.
He revealed the gate's name, Suhi.
The red-haired woman, seemingly familiar with the gate, explained that various animals and monsters inhabited the world beyond. She then presented a point system for creatures encountered beyond the gate, indicating a possible game or challenge. The blond man, seemingly unimpressed, simply responded with a non-committal mm. A man with dark hair and a smirk held up a whiteboard displaying a point system, 1 point for rabbits, 3 for deer, and 10 for orcs. He explained that orcs were worth 10 points because of their rarity. A blond young man, his face partially visible, thoughtfully murmured in response. The blond man, now fully visible, mused that it was a hunting game of sorts.
A red-haired woman energetically confirmed, "Yep. It's hunting, Your Majesty."
The red-haired woman, with a playful smile, suggested that hunting might have been the trend in the place where the blond man resided. The blond man remained silent, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then remarked that it was considerate of them to prepare a hunting ground for him to de-stress. The red-haired woman and the dark-haired man from earlier watched with amused expressions as a bald man chuckled. The blond man admitted that it had been so long since he last hunted, he wasn't sure how good he would be.
Sunlight dappled through the dense canopy of a forest, illuminating a path that wound its way deeper into the woods.
A blur of motion indicated a swift attack, the sound of jewels echoing as an unseen force struck. The impact sent a grotesque, green-skinned orc sprawling, its eyes wide with shock and pain.
A triumphant, booming laughter filled the air, echoing through the trees.
A young man with blonde hair, a cruel smile on his face, knocked an arrow, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He was clearly enjoying himself.
He mused, finding the hunt more entertaining than direct combat.
The sound of a guttural cry, Kuagu, ripped through the forest as the orc tribe reacted to the fallen comrade.
Their enraged leader demanded to know who dared to kill one of their own.
A blonde-haired man, clad in a dark jacket, stood defiantly amidst a throng of grotesque, green-skinned creatures. He unleashed a flurry of blows, his movements swift and precise, as he roared at his attackers, "How dare you dirty beasts bare your teeth at me?
Die, all of you." The blonde man's attack continued relentlessly.
Observing from a distance, a red-haired woman watched the scene unfold. Her expression was one of concern, as she thought to herself, "He's really enjoying it.
I don't know if I'll be any good."
A moment later, a glimmer of resolve crossed her features. The blond man, having dispatched his foes, casually examined one of the fallen creatures. He muttered, With the battle concluded, the blond man gathered the spoils of war into a burlap sack, leaving behind a field of defeated orcs. The red-haired woman approached cautiously, addressing the blond man with a respectful tone, "Your Majesty." He responded with a simple "mme" before she continued, "You're good with the bow and arrow." The blond man responded, You seem to have misunderstood. Just because I'm a knight does not mean that I do not know how to use long-range weapons." The narration box declared that hunting was a noble's virtue and hobby, a sentiment shared by the three figures depicted in the panel: a man with light brown hair and a brown jacket, another man with darker hair and a more formal attire, and a brown dog. The narration continued, specifying that this was especially true for knight-errants and mission knights, who needed to provide their own food wherever they were. Therefore, knights had no choice but to become experts at hunting. This is where the scene shifted to introduce two new characters, a blonde man with a bow and a red-haired woman in dark attire. The woman's expression hinted at a thought. The red-haired woman complimented the blonde man on his hunting skills, noting that he was exceptionally good at it. The blonde man responded by stating that he was once famous as the strongest champion of all time. But he was also the second most excellent hunter at the time. The red-haired woman expressed surprise at this revelation, questioning if the first most excellent hunter was another Grail Knight. The blonde man pondered this question, his expression thoughtful. He ultimately concluded that it was inaccurate to call the first hunter a Grail Knight. The final narration box explained that while the goddess of the moon and hunting watched over her, she was more of a hunter than a knight. A hand, adorned with dark, intricate rings, delicately traced the contours of a dark surface with a slender, pointed instrument. Dust motes danced in the faint light, disturbed by the precise movements. Revealing a woman of striking beauty, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders, partially obscured by a flowing veil. She was the head of the Temple of the Moon and Hunting, a figure of immense power and grace. Beside her stood a man, his blonde hair catching the light, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he held a long, slender spear. He was a priest, a hunter of demons from another world, and he had returned after 300 years. She was a priestess, her arrows imbued with celestial power, each shot was like a falling meteor. Had she used her full strength, the arrow could have easily pierced a mountain. A young woman with vibrant pink hair watched them, a mixture of awe and apprehension in her eyes. Maybe it's possible for his world. She mused, a hint of doubt coloring her thoughts. But why did he only hunt orcs? The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. I didn't need to herd the animals after all, the blonde man explained, his tone suggesting a deeper, more strategic reason. The pink-haired woman listened intently, her expression shifting subtly. But in order to obtain first place in a competition, you must hunt the ones worth the most points, she pointed out, a realization dawning on her. He really treats the orcs like prey. The thought lingered, a disturbing implication of the blonde man's methods. Anyway, I got something weird, he said, changing the subject. He held up a small, dark object, its surface pulsing with an unnatural green light. It feels cursed, he stated, his voice laced with a hint of unease. The pink-haired woman nodded in agreement. Ah, your majesty's right, she replied. A mysterious, green-tinged object lay before them. It was identified as a cursed totem, a rare artifact. A hand, presumably belonging to the Night King, reached out and grasped the totem. A young woman with vibrant red hair addressed the Night King. She instructed him to sell the totem and give the money to the animal herders. The Night King's companion, a young man with blonde hair, questioned the decision. He pointed out the totem's immense value, 100 million, but the Night King stood firm. Elsewhere, a group of men in white shirts lay collapsed on the ground, seemingly exhausted. A young woman with short, reddish-brown hair watched them with a slight cough. The Night King, noticing something, urged his companion to follow him. He claimed to see orc tracks. The blonde-haired companion, surprised, questioned the Night King's intention to continue hunting in the forest. The Night King's eyes blazed with determination. He stated that even if the orcs were merely a ruse, they still needed to be eliminated. The red-haired woman looked on, clearly concerned by the Night King's unwavering resolve. A red-haired woman, clad in dark, form-fitting attire, led a blonde-haired man through a sun-dappled forest. He carried a quiver of arrows and a bow across his back. Now, follow me. I'll show you how to use the bow and arrow, she instructed, her tone patient yet firm. The blonde man responded with a stammered, "Why yes, your majesty." The blonde man's gaze was fixed on something in the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. He held the bow loosely in his hand. A soft, golden light filled the panel, obscuring any details. A single thought bubble appeared, ? The red-haired woman's face brightened, a radiant smile spreading across her features. "I'm glad you seem to feel better," she said, her voice filled with genuine warmth. A joyful expression reflecting her relief. The blonde man's blue eyes, the only visible feature, held a complex mixture of emotions. A hint of surprise, perhaps even a flicker of something akin to hope, shone within their depths. A question arose in his mind: how long has it been since someone was nice to me? The blonde man stood silently, his expression unreadable, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. A question hung in the air, stark and challenging, without wanting anything in return. A figure, unseen, offered a quiet response: "Well, I am proud of you." Two figures, a young man with blonde hair and a young woman with vibrant red hair, walked through a forest. The woman, dressed in dark attire, spoke, though her words were barely audible. She instructed him to use the technique she had taught him to kill at least 3 orcs. The young man's reply was hesitant, almost apologetic. He confessed that he had only used the bow and arrow a couple of times. His words trailed off as the scene shifted, the forest blurring into an indistinct mass of green and brown. The transition continued, the image fading to a hazy sky, then abruptly shifting to a clear view of a modern city skyline. The camera focused on a large, imposing building, identified as the Pantheon Guild training facility. Inside, the red-haired woman from the forest moved swiftly, pushing a cart laden with what appeared to be weapons. A young woman with vibrant pink hair beams, expressing relief. "I'm glad His Majesty feels better," she exclaims, her joy palpable. The scene shifts to a man with dark hair, his expression neutral. He is addressed, "Oh, Assistant Manager Han." The pink-haired woman, now identified as Assistant Manager Han, pushes a cart laden with swords towards a man in a white shirt and tie. He questions her, "Section Chief, what brings you here?" She explains, "The tractor broke, so I had to stop by the supply room. No one's ever used it ever since the Neju incident." The section chief's expression softens. Then I'll come with you," he replies, agreeing to accompany her. They arrive at the Pantheon Guild supply room. The sign is clearly visible. Assistant Manager Han observes the surroundings, a thought crossing her mind, "So this is where Sir Geovric's hammer is, right?" The section chief confirms her suspicion with a simple, "Yes." Assistant Manager Han adds a prayer, "May he achieve nirvana." "What's with the Buddhist and Christian mix-up? You even crossed yourself." A man with dark hair and a serious expression questioned if the hammer had been there all along. A woman with vibrant red hair replied that there was currently no one who could use it. They decided to keep it there for now, the man and woman carefully moving the hammer towards a storage area. A mysterious object, seemingly a powerful weapon, was shown under a spotlight, its true nature still unknown. The red-haired woman observed the object from a distance, her gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in shock and fear, her face reflecting a sudden realization. She gasped, a single word escaping her lips, "Ha!" A blur of motion streaked across the clear blue sky above a quiet suburban street. Leaving a family of 3 startled as a sleek black car screeched to a halt nearby. From the car, a pair of well-polished brown leather shoes were visible. As 2 men emerged, one of them nervously questioning if they had arrived at the correct location. One of the men suggested they proceed to examine the nation's most powerful artifact. But before they could, a sudden, sharp sound pierced the air, sending one of the men sprawling to the ground with a pained cry. The remaining man, his eyes wide with shock, recognized the approaching threat as belonging to the Pantheon Guild. A young man with short brown hair stared down at a small, crab-like robot in his hand. He questioned aloud, "Hammer Challenger?" The robot, seemingly responding to the young man's inquiry, emitted a single word, "Yes." The Hammer Challenger robot, now larger and more clearly defined, extended a metallic appendage towards the young man. "I welcome you," it declared. Confused, the young man stammered, "Thanks." A second man, older and more sharply dressed, approached, observing the scene with a curious expression. He commented, "It's nicer than I imagined." The Hammer Challenger robot suddenly emitted a bright red light from its central core, its energy levels spiking dramatically. The older man grabbed the younger man, seemingly attempting to restrain him as the robot's energy surge intensified. The younger man's eyes widened in alarm. A powerful force erupted from the robot, throwing both men backward. The younger man landed hard, letting out a cry of pain, "Heek." A robotic gatekeeper, its metallic body glowing with an inner orange fire, announced the entrance fee. A red light pulsed from the gatekeeper's central eye, and a confused expression crossed the face of one of the men standing before it. The gatekeeper, having apparently rejected their initial attempt, scurried away to explain that payment was required before entry. A sign appeared, detailing the entrance fee, 5 million won for hunters and 500,000 won for civilians. One of the men reacted with surprise, questioning the disparity in fees. The gatekeeper explained that the higher fee for hunters was to maintain the holy relics within, while civilians paid a reduced rate. One of the men, however, remained unconvinced, pointing out the significant difference in cost. The other man attempted to justify the fee by mentioning the value of the epic item inside, prompting the first man to ask if Samsung Pay was accepted as a form of payment. Bank transfers were accepted. A man groaned, a low, pained sound escaping his lips, Q-Hub. 2 men, clearly distressed, stumbled along a city street, their movements labored and unsteady. A woman watched them from a distance, her expression unreadable. One of the men gasped, "Ah." Then, a voice, calm and authoritative, cut through the air, "Welcome, hunters." A young woman in a lion costume, holding a sign, introduced herself, "I'm Assistant Manager Han Hari from the Korean Hunter Association's Management Team 3. The 2 men stared at her in disbelief. Their unspoken question hung heavy in the air. One of the hunters hesitantly asked, Han Hari? The rookie from last year?" A narration box appeared, stating, "All of this started with the day the hammer disappeared a week ago." A blonde-haired man appeared, observing the scene from above. He muttered to himself, So this is where it was." A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a sharp brown suit, stood amidst a light blue sky, a look of concern etched on his face. He seemed troubled, his gaze distant and filled with worry. Suddenly, a guttural cry, quaff, echoed through the air, a sound of immense struggle and pain. The source of the cry was revealed. A man, his face contorted in exertion, was struggling mightily with a large, ornate staff embedded in the ground. He strained against it, his muscles bulging with effort, surrounded by a group of onlookers. The blond man from the previous panel watched with growing alarm as a woman with long, silver hair exclaimed, "It won't budge at all, Your Majesty." Another bystander added, "This has been here since morning." The blond man, seemingly unfazed, simply responded with a curt, He stood calmly, his expression unchanged, beside the silver-haired woman as the scene unfolded before them. A sense of quiet authority emanated from him. Then, a young woman with red hair approaches cautiously, reaching out to touch the staff. As she touches it, a surge of energy erupts, sending a shockwave that pushes her back and surprises everyone present. "Ha!" A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes stood pensively, his gaze cast downward. A single thought bubble above him contained 3 ellipses, suggesting contemplation. The scene shifted to reveal a group of startled young men. A figure in a dark suit, his face obscured, demanded, "What are you trying to do?" The focus narrowed to a glowing, ornate hammer, its head etched with intricate designs and adorned with what appeared to be wings. The hammer pulsed with a golden light. Suddenly, the blonde-haired man from the first panel swung the glowing hammer with surprising force. A shockwave of energy erupted from the impact, sending several nearby individuals sprawling. One young man cried out in surprise, "You whack?" Another young woman, observing the scene, muttered, "Oh my." A red-haired young woman questioned, "Can a hammer have a consciousness?" The red-haired woman pointed at the hammer, explaining, "A holy relic like this can." The final panel shows the blonde-haired man, his hands clasped to his chest, standing before a large, ornate sword chained to a wall. A golden aura emanates from the sword. The Night King, having returned to Earth after 300 years of battling demons in another world, reflected on the nature of his power. He noted that it developed its own will and could become difficult to control. However, upon receiving his legendary hammer, he hadn't sensed any independent consciousness within it. A flashback revealed the hammer's origins, a weapon of immense power, chosen by Demera and sworn to the King of the Lionheart. Back in the present, the Night King, his face partially obscured, clenched his fist, declaring his intention to share his newfound power through the hammer. A young man with striking blue eyes, Hanhari, simply responded with an understanding, "I see." The hammer, radiating a warm golden light, seemed to speak to Hanhari, asking him to find a suitable wielder. Hanhari paused, considering the hammer's request. Hanhari, slightly perplexed, turned to a young woman with vibrant red hair, questioning what he should tell them. He pondered, his gaze fixed on the hammer, the answer becoming clear. He would tell them about the one who could wield this extraordinary weapon. One man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, looked up at another, whose lips curled into a knowing smirk. The smirking man stated that he would be allowed to keep it. A reaction of disbelief and slight disgust washed over a young woman with vibrant pink hair as she heard the news. She stared at her phone, a question mark forming on her face as she processed the information. "Really?" The smirking man explained that they would send someone to assess its value first, before any final decisions were made. Standing beside him was a woman with long, white hair and a crown, her expression unreadable. The pink-haired woman simply murmured in response. Later that day, a man wearing glasses let out a pained, high-pitched scream, his eyes glowing with an intense light. The pink-haired woman, witnessing this sudden outburst, cried out in alarm, asking what was wrong. The man, still reeling from the experience, could only manage to stammer out the word epic. One of the men exclaimed that the item was epic. The other man, skeptical, questioned if that was indeed the case. A narration box explained that hunters used special equipment to fight monsters. The image displayed a collection of such equipment, a sword, a bow, a mace, and a shield. For convenience, the ranks of these equipment were classified. The image showed 4 tiers of equipment: normal, rare, unique, and legendary. The narration box explained that starting equipment was made by regular blacksmiths, while equipment made with endless effort and financial support was classified as unique. The image showed a group of scientists observing a legendary sword in a containment unit. The narration box confirmed that such items were called legendary. Abstract swirls of fiery orange energy danced against a backdrop of absolute black. The scene pulsed with an otherworldly energy. And amidst this ethereal display, text appeared, proclaiming that only a handful of items existed in the last 30 years of history. These items were called epic, surpassing even legendary rank. The Shirwan Mountains Master was shown to wield a magnificent sword against a backdrop of serene, misty mountains. The Heavenly Demon's Heaven Destruction Sword was one of these legendary weapons, alongside the 12-ring Kakura, a great mage's staff capable of causing world-altering disasters. The image showed the staff, ornate and powerful, set against a fiery landscape. And finally, the Frost Queen's Heart, a crystalline gem said to expand the snowy fields of Siberia. The Wandering Demon Sword completed the list of powerful artifacts. The narrative opens with a glimpse of a powerful weapon, still lost in the aftermath of the Black Gate disaster in London. It is described as an item of tremendous influence and power, capable of securing victories even in the most impossible situations.
And now, it lies before a group of people.
One of them, a man in a suit, expresses disbelief at the idea of giving such a powerful weapon to just anyone. Another, a woman in athletic wear, simply nods in agreement. He nervously wonders who could possibly wield such power. A young man with blonde hair appears, his eyes fixed on the weapon, and approaches it with determination.
He effortlessly lifts the weapon, a feat that surprises everyone present.
It is revealed that whoever can lift the hammer will become its owner. The man in the suit is awestruck by the hammer's incredible value and urges the young man to take a closer look at some documents. A description of the weapon appeared on screen: Gedric's one-handed hammer, an epic-ranked divine hammer blessed with the soul of Gedric, the Grail Knight of Damara, the goddess of life and fertility. It grants the wielder divine power from the goddess herself, ensuring perfect vitality and preventing fatigue.
The goddess blessing increases defense by 400%, healing power by 300%, and subordinate defense and healing power by 200% and 150%, respectively.
The hammer's abilities also depend on the user's faith and divine power. A young woman with vibrant red hair gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the hammer. Beside her, a man in a suit watched with a stoic expression.
"Holy crap!" she breathed.
The man in the suit simply responded with a low, non-committal, His decision remained unchanged, despite the young woman's clear astonishment.
Another man, wearing glasses, looked on in disbelief.
The man in the suit instructed, "Tell the news to the association." The man with glasses responded hesitantly,
He then asked, "Could I go make a call real quick?"
The Hunter Association president confirmed his identity on a phone call. He was speaking with Mr. Lee Chan-soo. And a look of shock washed over the president's face as he listened.
His shock quickly turned to disbelief as he sputtered a disbelieving sorry.
The president's jaw dropped as he heard the news.
An epic item had appeared.
A newspaper headline announced the appearance of the nation's first epic item, drawing many challengers to the Pantheon Guild. This explained the large number of challengers.
Back in the present, a character asks about Geovric's hammer.
A man, his face contorted in a mixture of impatience and barely suppressed excitement, addressed a small figure in a bear costume. He demanded to see something, his words sharp and urgent. The bear costume figure, a young woman with pink hair peeking out, warned him to be careful with his words. She revealed the identity of the person he was so eager to see, Sir Geovric. She continued, her voice laced with a nervous energy that betrayed her outward composure, reminding him of proper etiquette when addressing someone of Sir Geovric's stature.
Meanwhile, two other men watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity.
The man who had initially demanded to see Sir Geovric revealed his intention: he wanted to challenge Sir Geovric's hammer, referring to it as an item. The bare-suited girl, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, offered to guide them to Sir Geovric. She led the two men, her cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to the seriousness of their mission. Their destination was clearly something of great importance to them.
As they followed, she cheerfully pointed the way.
Finally arriving at their destination, a massive, imposing weapon, which was announced with a shout of "Over here, hunters!" A young man with short brown hair stood amidst a swirl of golden energy, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. Two other men, one with a stern expression, observed him with concern, while a young woman with vibrant red hair and animal ears watched with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The scene shifted to reveal a mysterious, ancient-looking hammer resting on a pedestal.
Its surface pulsed with a faint, ethereal glow.
Two men watched it intently, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of them muttered that the energy emanated from the hammer itself. The aura emanating from the hammer intensified, causing the two men to exchange worried glances. One of them expressed his astonishment, noting that despite its stillness, the hammer radiated an intense energy.
The young man from the first panel, seemingly emboldened, declared his intention to try interacting with the hammer.
A confident smirk played on his lips as he prepared himself.
He reached out a hand towards the hammer.
A surge of brilliant blue energy erupted from the hammer as he made contact. The young man visibly strained, a pained grimace twisting his features as he struggled to control the overwhelming power. He let out a pained cry as the energy surged through him, throwing him backward onto the floor.
The two onlookers watched in stunned silence.
The woman, her eyes wide with disbelief, questioned the hammer's capabilities, voicing her astonishment at its power. A young man with an afro, his face contorted in a grimace, shouted in protest. Scratches marred his cheeks, evidence of a recent struggle. He was surrounded by a crowd, one number of which was a girl in a bear costume holding a sign. His outburst was a reaction to an unspoken injustice. It seemed the system was failing to recognize the worth of certain individuals. The girl in the bear costume, her expression one of disbelief, retorted that the information should have been revealed sooner. The young man and another man, both looking concerned, stood before a large, ornate hammer resting on a pedestal. The hammer, it seemed, held the power to decide their fate, but even they were unaware of the specific conditions. The bear girl, seemingly exasperated, muttered a single word: Carrick. The young man's eyes widened in surprise as a small, robotic spider-like device suddenly appeared before him.
He recognized it instantly. It was back. The device's reappearance prompted a question: was it time to pay a tithe? The robotic spider scuttled forward, its movements surprisingly agile.
The young man, looking perplexed, explained that they had already paid the entrance fee. The demand for an additional donation, a tithe, was unexpected and frustrating. A man, his face etched with disbelief, stared at an object before him. Goddess holy relic. He muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Another man, beside him, reacted with a mix of shock and disbelief. His eyes widened, and he clutched his stomach, a question mark hanging in the air. Suddenly, a sleek, dark device appeared, bathed in an ethereal glow. A small, robotic creature emerged from it, its metallic body gleaming. A mechanical whirring sound, Carrick, echoed in the room. The robotic creature, seemingly sentient, approached a group of men. One of them, dressed in a lion costume, held up a sign indicating a direction. Take this, 10 million in tithe, he announced. One of the men, stunned by the audacity of the demand, fell to his knees.
Are you out of your mind? The robot responded calmly, Carrick. Thanks for the tithe.
Another man, seemingly the leader of the group, stood defiantly, his anger evident. A large sword was prominently displayed in the panel.
A sudden exclamation, oh. He grabbed it, punctuated the moment. A guttural cry ripped from the man's throat as purple energy crackled around him. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, obscuring his form.
Then, with a violent surge, he thrust a massive, ancient-looking weapon into the ground, the impact shaking the very earth. Nearby, two onlookers stared in disbelief, their mouths agape as they exclaimed, Huh? What? A young woman in a lion costume, standing between them, shared their astonishment. One of the men commented, he couldn't even grab it earlier. The camera focused on the weapon, a long, ornate staff with a strange, almost alien design.
Beside it sat a small, spherical robot, its single eye blinking.
A narration box appeared, taking tithes for the construction of the Pantheon Guild.
The robot, now revealed to be more advanced than initially perceived, turned to face the onlookers, its expression unreadable.
The camera focuses on a helmet, a large, imposing piece of equipment, hinting at the presence of a powerful warrior. Around it, blurred figures of people are visible, their faces indistinct, suggesting a scene of chaos or urgency. Two hands, one holding a wad of cash and the other a smartphone, appear in the foreground.
The owner of the hands exclaims, me too. I'll pay it too. The scene suggests a desperate attempt to secure something valuable.
A young woman in a lion costume, her face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief, interrupts. Move. I was first, she shouts, her words laced with indignation.
She claims priority in whatever transaction is taking place. The lion-costumed girl, whose name is Yapi, is questioned by a concerned onlooker. Sir Yapi, are you sure this is okay? It seems sacrilege.
The scene depicts Yapi amidst a crowd of people, her actions causing a stir. Yapi, unfazed, retorts, do you question my efficient method of funding, displaying a confident and almost arrogant demeanor?
She holds a signpost, suggesting she's directing the flow of events.
A small, robotic device speaks, advising, you just need to follow my plan.
The implication is that Yapi's actions are part of a larger scheme.
A scene change shows a man, his face partially obscured, expressing doubt with a single word, but. His hesitation suggests a potential complication or unforeseen problem.
Yapi and her robotic companion are shown again, standing patiently with the signpost, awaiting further instructions or developments. Suddenly, a roar erupts, Kuahh. More. Pay more. It wasn't enough. The crowd surges forward, revealing their dissatisfaction with the current situation. The scene ends on a note of escalating tension.
A chilling whisper escaped his lips, barely audible above the din of battle, evil. A word that hung heavy in the air as a small, round robot whimpered, Carrick, from behind a lion-costumed figure. The air crackled with energy as a fiery hammer materialized, its incandescent glow illuminating the scene. A symbol of power and destruction, a harbinger of the conflict to come. Meanwhile, unseen, Yapi, the financial officer of the Pantheon Guild, had just begun his plans. The scene opens on a quiet suburban street, a two-story house standing under a clear blue sky.
This is the Pantheon Guild's new headquarters.
Inside, a young woman with vibrant red hair exclaimed about a surprising business proposition.
She reacted with a mix of shock and disbelief,
before turning her attention to a small, robotic device resting on a nearby laptop.
She demanded a report on the guild's finances.
The robot reported that the Pantheon Guild had recently become incredibly popular, attracting many adventurers eager to test their strength against the guild's legendary hammer. A man, overwhelmed with excitement, recounted his experience near the Pantheon, noting a miraculous healing effect that had cured his toothache. A photo on a phone shows a young boy happily posing with the red-haired woman, who was dressed in a large bear costume. The narration reveals that the red-haired woman, obsessively dedicated to the guild's success, has been diligently collecting donations to secure its funding. A small, metallic orb, resembling a spider, sat atop a massive pile of gold bars. Its red central light pulsed faintly. The narration box stated that this was part of an effort to spread fame and influence regarding the Pantheon.
Everything was for the sake of this facility.
The camera panned to reveal a sprawling, futuristic facility, gleaming white against a bright blue sky.
Its design was sleek and imposing, hinting at advanced technology. A closer view showed the immense scale of the structure, its many levels and intricate details hinting at its complex purpose.
A young woman with vibrant pink hair, wearing a casual outfit, stood in a corridor of the facility.
Her expression was one of wide-eyed surprise as she exclaimed, "What is all this?"
She looked around the vast, high-tech space, clearly overwhelmed by its scale and advanced technology.
A narration box identified the location as a high-intensity forging facility. The woman walked down a corridor lined with large, metallic containers, each emitting a faint blue glow.
A sound effect suggested the hum of powerful machinery. She approached a large, cylindrical chamber, its interior filled with a swirling, luminous blue energy. The energy pulsed with an almost palpable power. The woman stood before a large, crystalline structure at the end of the chamber, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. She commented that it was the lowest-level forging facility she could find in her database. A small, spherical robot perched atop a woman's head declared that its current form was the best it could manage given Earth's low energy levels. Despite the robot's assessment, the woman, with vibrant red hair, offered a dissenting opinion, stating that it still looked great. Another woman, with equally striking red hair but a different style, interjected, explaining that the robot's limitations stemmed from the organic nature of her brain. A third individual, addressing the red-haired woman, inquired if she was the Grail Knight, known for her prowess in steel and blacksmithing. She confirmed her identity with a simple yes. The red-haired woman gazed at a large, glowing pink crystal, her expression one of wonder. But the robot quickly denied any connection to it. The red-haired woman, realizing her outsider status, mused that this might be the reason for the robot's limitations. However, the robot countered that this was not the case. The robot then revealed that the facility they were in was incomplete. A young woman with vibrant red hair listened attentively, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. She murmured, "I see," in response to the information about the need for specialized facilities to work with adamantium. Her expression shifted, a determined glint appearing in her eyes. She declared, "I must go earn money." She moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion as she activated some kind of energy field. A small, almost comical-looking robot stumbled nearby, emitting a surprised, "Ah. Gee, good." The woman's face tightened with concern as she observed the small robot's movements. It seemed to be searching for something. The robot, having located its target, announced, "Minimum-level forging facility open." The scene shifted to a control room, where monitors displayed complex financial data. The robot was now diligently working, its movements precise and efficient. The final panel showed a simple declaration, "Today." A small, spherical robot with crab-like legs and a central, glowing red eye is shown. Its metallic body is primarily white and orange. A narration box displays a declaration, "I will be a righteous thief once again." The scene shifts to a city at dusk, the buildings showing signs of decay and damage. The word recently appears prominently in the panel. The panel shows a city street, the buildings damaged and ominous. The text reads, "The global stock market has been facing a great disaster." Inside a dimly lit office, a man furiously confronts another, his face contorted in anger. He exclaims about news articles contradicting their plans. The other man, looking defeated, explains that despite receiving ample funds, he failed to manipulate the news as instructed. The first man, now staring intensely at his phone, mutters about a mysterious entity interfering with stock prices and sales. His frustration is palpable. A man in a trench coat and fedora walked away from the camera, his shadow stretching long behind him in the dimly lit alleyway. He carried a briefcase, his gait purposeful and brisk. The narration box below him stated a simple fact: they took all the profit for themselves and disappeared each time. Of course, it went without saying. A small, robotic entity with a helmet-like head sat before several large, glowing screens. The screens remained blank. That entity was Yap P, the financial asset that Yap P had been eyeing recently. The robotic entity stared at a world map displayed on one of the screens. Numerous red dots, representing areas of crisis, were scattered across the globe. The narration box below stated simply, "Was food." In the 21st century, the food situation for humanity was not looking good. The map showed widespread devastation. The narration box explained, there was simply too much land that had been corrupted by demonic elements. During the beginning of the Great Change, the powerful nations of West and East Asia responded excellently. A group of men in suits sat around a table, looking grim. One man pointed at a swirling vortex on a screen. The narration box explained, however, dungeon breaks happened every other day in the poor nations that contained other conflicts. The narration box explains that the affected areas included Eastern Europe and Middle East Asia. A map shows the extent of the affected regions, with the narration box stating that Yap P Corporation had acquired all of these lands. These lands were deemed worthless and corrupted. The narration box indicates that the first target of the corporation's efforts was Heilongjiang's grain industry. This decision was made following the Shanghai disaster 20 years prior, as the corruption level in Heilongjiang was severe. The panel depicts a desolate landscape, reflecting the severity of the corruption in one of the 50 warlord nations. Yap P Corporation bought a part of the grain industry and spread the faith of Demera, the goddess of life and fertility, thus purifying the soil. While the purification wasn't as fast or extensive as Leon's methods, it still yielded results. A man stood in a vast field of ripening grain, his gaze sweeping across the golden expanse. The soil, it seemed, had been blessed, soon it would yield an abundant harvest of rice, corn, and other grains. This, he mused, would once again make the grain industry incredibly profitable. But a small, spherical robot with a helmet-like head shook its head, a digital no flashing across its screen. The Pantheon Guild, it warned, would monopolize all food resources. The robot, a seemingly innocuous machine, was clearly concerned. The robot continued its analysis, its internal processors whirring. The real problem, it concluded, wasn't the Guild's potential monopoly, but the very real possibility of an imminent invasion. A map appeared on the robot's screen, highlighting a specific region with a pulsing red dot. Arrows indicated the direction of an approaching threat. The robot displayed a summary of its data analysis. Global conflicts, it stated, were a wasteful drain on resources. The data was clear. And the threat level at various global gates was escalating rapidly. The robot, its camera focused on a city skyline, delivered its final assessment. A logical leader, it declared, would not waste resources on pointless conflicts. A bold declaration filled the panel: this land will rise. News of a coup d'état in Jilin flashed across a television screen. Two men, their backs to the viewer, stood before a live stream of breaking news, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. One of them, startled, questioned the situation, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. A woman with vibrant red hair and wide, surprised eyes watched from nearby. A small, spherical device with a cross-like symbol on its surface suddenly appeared, its presence causing a stir. The word Kirike was written in bold letters below it. The red-haired woman, addressing someone named Hari, began to reveal a surprising piece of information. She declared that she owned private equity. She explained that private equity is a method of asset management that has been steadily rising. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, dressed in a red hoodie, tilted her head in mild confusion. The words "I will manage your funds" floated above her in a speech bubble. The speech bubble above her read, "Register today." Below, another bubble contained her question: "Are you asking me to invest?" A final bubble showed her response: "I'm managing your funds." A small, robotic creature with a helmet stood beside her. She exclaimed, "Whoa, you're active in the stock market too? That's amazing." The robot explained, "Considering your weak financial state, you need a professional to support you in your management of money." The young woman retorted, Weak. I've saved up quite a lot considering my age, you know." The robot countered, "You have only saved 15% of the average savings of A-rank hunters." She responded, Well. That's because I'm donating all the money I don't need to the orphanage I grew up in." The robot stated, "Finance management is required to offer larger donations." The young woman smirked, "I don't need." A young woman with vibrant red hair yelped in pain, clutching her side as she doubled over. A small, orange, robotic creature with a somewhat melancholic expression hovered nearby. The robotic creature lectured her, its words appearing in a narration box: "For a human living in modern civilization, being lazy with finance studies is basically giving up on life." It continued, its tone unwavering, "You should be grateful that I am offering to do this for you." The young woman, still wincing, mumbled in response, "Ugh, then just 2 million won." The robotic creature interrupted, its voice sharp and demanding, 20 million. Sell the semi-basement apartment in Seoul too." She groaned again, clearly distressed. Then, attempting to sound unconcerned, she added, "Well, it's Sir Yapi. I'm sure it's nothing suspicious." Her face was a mask of forced nonchalance, but a bead of sweat trickled down her temple, betraying her inner anxiety. The robotic creature announced, its voice taking on a more cheerful tone, "Carrick. You're now a silver member." It explained further, "I was nice and leveled you up from bronze." Hanhari, a young woman with vibrant red hair, tilted her head, a question mark forming on her face as she processed new information. Silver member, she wondered, her expression a mixture of curiosity and slight confusion. The details of the membership program were laid out before her. Bronze members were guaranteed a 100% return on their investment, but the real incentive was for silver members, who would receive a 200% return. A proposition was put forth: "Do you want a higher level?" The question hung in the air, a spark of ambition igniting in Harry's eyes. Her response was immediate and enthusiastic. That'd be great," she exclaimed, a wide, hopeful smile spreading across her face. The conditions for upgrading were explained. "If you register 5 other members, I will level you up to gold." A path to even greater rewards was presented. A small, almost cartoonish robot whirred into view, its movements emphasizing the lucrative potential. "Then your profit rate will be 300%. Hari's eyes widened, her jaw dropping slightly in astonishment. The sheer magnitude of the potential profit overwhelmed her. A gasp escaped her lips. Really?" A triumphant grin spread across Hari's face. The narration box confirmed her identity and current status: Han Hari, 20 years old, fresh into society. The narration box revealed a critical piece of information: someone was unaware that they were involved in a multi-level marketing scheme. The problem was that others were trusting in her goodwill. Soho, a young woman with reddish-brown hair, was on a phone call, a pen in her hand, making notes. She cheerfully confirmed her identity to the person on the other end of the line. Yeah, Suho.
It's me. Soho reviewed a list of names on her tablet, questioning whether they would participate.
She then wrote down the number 9, pleased with her decision.
Good thinking. The narration box described the pyramid scheme as having gained momentum very quickly.
A robotic device, described as a pyramid scheme, was shown descending from the sky. The scene opens with a low-angle shot, focusing on a dark, shadowed area. The viewer's perspective is limited, creating a sense of mystery. Then shifts to a bright, sunny sky, visible through a large window. The contrast suggests a transition from a confined, secretive space to a more open environment.
A sleek, black car speeds down a city street, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake.
A figure is shown tumbling through the air, the impact implied by the motion lines and the sound effect. The figure, a man in a dark suit, lands heavily, adjusting his collar as dust settles around him.
He appears unfazed, even slightly annoyed by the disruption.
The man's feet are shown, his shoes striking the ground with force as he moves quickly. The sound effects emphasize the speed and precision of his movements. He enters a grand building, where 3 men in suits await him.
The atmosphere is tense, the men's expressions serious and expectant.
One of the suited men speaks, identifying themselves as being from the district court.
Their tone is formal and authoritative.
He continues, delivering a warning about asset confiscation.
The message is clearly meant to be a threat. The man in the dark suit, surprised by the announcement, reacts with a questioning expression.
A small, robotic creature beside him seems equally perplexed. A small, spherical robot with large, expressive eyes stood in the middle of a room. Beads of sweat dotted its metallic surface, and its internal mechanisms seemed to be overheating, as indicated by the visible steam emanating from its joints. A sense of palpable anxiety emanated from the little machine. Meanwhile, a man in a sharp business suit meticulously documented the robot's distress on a clipboard. His brow was furrowed in concentration, his pen moving swiftly across the page as he recorded observations.
He seemed unfazed by the robot's obvious discomfort. The robot's distress intensified, small puffs of steam now visibly escaping from its head. Its metallic body trembled slightly.
Suddenly, the robot whirred, its body spinning rapidly.
A bright blue energy pulsed from its core, and it began to glow intensely.
A blond man with intense eyes sat behind a large desk, a small, spider-like robot at his side. He was surrounded by several concerned individuals, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The air crackled with unspoken tension.
A demand for an explanation hung heavy in the room.
The blond man's gaze was sharp, his expression unreadable. He was clearly preparing to reveal something significant. His hands steepled before him, a picture of controlled power.
The small robot, identified as Kirik, seemed to anticipate the coming revelation.
A narration box confirmed that the blond man would explain the situation.
The explanation began, starting with a dramatic visual of falling money.
2 men in suits, their faces etched with worry, were shown amidst the falling money. One of them clutched a red card, his eyes wide with despair. The narration box revealed that Yap, under the name of the Pantheon Guild, had defaulted on his loans.
A group of distraught men, their eyes glowing red, surrounded an elderly man. One of them demanded, "Where's my money?" The narration box explained that most Pantheon Guild employees had fallen into debt after investing in Yap.
A young man with light brown hair and intense blue eyes sat with his hands clasped, a troubled expression on his face.
He muttered,
The caption below stated that the private equity had hit rock bottom.
In a thought bubble, the young man revealed, "Sir Yap, 87 million won, that was all the money I had."
A young woman with bright red hair sobbed uncontrollably, her eyes wide with despair. Men with menacing expressions loomed behind her.
She cried out, "I even forked out my money. Those were my wife's savings too."
Another man, his face contorted in anguish, explained that the money represented 5 years' worth of savings he had put away for miracle medicine. The young man from earlier, his face etched with worry, confessed to using their land as collateral, urging a crying elderly couple, "Don't cry, Inja."
Someone asked the young man, "Sir Spin, how much did you lose?"
A small, robotic creature, seemingly a companion to the young man, responded with a single word, "Kyriak." A man in a white shirt and tie addressed a group of people, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. His words, increasing by 49,853,655 won hourly. Losses approximately 72%, hung in the air, a stark testament to the financial crisis unfolding around him. A young woman with vibrant red hair watched him with wide, fearful eyes. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his side, causing him to gasp, "Ah.
What?"
Meanwhile, in another room, a blond man in a suit slammed his fist on the table, barking orders.
"Damn it. Take something from here. That pillar. Take that pillar." Another man, observing the chaos, suggested, "Hey. I found this expensive-looking thing in the storage. Let's take this, at least."
A tense moment arrived as one of the men lunged forward, brandishing a glowing purple blade.
He shouted, "K. Kirik?"
The object they were attempting to steal reacted, a voice echoing, "Stop, human.
Do not take that. Catch it."
One of the men, clutching the object, declared, "That's my private property." The red-haired woman cried out in distress, "Ooh, my money! Get him!" The object, seemingly sentient, pleaded, "Oh, man.
Do you know how much I worked to earn that money? K. Kirik. Let me down, human."
A tense scene unfolded within a grand hall. Two men, one with dark hair and a severe expression, the other with lighter hair and a worried look, were being held by a powerful figure whose face was obscured by shadow. The shadowed figure demanded, "What are you doing? Remove the pillar." The lighter-haired man, assistant manager Han, clutched his hands to his chest, his face contorted in pain. He weakly whispered, "CH Chief, I don't feel so good." A surge of power erupted from within him, his eyes blazing with an intense light. He roared, "Assistant manager Han. Get it together." Assistant manager Han's hands trembled as he struggled to contain the overwhelming power coursing through him. His eyes glowed with an unearthly light as he muttered, "These inferior beings. Enough with all the fuss." A monstrous lion-like creature emerged from assistant manager Han, its roar shaking the very foundations of the hall.
The other men in the room recoiled in terror, one of them gasping, "Kohuk?"
Elsewhere, a group of men struggled against a mysterious device, their faces etched with fear and desperation. Amidst the chaos, a young woman with bright red hair was being held protectively by a man, her eyes wide with terror and tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, a blond man, Sir Spin, watched the unfolding events with a calculating gaze, a subtle smirk playing on his lips.
Someone addressed the figure in the ornate armor as "Your Majesty."
The person being addressed, a man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, was confident that he could resolve the issue at hand, given his intelligence.
His Majesty inquired about the time needed to complete the task.
A man presented a peculiar device, resembling a futuristic microphone with a dog-like head, eliciting a reaction of surprise from those around him. He declared that he would need until tomorrow. Another man, seemingly relieved, agreed to leave the matter in his hands. He added that he would act as a financial guarantor for his debts,
and instructed the others to return to their duties.
One of the men, his face etched with worry, responded affirmatively to the king.
A young woman with vibrant red hair stared wide-eyed at a man in a suit.
Her expression was one of disbelief as she questioned, incredulously, if something could truly be accomplished in just a single day.
A small, spider-like robot scuttled across a metallic floor, its movements precise and swift. A faint blue energy trail shimmered behind it as it moved. The robot's metallic shell glowed with an intense red light. An emergency alert blared across a clear blue sky. The emergency protocol was simple: ignore all safety tests. A large, imposing structure loomed in the background, its sleek design hinting at advanced technology. The order was clear: activate the Special Exoskeleton Integration Armor Platform MK1. The activation sequence began, bathing the scene in a crimson glow. A blank white panel followed, suggesting a pause before the next action. The mission code was revealed: Fund Dissection. The scene opens on a desolate urban landscape in Heilongjiang, Northeast Asia. Buildings lie in ruins, shattered and broken, testament to a catastrophic event. A sense of devastation hangs heavy in the air. Inside a damaged building, Ruyo, an orc corporal of the Jilin Republican Army, yawns widely, his expression one of boredom. A clear indication of his disinterest in his current surroundings. His green skin is rough, and his tusks protrude slightly from his lower jaw. His expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, as he questions the lack of resistance from their human adversaries. He and another orc had gone to fight, but the humans simply fled. Ruyo's companion voices his disdain for the weakness and lack of honor he perceives in humans. But Ruyo, unconcerned, declares that his only priority is securing enough food. He suggests they wait before attacking again. A hulking orcish figure, his face a mask of grim determination, uttered a single word: "All right." Another orc, her clawed hands clutching her chest, grinned wickedly. She cackled, "We'll be getting human stew soon, then." The orcs erupted in raucous laughter, their bodies shaking with unrestrained glee. Their excitement palpable. One orc, particularly enthusiastic, declared, "I'm excited. Let's plunder them all." Their laughter escalated into a cacophony of maniacal glee. One orc, seemingly the leader, sat comfortably in a chair, surveying the scene. He stated calmly, "All right, let's finish things off here, then." A predatory glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from below, a bright pink streak arcing through the air, signaling an imminent attack. A searing light pierced the sky, leaving a trail of incandescent energy in its wake. A question formed in the mind of an unseen observer: what is that? The light intensified, coalescing into a singular point of immense power. A crimson spear of energy descending from the heavens, impacting the earth with earth-shattering force. A ship, caught in the blast radius, was sent careening into the sea. A guttural sound escaped the lips of a nearby onlooker: "Ugh." The observer was revealed to be a hulking, gray-skinned humanoid with prominent fangs and a scowl etched across his face. Sweat beaded on his brow. He muttered to himself, "A meteor." But as the dust settled, the true nature of the impact became clear. A fiery explosion that ripped through the city, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The scene opens with a chaotic panorama of urban destruction. Buildings crumble, reduced to rubble amidst a fiery, crimson haze.
A sense of immense power and devastation hangs heavy in the air. The aftermath of a catastrophic event, the scale of which is only hinted at by the fragmented glimpses of the ravaged city. Inside a brightly lit command center, Minister Julius of the U.S. Department of Defense stares in disbelief. His mouth hangs open, eyes wide with shock as he exclaims that the divine staff has been hacked. Another official, his face obscured by shadow, questions who could have done it, noting that only 3 people possess the code key. Adding that the White House and Special Hunter headquarters deny any involvement. A technician, his brow furrowed in concentration, confirms that the system was indeed hacked. He explains that the passcode changes every minute, resulting in 100 million different combination possibilities. The technician, now visibly distressed, points out that even the world's best supercomputer would take at least 13 years to try all those possibilities. Minister Julius's face is etched with worry, beads of sweat appear on his forehead as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Then who? A desperate plea escaped his lips, he needed to stop it, somehow.
Was there no way to stop it right now?
It was impossible, he realized, staring at the screen. The passcode pattern had been reinforced. Now, there were more than 10 billion possible combinations. A fact that hit him with the force of a physical blow.
There was no way. He barked an order, his face contorted in frustration. Activate the moving lens. The countdown commenced.
A spacecraft streaked across the void, preparing for simultaneous activation with Grizzly. A man in a suit and glasses, his brow furrowed in concern, stared at a screen.
He muttered to himself, questioning the implications of the words Jilin Republic. His superior, a stern-faced man in a dark suit, reacted with a sharp intake of breath.
His jaw tightened, and his eyes narrowed in anger. A subordinate, nervously clutching a smartphone, urged his superior to take a look at something on the device. The superior, his expression shifting from anger to stunned surprise, read the information on the phone.
He exclaimed, "What now?" The words "a press conference" escaped his lips, reflecting his disbelief.
The scene shifted to a tense meeting. A high-ranking official, his face grim, stated that the Jilin Republic had disturbed the peace of the United States. Back in the previous scene, the superior officer's face contorted in horror as he realized the implications of the news. He whispered, "That's me." He frantically checked his phone again, a sense of dread washing over him. The high-ranking U.S. official's face hardened, his expression one of grave concern.
A man's face, etched with disbelief and dawning horror, filled the panel.
His eyes widened, reflecting the inner turmoil as the word deepfake
echoed in his mind.
He held his smartphone, its sleek black surface a stark contrast to the crimson glow illuminating his face. His grip tightened, his knuckles white. A man frantically typed on a computer keyboard, his brow furrowed in concentration. A wave of digital chaos erupted across the multiple monitors before him, the screens flickering with distorted data streams. A silent scream escaped him.
A digital clock displayed 8 hours 88 minutes, its numbers glowing with an eerie purple light.
The scene was bathed in a similar hue. A declaration appeared, written in multiple languages, "I came to finish this war." 2 men stood in a dimly lit corridor, one examining his phone with a grim expression, the other staring at him with a mixture of shock and apprehension.
"What?" the second man mouthed.
The man with the phone continued to stare at the screen, his face unreadable.
The other man's apprehension grew.
Linshang Kazak, a Jilin Republic general, sat slumped over a table, his face buried in his hands. His shoulders shook slightly, betraying the turmoil within.
A dark void filled the panel, punctuated by jagged cracks.
The question, "Why did it come to this?" echoed in the silence.
Kazak's despair deepened.
The weight of his failure pressed down on him, heavy and suffocating. He addressed his assembled troops, his voice heavy with resignation. "Now that we're the strongest of the nations," he began, his words laced with bitter irony.
"All that remains is an endless war."
The grim reality hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. One of his subordinates, his face etched with worry, broke the silence. He asked, "Boss, what are we gonna do?"
Kazak, his face streaked with tears, finally responded.
He said, "Let's take the leftover money and book it." He outlined his plan: they would head towards the plains, increase their numbers, and then start anew.
His subordinates, though hesitant, ultimately agreed.
One of them let out a relieved chuckle, "Cuckoo. All right." A grotesque Orcish face filled the panel, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. He declared that their next objective was to hunt female humans. A chilling statement punctuated by a close-up of his sharp teeth, a gold tooth glinting ominously in the dim light. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue energy erupted from the darkness. A powerful force impacting the orc with devastating force, shattering the ground around him. The orc's face, now fractured and crumbling, was shown in a close-up, his eyes still burning with a fierce, though fading, light. Another orc, seemingly uninjured, stood over his fallen comrade, while a third orc looked on in alarm. A figure in advanced armor appeared, reporting target in sight. The armored figure identified the fallen orcs as a non-human species, orcs. The Night King, clad in advanced, dark armor, stood over a fallen foe. His powerful foot rested on the man's chest, the ground around them cracked and shattered from the force of their conflict. A fierce energy still crackling around him. He moved with terrifying speed and precision. His movements a blur of dark metal and focused power. The Night King was a force of nature, honed by centuries of combat in the otherworld. He launched himself into the air, a powerful silhouette against the stormy sky. A godlike figure looming over a long-haired man with pointed ears, who watched him from below with a mixture of fear and awe. The Night King had returned, and his presence alone commanded respect, even from those who might oppose him. A sudden surge of red energy erupted from the Night King's armor. The words "Give me back" appeared in bold letters above him, a clear indication of his fury. His visor glowing intensely as he focused his power. His expression, though hidden, spoke volumes of his righteous anger. The scene opens on a desolate, ruined cityscape, smoke curling from the wreckage of buildings. A palpable sense of destruction hangs heavy in the air. The camera focuses on a building with a gaping hole in its roof, further emphasizing the scale of the devastation. Inside, a hulking, green-skinned orc with blonde hair sits at a broken table, his expression grim. Two figures in dark, advanced armor stand before him, their weapons at the ready. One of the armored figures speaks, his voice laced with uncertainty. He doesn't know who the orc is. The orc, unfazed, responds with a chilling amusement. He finds their bravery remarkable. A close-up on the orc's face reveals his sharp teeth and intense, glowing eyes. Suddenly, the armored figures attack, their movements a blur of precise strikes. The orc barely reacts, his immense strength easily deflecting their blows. Returning to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting in the otherworld, the Night King found himself hurtling through the air, the wind whipping past him as he fell towards an unknown destination. He landed hard, the impact jarring him. Before him stood a hulking orc, wielding a glowing blue weapon, surrounded by other, smaller, green-skinned creatures. Instinctively, the Night King raised his hands, revealing advanced, dark-colored mechanical gauntlets. A voice, cold and emotionless, echoed in his mind, "Activate assassination mode." With a whirring sound, the gauntlets transformed, their features shifting into something far more lethal. Energy coursed through the Night King's arms as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The beams of light tore through the air, striking the orcs with devastating force. The orcs, caught completely off guard, let out pained cries as they were struck down. The Night King stood amidst the carnage, his mechanical gauntlets glowing faintly, a grim determination etched on his face. A hulking orc, muscles bulging, charged forward, its guttural roar echoing through the battlefield. Its weapon, a crudely fashioned axe, gleamed menacingly in the dim light. A desperate cry of "Die" punctuated the air as a mechanical figure, its form partially obscured by shadow, retaliated. The orc, shield raised, attempted to deflect the incoming attack, but the force was too great, sending the creature sprawling across the ground, its body impacting with a heavy thud. The mechanical figure's attack was swift and precise. A second orc, caught off guard, let out a pained cry as it too was struck down. The Night King moved with terrifying speed and efficiency. A blinding flash of energy erupted from the Night King's weapon, a wave of concussive force tearing through the battlefield, sending another mechanical opponent crashing to the ground, its systems overloaded. The Night King's power was overwhelming. The Night King's movements were a blur of motion, his attacks precise and deadly. He moved with a grace that belied his immense power, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. A lone figure, silhouetted against the chaos, watched from the shadows. The Night King, clad in advanced powered armor, stood poised for battle. His helmet's visor glowed with an ominous red light, reflecting the intensity of the situation. The narration box above him read, "Special modification, ultra-high mass 12-gauge bullet set." He raised his arms, revealing multiple weapon emplacements integrated into his suit. The Night King unleashed a devastating barrage of energy blasts, the force of the attack causing the ground to tremble. The narration box at the bottom declared, "Conditional firearm restriction release." Meanwhile, a squad of heavily armed orcs advanced, their movements tracked by a futuristic heads-up display. The narration box below them read, "All weapons free to use." The Night King's visor intensified, his internal systems activating. The narration box above him simply stated, "Fire all ammo." A torrent of bullets erupted from his suit, a storm of lead aimed at the oncoming orcs. The orcs were caught in the crossfire, their bodies riddled with holes as they fell to the ground. A guttural scream echoed through the battlefield, a sound of pained agony that spoke volumes of the Night King's destructive power. One spent bullet casing fell to the ground, a testament to the sheer volume of firepower unleashed. The Night King continued his relentless assault. A hulking orcish figure, its features grotesque and menacing, roared in pain as bullets tore through its flesh. More bullets rained down, each impact accompanied by a sharp crack. The relentless barrage continued, leaving a trail of spent casings and sparking impacts across the ground. The air filled with the metallic scent of blood and gunpowder. A figure clad in advanced combat armor emerged from the smoke, its red visor glowing ominously. A mechanical voice boomed, issuing a curt command, "Ceasefire." The gunfire ceased abruptly, leaving only the lingering smoke and the fallen bodies of the orcs. One orc, still breathing heavily, glared defiantly. A mechanical voice announced, "One entity remaining." The Night King, having returned to Earth after 300 years of hunting demons in another world, stood amidst the chaos. He surveyed the scene with a critical eye, his expression unreadable. A massive, battle-scarred axe resting casually in his hand. The weapon, a testament to countless battles fought, seemed to hum with residual power.
A hulking figure emerged from the smoke and debris. This monstrous being, with its scarred skin and glowing red eyes, spoke with a chilling calmness. The ones you just killed were all guys who were set to be promoted to generals. The Night King remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. The implication of the monster's words hung heavy in the air. With a curt command, resume assassination, the Night King launched himself into action. His movements a blur of speed and precision. The monster, clearly enraged, roared, "Do you even know what assassination means?" The Night King's response was swift and brutal. He moved with supernatural speed, a whirlwind of motion. A flash of light and energy erupting as he engaged his opponent. The force of the blow sent the monster reeling, leaving him vulnerable. The Night King, with his godlike power, continued his relentless assault. A monstrous roar echoed through the chamber as a hulking orc, wielding a massive axe, charged forward. The orc's attack was swift and brutal, a whirlwind of muscle and steel aimed at its opponent. But his foe, clad in advanced armor, met the blow with a counterattack, a beam of energy erupting from their weapon to meet the axe's descent. The impact sent tremors through the ground. The force of the collision was immense, causing a shockwave that shattered the surrounding area. The armored figure stumbled back, their energy shield flickering and failing under the sheer power of the blow. The orc, however, revealed a terrifying truth: his axe was made of adamantite. He boasted of its unbreakable nature, a weapon capable of shattering even the most resilient defenses. With a ferocious grin, the orc brought his adamantite axe down again, aiming for a killing blow. Nothing could withstand its might. The clash of metal echoed as the orc's weapon met its target, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The knight, clad in advanced, dark-colored armor, engaged in fierce combat with a hulking, green-skinned orc. His movements were a blur of precise strikes and powerful blocks, deflecting the orc's wild attacks. A narration box appeared, declaring his assumed rank as S. The intensity of the battle was palpable, energy crackled in the air around him. His weaponry, however, was failing him. A message flashed across his visor: insufficient ammo. With a swift, calculated movement, he disarmed the orc with a powerful blow, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. And followed up with a devastating close-range strike, his movements precise and deadly. The orc, momentarily stunned, watched as the knight prepared for another attack. The knight's attack was swift and decisive, a beam of energy piercing the orc's chest. The orc roared in pain and surprise, "Rohaha." Despite the injury, the orc remained defiant, a smirk spreading across his face as he declared, "Not bad." The knight, clad in advanced powered armor, lunged forward, his fist a blur of motion. But his attack was met by a monstrous orc, whose sneer spoke volumes of his contempt. "You think a chunk of metal like you has a chance against me?" The orc's eyes narrowed, revealing a terrifying intensity. "Who's been blessed by the warrior god, Halkan?" With a roar, the orc swung his massive weapon, a blur of motion that sent the knight flying. The impact echoing through the air. The knight crashed into the ground, his armor groaning under the strain. The orc loomed over his fallen foe, a triumphant grin splitting his face. He prepared to deliver the final blow. A mechanical voice echoed from the suit: "Insufficient time. Scenario failure." The orc, momentarily stunned, could only utter, "What?" He raised his weapon, ready for another attack, but the knight, now empowered by his armor's unexpected surge, was prepared. A high-speed chase unfolded through the city streets. A sleek, dark vehicle sped away, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The vehicle's pursuers were gaining ground, their movements a blur of motion. A massive, imposing mech, its red central eye glowing ominously, loomed large in the frame. The chase abruptly ended. A hulking orc, his expression one of startled confusion, stood before the vehicle. He exclaimed in disbelief, "WH what?" A close-up revealed a data screen within the vehicle. The words "earned helpful data on real-life battles" appeared, indicating a successful data acquisition. The orc, still bewildered, growled, "Big data is even more perfect now." He roared in frustration, "What the hell are you talking about?" Within the vehicle, a device ignited, its flames burning with an intense golden light. A wave of energy erupted from the vehicle, engulfing the orc. The orc, now caught in the energy field, struggled against its effects. He swung his axe, but the energy deflected his attack, leaving him momentarily stunned. A blinding flash of light erupted from the Night King's weapon, a celestial energy coursing through its form. The raw power leaving the hulking orc momentarily stunned. He could only stare, speechless. As the Night King's attack connected, a devastating blow that shattered the orc's defenses. The orc's body was thrown back with immense force. A crimson stain blooming across his chest as he crashed into a nearby wall, leaving behind only a broken husk. A small, robotic device scuttled into view. A silent testament to the battle's conclusion. A voice, cold and emotionless, stated, "Shall take." The robot, its mission complete, reported, removed all witnesses. A final, chilling declaration echoed, "Assassination complete." News reports announced that the Jilin Republic's coup d'etat had been resolved, and the newly formed government apologized for the ensuing chaos. In a brightly lit office, a young woman with vibrant red hair and a cheerful expression exclaimed in surprise upon hearing that blessed crops had been discovered in the rice fields of Beidawang. A small, robotic creature sat on the desk beside her. She expressed her delight to a man nearby, calling him Suryapi.
The woman, still beaming, announced that the war was over. She then muttered the name Kiri K. The woman gasped, shocked by something she saw on her phone. She exclaimed about profit margins, specifically a 2,200% increase. She again muttered Kiri K to a blonde man sitting across from her, who simply responded with a non-committal The blonde man, sipping tea, pointed to a document detailing various skills, swordsmanship, shield techniques, spearmanship, and horsemanship, and commented that Kiri K had improved quite a bit. A voice, seemingly disembodied, echoed in the room. It declared the need to connect someone to the gods, a process that would require a demonstration of faith. A blonde man, impeccably dressed in a suit, sat calmly sipping tea, his blue eyes betraying a hint of concern. He was clearly aware of the urgency of the situation. The blonde man's internal monologue cut through the silence. There was no time to waste. The gods, it seemed, had granted a shortcut. He reviewed a document on a tablet, his brow furrowed in concentration. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. He muttered to himself, emphasizing the need for haste. The god's concession meant he had to act quickly. A file appeared on his tablet, a photograph of a young woman with dark hair. A name was visible, Cheon Soyeon. The name, Cheon Soyeon, was spoken aloud, confirming the identity of the woman in the photograph. More details about Cheon Soyeon appeared on the screen, age 20, affiliated with Hunter Academy, Class A high hunter rank, and wielding a divine sword. She was one of the top 10 guildmasters' daughters. A final thought crossed the blonde man's mind: a knight should always adhere to the rule of virtue. His gaze sharpened, a mixture of determination and concern in his eyes. A thought bubble appeared above the scene, simply stating, greed. Class A. The narration box continued, explaining, I assume the reason this affluent child signed up is because of the divine laws. The scene shifted to a dramatic confrontation. A woman's voice accused, you killed him. You, the greatest king of Lionheart history. The accused man, a young man with blonde hair, looked down, his face etched with sorrow. He murmured, reminds me of a certain someone. A sudden surge of energy erupted from the young man, a bright light illuminating his face. His eyes widened, a look of shock and confusion replacing the sorrow. He muttered, He began to walk away, a subtle aura of power surrounding him. He moved quickly through a corridor, pursued by a red-haired woman and another man. The woman looked concerned, a question mark appearing in a speech bubble above her head. A young woman with vibrant red hair, styled in a thick braid, gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. A small, metallic device, resembling a miniature helmet, perched atop her head. Your Majesty, she exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. Her eyes darted downwards, her expression shifting to one of confusion. Kirik, she whispered, a question hanging in the air. The scene shifted to a sprawling school building, bathed in sunlight. Dust motes danced in the bright air, suggesting a recent disturbance. A large, ornate object, seemingly part of a powerful weapon, descended from above, casting a long shadow over a blond man in a dark suit who stood observing the scene from a distance. The man's expression was one of quiet anticipation. The blond man's face was clearly visible now, a smirk playing on his lips. Unexpected, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Meanwhile, a powerfully built man with short dark hair wielded a glowing, staff-like weapon, a fierce grin spreading across his face. He seemed ready for action. A vast, cerulean sky stretched overhead, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Trails of ethereal energy streaked across the expanse. As the scene shifted to reveal empty fields near the Neju Plains, the camera focused on a horse's head, its breath misting slightly in the cool air. Then panned to reveal a young woman with vibrant red hair, a concerned expression on her face, standing near a group of students and a horse. Nearby, a blond man in a suit pondered, is today the day we take in a new student? He questioned, huh? Another student observed, all the other academy students should have entered guilds, who could it be? The voice, calm and authoritative, echoed across the desolate landscape. It announced that a new student would be joining their ranks, receiving training alongside them. A group of young trainees stood in anticipation, their faces a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Before them stood a tall, imposing figure in a dark suit, his expression unreadable. He exuded an air of quiet power. The speaker continued, explaining that this training was a crucial step, a path towards knighthood. A young woman with vibrant red hair gasped, her eyes wide with excitement. Her companions, a mix of apprehension and curiosity, watched the newcomer. Another trainee, his face etched with surprise, let out a low whistle of astonishment. The weight of the announcement seemed to settle upon him. A young man, seemingly nervous, struggled to control a restless horse. A gentle command, barely a whisper, calmed the animal. And with a confident movement, he mounted the horse, his posture now radiating self-assurance. The man in the suit observed him from a distance. The man in the suit spoke again, revealing the newcomer's identity, Dae-sung, a first-generation student of man-at-arms. A young man's face was contorted in a grimace of disbelief, beads of sweat clinging to his brow. His mouth hung open, a silent gasp frozen on his lips. He clutched a leather strap in his hand, his knuckles white. He spoke, his voice a low murmur, nice to meet you all. The camera panned across a modern cityscape, the buildings towering into the sky. A sense of unease hung in the air. The camera focused on a particularly tall skyscraper, the words president appearing in his speech bubble. A man in a dark suit stood with his back to the viewer, his hands clasped behind him. A report was given. Eastern Sea Fleet and 7 American fleets, as well as Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force, have all checked in.
He hummed thoughtfully,
His eyes narrowed as he muttered, the Dragon Palace. An older man, his face etched with worry, spoke, I guess it's certain that it's real now. A crimson vortex, swirling with an ominous energy, opened above the dark, restless waters of the ocean.
A gate was discovered amidst the ocean at Tokyo Bay 25 years ago.
At the time, the common belief was that gates only appeared on land. There were no satellites set up to observe and search for gates in the ocean.
So humanity did not look at the oceans for gates.
The Tokyo Bay Gate was neglected until a dungeon break occurred.
It ended with the destruction of Tokyo.
And the nearby beaches all got corrupted. The ocean creatures turned into monsters. This incident became one of the worst gate disasters in history. And this began the cooperation between nations to raid gates. Hurricane Nabi, initially headed for the Pacific Ocean, unexpectedly shifted course.
Now bearing down on Ulion Island.
A man, his face etched with worry, stood in a brightly lit control room. He stared at a large screen displaying the approaching storm, a cold sweat beating on his brow. It was expected to be the worst hurricane of the year.
His thoughts turned inward. It had to be now?
A news report flashed on screen, detailing the hurricane's alarming speed, 64.5 meters per second, comparable to Hurricane Mimi in 2003.
With severe damage predicted for Ulion Island.
The man in the control room, his expression grim, turned to address a colleague.
He instructed them to contact His Majesty Leon of the Pantheon Guild immediately. His face, now close up, showed a mixture of urgency and determination.
The word immediately hung heavy in the air. A wall of monitors displayed various data streams, including what appeared to be facial recognition scans.
Half an hour passed.
A young man with vibrant red hair stood in a dimly lit, futuristic setting, a faint purple aura surrounding him. He looked around the sparsely populated room, his gaze questioning. No one else is here, he wondered aloud, a hint of surprise in his tone. An older man with gray hair and a mustache, Guildmaster Lee Yongwon, approached. He observed the young man, a thoughtful expression on his face.
Guildmaster Lee Yongwon. You've changed.
The Guildmaster continued, his words carrying a hint of reminiscence.
You used to even ignore the draft.
A woman with short black hair, standing beside the red-haired man, spoke up, her voice laced with skepticism.
Yeah, why is our guild the priority draft candidate?
There are better guilds out there. Guildmaster Lee sighed, explaining the situation. It's hard to find a guild as great as the Phoenix Guild.
We're still suffering from the damages of the Jeju Island incident.
The red-haired man chuckled, a hint of amusement in his tone.
Hoo. I'm sure you're all better. Guildmaster Lee chuckled, shaking his head.
His amusement was evident.
Ha. It must be because of Leon.
The woman with black hair spoke again, her tone sharp and inquisitive.
I assume you're not sending us alone. Is your ace card stepping in? An older man, his face etched with worry, exclaimed, What? Ace card?
A younger man with fiery red hair scoffed, His Majesty isn't someone a person like me can evaluate. The red-haired man muttered, Damn it.
Things sure aren't working out.
A woman with dark hair, observing the scene, calmly remarked, Well, you reap what you sow. The red-haired man's anger flared, his expression hardening. The dark-haired woman smiled, seemingly pleased with the turn of events.
He let out a frustrated sigh, Ha.
A blond man in armor approached, and the red-haired man said, Take it. Even if your horse riding isn't up to par, he'll heed the king. As the blond man took something, the red-haired man added, May you live an honorable life. A figure, cloaked in shadow, offered a parting blessing.
And may the gods bless you, they intoned, their voice echoing in the dimly lit space.
The recipient, a man with vibrant red hair, turned away, his back to the viewer. His attire suggested a blend of military and formal wear, hinting at a complex background. He entered a sterile, modern building, the stark contrast to his attire emphasizing his otherworldly nature. A grimace twisted his features as he muttered to himself, Damn it.
I don't feel good again.
Inside, a bald man in a crisp white shirt and tie looked concerned. An associate informed him, Sir, the VIP is visiting. Meanwhile, the red-haired man paused, a question mark forming in his mind. His expression shifted to one of suspicion as he turned, his gaze sharp and alert. He was met by an older man with gray hair and a neatly trimmed mustache, who cleared his throat and said, Oh. The older man's demeanor shifted, his voice rising in agitation as he sprayed something from a small bottle. The red-haired man's eyes widened in alarm. A look of utter disbelief and confusion washed over the red-haired man's face as he stared at the older man, his mouth agape in shock. 3 figures strode purposefully through a sterile, modern hallway. The central figure, a man with blonde hair and a sharp suit, exuded an air of quiet authority. Flanking him were 2 others, a woman with vibrant pink hair and a more subdued man in a dark suit. Their expressions were serious, their movements precise. They approached a waiting man, his face etched with respect as he bowed slightly. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Your Majesty, he said. The blond man, the clear focus of attention, simply grunted in response, His tone implied impatience.
You better have a good reason for calling me all the way here, he stated, a hint of amusement in his eyes.
The waiting man chuckled. Of course, he replied, his demeanor suggesting confidence.
He gestured towards a nearby door.
This way, please, Your Majesty. He continued, let me explain the situation. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a sharp suit, sat in a dimly lit room.
His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a slight frown furrowing his brow. He simply stated, I see.
A report was delivered, detailing a significant event. A gate had appeared in the ocean, complicated by an approaching hurricane, making any immediate assault difficult. The blond man listened intently as an older, gray-haired man in a suit presented the information, pointing emphatically with a remote control. The older man confirmed, precisely, Your Majesty. With a press of a button on the remote, the blond man initiated a plan. The US and Japan would assist in dealing with the newly appeared gate.
As a precaution, other guilds were placed on standby.
The older man added, this is an opportunity to further raise the honor of the King of the Lionheart. A formal request echoed through the room, a plea for the returned hero to share his otherworldly prowess. 3 figures sat before a large desk, awaiting the Night King's response. A woman with short, red hair stood beside a man in a sharp suit, both observing the blonde-haired man seated at the head of the table.
Who smirked subtly, his eyes half closed, a hint of amusement playing on his lips.
He found their words rather quaint. The blond man, the Night King, conceded, his tone suggesting a hidden agenda. For his services. One of the officials politely inquired if His Majesty desired anything specific. A sly smile stretched across the Night King's lips as he considered their question.
The Night King declared that kings do not concern themselves with petty matters such as coin.
One of the officials, a woman with short red hair, quietly agreed. A stern-faced, older man with gray hair and a mustache sat at a desk, a deep frown etching itself onto his features. He muttered to himself, feeling a sense of betrayal. The promise he'd received felt hollow and insufficient. He sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. The man's frustration was palpable. In the background, a young woman with vibrant red hair and a business suit addressed him as Your Majesty, while another man, blond and sharply dressed, stood nearby. The older man instructed them to bring the list of names.
The red-haired woman and the blond man exited the building, their footsteps echoing in the quiet hallway. A man in a dark jacket watched them leave, a subtle expression of curiosity on his face.
The older man, still seated at his desk, instructed the red-haired woman to write down the names of those participating in the upcoming raid. The blond man, slightly hesitant, began to recite the names from a tablet he held.
The red-haired woman diligently recorded each one.
Yes, Your Majesty, she replied, confirming her understanding. The blond man began the list, starting with Sir Spin. He continued, listing the names of several students, Han Soho, Kim Jae-hyuk, and Gu Dae-sung.
Ma Ki-yoldu.
A young woman with vibrant red hair tilted her head, a puzzled expression clouding her features.
Huh, she questioned, the word hanging in the air.
Her brow furrowed in concentration as she jotted down notes in a small notebook, a pen held firmly in her hand.
The intensity of her focus suggested a pressing matter.
She approached a blond man, his attire suggesting a position of authority. Hesitantly, she addressed him,
Your Majesty.
The blond man, clearly impatient, interrupted. What is it? He demanded, his tone sharp. Her eyes widened, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over her as she stammered, the people you named. The revelation hung heavy in the air. The blond man's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and confusion etched onto his face.
Wait.
The red-haired woman continued, her voice laced with a hint of frustration. Even if he differentiates ladies from women, she noted internally, she holds grudges. He's not the kind of person to discriminate between the two genders in a situation like this. The pair walked down a city street, the answer obvious to the red-haired woman. A man with blonde hair muttered to himself, his expression grim.
It was bad luck.
He continued, his voice laced with displeasure, to have women on board. A woman with vibrant red hair appeared, tilting her head in confusion.
Eh?
Her eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she stared at something unseen.
Alarm etched itself onto her features.
3 Black Hawk helicopters approached a coastal area at high speed. One of the pilots, a young man in military uniform, focused intently on his controls. As the helicopters flew past a large naval vessel, part of South Korea's First Fleet, then descended towards a military base, where a group of soldiers awaited their arrival, their expressions serious and alert.
A commanding officer, distinguished by his rank insignia, stood at the forefront of the group.
As a blond man in sunglasses and a woman with vibrant red hair emerged from the helicopter, causing a stir among the soldiers. A group of individuals, led by a man with blonde hair and sunglasses, approached a military base.
2 officers in navy uniforms observed them from a distance, their expressions unreadable.
The blonde-haired man, addressing one of the officers, inquired if he was the base commander.
The officer, identifying himself as Lieutenant General Choi Jae-sung of the First Fleet, confirmed his position. The blonde-haired man expressed his gratitude, explaining that his granddaughter's illness had been cured thanks to goddess Damara's crops.
He then politely requested the officer to convey his thanks to the goddess on his behalf. The blonde-haired man, after a moment of contemplation, agreed to the request, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He declared the officer to be his brother, a gesture of profound respect and gratitude. The officer, humbled by the gesture, responded with gratitude and invited the blonde-haired man and his companions to proceed. Before the briefing could begin, the blonde-haired man adjusted his sunglasses, a hint of mischief in his eyes. An officer, his face partially obscured, addressed someone off-panel. He stated his intention to introduce the Allied forces. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a large building, partially obscured by foliage and a chain-link fence. The sky was dark and ominous. Inside the building, two men stood in a hallway. One, with blonde hair and sunglasses, exuded a casual air. The other, with red hair, wore a military-style uniform. A sound effect suggested a tense atmosphere. The blonde man looked quizzically at something off-panel. He questioned whether the individuals in the next room were part of the U.S. raid team. Another man, seemingly the red-haired one from the previous panel, responded that they had arrived via cargo aircraft, a surprising display of speed for a typically passive team. The red-haired man and his companions observed a new arrival, their expressions conveying a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The newcomer was identified as Reynolds Sherman. The arrival of Reynolds Sherman caused a stir among the assembled group. One of the men, recognizing him, confirmed that he was the master of the American Magic Tower. An elderly man with a long gray beard, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion, stared intently at something unseen. Beside him, a younger man watched with a similar look of apprehension. A sudden realization dawning on his face. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered to himself, "Ha! It seems that I'm famous even in Korea." The old man, seemingly composed now, addressed two younger men, Korean hunters, with a calm greeting, "Nice to meet you, Korean hunters." He introduced himself, holding a glowing purple orb, "I'm Reynolds Sherman, the Magic Tower Master, invited for the gate." Reynolds' eyes widened, his face contorting in a mixture of shock and disbelief. A cold sweat beaded on his brow. A single word escaping his lips, "I." Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair and sunglasses appeared, radiating an aura of intense power. The Korean hunters recoiled in fear. As energy around him surged, a visible shockwave emanating from his presence. Reynolds' face paled, his eyes wide with terror as he let out a horrified exclamation, "FUC." A monstrous figure, its face contorted in a silent scream, filled the panel. Its gaping maw was a void of darkness, and bolts of blue energy crackled around it. Below, a small, purple creature with wide, terrified eyes let out a panicked, exclamatory curse, "Fuck!" An old man, his face etched with worry, held a glowing purple orb. Two younger men stood behind him, their expressions mirroring his apprehension. He exclaimed, his voice laced with fear, asking, "What do we do, great being?" One of the younger men, his voice strained, whispered urgently, He's right in front of us." The other, sporting sunglasses, tried to calm the situation, muttering, "CCC, calm down." The man in sunglasses, his face serious, thought to himself, "Knowing him, he would have killed you on the spot if he had noticed me." The old man, his gaze fixed on a small, orange ring, clenched his fist around a glowing purple orb. He seemed to be contemplating a plan. He then spoke, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension, I wouldn't expect any less from the wise great demon himself." The old man explained, "Yeah, with this ring that can conceal demonic mana." An elderly man, his face partially obscured by a long, gray beard, held a dark purple orb in one hand and a ring in the other. He muttered to himself, expressing confidence that their actions would remain undetected. A surge of energy erupted from the ring as he focused his will upon it. The power emanating from the ring caused the old man to cry out in awe and terror, exclaiming about a great being. His face contorted in a mixture of fear and wonder as the ring's power intensified. Prompting another character, seemingly younger, to shout at him to calm down, explaining that the ring was being worn out by the divine power it channeled. The younger man, with blonde hair and sunglasses, was radiating a faint golden aura. He urgently commanded someone to get away from the older man. He hesitated, worried that intervening would make him suspicious. The scene shifted to a larger room, where the older man and the younger man stood facing each other, with several other individuals observing from the background. The older man, holding the orb, was addressed with a sharp rebuke. Despite the harsh words, the older man responded politely, acknowledging the younger man's fame, even in distant lands. A man, his face obscured by shadow and a heavy cloak, muttered to himself, his words barely audible, I really wanted to. But his inner turmoil continued, a silent confession escaping his thoughts, I can't shake his hands. An older man with a long beard, holding a glowing purple orb, spoke to a younger man with blonde hair and glasses. He warned, he'll find out if I do. The younger man, a smirk playing on his lips, remained unfazed. He seemed confident in his plan. The older man, his gaze sharp, observed the younger man and commented, "You seem to know your place well." The older man's expression shifted to one of surprise and uncertainty, a silent question hanging in the air. His worry was evident as he anxiously questioned, "Is he satisfied? What was satisfying about my behavior?" He urged, "Let's get away from here. I'm sure you'd agree that would be for the best." Despite the older man's pleas, he insisted, "And no. It's vital that we do this." An aged man with a long, gray beard, his face etched with worry, stared intently at a swirling purple vortex. He declared, with a heavy sigh, that they had no choice but to enter the gate. His frustration boiled over as he muttered to himself about being stuck with a stupid demon. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in a sleek black and red outfit, stood calmly on a city street, a document clutched in her hands. She began to walk briskly, her cape flowing behind her. A slight frown creasing her brow as she muttered "Geez" to herself.
The young woman's internal monologue revealed a new obstacle: His Majesty wouldn't allow women on the ship.
Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Huh?" The scene shifted to a group of men loading boxes onto a truck.
Someone asked, "Hunter Gude-sung?" Assistant Manager Han, a young woman with vibrant red hair, approached Hunter Gude-sung.
She held a document in her hand, her expression serious. Dae-sung, wiping sweat from his brow after a workout, looked surprised to see her. He questioned her presence. And she explained that she was there to help with some manual labor.
He was carrying a soda can.
Han questioned why he was doing such work himself, pointing out that the association should handle it.
Han continued, suggesting that even His Majesty wouldn't perform such menial tasks.
Dae-sung chuckled, amused by her words. He reflected on how highly he was being treated, considering he had only recently lifted a heavy hammer. Han insisted that it was a big deal, emphasizing that she couldn't even budge the hammer. The scene opens with a narration box revealing a momentous event. Over 1,000 people had attempted to lift a certain hammer, but only one had succeeded. This individual was declared chosen by the goddess. A man, sweat beading on his brow, is shown reacting with disbelief to this news. He utters a questioning, "Me?" A young woman with vibrant red hair beside him vehemently disagrees, stating, "There's no way." Her disbelief is palpable, her expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. She lets out a small, startled, eek.
The man, still visibly shaken, is shown again.
The woman beside him smirks, anticipating his reaction. She remarks that His Majesty would have reacted with far greater indignation. The narration boxes reveal the woman's imagined dialogue, first portraying the king's supposed furious response to the man's doubt, then shifting to the goddess's judgment being questioned. The scene shifts to show the woman, Assistant Manager Han, scolding the man for his doubts, asserting that his lack of dedication is the reason for his disbelief. Another man, wearing sunglasses, interjects with a dismissive, "Back in my day." He continues, recounting tales of their rigorous training regime, emphasizing the extreme dedication required in the past. A man with short, dark hair stood in a dimly lit space, his face obscured by shadow. He muttered something unintelligible, his voice barely a whisper. His face was now fully visible, etched with worry and distress. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples as he visibly trembled. Someone called out, "Assistant Manager Han." The assistant manager, along with two other individuals, stood before a vending machine in a dimly lit corridor. A young woman with vibrant red hair held a clipboard, while a man with blonde hair and sunglasses stood beside her, seemingly unconcerned. The assistant manager looked on, his expression one of apprehension.
A silent tension hanging in the air.
The blonde man and the red-haired woman exchanged a look, their expressions unreadable.
The red-haired woman whispered, "He's behind me, isn't he?"
Suddenly, a powerful hand clamped down on the red-haired woman's head, the force of the grip evident in the strained expression on her face. Her eyes widened in shock and fear, her mouth agape as she let out a surprised, high-pitched sound, "Hugh Hook?" The blonde man, his face contorted in anger, shouted, "Insolent! You dare mock and imitate a king's behavior?" Tears streamed down the red-haired woman's face as she sobbed, "Heek! I'm sorry. Please kill me." A man in sunglasses, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, let out a weary sigh. He looked exhausted. Nearby, a young woman with vibrant red hair wept silently, her shoulders shaking with suppressed sobs. A taller figure stood behind her, arms crossed, observing the scene with a stoic expression. The man with sunglasses, addressing a younger man with blonde hair and glasses, scoffed. He found it absurd that she was the one chosen. The young woman, confused, questioned the very notion of being blessed.
The man in sunglasses explained that the divinity of the sea and waves had chosen her,
designating her as a saintess.
The young woman, utterly bewildered, could only utter a confused "huh?"
The man in sunglasses then informed her that she would be joining them on an upcoming raid. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder as she stared at him, speechless. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, felt a sudden unease. Something felt wrong, deeply unsettling. Her eyes widened, a single bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she observed a man's strange expression. Why was he making that face? A wave of intense magical energy suddenly washed over her, causing her to cry out in shock and terror. As the weight of a terrible realization crashed down upon her. Something was terribly wrong. He had called her a saintess. Bound and helpless, she was carried away by several figures, her protests falling on deaf ears. A man with fiery red hair watched, his face a mask of furious disbelief. He roared in outrage, demanding help as they carried her away. How could they treat a saintess like this? Meanwhile, a man with blonde hair and sunglasses observed the scene from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. A woman on board was bad luck. But he knew there was a way to undo this bad omen. A blonde-haired man, his face partially obscured, stared in disbelief at a red-haired man before him. The red-haired man, his expression one of strained patience, turned away, muttering something under his breath.
The blond man's eyes widened as he processed the information.
He was looking at a large statue of a winged woman, a figurehead of some kind, as he spoke the words, a figurehead. A dark-haired man, seemingly relaxed, sat back, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream pierced the air. A young woman with vibrant red hair cried out, "This is wrong. I agreed to this, but this wasn't what I was expecting." She appeared distressed and bound by something. The dark-haired man, seemingly unfazed, calmly addressed the distressed woman, calling her Soho and apologizing. Soho, tears streaming down her face, glared at the dark-haired man, accusing him of being a traitor. A desperate plea for help echoed as a group of men carried what appeared to be a large, wooden crate, possibly containing a body, across a dock.
The words "guys, hunters" were shouted. Someone pleaded for someone with reason to stop them.
As a young woman with short, dark hair, a strand of blue visible, strained to listen, her expression one of worry and fear. She cried out for help. Bound and gagged, a young woman with vibrant red hair found herself secured to a wooden post. A wave of icy energy coursed through the vessel, freezing her in place. A desperate cry escaped her lips, "No!" The ship, a dark silhouette against a stormy sky, continued its course, leaving her stranded and alone. A silent scream echoed in her heart. A strangled gasp escaped her lips as the cold intensified. Her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the bleakness of her situation. Panic threatened to overwhelm her. The ropes binding her tightened, cutting into her skin. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple. She strained against the bonds, her breath hitching in her throat.
Fear gnawed at her.
Meanwhile, on the bridge, an officer nonchalantly sipped from a golden cup. Then, with a sharp salute, he barked the order, "Depart."
The scene opens with a large warship cutting through a stormy sea.
On its deck, a young woman with vibrant red hair is bound tightly to a wooden post, surrounded by several figures in dark suits. The ocean spray lashes against the ship. Terror grips her as she lets out a desperate, heart-wrenching cry, tears stream down her face. A violent storm raged, lightning splitting the dark sky.
As a massive warship battled the unforgiving waves,
the ship was tossed about violently. As a frantic announcement echoed across the deck, a hurricane, Hurricane Nabi, was approaching at 64.5 meters per second. A young woman with vibrant red hair, strapped to a mast, cried out in terror,
desperately pleading for help.
The storm intensified, waves crashing over the deck as the ship struggled to stay afloat. She screamed for help again, her voice barely audible above the roar of the wind and waves. Suddenly, a man with blonde hair, holding a fishing rod, appeared on the deck. He commanded silence, his gaze fixed on the terrified woman.
"Your Majesty?"
A young man with blonde hair and sunglasses, fishing rod in hand, stood on the deck of a military ship in the midst of a storm. He admonished his companion, a shorter, brown-haired youth, to be quiet, lest they scare away the fish. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair appeared, incredulous at the sight of the fishing expedition.
"Fish? Are you fishing right now? While I'm all the way here?"
The blond young man, clearly annoyed, explained that there were no fish to be found near a military vessel. It seemed they had all fled. Suddenly, his fishing rod bent sharply under immense pressure. The force was so great that it nearly pulled the young man overboard. As he struggled to maintain his grip, a large fish, impossibly large for the conditions, breached the surface. The sheer size and unexpected nature of the catch left the three young people speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. With a mighty heave, the blond young man hauled in his enormous catch, a fish of truly impressive size. The young man, now holding the massive fish, turned to the military personnel on the deck and instructed a lieutenant general to prepare whatever had been discussed earlier. On a rain-swept deck, a group of soldiers stood rigidly at attention before a figure of immense authority. Their nervous whispers of "Why yes, Your Majesty" hung in the air, barely audible above the drumming rain. A single, glistening fish rested on a simple wooden altar, its scales catching the dim light. The soldiers remained on alert, their eyes scanning the stormy sea. A young man with blonde hair knelt before the altar, his hand resting on his chest in a gesture of reverence. His silent prayer a testament to his devotion, "Dear Master of Graceful Sea." He continued his plea, his voice barely a whisper against the storm, "Please appear in front of us who dared to set foot into your territory." A brilliant light erupted from the fish, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. A beam of pure energy shot skyward, and striking the waiting warship below. A group of officers stood in a high-tech control room, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of them voiced the question hanging heavy in the air. "Is that even a wave?" The young officer's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stared at the monitors. Another officer, older and more seasoned, shook his head. He'd never seen anything like it. A colossal wave, impossibly high and impossibly fast, bore down on a naval destroyer. The ocean churned violently, a maelstrom of churning water and whitecaps. The wave continued its relentless advance, its crest a towering wall of water that threatened to swallow the ship whole. The ocean roared. The destroyer, caught in the monstrous wave's path, was tossed about like a toy. The crew could only watch in helpless terror as the wave crashed down. A vortex of water erupting from the ocean's depths.
A voice, strong and resonant, cut through the chaos, a lionheart.
From the heart of the swirling water, a figure emerged. The voice belonged to a man with blonde hair, his eyes filled with a mixture of determination and sorrow. He spoke again, his words laced with affection, "My beloved watchtower, protector of my temple."
The man, Lionheart, surfaced, his expression grim. He had returned. The narration box declared, "Divinity of sea and waves." A colossal, ethereal shark, radiating a brilliant, cerulean light, materialized from the depths. Its immense form dwarfing a modern naval vessel tossed about by unusually turbulent waves. On the deck of the ship, several officers watched the chaotic sea with expressions of alarm. One of them stated that he sensed no divine presence in the area. From a high-angle perspective, 2 naval vessels were shown bobbing in the turbulent waters. A speech bubble exclaimed, "This boat doesn't even have sails." The ethereal shark's fin broke the surface, and a voice boomed, "None of you understand the grace of the sea." 2 men stood on the deck, observing the scene. One, with blonde hair, sighed and said that the world wasn't ready for the sea's teachings, pleading for mercy upon them. The shark laughed, declaring that it had no reason to show mercy to those without faith. A man in a dark suit stood with his back to the viewer, a powerful, ethereal being manifested behind him. The words, "Only through fear and respect will you receive grace," echoed ominously from a text box, the scene imbued with an aura of otherworldly power. His face was unreadable, but a sense of weariness hung in the air. Beside him, a younger man with dark hair watched with a mixture of apprehension and awe. The older man, seemingly addressing someone unseen, inquired, "By the way, why have you chosen that child to be your saintess?" A young woman with vibrant red hair, bound and gagged, let out a maniacal laugh. Her eyes gleamed with unsettling mirth. The older man continued his internal monologue, "I barely managed to convince pedos. But it was definitely worth it." He concluded, "She is a great vessel." The scene shifted to the bound woman, who looked up in surprise. The older man, seemingly unconcerned, simply hummed in response. A faint golden aura emanated from him as he added, "Not as good as you, of course." A benevolent, cartoonish shark appeared before the reader, its toothy grin radiating an otherworldly aura. A message, imbued with divine power, emanated from the creature: "You can carry all of the divinities within you." A man with blonde hair and a concerned expression spoke to a young woman with vibrant red hair. He observed, "I did sense that her fate was filled with misfortune, and it seems like I was right." The red-haired woman, however, questioned this assessment. A divine voice boomed, "This is a blessing. Why do you call it a misfortune?"
The divine voice continued, explaining, "The attention of gods can be poisonous to a human who lacks faith."
The red-haired woman, bound and distressed, could only utter, "Misfortune? Poison?" A booming laugh echoed. "Ha! I believe that you will take care of that." The shark-like entity reappeared, its presence filling the panel. The scene shifted to a large ship at sea. A voice called out, "Han, hurry." The red-haired woman, startled, looked up. The divine voice addressed her, "Saintess." She stammered, "And me?" The divine being concluded, "Accept this with joy and spread my teachings afar."
A young woman with vibrant red hair, bound by thick ropes, looked up with wide, hopeful eyes. A nervous, affirmative sound escaped her lips, "Ah, why yes." Her expression shifted to one of eager anticipation as she asked, "Then, are you going to untie me from these ropes?" Suddenly, a colossal, luminescent shark emerged from the depths, its presence filling the panel. A voice boomed, "With my saintess as the sacrifice, no wave will surge through your boat." The bound woman tilted her head, a questioning look on her face as she uttered a single word, "Sorry?" A massive lightning bolt struck the sea near a large warship, the storm intensifying dramatically. The woman's eyes widened as she questioned, "Is that it?" A man with short, dark hair appeared, his expression serious as he announced, "A hurricane is approaching." Another man, seemingly in charge, shouted, "Wave height 10 meters. Get inside." Panic seized a group of people running through a rain-swept city as a monstrous wave loomed in the distance. They cried out in terror, "We're going to be swept over." A young woman with vibrant red hair watched the approaching wave, her expression unreadable, as lightning cracked across the stormy sky.
The wave crashed down, engulfing the city in a torrent of water.
The young woman cried out in terror, "Kayak!
Help me!"
A calm voice cut through the chaos, "HM. You do not have enough faith." Suddenly, a man with blonde hair and sunglasses appeared, seemingly unaffected by the storm.
The young woman, now bound and helpless, gasped, "Why, Your Majesty?"
The blonde man responded, "However, Poma likes you. I guess he is willing to overlook your lack of faith." Frustrated, the young woman pleaded, "I don't need forgiveness.
Just get me down from here."
The blonde man calmly replied, "Calm down. Leave yourself in the hands of great nature." Then, with a flourish, he added, "Then the endless nature will embrace you." A desperate plea echoed across the turbulent waters.
"Your Majesty!
I want to live," the voice cried out, lost in the roar of the storm. On board a ship battling the tempest, a young woman with vibrant red hair stared wide-eyed at a man with blonde hair and sunglasses.
"Huh?" she questioned, her voice laced with confusion.
The blonde man, a smirk playing on his lips, responded, "Don't you think it's strange?" He adjusted his sunglasses, a nonchalant air about him despite the raging storm.
"This rough
And yet none of the waves have come toward us.
The red-haired woman tilted her head, a question mark forming on her face. Eh?
Her eyes widened in realization.
Now that I think about it, the ship hasn't been rocking.
A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as a question mark filled the panel, reflecting her shock.
The ocean around them seemed to writhe and distort. The waves just disappear once they get close enough to the ship. Atop a warship battling tumultuous waves, a narration box revealed Poma's plan to use the Saintess as a medium to pacify the raging sea. The Saintess, bound and helpless, could only utter a questioning, incredulous, really?
A man explained to the Saintess that no one believed in him, leaving no choice but to use her as a medium.
She responded with a simple, I see. The Saintess, still bound, sarcastically mused that she wasn't tied up simply because of racism.
Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the Saintess as she was bound tighter. A pained cry escaping her lips as the man watched him passively. The man simply grunted in response to her cries.
The Saintess, struggling against her bonds, tumbled to the deck.
As a powerful surge of energy erupted from the sea, a bolt of lightning striking down.
A violent storm raged across the ocean, tossing a large warship about like a toy.
Lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the ship's desperate struggle against the tempestuous waves. A man with blonde hair and sunglasses, Leon, stumbled along the deck, apologizing as he braced himself against the railing. Below him, a young woman with vibrant red hair, tied up and visibly distressed, shouted that she would be stuck there. Her frustrated cries echoed across the storm-lashed deck. More lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the chaotic struggle of the ship against the elements. The young woman's complaints continued, expressing her intense dislike for her current predicament. Leon, despite his apologies, quickly secured her bonds once more. A while later, the storm showed signs of abating. The warship, battered but afloat, continued its journey through the now calmer waters. The camera focuses on the ship's deck, revealing its size and military designation, a U.S. Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. On board, an older man with a long beard, clutching a dark purple orb, observed the ship's progress. He commented that until recently, he thought the ship was going to capsize, but now that they were following the other vessel, he felt relieved. A figure, cloaked in mysterious, held aloft a sphere of pulsating purple energy. The intensity of the light seemed to ripple outwards, reflecting in their intense gaze. Their words, sharp and accusatory, echoed through the air. The authority of the sea and waves had been misused by some unknown bastard. The sphere glowed brighter, its power palpable. The figure continued, explaining that a ship blessed by this divinity would always have a bountiful harvest and would never be sunk by storms. An older man, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat on his brow, simply responded with a strained, I see. His shoulders slumped, the weight of the situation heavy upon him. A harsh whisper escaped his lips, and you're useless. The scene shifted. A stark announcement cut through the air, this is the captain speaking. Bad news. On the deck of a ship, battered by a raging storm, the older man from before stood, clutching the purple sphere. A captain, his face grim, approached him, a question mark of alarm forming in his mind. The captain delivered the grim news, the Murasame-class ship that had left Sasebo had capsized due to the hurricane and was currently undergoing rescue operations. The weight of the loss settled heavily on the captain. He revealed that 1/3 of their forces had been lost before anything had even begun. However, he insisted that their focus needed to remain on the gate, as that was the most important thing. The older man, his face etched with worry and a profound sense of failure, stared intently at the purple sphere in his hands. The storm raged around him, mirroring the turmoil within. The mission briefing concluded. This was Guangito, and the operation was about to commence. A heavily armed raid team, clad in full-plate armor, launched from the ship in high-speed assault boats, cutting through the stormy waves. Approaching the ominous gate that shimmered with an unnatural energy. The order was given to proceed. A swirling vortex of crimson energy, a gateway to another world, opened before them amidst a raging storm. Several warships stood guard as the smaller boats approached the anomaly. The boats surged forward, navigating the turbulent waters, heading straight into the heart of the crimson vortex. As they entered the otherworldly gate, the mission had begun. A man with blonde hair and sunglasses, seemingly the leader of the team, arrived in a new location. A wave of pink energy surrounded him as he landed. The Pantheon Guild, another team, also arrived, their boat landing near the blonde-haired man's location. Tears streamed down the face of a young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression one of profound sorrow and despair. A surge of crimson energy erupted from below, heralding an imminent threat. A shadowy figure emerged from the depths, its form obscured by the intense light. A desperate shout pierced the air, Cha! Watch out! The red-haired woman's eyes widened in terror as she braced for impact. Bound by strange, icy restraints, she muttered, "Ha!" A swirling vortex of icy blue energy erupted around her, threatening to engulf her completely. A woman's scream echoed as she was pulled into the maelstrom. Another figure, a man, was also caught in the violent storm of energy. A figure, seemingly trapped within a large, dark cylinder, hurtled through the water. His red hair streamed behind him as he stared wide-eyed at his surroundings, a silent scream of "what is this?" echoing in his mind. The scene opens with a breathtaking sunset over a tranquil beach, where a young woman with vibrant red hair lies unconscious on the sand. She stirs, a low moan escaping her lips,
muttering something about kimchi before spitting out seawater. Her eyes snap open, widening in alarm as she coughs and sputters,
complaining about the salty taste of the ocean water. A look of dawning horror crosses her face as she remembers being swept up into a tornado. A young woman with vibrant red hair stood on a beach, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. She murmured a question into the air, barely audible, "Everyone." Her gaze fell upon a horrifying scene. Several figures lay scattered on the sand, their armor broken and bodies still. Among them, a young man with dark hair lay face down, blood staining his cheek.
A single word escaped the woman's lips, "Oh."
The woman, her expression hardening with determination, shouted a command across the beach, "Everyone, get up." The young man with dark hair groaned, slowly lifting his head, his face contorted in pain as he mumbled,
Ugh. My head."
The red-haired woman knelt beside him, concern etched on her features.
"Are you all right?" she asked. He replied, "Yeah, other than being thirsty." "Ah. We were swept up into that tornado, right?"
The woman's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. Is this all there is? She wondered, her gaze sweeping across the beach. She turned her attention back to the young man, a question hanging in the air.
"Hey."
A worried expression settled on her face.
"I can't see His Majesty."
The scene shifted to show a group of soldiers and the young man tending to a fallen knight in full armor.
The red-haired woman's voice, laced with a desperate attempt at reassurance, cut through the tension. "Calm down. Everyone is safe, surely."
Returning to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting in the otherworld, the Night King found himself in an unfamiliar situation. He stood on a beach, the sun warm on his face, yet a sense of unease lingered. Beside him stood a young woman, her red hair a striking contrast to his dark attire. Her expression was one of surprise, a single word escaping her lips, "Eh?"
Suddenly, a voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere. "Look below you," it commanded, causing the woman to gasp and look down.
Her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw something unexpected.
The woman's voice, laced with disbelief, whispered, "A turtle?" The small turtle, surprisingly, spoke.
"Yes, my saintess," it declared, its voice surprisingly deep and resonant for its size. It continued, "I have sent a messenger of sorts to help you."
The Night King, still processing his return to Earth, looked at the turtle with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. The woman, still slightly bewildered, questioned, "Messenger?" He added, almost as an afterthought, "It's tiny." The turtle, seemingly offended, retorted, "Impudent. You should respect a divine creature." A shadowy figure, vaguely humanoid but immense, loomed behind a young woman with vibrant red hair. Her expression was one of intense worry, her eyes wide with apprehension. She confronted another woman with dark, straight hair. "You said everyone's sure to be safe, right? Do you know what happened?" she demanded, her voice laced with anxiety. The red-haired woman's gaze fell upon a small turtle on the beach, a tiny creature seemingly out of place amidst the tension. A voice, seemingly emanating from the ocean itself, boomed, "I carried them to a safe land with the authority of the waves." "I couldn't stop you from being separated from them, though."
From the swirling vortex of water, a figure emerged, clad in shining, blue-tinged armor, a knight seemingly born from the sea itself.
"Oh. You're amazing."
"That's great," the dark-haired woman exclaimed.
The armored knight spoke, his voice calm despite the dramatic entrance, "This body is rather inconvenient for movement. Lend me your shoulder."
The red-haired woman, still visibly shaken, eyed the small turtle with suspicion as it scurried away.
"Ah."
She looked up, her expression a mixture of confusion and dawning realization.
"What now?" A close-up on her face showed a mixture of apprehension and determination.
A group of soldiers, clad in dark armor, stood their ground against a backdrop of a fiery, chaotic scene. Among them, a woman with vibrant red hair stood out, her expression grim. A young man with dark hair, his face etched with concern, observed the unfolding chaos. One soldier, his face partially obscured by his helmet, shouted a command to his comrades. The urgency in his voice was palpable as he urged them to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, on a tropical beach, a lone figure, his back to the viewer, stood poised with a sword. Two large crabs scuttled nearby, their movements suggesting an imminent threat. The figure's legs moved, and a shout echoed across the beach. The warning was clear, monsters were approaching.
From the ocean, several monstrous crabs emerged, their massive claws poised to strike.
The scene was one of imminent danger.
One of the colossal crabs lunged forward, its claw aimed at the unsuspecting figure on the beach.
Back on the battlefield, the red-haired woman raised her weapon, her face a mask of determination. She shouted a command to her fellow soldiers. A male soldier, his face grim, acknowledged the dire situation. They had no time to recover, the attack had come too swiftly. A figure with fiery, dark hair appeared, his eyes blazing with determination.
He vowed to eliminate the monstrous threat.
A woman with fiery red hair, clad in dark, form-fitting armor, wielded a sword that blazed with intense flames. The heat emanating from the weapon was palpable, distorting the air around her. The fiery energy surging around her as she moved with surprising speed and grace. Her eyes, sharp and focused, reflected the intensity of the battle. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling flames, their expression one of utter confusion. "Eh?" they questioned, their voice laced with disbelief. The red-haired woman paused, a look of dawning realization crossing her features.
A narration box appeared. A saintess blessed by the ocean and waves is using fire?
Beside her, a small turtle-like creature tilted its head, seemingly sharing her confusion.
What? It squeaked, its voice filled with innocent curiosity.
The red-haired woman's face crumpled.
I can't use fire? No.
I don't want to be your saintess then, she cried, tears welling in her eyes.
A man in shining armor, seemingly unfazed by the outburst, stepped forward. Nope. Now put me back, he stated calmly.
The woman's expression shifted to one of dawning horror as she looked down at the small turtle in her hands.
Ah.
A sound of strained effort escaping her lips as she struggled with something unseen.
Ugh.
A group of knights, clad in dark armor, stood their ground on a sandy beach, facing a relentless tide of enormous, aggressive crabs. The creatures scuttled towards them with alarming speed, their claws snapping menacingly. The crab's advance was a blur of motion, their shells gleaming under the harsh sunlight. A chaotic flurry of legs and claws as they closed in on their prey. In the aftermath, a lone figure, an old man with a long beard and robes, stood amidst the scattered remains of the crab horde.
He held a dark purple orb in his hands, a faint glow emanating from it.
He calmly stated that the threat had been neutralized. The old man's words were followed by a narration box explaining that while the initial encounter was chaotic, the immediate danger had passed now that they were away from the source of the monstrous crabs. He then instructed the remaining American hunters to build a shelter, emphasizing that they had more pressing matters to attend to. The old man, addressing an unseen entity, respectfully referred to it as a higher being. He then turned and walked away, leaving behind the remnants of the battle and the scattered crab shells. A deep voice, ancient and resonant, commanded, "Rise." An old man with long gray hair, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of centuries, held a dark purple orb aloft. Purple energy pulsed from it, swirling around his hands. The energy coalesced, taking shape in the forest clearing,
materializing as a colossal, crab-like creature of shadow and purple light.
The old man watched it, his expression unreadable.
The old man, still holding the orb, turned his gaze towards the forest's depths. The creature stirred, its movements slow and deliberate, obeying some unseen command. From the darkness, a voice requested, "Guide me to the stone statue." The old man's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light as he considered the request.
Returning to Earth after 300 years of demon hunting, the Night King found himself in an unfamiliar forest. He gazed upon a strange, purple stone formation, a question forming in his mind.
Is this the stone statue?
Before him stood an old man, cloaked and hooded, holding a dark purple orb. A similar purple stone pulsed faintly at the old man's feet. The Night King approached a stone monument, its surface etched with ancient symbols. A single, crimson gem glowed ominously at its center.
The old man, identified as the Magic Tower Master, instructed him.
He had to find more of these stones. With a flourish, the Magic Tower Master channeled energy into his orb, the crimson light intensifying. The Night King interrupted, a word of caution escaping his lips. As the Magic Tower Master continued his ritual, a new symbol appeared, glowing with an eerie red light. Confused, the Night King questioned the Magic Tower Master about the strange symbol.
Li Yongwan, along with Hayuri and two other companions, marched through a dark forest.
Their expressions were serious, their movements purposeful.
Li Yongwan spoke reassuringly, "Li Yongwan, Hayuri, you're all okay." An older man with long, reddish-brown hair and a beard watched them approach, a surprised expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "TCH.
I didn't expect them to get here so fast." He continued, "I'm sure you saw the quest too.
We're supposed to destroy these."
The older man held a dark purple orb.
Li Yongwan responded curtly, "Of course." However,
Li Yongwan's expression turned serious as he muttered, "The Jeju Island Gate. The goal of that red gate was to bring down Geovric. But there was more to it." A swirling vortex of energy crackled before a young man with vibrant red hair. He stood amidst the chaotic display, a look of intense focus on his face.
The narration box above him stated that they didn't know much about quests,
and that there wasn't enough information available yet on the gate before them. The red-haired man, along with 3 other individuals in similar attire, stood before a mysterious stone statue. A 5th person, cloaked and holding a purple orb, questioned the lack of information regarding the gate. He suggested they should first figure out what Rakchar was. The red-haired man pondered this suggestion, a moment of thoughtful consideration passed between him and the cloaked figure, before the cloaked figure agreed that it made sense. An older man with a long beard, holding a large purple orb, appeared. He advised them to fall back, as they couldn't win against all of them. The red-haired man found the old man's assessment logical and expressed his admiration for his wisdom. The cloaked figure, however, seemed uncertain. The red-haired man informed his companions that the Maverick Guild members were waiting for them. The aftermath of a fierce battle unfolded in a dark forest, the scene shrouded in shadow and the lingering scent of conflict. A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a sleek, dark combat suit, stood amidst a breathtaking sunset. She let out a relieved sigh, "Wawa." The woman surveyed the scene, a triumphant smile playing on her lips as she declared, "We finally killed them all." Her gaze shifted to a young man with dark hair, concern etched on her features.
She anxiously asked, "No one's hurt, right?" The young man reassured her with a confident smile. Yeah.
Meanwhile, another scene unfolded nearby, where a group of soldiers stood on a beach, their armor gleaming under the setting sun. A woman with red hair called out, "Park Dasik.
Are you all right?"
One of the soldiers, Park Dasik, responded, "Ah yes, we're all fine here too." He remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable, before the red-haired woman spoke again. A small, creature-like object rested on her shoulder, a subtle detail that hinted at something unusual. Park Dasik's voice broke the silence, his tone laced with concern. "We can't feel His Majesty's aura anymore." A young man with dark hair and intense eyes stood, his expression grim. He dismissed a comment about the loss of something positive, stating that it wasn't the real issue. The conversation shifted to a previous test conducted on the aura of a certain His Majesty. The purpose of this test was to determine the range of His Majesty's aura. The image showed a map of the world, a glowing circle encompassing a significant portion of land. The text above identified this as the demon resentment buff. This buff, it was revealed, extended to a radius of 30 kilometers.
The young man's face showed concern. He noted that currently, none of them were unaffected by the buff's influence.
The scene shifted to show a group of people, including a woman with red hair, standing before a line of armored soldiers.
The atmosphere was tense.
This island, she realized, was smaller than the 30-kilometer range of the buff. It was highly unlikely that His Majesty was on one of those islands.
A wide shot of a tropical archipelago unfolded before them. No way.
A young woman with vibrant red hair and a small turtle companion on her shoulder looked on in disbelief. The connection seemed to be cut off from her end as well.
That's bad.
On a tropical beach, a group of 3 stood, their expressions grim. One of them, a man with short dark hair, spoke of their failure to locate the others.
They hadn't even found the rest of their team yet.
The red-haired woman stood alone on the beach, gazing out at the ocean.
A desperate question echoed in her mind. "Where are you, Your Majesty?" The scene opens underwater, a deep blue expanse filled with bubbles. 2 bioluminescent, jellyfish-like creatures drift serenely in the current.
The camera pans to reveal an underwater structure, possibly ruins, bathed in an ethereal glow emanating from a central light source. From the depths, a young man with blonde hair emerges.
He thinks, "Yes, it's about time I ended my long slumber."
He surfaces, his face partially obscured by sunglasses, a hint of weariness in his expression. A thought bubble above him shows 3 ellipses, indicating unspoken contemplation. A monstrous, vaguely crustacean creature rises from the depths. He mutters, "Feasting on just fish for 5 centuries has made me sick and tired of seafood." The creature's massive form looms over the young man.
He responds curtly, "Yes."
The creature lunges, its claws extended, aiming for the young man. But he remains calm, seemingly unfazed. The creature's final thought is, "I'm curious to see what the god's night tastes like." The screen flickered to life, displaying a cryptic message, "Biospooting. Failure, there are unrecognized materials in the device." The system continued to struggle, repeatedly attempting to reboot with restricted resources, each attempt ending in failure.
A large, mechanized unit, resembling a knight's helmet, lay half-buried amongst blue hydrangeas.
A single, sharp exclamation point appeared in a speech bubble, indicating surprise or alarm. The question, Kirik, hung in the air as a small, crab-like robot emerged from a crystalline cube, surrounded by larger, menacing crabs. A multitude of these large, menacing crabs filled the watery cavern, their presence ominous and threatening. One crab's claw reached out, its movement suggesting anticipation or aggression. The crab repeated the name, Kirik. Kirik, with what seemed to be a sense of urgency. The small robot, Kirik, seemed to react to the call, its movements suggesting confusion or uncertainty as it repeated the name questioningly. A swarm of crabs scuttled across the ground, their clicking claws echoing with a repetitive kiriki. Kiriki kiriki, sound. A small, spherical robot with a cross-shaped marking perched atop a stone, its antenna twitching as it surveyed its surroundings, a question mark floated above it. The robot, seemingly startled, tumbled down into a dark, cavernous space, landing amidst a flurry of crab claws. More crabs emerged from the shadows, their claws snapping menacingly as the robot struggled to right itself. Uttering a distressed kiriki. Kiki kiki. The robot, now upside down, whimpered, "Kiriki?" Elsewhere, a voice anxiously reported, "I can't find Kim Do-han in Jaehyuk." On a sandy beach, a group of Korean hunters stood in a semicircle, facing a contingent of soldiers in medieval-style armor.
A tense silence hung in the air.
One of the hunters, a young woman with dark hair, voiced her concern about the missing trainees and soldiers. She expressed a forced optimism, claiming they were likely fine. The other 2 hunters, a young man and another woman with vibrant red hair, exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mixture of worry and apprehension. Meanwhile, a new figure approached the group, offering thanks for their assistance earlier. The red-haired hunter, addressing the newcomer, expressed gratitude for their help in defeating the monsters. The newcomer, identifying themselves as Mistral from the Maverick Guild, greeted the Korean hunters with a hearty laugh. Mistral, a tall man with blonde hair, stood confidently before the hunters. Han Hari, the red-haired hunter, hesitantly introduced herself.
Upon hearing Mistral's call sign, Han Hari's eyes widened in surprise. Recognition dawned on her.
She realized who Mistral was: Alan Taylor, the 6th-ranked S-rank hunter in the Maverick Guild.
A wave of shock washed over her.
A young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mixture of surprise and slight exasperation, addressed a group of men. One of the men, blond and casually dressed, scratched his chin thoughtfully as she spoke. She pointed out that using her real name negated the purpose of her call sign.
Another man, this one with brown hair, stammered an apology, realizing his mistake.
He stated he should have used her call sign instead. He continued, somewhat sheepishly, that she didn't need to apologize. A third man, observing the scene, remarked that he recognized the red-haired woman from YouTube, identifying her as Mistral, an S-rank hunter. The red-haired woman, Mistral, expressed surprise that the brown-haired man was unaware of her involvement in the raid team. The blonde man explained that they had left in a hurry and hadn't had the chance to notify everyone. The blonde man then informed the group that Mistral's guildmaster had been separated from them.
He asked if their current objective was simply to locate the missing personnel.
Mistral, however, smiled serenely and confidently stated that the god of the sea had blessed them, implying that if their guildmaster truly wanted to find them, he would have done so already.
News of the king's return spread quickly.
He had returned from his 300-year hunt in the otherworld, but he did not return alone. The whispers spoke of a Pegasus and a god of the sea.
A revelation that left the returning knight visibly perplexed, scratching his head.
He questioned the nature of these unexpected companions. Suddenly, an ominous announcement shattered the quiet.
A digital display flashed, the first wave is commencing.
The knight and a red-haired woman stood poised, facing a squad of armored soldiers. Their expressions were grim. The red-haired woman urged them to focus on the immediate threat, suggesting they discuss the situation later.
A countdown timer appeared, confirming the imminent arrival of the first wave of monsters.
From the depths of the ocean, a colossal, monstrous creature emerged, its tentacles thrashing.
The initial wave proved unexpectedly challenging.
A-rank field bosses appeared immediately, surprising the soldiers. A monstrous creature, its skin the color of dried blood, emerged from the murky water. Its gaping maw was filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, and it let out a guttural roar that echoed across the desolate landscape. The Night King, having returned to Earth after 300 years of battling demons in another world, muttered to himself, "This is going to be a bit of work." He moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion as he dodged the creature's initial attack. The Night King wielded a strange weapon, a staff topped with what looked like a giant mushroom cap, and brought it down with a powerful strike against the creature's flank. A low growl rumbled from the beast as it recoiled from the blow. The creature roared in pain, a sound that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality. Its attack had been thwarted. But the battle was far from over. A large group of soldiers, armed with spears and tridents, stood their ground against the creature's massive, whip-like tail, which lashed out with terrifying force,
sending several of them flying.
The Night King watched, his expression grim.
He knew this fight would be long and arduous.
Suddenly, a young woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her eyes blazing with fury. She charged forward, a determined glint in her eyes, shouting at a man with blonde hair who was wielding a staff. The man, clearly startled by her sudden appearance, reacted defensively. She moved with incredible speed, weaving through the ranks of soldiers and striking with brutal efficiency. The Night King watched, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he saw her skill. A soldier shouted, "Shield Squad!" Blook! A knight, his face strained with exertion, braced himself against a powerful blow, his shield absorbing the brunt of the impact. The force of the attack sending tremors through his body. A pained groan escaped his lips as he staggered back.
Gasping for breath, the knight lamented their weakened state. "We're a lot weaker now that we don't have His Majesty to buff us."
He gritted his teeth, his body trembling from the strain. Suddenly, a crimson energy surged from the horizon. A powerful wave of energy that sent the knight sprawling.
The voice, filled with awe, echoed, "Hunter Gude-sung?"
A woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her expression concerned as she surveyed the scene.
"Are you all right?"
One of the fallen knights weakly replied, "We're fine.
Please keep fighting."
The red-haired woman's face tightened with frustration. She muttered to herself, "If only I could use my fire-type skills."
A monstrous creature lunged at the red-haired woman, its guttural roar echoing as it attempted to strike her.
She deftly sidestepped the attack. And with a blur of motion, she launched a counteroffensive, her movements a whirlwind of deadly grace,
dispatching her foes with swift, precise strikes.
The air crackled with energy as her blade sliced through the demons, leaving trails of shimmering light in its wake. Amidst the chaos, a voice cut through the air.
"Poma. I'm your saintess."
The red-haired woman, Poma, continued her assault, a question forming in her mind.
"Don't I get like a super tsunami skill or something? Or like water breathing?"
A small, bird-like creature perched on her shoulder chuckled.
"You watch too much anime. You're more like an anime character than I am."
Poma, ignoring the comment, unleashed another powerful attack, her blade leaving a trail of turquoise energy. A man's voice called out from a distance, "Don't get distracted, Korean hunter." Poma, startled, looked towards the source of the voice.
"Ah, thanks."
A woman with vibrant red hair, her expression unreadable, stared intensely at someone off-panel.
She asked, "Did you kill them all?"
The scene shifted to reveal a desolate beach, littered with the bodies of monstrous creatures. A man with blonde hair stood calmly amidst the carnage, while the red-haired woman and another with dark hair observed the scene. The dark-haired woman commented, "They weren't that strong for A ranks." The camera focused on a massive, monstrous creature, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, lying dead on the sand. Blood stained the surrounding area. The dark-haired woman's eyes widened slightly as she and a man in a dark suit looked at the fallen beast. She whispered, "He's strong." The man in the suit nodded, stating, "Yeah. As expected of America's best hunter guild." The red-haired woman, her expression confident, suggested, "Let's get rid of the remaining guys too." She looked around at the remaining few scattered bodies. She stated, "There aren't many." A narration box appeared, declaring, "The third wave is over." A small, crab-like robot with a golden helmet chirped, its metallic voice echoing the sounds of Kiriki. Kiki Kiki. 36 hours had passed since Yappy's rescue by the crab monsters. Yappy had managed to stop the waves of monsters with the help of these unusually cooperative crustaceans. Several large crabs surrounded a smaller one in the shallows, their movements synchronized and strangely docile. The robot continued its chirping, "Kiriki. Kiriki," as the narration box explained that the waves of crab monsters arrived at 12-hour intervals. The scene shifted to show more of the crab-like creatures, their numbers growing rapidly.
These crustacean monsters, the narration box explained, grew and multiplied at an abnormal rate.
A narration box highlighted the biological impossibility of such rapid growth. Living things require time to obtain nutrients and expand their skeletal structures. But these monsters were different.
Yappy, addressing the robot, called out, "Yappy.
Sir." The robot responded with a questioning Kiriki, as Kim Jae-hyuk appeared, stating, "The system window has been created." A young man with brown hair checked a device, confirming that none of the Rakchar statues had been destroyed yet. He pointed a finger, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and stated that he had been rescued from the beach on the first day. He continued, expressing surprise that the survivors couldn't see the system windows, only to realize that they were visible to him at that moment as well. He acknowledged that information sharing was necessary, given the circumstances. The quest, he recalled, was to destroy the statues. He pondered, formulating a hypothesis. The crab monsters had been at war with other monsters for a very long time. He surmised that those behind the monster waves were likely trying to get rid of the statues. He found this peculiar. He considered this theory, concluding that it was the most logical explanation. The young man learned that many from the Kikirik tribe had perished. He questioned whether they could stop the waves. He was told that stopping the waves was considered impossible, as their difficulty increased with each wave, making survival during the fifth wave highly unlikely. A young man with short brown hair, a small, orange, insect-like creature perched atop his head, stood in a forest. He muttered to himself, questioning the situation, even as he acknowledged their presence. He declared the need for weapons, his expression one of grim determination. But then the insect creature on his head produced a knife, seemingly out of thin air. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. He expressed his surprise, questioning the practicality of arming the insect with a knife. His tone was one of disbelief and amusement. The insect, however, seemed pleased with its new weapon. The young man then noticed something interesting. A waterfall was visible in the distance, a vibrant, almost ethereal glow emanating from behind it. Intrigued, the young man approached the waterfall, discovering a hidden cave behind it. He cautiously entered the dark cave, his small light illuminating the path ahead. A young man with short brown hair and a mischievous grin emerged from behind a rock, a small, round device perched atop his head. He seemed pleased with himself. He mused that the Kikikrik tribe might have been far more advanced than he initially thought, judging by the cityscape now visible before him. Stepping out onto a cracked city street, the young man spread his arms wide, taking in the vast urban expanse before him. A look of wonder and perhaps slight apprehension on his face. The scene shifted to an underwater vista, dark and mysterious, with bioluminescent creatures drifting in the inky blackness. A large, menacing anglerfish lurked in the depths. A young man with blonde hair appeared, seemingly in distress, as the anglerfish loomed above him. While another man, wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses, observed from a distance. A young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes stood at the ocean's depths. His expression was serious, almost grim, as he contemplated the scene before him. He silently acknowledged a profound truth: this was far more than just the ocean floor. It was the remnants of a lost civilization. A majestic, ethereal structure, seemingly untouched by time, rose before him, its pale blue glow illuminating the murky water. He moved towards it, a faint aura surrounding him as he walked. The blond young man paused, his gaze fixed on the ancient city. The moment their boat capsized, Poma's authority had vanished. He realized Poma's powers had been suppressed because they had encroached upon the territory of another being. A being of immense power. A terrifying figure emerged from the depths, a colossal, horned demon, radiating an aura of immense power and malevolence. Dark energy pulsed around it. The young man's thoughts solidified: this was either a deity, or something far worse. A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, stood defiantly amidst a swirling vortex of golden energy. He clenched his fists, his body tense with power, as he shouted a challenge.
His words of fierce condemnation directed at an unseen enemy, "You evil."
His expression shifted, a cold resolve hardening his features as the golden energy subsided. His eyes, now visible, burned with an icy blue light.
A dramatic title card appeared, proclaiming, "Lionheart,
the god's hound with the heart of a lion."
The scene shifted to a vast, circular chamber, bathed in an ethereal blue light.
The blonde-haired man stood alone in the center, a figure of quiet power.
The one who killed the most demons.
The image showed a blurry figure, possibly a monstrous form, partially obscured by shadow and smoke.
3 dots appeared in a speech bubble, suggesting an unspoken thought or reaction. Another title card declared, "The Knight of Knights."
A colossal, shadowy creature with multiple tentacles loomed over the scene, its glowing red eyes fixed on something unseen. The final title card revealed its terrifying identity, the King of Kings. A colossal, shadowy kraken emerged from the depths, its tentacles writhing menacingly. Before it stood a young man with blonde hair, dressed in a smart casual outfit, seemingly unfazed by the monstrous creature. The kraken spoke, its voice echoing with ancient power. It questioned the young man's identity, noting his unexpectedly weak appearance. The young man, seemingly unperturbed, scoffed internally. He thought to himself that no demon could possibly be unaware of the King of Lion Hearts. The kraken continued, reminding the young man of his former glory as a renowned hero. The scene shifted. Many heroes had sought this place, the kraken explained, but none were strong enough to defeat it. The young man stood within a glowing circle, seemingly untouched by the surrounding darkness. The kraken challenged the young man, questioning whether he was truly different from the others. The kraken loomed over the young man, its menacing form casting a shadow over him. The young man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed in determination. A young man with short brown hair, his face etched with disdain, glared at a monstrous, shadowy figure partially visible in the background. "How dare a dirty demon discuss my worth," he spat, his voice dripping with contempt. The monstrous figure, a colossal, tentacled beast with glowing red eyes, let out a chilling, maniacal laugh.
"Coo-hoo."
The laughter echoed, growing louder and more sinister as the beast revealed more of its terrifying form.
"Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha."
Meanwhile, in a different location, a bright, ethereal light pulsed in the center of an ornate circular pattern on the ground.
A figure stood within its glow.
The light intensified, revealing a shadowy, monstrous figure bound by glowing chains.
Its eyes burned with malevolent red light.
The monstrous being spoke, its voice echoing with a strange mix of power and gratitude.
"Lionheart, I am grateful to you.
Because you took down Malus, I was given a chance." The young man from the earlier panels, Lionheart, looked thoughtful, a question forming on his lips.
"Malus."
Suddenly, the chained beast began to writhe, the chains straining under its immense power.
"Now."
With a surge of dark energy, the chains shattered, and the monstrous being revealed itself in its full, terrifying glory.
A colossal, demonic entity with glowing red eyes loomed over Lionheart.
A figure, cloaked in shadow and firelight, stood amidst the ruins. Their voice, though unseen, boomed with ancient power, declaring, "It is time to end the 5 centuries of waiting." The scene opens on a tropical beach, the sun gleaming on the turquoise water.
A narration box declares, "Fourth wave raid."
A young woman with vibrant red hair bursts from the ocean, splashing water as she runs onto the shore. She collapses onto the sand, breathless, her body still shimmering with water droplets. A small turtle is perched on her head.
A voice, unseen, taunts her, "If you want to play in the water, you should do so naked. It'll be better for me to watch." The woman sputters, "Eek. Don't say things like that. I'm working my ass off to try and awaken."
The unseen voice replies, "No matter how much you do this, you won't awaken anything."
She sighs, "Phew."
A vision of goddess Ariana filled the Night King's mind, her image was bathed in a golden light, her hands clasped in prayer. He heard a voice, faint yet clear, speaking of the goddess. A voice that spoke of the need to uphold justice multiple times or act honorably to draw closer to her. The Night King, clad in his formidable armor, stood before the speaker, his greatsword resting at his side. A small, green turtle-like creature observed the scene from below. A woman with vibrant red hair, her expression thoughtful, commented on the goddess's nature, deeming her somewhat narrow-minded, though predictable. Meanwhile, another voice spoke of the need to farm and thank the earth for goddess Demara's blessings. An elderly couple worked diligently in a rice paddy, their backs bent with labor. A man with striking white hair and intense red eyes appeared, a smirk playing on his lips. He spoke of winning battles and flames of determination, his words laced with an air of confidence. The red-haired woman, still accompanied by the turtle-like creature, considered the need to perform an action related to the ocean, given the other's status as a divinity of the sea and waves. She dismissed the idea of simply playing at the beach as insufficient. The turtle-like creature then urgently reminded her of their mission, to save his majesty. The woman examined the turtle, realizing that the Night King was not trapped on land, but rather underwater. The small creature squirmed slightly under her touch. With this realization, she declared that they should hurry to find and awaken his majesty. The red-haired woman, agreeing, affirmed their course of action. Hanhari, a young woman with vibrant red hair, urged, "It'll be over if you just tell me how to awaken." She held a small, turtle-like creature in her hand, its expression unreadable. She muttered to herself, "I can't tell what he's thinking at all."
The creature, seemingly unimpressed, let out a small puff of air and uttered a non-committal HM. The scene shifted to a beach. Hanhari, now standing in the shallows, addressed the turtle-like creature, calling it, Hanhari, my saintess. She continued, explaining, it's easy for you to learn the creed of the sea and waves as well as to build faith. In the background, other people could be seen enjoying themselves on the beach. The narration box stated, the sea is a source of infinite life. Another woman, cheerfully addressing Hanhari, added, just being thankful for that will help you gain more faith. However, a shift in tone occurred. The narration box read, however, Hari. Another narration box appeared, stating, my young saintess. A young woman with vibrant pink hair pondered aloud, questioning the equivalence of a knight's knowledge to that of a mere soldier. She let out a soft ah, a sound of dawning realization. The young woman, clutching a small turtle, declared she would try harder, a statement met with affirmation from a nearby man. She then repeated Hari. Hari. The man, slightly out of breath, inquired, huh? What is it? An excited announcement filled the air, we found it. The statue of Rakchar. The young woman, still holding her turtle, gasped in surprise. The Maverick Guild. Two men, one with blonde hair, confidently declared, found it. A large, dark stone slab, bearing a glowing red gem at its center, stood before a group of men. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair stood in a forest, her expression unreadable. A thought bubble above her head contained 3 ellipses, suggesting contemplation. An older man with long gray hair and a brown robe appeared, holding a large, dark purple orb. His gaze was intense and serious. The woman observed a group of people in white coats surrounding a stone structure with a glowing red gem embedded in it. She commented that they were rather determined. She questioned their actions, wondering why they were doing something no one asked them to do. The older man, seemingly observing the same group, muttered HM to himself. He noted that they seemed to be doubting the quest. The older man suggested destroying the structure secretly at night. He was immediately countered by his companion. The companion argued that doing so would make people suspicious. He believed a reason to destroy it would surface soon enough. A man with red hair, dressed in a military-style coat, addressed the group, suggesting they destroy the statue. He pointed out that it had already been 3 days. A man in a red and gold superhero costume, identified as Minuteman of the Maverick Guild, stood with a thoughtful expression. He observed a statue in the distance, commenting that it was the only one in the area. A second man, dressed in more conventional attire, stood behind him, watching intently. Minuteman concluded that the statue must be their target for destruction. Meanwhile, 2 other figures, a man with red hair and a woman with dark hair, watched the scene unfold from a distance. The red-haired man, seemingly a scientist judging by his lab coat, appeared to be assessing the situation. The red-haired man agreed with Minuteman's assessment. He declared it was time to destroy the statue. Minuteman, a confident smirk playing on his lips, prepared himself to face the task. Minuteman launched a powerful attack, a surge of blue energy emanating from his fist as he struck the statue. The force of the blow causing a bright flash of light. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, resulting in the statue's complete destruction. Debris scattered everywhere as Minuteman stood amidst the chaos. News spread through the land, the statue of Rakchar the Great, a powerful figure of the past, had been destroyed. The destruction of the statue was not an accident, it was part of a larger plan. 2 out of 3 statues remained. And a man in a vibrant red and gold superhero costume stood proudly amidst the rubble. He declared the destruction to be the right choice, a confident smirk playing on his lips. A companion, dressed in more formal attire, stood beside him, seemingly less enthusiastic. The companion let out a relieved sigh, wiping sweat from his brow. The tension of the moment seemed to finally ease. He agreed that destroying the statue was the right course of action, though he expressed a sense of resignation. Nearby, a woman with dark hair and a serious expression observed the scene. The red-haired man, addressing the woman, instructed her and another man to begin preparations. The implication was clear, they were anticipating a new threat. The woman questioned whether another wave of attacks was imminent, noting that they had spent more time at the location than anticipated. A moment of shared apprehension passed between the two, their expressions reflecting a sense of foreboding. A looming presence announced itself, a figure known only as Hunter Lee approaching the group. The threat was indeed coming. A man with fiery red hair and a stern expression voiced his approval of the statue's destruction, stating that the anticipated wave hadn't arrived. Beside him, an older man with a long beard chuckled, holding a dark purple orb aloft. Another man, this one with brown hair, simply grunted TCH in response, adding that he was glad the wave hadn't appeared. He then suggested summarizing the current situation. The bearded man, pleased, called for everyone to gather. The red-haired man surmised that 3 statues were scattered across the island and proposed a plan to locate and destroy the remaining 2. He suggested that they find the other team members as well. He then suggested that they destroy the statues as quickly as possible. A man in a white coat, seemingly a scientist, agreed, suggesting they proceed with the plan. Since there were 3 islands in total, and 2 more statues to destroy, the group decided to split into 2 teams, each heading to a different island. The bearded man explained their strategy. The team that destroyed a statue first would then locate the other team.
He added that travel between the islands shouldn't be difficult, as boats were available. A man in a red and gold superhero costume grinned, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Energy crackled in his hands, a palpable aura of power surrounding him. He declared his intention to destroy the remaining 2 targets. He stood before a group of individuals, his confident posture radiating dominance. Meanwhile, 2 other figures, a young man and woman, observed the scene from a distance. They quietly resolved to leave the area as well. The young man and woman made their escape in a small boat, cutting through the water. Approaching the shore, they found themselves confronted by a surprising sight. 2 military-style boats were waiting for them. The young man's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the unexpected vessels. He stammered in disbelief, his confusion evident. His companion, equally surprised, questioned what was happening. The young man's face was a mask of bewilderment, his question hanging in the air. A group of soldiers, clad in dark armor, disembarked on a beach, their expressions grim. Scattered across the sand were remnants of a battle, broken weaponry and debris. One of them, his gaze sweeping across the desolate landscape, voiced a question that hung heavy in the air: did a war happen here? The camera panned across the beach, revealing the extent of the devastation. Twisted metal, shattered equipment, and the scattered remains of what appeared to be advanced weaponry littered the sand. The scene spoke of a conflict of immense scale and ferocity. Among the wreckage, partially buried in the sand, lay a large, cylindrical object. Its metallic surface gleamed faintly in the sunlight. One of the soldiers, noticing it, muttered, "A cannon." The leader of the group, a man with dark, intense eyes and stern features, stared out at the ravaged landscape. His face was etched with a deep concern. He muttered to himself, "This island, something's different." His unease grew, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a warning that something was terribly wrong. Another soldier, his voice laced with fear, urged, "We need to turn back. Something is different about this island." A young woman with dark hair, her expression mirroring the leader's apprehension, stood beside him. A third soldier, his face flushed with alarm, shouted, "We need to prepare." The leader, his eyes narrowed, muttered a single name, Carrick. A low growl escaped his lips, Carrick dash. A surge of energy erupted from him, a fiery aura engulfing his form as he prepared for battle. A knight, clad in flowing white and red robes, knocked an arrow to his bow, his fiery red hair ablaze with intensity. He aimed his weapon with deadly precision at an unseen foe, the arrow glowing with an ethereal light. The arrow flew, striking its target with a resounding impact. Below, a man's eyes widened in surprise, a single word escaping his lips, "Huh?" Several small, crab-like mechanical devices scuttled into view, their metallic bodies gleaming ominously. Their movements precise and coordinated, a whirring sound filling the air, Kickirk dash. The knight, his face etched with concern, questioned the unusual nature of the situation. Beside him, a woman in a white coat looked on with wide, frightened eyes. "Why is it just this island that's different?" She urged him to remain calm. Let's calm down." The knight, his brow furrowed in thought, recalled a previous encounter. The monsters of the island we were at previously had no weapons. He dismissed the possibility of these being ordinary weapons, only to be proven wrong almost immediately. "I'm sure these aren't real weapon dash." A mechanical crab fired a powerful blast of energy, the force of the attack sending shockwaves through the air. A young man with vibrant red hair, clad in a hunter's garb, stood poised with a bow and arrow, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. His eyes widened as a surge of energy, a shimmering blue wave, erupted from the forest before him. The force of the magical blast sending ripples through the air, leaving him momentarily stunned. A question mark filled his mind, reflecting his utter bewilderment. His jaw dropped as he witnessed a small, crab-like mechanical device emerge from the magical surge. He let out a shout of disbelief. A question forming on his lips, "They're real?" His disbelief deepened as a swarm of identical mechanical crabs materialized from the forest, their metallic bodies gleaming ominously. The sheer number of them overwhelmed him. He muttered to himself, a single word escaping his lips, "Damn it." A grim realization settled upon him. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that this encounter would not end without casualties. He stated grimly, "We won't get out of this one unharmed." As if on cue, a familiar voice cut through the air. A young boy with light brown hair and sharp fangs grinned mischievously, followed by a young woman with dark hair and a determined expression. The narration box confirmed their identity, the Kikirik tribe's chief and his companions had arrived. A triumphant shout pierced the air, "Sir Yapi," echoing through the forest. A young man with brown hair beamed proudly, gesturing towards a giant crab adorned with flowers and a small, robotic device on its back. He uttered a single word, "Carrick." The crab, Carrick, seemed to respond with a delighted squeak, its small robotic head bobbing. Suddenly, Carrick's demeanor shifted. From its position atop a bed of blue flowers, it declared, "Surrender, mortals." The crab's declaration was followed by a chilling threat, "You have no possibility of winning." A legion of mechanical crab-like units surrounded the young man, their menacing forms poised for attack. A group of armed individuals, including a man with a bow and arrow and another wielding a spiked staff, prepared to engage the mechanical crabs. One of them, a man with reddish-brown hair, gasped in shock, muttering, "Jagged spin? There's the Pantheon kid too." The archer's hand tightened on his bow, the tension palpable. The Phoenix Guild had arrived at Yappy's Island, while Maverick and Reynold were on Hurry's Island. A map depicted their locations, highlighting the strategic distribution of the remaining statues. Only 2 statues remained. An older man with a long beard, accompanied by a younger, masked man, stood before one of them, a dark orb glowing in the elder's hands. The elder muttered something unintelligible as he examined the orb closely. A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in dark attire, appeared, her expression one of intense curiosity. She commented on the strangeness of the situation. The elder, seemingly annoyed by her presence, scoffed, emphasizing the impossibility of destroying the statue. The red-haired woman insisted she had foreseen the future, explaining her actions. One of the men, his face etched with concern, spoke of a woman and a prophecy, his words trailing off. Another man countered, arguing against a hasty decision, emphasizing the potential consequences of acting without sufficient information. A young woman with fiery red hair, hidden behind a tree, watched the scene unfold with growing frustration. Her internal monologue expressed disbelief at their obliviousness. Her gaze fixed on a statue, sensing a powerful, malevolent aura emanating from it. The statue's oppressive aura began to crackle with dark energy, revealing monstrous, demonic entities trapped within. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in alarm as one of the creatures lunged towards her. The red-haired woman's voice, filled with urgency, warned of the extreme danger of destroying the statue. Despite the warning, a dark, powerful energy erupted from a hand, seemingly intent on destroying the statue. The resulting explosion sent the red-haired woman flying through the air. A young woman with vibrant pink hair and striking golden eyes stared in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. A faint purple aura pulsed around her, hinting at the exertion of some powerful force. Meanwhile, an older man with long, dark hair and a stern expression watched the scene unfold. His eyes narrowed, a question forming in his mind: did he just break it? The man's gaze fell upon a swirling, dark purple orb held in the hands of a cloaked figure. The orb pulsed with an ominous energy, its shadowy tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. A group of people stood before the cloaked figure, their faces grim. One of them, a woman with fiery red hair, spoke, her voice firm: "Our goal in coming here was to close the gate, so we shall destroy the statues like the quest tells us to." The pink-haired woman's eyes blazed with a fierce determination as she prepared for action. A guttural sound escaped her lips, a battle cry echoing the intensity of her focus. But a sudden, horrifying realization washed over her. A monstrous, crimson entity emerged from the orb, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. No, she thought, fear gripping her heart. The creature's power was overwhelming, a wave of dark energy crashed over the pink-haired woman, sending her flying backward, crashing into the ground amidst a cloud of dust. 2 other figures watched in horror as the creature loomed over her. A figure, his face obscured by shadow, stumbled backward, his body racked with unseen force. He was thrown back by a sudden, powerful energy surge. A masked man, his expression one of alarm, stood defiantly, facing a group of shadowy figures, one of whom wielded dark magic. The masked man's eyes widened in apprehension. He sensed something ominous approaching. Confusion clouded his features as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. A monstrous silhouette emerged from the horizon, its presence radiating an aura of immense power. The creature's arrival was heralded by a surge of dark energy that rippled through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The masked man turned, his back to the approaching horror, a sense of dread washing over him. He felt a strange energy emanating from his own arm, a golden bracelet glowing faintly. The monstrous creature loomed closer, its terrifying form finally revealed in all its horrifying glory. A jagged, dark frame appeared, filled with ominous words: "I am your chaos. I will ruin whatever norms you may hold." The scene shifted to 2 figures, one a man in a superhero costume, his face etched with grim determination. He declared, "I am your despair. I will stop your beating hearts." The superhero continued his chilling pronouncements, his voice dripping with malice: "I am your misery. I will crush your hopes." A monstrous form emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with infernal light. It roared, "I am Rakchar." A dramatic title card proclaimed, "The demon of chaos, Rakchar, has awakened." The weight of his presence was palpable, a chilling narration box added, "His presence overwhelms all living beings." 3 men stumbled backward, their faces contorted in terror as an unseen force washed over them. A wave of nausea and dread overwhelming their senses. Their bodies racked with spasms as a guttural cry escaped their lips. The effects of the aura of chaos manifested: weakness, panic, fear, chaos, tetanus, despair, terror, disorder, hopelessness, decomposition of the body, mental illness, and soul possession. A colossal, shadowy figure emerged from the heart of a fiery vortex, its presence casting a chilling pall over the scene. A woman with vibrant red hair watched in horror as the creature descended, its power palpable. The 3 men, now completely overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground as the creature neared. The creature, Rakchar, the great demon, sniffed the air, commenting on the unpleasant smell. A knight, his face etched with grim determination, led a small company of armored soldiers through a desolate landscape. He pushed forward, ignoring the exhaustion that weighed heavily on his shoulders. His gaze fixed on the unseen threat ahead. He muttered to himself, prioritizing the immediate danger over any other concerns. The creatures that had imprisoned him here would be dealt with first. From the depths of the earth, a monstrous creature emerged, its many tentacles thrashing as it rose from the churning waters. Its crimson hide pulsed with a malevolent energy, a stark contrast to the muted tones of the surrounding landscape. The knight, without hesitation, charged towards the colossal beast, drawing his sword in a blur of motion. He unleashed a furious assault, his blade a silver streak against the creature's dark form, cleaving through the creature's tentacles with brutal efficiency. A surge of dark energy erupted from the wounded beast, spreading a wave of corruption across the land.
A visible manifestation of chaos consuming everything in its path.
The area was rapidly succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Two of the knight's companions cried out in agony, their bodies racked with pain as the chaotic energy overwhelmed them. Surrounded by enemies, Mistral, a woman with vibrant red hair and determined eyes, fought desperately. Her desperate cry, "I need to die right now. We can't stay alive," echoed through the chaotic scene as she unleashed a flurry of blows against her attackers. A pained gasp escaping her lips as she continued her relentless assault. The sheer force of her attacks sent one of her opponents reeling back.
But more enemies pressed in.
A calmer voice cut through the din, "Calm down, everyone.
We need to withstand the status abnormality."
Despite the plea for calm, the situation escalated further. A man with blonde hair and intense red eyes lunged at Mistral, his attack swift and brutal. And she braced herself for the impact, her eyes widening in anticipation. A surge of energy coursing through her veins as she prepared to counterattack. The blonde man's attack was met with a powerful riposte. A clash of steel echoing through the battlefield.
Mistral's desperate cry, "Mistral,
please get it together," revealed her struggle to maintain control amidst the chaos. The blonde man, however, remained resolute.
His defiant shout, "No! Miss Han, hurry! This is what is right," showed his unwavering conviction.
As he prepared for a final, decisive blow. His words, "We need to die. I'll help you," revealed a grim determination to end the fight, no matter the cost. Alan, a man with a haunted look in his eyes, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. The air crackled with an ominous power, a malevolent aura clinging to him like a shroud. A cryptic message materialized before him, "Great Demon Rakchar's blessing will to all those who submit." He lunged forward, a blur of motion, propelled by the dark energy that pulsed around him. A violent force erupting from his body as he moved with unnatural speed. His opponent, a red-haired woman with a determined expression, barely had time to react before he struck. The impact sent her sprawling, a pained cry escaping her lips as she crashed to the ground. Alan continued his assault, his movements a whirlwind of dark energy and brutal force. His eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light as he unleashed a flurry of blows.
The red-haired woman, whose name is revealed to be Iris, shouted, "NNO! Mr. Alan, get it together!" Alan, consumed by the demon's power, roared, "D-!" His attack intensified, a brutal punch aimed at Iris's face.
A fierce battle raged. A woman with vibrant red hair, clad in dark, form-fitting attire, unleashed a powerful blow against a blonde-haired man in a suit, her attack leaving him reeling. Meanwhile, another figure, shrouded in black, moved with terrifying speed, their legs ablur as they closed the distance on their opponent. The red-haired woman, momentarily distracted, was caught off guard by a swift counterattack. The blonde man, now displaying enhanced strength and speed, sent her flying with a powerful punch. She crashed to the ground, a pained groan escaping her lips as she struggled to regain her footing. The blonde man stood over her, his back to the camera, a look of grim determination etched on his face. The red-haired woman, eyes wide with surprise and a hint of gratitude, watched him. A barely audible thanks escaping her lips. Suddenly, the blonde man turned, his eyes glowing menacingly. He grabbed the red-haired woman, his grip tightening. She coughed, a look of shock and fear replacing her gratitude. A blinding flash of light erupted from the ocean's edge, a searing white streak cutting across the dark water.
The intense energy leaving a trail of shimmering destruction in its wake.
From the heart of the explosion, a figure plummeted towards the ocean's depths.
A crimson-haired woman in dark clothing, descending into the inky blackness. Another powerful surge of energy pulsed from the water's surface.
A violent eruption sending waves crashing against the shore.
Below the surface, bubbles rose in a steady stream.
The woman, now upside down, continued her descent into the dark abyss.
She let out a soft gasp, "Ah."
A young woman with vibrant red hair lay submerged in dark blue water, her expression a mixture of fear and pain. A single thought bubble above her head read, "Am I gonna die?" The scene shifted to a young girl with light pink hair and pigtails, her face partially obscured, peering from behind a computer tower.
The atmosphere was somber and dimly lit.
Tears streamed down the girl's face as she clutched at the edges of her hoodie. The words "your parents" appeared in a speech bubble. A man in a suit sat across from her, his expression grim. He stated, "Died saving the world. They are heroes."
He then added, "Isn't that cool?"
The girl remained silent, her face etched with sorrow. The man gently stroked her hair. "I don't know what kind of adult you will grow up to be," he said, his voice laced with concern. He paused, then continued, "But promise me just one thing." The man's hand remained on the girl's head as he spoke his final words, "Have honor." A final, jagged speech bubble exploded across the page, "Damn it. Hanhari, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, found herself submerged in water, a look of profound doubt etched on her face. She questioned the value of her life as a hunter of justice, especially when compared to the power of a god saintess. Comparing her own strength unfavorably to that of Sir Geovric, a powerful knight, and even more so to the Night King himself. Yet, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. As she remembered Sir Geovric's honorable death, a sacrifice that had brought about some good. Suddenly, a small, turtle-like creature appeared, causing Hanhari to gasp in surprise as she tumbled through the water. The creature's presence marking a significant turning point. Hanhari, now closer to the creature, noticed its unique appearance. It was a small, green turtle-like object with white accents. And a voice echoed in her mind, advising her against trying to grasp the vastness of the ocean, suggesting instead that she fill her heart with faith and trust. The voice urged Hanhari to acknowledge and understand the greatness she possessed. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, her expression a mixture of disbelief and defiance, stared into the cerulean depths. A small turtle swam peacefully nearby, oblivious to the tension hanging in the air. I don't know what you're talking about, she insisted, her voice laced with uncertainty. A voice, ancient and resonant, seemed to emanate from the ocean itself. Listen to the ocean, it commanded, the words echoing in her mind. The woman, now submerged, felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over her as she drifted weightlessly. If you did not feel before that you were in its embrace, feel it now. The words resonated with a profound truth. The ocean's rhythm pulsed around her, a symphony of currents and whispers. The flow of the ocean, the whispers of the coral reef. A grand, otherworldly melody began to swell within her. The great song of the ocean. She surfaced, her form now clad in a sleek, dark outfit, her eyes glowing with newfound power. A turtle, seemingly sentient, rested on her head. A voice, this time closer, more intimate, spoke to her. Finite being, my mortal. If you truly want to earn immortal powers. A close-up on a woman's wide, fearful eyes. A warning, stark and urgent, filled the space around her, do not try to grab it. Her eyes widened further, reflecting the ethereal blue glow surrounding her. The words, infinity is something you wrap around you, appeared, adding to the mystery. The scene shifted to an underwater vista, the text you are currently emerging from the depths. Within a luminous, underwater scene, the words within infinity glowed, hinting at a profound transformation. The woman's fiery red hair flowed around her, illuminated by an otherworldly light. Her eyes, now glowing with an intense blue light, reflected the power surging through her. Surging with energy, she ascended, her hair billowing around her like a fiery halo. The blue light intensified, transforming the water around her. She looked down, a dawning comprehension in her eyes. I think I get it, she murmured to herself. Understanding finally settling upon her. What I can do right now, she thought, a newfound resolve hardening her expression. A figure, cloaked in shadow, descended from the heavens, their form partially obscured by a celestial glow. A voice, reverent and hushed, echoed from below. Your Majesty. The voice whispered, a mixture of awe and relief evident in the tone. From the depths of the ocean, a young woman with vibrant red hair and striking blue eyes emerged, her expression a mixture of surprise and wonder. She realized where the mysterious figure had been. A surge of energy pulsed from her, a brilliant light illuminating the water around her. As she propelled herself upwards, towards the surface. The power she wielded was immense, a force of nature unleashed. With a final burst of speed, she broke through the water's surface. The ocean parting before her like a curtain. The words divine law of sea splitting appeared, inscribed in brilliant light, as the power she commanded became clear. The young woman, now revealed in her full glory, stood amidst the parted waters, a breathtaking display of power. She had returned, and the world would soon know the extent of her abilities. The scene shifted, revealing a grand, classical-style building, partially submerged by the surging waters. The impact of the young woman's power was evident. The waves crashed against the structure, a testament to the immense power unleashed. The return of the Night King, accompanied by a god, had begun to reshape the world. A grand, imposing structure stood at the end of a long, tree-lined path, its white facade gleaming faintly through a shimmering, ethereal haze. A lone figure, his back to the viewer, stood at the entrance to this mystical place. He was a man of striking presence, his silhouette sharp against the radiant light emanating from within. A powerful aura enveloped him, a golden light swirling around him like a tempest. This was no ordinary man, he was a warrior returning from a long and arduous journey. A pair of magnificent, white wings, seemingly angelic in nature, cut through the fiery sunset sky. Their owner, a young woman with vibrant red hair, was unconscious, seemingly rescued from a watery grave. A muffled sound escaped her lips as she lay there. The woman's eyes flickered open, revealing a look of confusion. A voice, calm and authoritative, spoke to her, well done. Startled, she looked around, her gaze falling upon a blonde-haired man who had seemingly saved her. Your Majesty, she exclaimed, her voice filled with awe and relief. The man, the Night King, gently but firmly told her to remain still. He seemed concerned, but his expression remained stoic. The woman, still disoriented, wondered aloud if she had been in the water. The Night King, relieved, muttered to himself that he was glad he didn't have to witness the death of a water saintess. However, the woman suddenly gasped, a look of horror dawning on her face as she realized something. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her face etched with worry, reported to a blonde-haired man, "Your Majesty, the great demon was resurrected." Everyone went crazy and tried to kill each other. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, simply replied, "I'm aware." He then mounted a majestic white Pegasus, the woman clinging to him as they soared into the sky. He let out a curt, "Mm." A narration box appeared. An ordinary person cannot stay sane in the face of such great evil. The scene shifted to a chaotic battlefield where soldiers clashed with a powerful, demonic figure. The blonde man, now clad in battle armor, effortlessly cut down his opponents with a crimson energy blade. His movements a blur of speed and power as he carved a path through the chaos. He muttered, "Stallion." A powerful energy surge erupted from the blonde man, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. He and the red-haired woman were once again airborne on the Pegasus, leaving the battlefield behind. A young man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes materialized, a faint ethereal glow surrounding him. His hand firmly gripping a glowing chalice, the light emanating from it pulsating with otherworldly energy. Elsewhere, a man with short, dark hair stood defiantly, his declaration echoing through the air, "I am here." A system notification appeared, "King of the Lionheart's aura." The blonde young man struggled, a new system message flashing, resisting the status abnormality. Confusion clouded his features as he muttered, What was I just doing?" Returning to the first scene, a woman with red hair spoke reassuringly from atop a winged horse, "You're all right." A man in military attire approached, his face etched with worry, reporting, "Your Majesty, there are soldiers and trainees who have gone missing." He continued, "I heard that they are okay thanks to God Poma, but..." The scene opens on a beach at night. A group of people huddle around a small fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. Among them are a young woman with vibrant red hair and a determined expression, a blonde young man with a concerned look, and a third individual whose face is partially obscured. The young woman smiles knowingly, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The blonde young man's eyes widen slightly as he utters two words, "I see." A pause follows, and then he adds, "And..." He continues, his voice low and urgent, "You all need to get out of here." The blonde young man explains, "Thanks to the saint's blessing, you should be able to walk on water if you just have faith. Run toward the gate." As the group begins to move, a monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, its presence filling the panel. A desperate cry of sorry echoes from one of the group. Fear grips the faces of the group as they confront the monstrous figure. The blonde young man's face is contorted with worry, sweat beading on his brow. The blonde young man steels his resolve, stating, "We'll rescue as many survivors as we can." The red-haired woman looks at him with a determined expression, her eyes reflecting a fierce resolve. She says, "We will stall for time so that you can escape." The panel fades to black, leaving the reader in suspense. A colossal, demonic entity materialized on a tropical beach. Its crimson form pulsed with dark energy, tentacles writhing as it surveyed its surroundings. Two figures, one in a lab coat and the other in casual attire, stood before it, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination. They seemed ill-prepared for such a monstrous foe. A third figure, partially obscured, emerged from behind them, their voice echoing with a chilling certainty, "So this is where you all were." The monstrous creature responded, its voice a guttural growl that seemed to shake the very earth, "I have long waited for this moment." Its form shifted, revealing more of its terrifying features as it issued a final, chilling command, "Submit to me." A blinding flash erupted from the creature as it unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the air, creating a maelstrom of energy, leaving behind only a lingering sense of dread and the aftermath of unimaginable power. A powerful, crimson aura filled the sky, crackling with energy. This was no ordinary presence. A Grail Knight, clad in advanced armor, emerged from the wreckage. The aura was unmistakably his. From the cockpit of a massive war machine, a voice boomed, filled with disbelief. "You should all be dead. How is it that you're still alive?" Inside his mech, the Grail Knight calmly selected his weapon, gun selection, number 3. The command was given, "Commence fire." A barrage of energy beams erupted from the war machine. Each blast aimed with deadly precision at the Grail Knight. But the knight met the onslaught with a fiery counterattack. Observing the scene, a figure muttered, "I see." A monstrous creature, its hide the color of scorched earth, loomed before him, its maw agape in a silent roar. Its eyes glowed with malevolent energy, promising destruction. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed in the Night King's mind. He had replaced his ammunition with divine artifacts. The beast lunged, its claws extended, ready to tear through anything in its path. But the Night King remained unmoved. A surge of power emanated from him, a divine energy that crackled in the air. He scoffed, his voice a low growl. These attacks were nothing against him. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a wave of divine energy. The force of the blast sending the creature reeling back, and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The Night King, accompanied by his god, had arrived on a remote island. The ocean churned around them, the waves reflecting the power of their arrival. Another monstrous form emerged from the depths, its many tentacles reaching for the Night King. Meanwhile, on the mainland, a team of scientists watched the unfolding events with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Two men stood beside a large piece of advanced technology, their faces grim. A young man with short, light brown hair, wearing a simple white t-shirt, stood beside a futuristic vehicle. His expression was one of alarm as he uttered a name, barely a whisper, Sir Yapi. A stern-faced man with fiery red hair and intense eyes emerged from the vehicle's shadow. His jaw was clenched tight, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He declared grimly, "We cannot avoid this." The red-haired man's face contorted in a snarl of fury, his teeth bared in a silent roar of defiance as the young man in the background seemed to brace for impact. A sudden burst of energy erupted, accompanied by the ethereal descent of several white feathers, hinting at a powerful intervention. A monstrous creature, its skin a grotesque shade of reddish-brown, lunged forward, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. It was met with a wave of surging, turquoise energy. The turquoise energy collided with the creature, causing a massive explosion of water and light. 3 exclamation points appeared in a shattered, dark frame, suggesting a powerful impact. The energy struck the creature, seemingly overpowering it with its sheer force. A wave of immense power, imbued with an ethereal, cyan energy, crashed down. The sheer force of it left the Night King speechless. That's when he realized the true nature of the wave. It was divine power, radiating from a source partially obscured within its heart. A power that seemed to emanate from the very being of the winged creature he rode, a being that was clearly more than just a horse. The Night King gripped his reins, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. As the divine energy surged, carving a path of destruction through the air. The Night King felt a surge of recognition, a whisper of a name on his lips. "You. Grail Guardian." The woman beside him, her crimson hair flowing in the wind, reacted with a gasp. Her eyes, wide with alarm, fixed on the approaching power. "Lionheart." A monstrous roar echoed across the desolate landscape. "Qua. Lionheart." Lionheart, a young man with short blonde hair, stood defiantly amidst a swirling vortex of otherworldly energy. He remained calm despite the chaos, his arms crossed as he addressed someone unseen. "Sir Spin, we need to close this gate immediately." Sir Spin, a woman with vibrant red hair, and a robotic unit stood nearby. The enemy was seriously injured, and a strategic retreat seemed possible, however. Lionheart firmly rejected the suggestion. "No. We need to destroy the remaining statues and close the gate." He explained his reasoning, "I cannot take down a demon of that level without recovering the holy sword." Despite the urgency, another voice countered, "It's best to retrieve as many survivors as we can at this point in time." A suggestion was made to evacuate the island's inhabitants as well. Lionheart's response was a simple, questioning, A final concern arose, will we have enough time? There isn't much time until the demon's free. A young man with short brown hair stood confidently beside a large, mechanized creature, its metallic body hinting at advanced technology. He declared his intention to utilize the Kikirik tribe's last resort. Activating the machine. A guttural sound, Kikirik dash, echoed from its depths. A sudden, sharp intake of breath followed by an exclamation of surprise, "OH." A system notification appeared, detailing the effects of the Saintus of Sea and Waves blessing, a 35% advantage in all movements on the sea, waves working to his advantage, no underwater penalties, and the ability to walk on water. The young man, marveling at his newfound ability, muttered, I never thought I'd walk on water." He and a group of others, including a young woman with vibrant red hair, were fleeing across the water, pursued by armored figures. The red-haired woman urged them on, shouting, "Hurry! We need to escape before the great demon is freed." A figure with blonde hair and large, white wings appeared, his expression grim. This was Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the Night King returned from the otherworld, stood poised, a sphere of swirling, ethereal energy forming in his hands. Returning to Earth after 300 years of battling demons in another world, the Night King found himself astride a magnificent winged steed, its ethereal form a stark contrast to the dark purple sky above. The narration box confirmed what was already clear, he was, as expected, the demon's arch-nemesis. Suddenly, a monstrous, shadowy creature emerged from the depths, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent energy. The creature's power was palpable, a terrifying force that threatened to consume everything in its path. A crimson tentacle lashed out, aiming for the Night King, but he effortlessly evaded the attack. The creature roared, its rage echoing across the desolate landscape. "You will not escape me," it shrieked, its voice filled with a chilling fury. Its form shifted, revealing a horrifying, multi-tentacled beast with a monstrous, fanged maw. The creature lunged, its tentacles reaching for the Night King. With a burst of blinding light, the Night King countered, his power erupting in a wave of incandescent energy. He gripped his weapon, a fierce determination etched on his face. His eyes burned with righteous fury. The Night King spoke a single word, "Stallion." His winged steed responded, its powerful wings beating with renewed strength, preparing for another assault. The Night King, mounted on his ethereal steed, plummeted from the sky, a fiery trail blazing behind them. Directly into the path of a colossal, crimson monstrosity, a creature of tentacles and rage, that rose from the depths. The beast roared, a wordless command of death echoing from its gaping maw, "Die." But from the Night King's hand, a surge of violet energy erupted, a blinding flash that promised destruction. 3 beams of searing purple light lanced forth, striking the monstrous creature with devastating force, sending the Night King hurtling back. As the god, a being of immense power, descended to join the fray. With a swift, precise movement, the god plunged their blade into one of the beast's tentacles. While the Night King, eyes blazing with determination, prepared for another assault. A blinding flash of light erupted from the Night King's weapon, the air itself seeming to crackle with raw power. The force of the attack sending shockwaves across the battlefield. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, the Night King braced himself for the impact. And unleashed a devastating blow. Pitiful, he roared, his voice echoing with contempt. The Night King, a blur of motion, charged towards a colossal, monstrous creature that resembled a gargantuan squid, its tentacles lashing out with terrifying speed. His movements a whirlwind of precise strikes as he weaved through the creature's attacks. A surge of energy building within him as he prepared for a final, decisive blow. Releasing a devastating blast of power that tore through the monster's defenses. The creature's tentacles were severed, bound by glowing energy cords. With a final, swift movement, the Night King landed gracefully, his weapon gleaming in the dim light. The Night King, his blonde hair slightly askew, stood amidst a purple twilight. His expression was grim, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a palpable tension radiating from his form. A monstrous, crimson creature emerged from the depths, its multiple tentacles writhing. Glowing red eyes burned with malevolent energy, a terrifying Maagape. The Night King braced himself, his posture shifting to a defensive stance as the beast lunged. The creature's attack was swift and brutal. But he met its onslaught with a burst of blinding light, 3 beams of pure energy erupting from his being, striking the creature with immense force. The beams of light continued to sear the monster, its form visibly weakening under the assault. A powerful shockwave rippled outwards as the creature's defenses finally crumbled. Leaving the Night King exhausted but victorious. His breath hitched in his chest, a sheen of sweat coating his brow. Yet, even in his weakened state, a majestic, winged steed materialized beside him, a symbol of his power and resilience. Mounting the creature, the Night King soared into the sky, leaving the battlefield behind. A voice, filled with disdain, echoed from below, "You're flying around like some fruit fly." The Night King, his blonde hair slightly askew, stood defiant against a monstrous shadow. Its crimson eyes glowed menacingly, sharp teeth bared in a silent snarl. A grim determination etched on his face. Above him, a narration box declared his purpose: punish evil. With a furious roar, he unleashed a torrent of fire, a blazing inferno erupting from his body. The flames engulfing the shadowy beast. Observing from a distance, 2 figures watched in stunned silence. One, a man with short, dark hair, stood beside another with striking red hair and pointed ears, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. A red-haired man finally voicing his astonishment, "What the hell is that?" From the heart of the inferno, a blinding light bloomed, a celestial energy radiating outwards. Revealing a colossal, ethereal being, its form slowly materializing from the fiery vortex. The creature, seemingly divine, rested upon a landscape of swirling purple clouds. Meanwhile, the Night King continued his assault, his blade now ablaze with an incandescent light, a celestial fire coursing through its length. A power that could scorch even the Lord of Chaos. The narration box confirmed, the fire that scorched the Lord of Chaos. The Night King, his face grim, recalled a past battle. His ears still rang with the screams of his defeated foes, a perverse pleasure twisting in his gut. A monstrous, demonic crab lunged from the depths, its claws snapping. He vowed to end its life before it could unleash its full power. The creature's attack was swift and brutal, a terrifying display of power. But the Night King was ready. He braced himself for the impact, the monstrous claws inches from his face. He felt a surge of something unexpected, a desperate plea for help amidst the creature's rage. A chilling realization washed over him: there were survivors trapped beneath the beast. The crab, a grotesque parody of life, tightened its grip on its victims. A roar of defiance erupted from below. A desperate cry for freedom cut through the air: "Let me go, you parasites!" The Night King, his resolve hardened, drew his legendary blade. A celestial light blazed from the weapon, promising swift justice. A young man with blonde hair, his eyes glowing with an eerie light, stood amidst a fiery red aura. He declared his intent with a fierce determination, his words echoing the weight of his resolve. His vow, a testament to the legacy he carried, was a dedication to the Lionheart name. A blinding light erupted from the heavens, a celestial being with enormous wings descended towards the earth. Its descent causing massive waves to crash against the land below. A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in a grimace, wielded a massive, glowing weapon. He braced himself. Readying himself for an attack, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Unleashing a wave of energy that surged outwards. A monstrous, bestial creature lunged forward, its guttural roar echoing through the air. Its massive jaws snapping shut with terrifying force as it bellowed the name Lionheart. From the ocean's depths, a blinding column of golden light erupted. The intense energy impacting the beast with earth-shattering force. Leaving it screaming in agony as it was blasted back. 2 men watched in stunned silence, one of them gasping, "WH what?" The second man, equally shocked, whispered, "Is that something a human can do?" A knight, clad in simple dark clothing, sits astride a magnificent winged horse. The creature's hooves barely disturb the golden sand as it strides across a beach, a brilliant column of light emanating from the ground behind them. The knight grips a large, ornate spear, its tip gleaming. The scene is observed by another figure, partially obscured, who marvels at the sight.
That's what a Grail Knight is, they whisper in awe.
The knight, whose blonde hair is visible, looks concerned. He is addressed by an unseen speaker. We do not have infinite amounts of time.
Hurry up and get out of this gate. The knight replies, nervously, why yes, your highness. He then inquires, Sir Spin, how is the evacuation going?
Sir Spin, a small, metallic robot with a helmet, reports back to the knight.
80% progress. Main supplies and records obtained, it states. So they need a bit more time.
They will hold out, Spin adds.
The knight nods, murmuring, A monstrous shadow looms in the distance, its terrifying form partially obscured by the light.
They're determined, the knight observes. Spin explains, they have been sleeping for 5 centuries for this moment. A guttural roar echoed through the desolate landscape, the sound shaking the very ground.
The air crackled with raw power. As a monstrous form emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent energy.
The creature was immense, its very presence radiating menace. A young man with blonde hair, his expression thoughtful, observed the scene.
He muttered to himself, analyzing the situation, system analysis, prosperity to Cruciateria, is that their name?
He pondered the name, a slight smirk playing on his lips. What an honorable name, he mused. The young man, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat, spoke aloud.
The gate will close soon.
Let's fall back, he stated, his voice calm despite the urgency. He mounted a winged horse, a small, round creature clinging to his shoulder.
As they began their retreat,
a voice boomed from behind, echoing with a challenge, Lionheart.
The blonde-haired man, now seen from behind, was clearly retreating. The voice from behind continued, filled with accusation, are you running away?
He turned his head, a determined glint in his eyes, the small creature on his shoulder remaining steadfast. He was not running, he was strategizing.
A monstrous figure, engulfed in flames, roared. Its eyes glowed menacingly as it lunged forward.
A voice boomed, a challenge echoing through the inferno, I thought your virtue was to never give up.
Don't run away like a coward and fight until the end.
A young man with blonde hair smirked, a small, orb-like creature perched on his shoulder.
He seemed amused. His words dripping with sarcasm, why would I uphold the virtues of a knight in the face of inferior beings like you?
He continued, his expression hardening, green beasts and evil species are not things I respect. The monster lunged again, its terrifying maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. A guttural roar escaped its throat.
A desperate cry of Waiuu cut through the air. The monster's rage intensified. It bellowed, Lionheart. I'll kill you no matter what.
The blond young man, Lionheart, sped away, the small creature clinging to his back.
He left a trail of energy in his wake. The first ever sighting of an Archduke-level demon sent shockwaves across the globe. A terrifying behemoth whose arrival heralded unprecedented devastation.
Humanity suffered tremendous losses in the face of this monstrous threat.
The news of the Archduke's arrival spread like wildfire, interpreted as an omen of impending doom. But amidst the despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. Rumors circulated of individuals capable of resisting the mind corruption that even renowned S-class hunters couldn't withstand.
2 individuals, engrossed in their phones, overheard the discussion.
One of them exclaimed in surprise, whoa, what's that?
The Pantheon Guild's incredible feat against the Archduke-level demon at the Dragon Palace Gate was showcased globally on YouTube. And a handshake sealed a significant alliance. The Night King, having returned to Earth after 300 years of battling demons, shook hands with an older man in a suit. He expressed his gratitude, stating that the president had lifted a great burden from his shoulders. The president, surprised by the sheer number of survivors, remarked that he was astonished to learn there were 10,000. The scene shifted to a beach, where a sign indicated the area as the Cruciateria Special Self-Governing Residential Area. The Night King explained that the survivors were honorable beings who had fought demons for a long time. A look of profound relief washed over the president's face as he smiled. The president, however, noticed something in the distance and questioned what it was. Their attention was drawn to a series of large statues along the shoreline.
The president wondered about their purpose, specifically how they marked the territory.
The Night King simply responded with a non-committal
The Night King pointed out that there was also a statue of himself and Sir Spin, the representative of the Kikirk tribe.
The central statues, he continued, symbolized Poma, the divinity of the sea and waves. The president chuckled, noting that this wasn't the only statue present. A man with short, graying hair stared blankly ahead, his expression one of profound discomfort. His internal monologue echoed the words that had just been spoken, I idol worshippers. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as he muttered to himself, the president is a Protestant. The scene shifted to show a majestic stone carving, partially obscured. A man, his face etched with concern, spoke to a blond man with a confident smirk.
He stammered, Your Majesty, that unfinished one. The blond man chuckled, Ha, you've got a good eye. He continued, explaining, that's for you. You are a savior who has given them land. They're showing you their gratitude.
The gray-haired man looked utterly aghast. His companion, still looking concerned, added, You're not someone they'll worship. But the blond man dismissed his concerns with a wave of his hand. But the Kikrik tribe will bow down in front of your statue whenever they pass by. The gray-haired man's face contorted in a mixture of horror and disbelief. He cried out, "Show gratitude to the president for bestowing upon us land." No. He pleaded desperately, "No, your majesty. Please take down my statue." The blond man laughed heartily, "Ha ha. You can't be embarrassed by such things. You're the leader of a whole nation." The blond man, still smiling, turned and walked away. He called back over his shoulder, "I'll see you later, President." The gray-haired man, clearly flustered, could only manage a weak, "Why yes. Your majesty." A visibly stressed older man, possibly a high-ranking official, wiped sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. His expression conveyed a deep sense of unease. He muttered to himself, feeling as though his lifespan had been shortened by a decade. The man, seemingly a president, inquired about the nature of the urgent matter. An agent, dressed in a dark suit, approached him. The agent explained that the situation, while separate from typical security concerns, was an urgent matter from the National Intelligence Service. The agent revealed that the urgency concerned North Korea. The president, seemingly unsurprised, commented that things had been too calm lately. He questioned what North Korea's next move would be, now that nuclear weapons were off the table. The agent revealed that all contact with North Korea had been severed since the previous night. The president reacted with a shocked, "What?" A satellite view showed a large, dark anomaly spreading across North Korea. The signal was completely cut off. An older man, his face etched with worry, reviewed the data. The satellites were unable to record anything from within North Korea. The next panel showed a desolate, rain-swept cityscape. The once thriving city of Pyongyang was now a ruin. The rain continued to fall on the shattered remains of buildings and infrastructure. The scene shifted to 30 years prior, showing the same older man, now younger, standing amidst a chaotic scene. Two figures in dark cloaks stood behind him, a fallen body lying at his feet. Dimensional holes opened up in the sky above. The man's face was etched with a mixture of grief and resignation as he looked up at the ominous openings. A narration box revealed a bitter truth. Until now, all they could do was receive help from the South Korean forces. Under a stormy sky, Chairman Kim stood tall amidst a group of cloaked figures, his presence exuding an air of quiet power. A sudden, violent impact sent one of the cloaked figures sprawling to the ground, the force of the blow suggesting a significant power differential. A sinister chuckle escaped Chairman Kim's lips as he declared that they would soon become the most powerful nation. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent as he explained that this would begin by using the demons to their advantage. He addressed one of his cloaked subordinates as comrade, revealing a new piece of information, the return of the Yankee mage. The chairman confirmed to his subordinate, whose name was revealed to be Chairman Kim, that the preparations were complete, referring to the Yankee mage as Reynolds Sherman. A wide, chilling smile spread across Chairman Kim's face, hinting at the sinister plans to come. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the scene. "What are you doing?" The command echoed through the night, "Proceed with the summoning." Under a stormy sky, a group of cloaked figures stood around a dark chasm, their leader, a man in a gray suit, overseeing the ritualistic preparations. A hand reached out, seemingly to touch the swirling, ethereal energy emanating from the depths. As two more cloaked figures extended their hands, mirroring the action, their movements synchronized and precise. A palpable sense of anticipation hung in the air as the ritual progressed. One of the cloaked figures, his face partially visible, showed a grim determination as he muttered incantations. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the chasm, accompanied by a guttural roar. More incantations were uttered, this time in an ancient, unknown tongue. A fiery vortex opened above the forest, a terrifying spectacle of power and chaos. A crimson fissure ripped through the dark waters, a swirling vortex of demonic energy erupting from the depths, leaving behind a trail of ominous red energy that snaked across the surface. On a rain-swept hillside, a stern-looking man with silver hair stood defiantly amidst a group of cloaked figures. A surge of purple energy crackled above him. The man's eyes widened in surprise as he witnessed the chaotic scene unfolding before him. "Oh." His expression shifted from surprise to dawning horror as he stared at the monstrous entity emerging from the portal. A murmur escaped his lips. A narration box appeared, it's full of injuries. The rain continued to fall. A colossal, scarred beast emerged from the portal, its presence filling the frame. A man in a dark coat stood before it, seemingly dwarfed by its immense size. One of the cloaked figures anxiously questioned the silver-haired man, "Are you sure you did it correctly?" A knight, his armor battered and stained, stood amidst a torrential downpour. He gasped, a silent exclamation of pain escaping him. His internal monologue revealing the severity of his injuries. He realized that his wounds were far worse than he had initially thought. Before him loomed a colossal, monstrous figure, its crimson flesh glistening in the rain. Three cloaked figures stood behind the knight, their faces obscured. One of the cloaked figures, startled by the sight of the beast, whispered a question of disbelief. The knight, however, prioritized his immediate needs. He knew that confronting the creature now would be reckless. He needed time to recover his strength first. The knight justified his decision, noting that the other great demons would not be back together for some time. He then noticed something else. An abundance of food nearby. His relief was short-lived, however, as a monstrous maw opened before him, its red eyes gleaming menacingly. The knight, caught off guard, could only utter a word of protest as the creature spoke. The creature demanded submission, and a beam of crimson energy erupted from the sky, striking the earth. A crimson energy surge, like a lightning storm, erupted from the heart of a dark forest, illuminating the rain-soaked trees with an eerie glow. The scene then shifted to the interior of a stone hall, where a simple chandelier hung from a high, arched ceiling. The hall was large and dimly lit, with stone walls and a heavy, almost palpable sense of foreboding.
Barrels and other storage items were scattered around the room, adding to the overall air of neglect.
In the center of the room, a young woman with long, pink hair was bound to a chair, her body radiating a faint purple energy. She let out a nervous giggle, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something else.
Ehe. I told you everything. I'm not hiding anything anymore, master.
A woman with long, blue hair and a crown entered the scene, her expression unreadable. She approached the bound woman, a subtle smirk playing on her lips as she loosed the bonds.
Hoo.
The blue-haired woman leaned back, a chilling statement escaping her lips, the demons can enter any gate they want. A young woman with crimson hair, her face streaked with grime, looked up with a manic grin.
A hand reached down to gently stroke her cheek.
Then, a chilling realization dawned on her, this meant something far more sinister was at play. A woman with long, blue hair and piercing red eyes loomed over her, a cruel smile playing on her lips.